jednej rzeczy. Dobra, mamy. Dobra, bo mamy dziwnego czarka z Secret Boxem. Widzieliście o tym? No, jakiś taki rok Charizard, taki dziwny. I teraz to jest Losbox, bo ja tak trochę z tej minuty a czemu ja nie mam kategorii? Okej. Ale jak na razie Charizard tu się mocno wykupuje niestety. No ale niestety problem polega na tym, że Losbox wróć.
And even on this turn, this is where Kramer again could really shine in this spot, but Fabrizio not having access to that means he has to really rely heavily on certain pieces like the bigger Mirage Gate attacks in order to put on attacking pressure this turn. The turn's not over yet though, he does have another flower selecting, but this is big. No cold burst yet for Fabrizio. Can he find it here? Off of these two flower selecting cards, it's another tough choice. Either Losso, a third energy card, or
na żeglugach.
Mirage Gates.
Tak, dzisiaj mamy pierwszego internationala w São Paulo w Brazylii. I tak, w Brazylii jest zaś inna czasówka i co ciekawe, u nich zaczyna się to tak o 13. I mamy oczywiście Day 2, rundę 9, niestety wcześniej nie mogłam, bo raz jeszcze byłam na kartach, dwa miałam zajęcia, więc nie mogło, a Day 3 też będzie niemożliwe nie do zrealizowania. Chcielibyście zobaczyć jaki obszerny, jak co tam grało w ogóle? No niestety po stronie Ignacylwy są oczywiście pechowo, bo niestety dwa super rody. Jak to musi boleć? Podczas gdy Ford, który gra bardzo dziwnym Charizardem, nie takim standardowym jak się wydaje, no bo gra Charizarda z Secret Boxem i researchami. Wiem, brzmi to jak szalony pomysł, a jak widać do Charizarda można wpiąć każdego Acepeka. Możesz nawet... A już jest... Niedługo też będzie Charizard z wózkiem widłowym. Tam Pressure Strolling. No, to jest wersja z duchami jeszcze z Secret Boxem. No bo mamy wersję z Prowkaczerem, z Cape'em, z Unverstampem. Doszła jeszcze wersja z Secret Boxem. Jest, jakby na to nie patrzeć. I researchami z jakiegoś. I jest jeszcze wersja z słówkami. Ja, sowy. Tak, ma być jeszcze wersja z sowami na dodatek. Więc bardzo interesujący muszę przyznać Charizard z tego powodu, że no nie jest to co zazwyczaj, czego się nam my staliśmy przyzwyczajeni, mamy tu czarka po prostu. No ja się też nie spodziewałem, myślałem, że się trochę podłuję po filmie. A to takie... Ale chyba po live'ie podłubimy pół. No, w filmie było. No i wchodzi on, Czaruś. Czaruś nie musi się starać. Tu mamy 8-0. No niestety wybory trudne się trafiło, co? No niestety same energie, tylko które mam się pozbyć. Kurde, bo ja pamiętam, że na Charizarda to kiedyś było łatwo, jak był paputypny. A teraz... No dobra, mamy Roda, mamy Palpada. No i Palpad poszedł. A nie? Mamy 7, co oznacza, że odblokowaliśmy Mirage Gate'a, ale nie mamy czym atakować. To tam jest, kurwa, aż Czyżby będzie PJ? Niestety Ford nie ma takiego problemu i widać, że całkiem sprawnie zagrywa. No brak gry ninja też powoduje jednak, mimo to, że no kurde, nie można było knockoutów. Chyba może Charizarda zagram tak w piątek, bo co nie zmienia chyba raczej. Ewentualnie może dostać Orba, ale tak to dużych zmian Charizarda nie ma.
You have been given a prize card thanks to that cursed blast, so Fabrizio does need to just take 5 prizes to win the game, so
no mamy quick search.
3 turns, but I think about it, is there ever a world
No
where
jest,
Jackson
chyba
is
będzie
unable
Candy
to
Peach od
win the
Candy Z.
following game in 3 turns? Additionally, I think it could possibly come down to what Fabrizio is able to put together this turn, but it's a lot. It's going to have to be 2 2-prize knockouts and a 1-prize knockout over the course of 3 turns. It's going to be tough.
And especially looking at the deck list, right, I just don't see the damage output for that in the attackers that Fabrizio has, like we talked about at the start of the game.
No tak, tutaj oczywiście mamy Parpada, który oczywiście... Ale to jest chyba research Turo to już standard, ale research już jest taki mało standardowa rzecz, powiem tak. Z tego powodu, że, no nie wiem, słyszałem już o czarkach, no Turo to wie, tortonowanie to już jest też klasyk, ale profesor research Charizardzie brzmi bardzo, bardzo dziwnie, powiem. No, powiem tak, że działa to całkiem dobrze, jak widać, bo po prostu Lostbox się zbrikował.
Here we go for the turn. It's a lost vacuum draw. There are 7 cards in the lost zone, so Mirage Gate is online. But I think the only question here for Fabrizio is it worth playing something like the Super Rod to maybe shuffle back these Comfey, the Radiant Greninja, so you give yourself a little bit more positive outs off of something like Flower Selecting? Or do you save the Super Rod? And I think the big, positive point to having to save Super Rod here is this is going to be your last one available.
Tu mamy, no dobra, mamy Roda.
Prizes, you are out of Super Rod.
Znaczy tam widać, że był. I co ciekawe, mamy Valianta. Valiant pozwala oczywiście, jak wejdzie na aktywa. Mamy wersję z Valiantem, co ciekawe. No tak, Arion Valiant pozwala oczywiście, jak wejdzie na aktywa, no dać 2 damage countery, co w teorii oczywiście pozwala na nieco łatwiejsze. No co ciekawe, Spirit Ton, żeby jakoś to spowolnić. No i niestety jedyna opcja slipująca to Prime Catcher, widzę. Aczkolwiek Roxanne jest aktywna. No i co ciekawe, widzę Sound, który pozwala na wyszukiwanie oczywiście tuli w grze. Jest to bardzo ważne. Tak, no oczywiście mamy Roxanne, bo Roxanne jest aktywna, dzięki czemu oczywiście
shuffle draw 6 in this case for Fabrizio, because he'll take any supporter he can get in this spot.
Yeah, still hasn't played a single Chorus experiment, right? There are four in the deck, they're in there somewhere, just not been able to find them, but at least with this Roxanne, yeah, he can draw 6. He does find that Radiant Greninja that was shuffled back straight away. Looks like it's, oh, there's a Chorus experiment at long last.
Chorus now, but it's the only recovery card left in the deck, that one copy of Night Stretcher. Oh, so here's the choice here for Fabrizio. I mean, the deck has been thinned out fairly well. So there is a world where, of course, you do want to play Chorus next turn, but do you believe in your deck to be able to, find yourself another next turn with another Flower Selecting, maybe a Concealed cards? And that does seem to be the motto here for Fabrizio. Hopefully that Greninja down, and I'm sure we'll be seeing an attack come in here from this Iron Valiant, as well as that Tachyon Bits to place 2 damage counters wherever he'd like onto one of his opponent's Pokemon.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking here if I'm Fabrizio. I think the game plan has to be, it could go on either 2 ways. You could consider whether you wanted to put the Tachyon Bits on this Pidgeot here, and maybe try and follow up with an Iron Hands KO on something, on it, just being able to put it into range after 2 Tachyon Bits, it'll go to 240 and actually amp you very much for a KO, or even, actually we could even less if you can make use of that Future Boost Energy Capsule, but it looks like in this instance it's just going to be Tachyon Bits unacted instead, and then it's going to be Laser Blade and over to Jackson's turn. I didn't see what do you grab on a quick search, it was so quick.
See what the choice is. At this point, Jackson is currently, I believe, not dealing enough damage to take the knockout onto Iron Valiant. I have to double check Iron Valiant's weakness. Is it weak to dark? That is something I have to double check here to see if it's going to be enough damage. We're actually just going to see that Professor's research that was shuffled back in, so it is weak to metal. Sometimes these future Pokemon, their weaknesses change. I have to give myself a bit of a refresher. So with Fabrizio only having taken one prize card, it will not be enough damage dealt. We'll see how this turn plays out.
So in this instance, it's because Iron Valiant is a fairy Pokemon in the video games, right?
That's
so
true.
in the TCG, if it's a fairy Pokemon, it becomes a psychic, but weak to metal. So yeah, makes sense there.
So the research gets played. Seems to be the choice off of the quick search. So Jackson now having 7 cards in hand. And because of the Pal Pad being in the Lost Zone and Roxanne being played, it means that Fabrizio will have no more access to disrupt Jackson's hand, so he'll have a lot of cards to choose from for the rest of the game, and that is honestly probably all he'll need to be able to close things out.
But yeah, the Iron Valiant very importantly here, surviving on 210 damage, 10 HP left. That Burning Darkness just a little bit short. Might buy Fabrizio a little bit of an opportunity to try and make a comeback here, as we do see the retreat into the Comfey, and on a Flower Selecting finds a switch and a switch cards. It looks like that Night Stretcher is still in hand. Do you maybe try and go for the very much KO onto this Charizard actually?
It's going to be so tough. There's only 2 Mirage Gate left in the deck. There's no more Super Rod, so a lot of the energies have already been exhausted. I don't even know if there's 4 energy cards available in the deck to be able to use Ampu very much at this point. They might have to be relying on Sableye to start spreading some damage. Now, with there being 10 cards in the Lost Zone, that could be Fabrizio's plan to try and, you know, finish off this Charizard, put a 1-prize Pokemon in play, and you know what? How about we'll just pick things up and go to game 2? It was a little bit too little too late. Fabrizio not having enough to be able to, you know, outpace Jackson, getting ahead of too much of a lead, and Jackson 4, despite prizing 2 of his Charizard EX, finds the one importantly off that Cursed Blast and takes game 1.
Yeah, I guess it was kind of fortunate.
No dobra, no to widzę, że widał grał
the prizes were at sort of like towards the bottom right. Usually players tend to take prizes from the bottom upwards, and so actually that first prize grab was a Charizard EX, and really from that point, Jackson was just able to stabilize and set up and just attack a bunch while Fabrizio just kept announcing Flower Selecting and then finding tough decision after tough decision after tough decision. Just really not much going there for Fabrizio.
No tak, no niestety tam dużo tych decyzji było ciężkich dla rozwódca.
No, it seemed like Jackson was, you know, grasping at straws to start things off. Getting aggressive with Cursed Blast, not usually, you know, Charizard's MO in these matchups. It's a great ability, but it's not necessarily what you want to start with. Fabrizio, on the other hand, you know, had a very, very slow start. That was a game 1 that had a bunch of surprises, as we'll take a look at our replay and see what went down.
Yeah, absolutely. So
No dobra, no to tak wygrał jak na razie. Widać chyba niestety było tutaj, że no... Lostbox ma te swoje uroki. Czasami za nim tęsknię mocno, bo w sumie lubię takie deki z trudnymi wyborami czasami. Kurde, jak wtedy mózg się paruje.
Jackson 4 taking game 1, I'm sure is, you know, giving himself a sigh of relief after that first deck search, thinking, yeah, this one's booked, it's probably over.
Wtedy mózg zaparuje, no to dosłownie, tak.
We'll see if Fabrizio's going to be kicking things off. I would not be surprised to see him decide to go first. Double check, yep, he will be starting things off, so going first in this matchup is definitely a big advantage, especially if you can get yourself to those 7 cards in the Lost Zone by your second turn of the game. We'll see what Fabrizio's got. I'm sure hoping to find, you know, a Colress's experiment this time along.
Ach, start z gry ninja. Może nie typowy Charizard, ale chyba widać, że on działa. Bo po prostu gracz Lostboxa ma... zagwozdki tygodnia. A ja tu jeszcze przejdę do Twitcha. O ja, tym razem się sprajzowały 2 Switche, kuźwa. I do tego jeszcze Sablezard. No pięknie. Lostbox był.
So will be the Comfey has the selection off of Nest Ball. Fabrizio's got some choices whether or not he wants to play the switch card here or if he has energy to retreat. It will just be the switch card and the Flower Selecting, and does get rid of that Nest Ball card. I'm sure he would have loved to play down to get some more Comfey, but can't really afford to get rid of that powerful A-Spec in Prime Catcher.
Absolutely not. Actually going to put down that Spiritomb, interestingly enough. Now, we do know
tak,
that
oczywiście mamy Spirit Tomba, który oczywiście ma na zadanie jedynie zwolnić przeciwnika, co oznacza, że Rotom nie działa. Tak. Spirit Tomb małe lewaj. No niestety po rotacji będzie już totalnie bezużyteczny i chyba skończę tak samo jak Drapion V. No niestety tym razem tutaj u Forda sprajzał się Secret Watch oraz Fezan DPDX, który mógłby uchronić, oraz 2 stadiony zaskakująco i Forest Sealstone. No te prizy nie wyglądają za dobrze. Jeszcze jak sprajzowany został Sealstone, który pozwala nam na jednak na to, by właśnie
I think, to be fair, Jackson would prefer these prize cards over double chars RDX.
I think you're right, yes.
Still not great, but Jackson will work with what he's got. Going to take note of what cards are available. You see a lot of players doing this, writing those prize cards down to just take mental note, right, and to take physical note of, okay, these cards are unavailable. I won't be shocked when I know,
no i mam,
you know,
no niestety przez to, że oczywiście mamy mega utrudnienie ze strony no oczywiście Fabia Lizo, no bo rzeczywiście Sylwa postanowił no niestety nie dać tak łatwo, no i przez to, że no też nie Aluminea, tak, nie możemy wyszukać supportera, nie możemy użyć Rotoma, więc no będziemy się tradycyjnie kopać przez deck, dobierając kolejne karty. Ale taki dragapult może na przykład używać po prostu Recon Directive, dzięki czemu oczywiście może też faktycznie dokopywać się dużo szybciej. Tak, tutaj trzeba się po prostu męczyć. Jajono! Let's go! No i co ciekawe, tutaj po stronie Sylwy jest Coroles. No to, o, i oczywiście Storton. To już znamy z Charizarda bardzo dobrze. O, cześć Wirst. Więc tak, Charizard ze Secret Boxem versus Lost Box. To czarka chyba wszystkie aspeki możliwe. Bo teraz będzie jeszcze ten z Pressure Trolley, czyli takim aspekiem, co przypomina Battlefield VIP Pass. Ktoś pamięta jeszcze tę kartę? VIP Pass, który polega na tym, że jeżeli masz w pierwszej turze, no to jesteś bogiem kuźwa. A to turniej jest z Brazylii, tak? Tak, to jest z Brazylii, w São Paulo. No i jest to oczywiście ten International, czyli no właśnie taki turniej, na którym przychodzą ludzie dosłownie z całego świata. Chociaż na regionalsach też, ale tutaj też jest bardziej różnorodnie, tak. Aczkolwiek najwięcej jest Brazylijczyków. Akurat. Więc to zero zaskoczenia, tak samo dużo było w Gdańsku Polaków, chociaż najwięcej było Brytyjczyków. No ale też jest dużo amerykańskich i kanadyjskich graczy, bo jest blisko. Oczywiście Greninja, taki Brazylia. No skąd ten sztuk? LAIC, czyli Latinian America International Championship. No dobra, mamy tu ciekawe wybory. Mamy tutaj Ursalunę, mamy tutaj Valianta. Nie, do Valianta mam Sceptizm. Czy my nie chcemy wywalać Ursaluny? Tak. Ale mamy chyba już 3, jeszcze Kampi i mamy wtedy Kremoranta. Ale zanim Cramorant... O, no i oczywiście mamy tu Raikou i Sealstone'a, więc możemy się tu dokopać, doszukać. Więc tak, Sylwa ma dużo lepszy już jednak start, choć tym razem sprajzowały się 2 switche. Dobra, mamy oczywiście tę Stone'a, który pozwala na wyszukanie, no i go wywala. No wyszukuję oczywiście Tula, jakiego tylko chcemy. No czyli mamy Sealstone'a, czy chcemy palić Sealstone'a, żeby się pozbyć? Znaczy Spirit Tomb jest też dobrym konceptem, no z tego powodu, że spowalnia on jednak Forda. No i mamy trzecią konfę. Kopu będzie. Kopiemy się. Ejo, ejo. Mamy bossa i energię. No i chyba będzie Suston, co? Kramorant na pewno jest w deku, bo tam były 2 switche, Sablej, ale Sablej jest na później, więc... O nie, czy będzie pas? Czy nie? No, będzie pas! No niestety będzie pas. Co ciekawe, po stronie Forda jest kolejna Jono do użyciu. No i co ciekawe, Briar, ale Briar zostawiamy se na później. To jak dobrze wiemy, no bo Briar to najlepiej jak są 2 Brizy. Dokładnie 2 Brizy. Nie mniej, nie więcej.
Jackson has been given a lifeline in this situation. There is most games, I mean not most games, but a huge amount of games, Greninja just gets there, and it has the knockout, at least when I'm playing against Lost Fox, that's what happens. So here we go, Jackson's gonna play another IO.
No i znowu dokupujemy się go. No chyba na pewno wywalimy sobie Future Booster Capsule z tego powodu, że w sumie skoro i Valiant i tak siedzi w Red Zone, to po co nam to potrzebne? No może ta kolejna Joda.
Rare candy, and with this Charmeleon being found, I don't know if Jackson has other powerful trainer cards to be able to get these Pokemon into play. And
no właśnie,
yes,
to
you're
też
slowly building up the Charizard.
przez...
That Charmeleon does have exactly
Czyli po stronie Sylwy było słusznie zagranie oczywiście tego właśnie Spirit Tomba, no bo to też jednak trudniej trzeba palić Iono prawie co turę. No, a przy Lostboxie to w szczególności, jak jesteśmy grodzi rączką, jakby to ująć. No i pas! Wchodzi Sylwa. No dobra, mamy tutaj Future Capsule, ale kapsułkę to można sobie darować, tak? Kapsuła nie potrzebna. No i mamy tutaj Heads. A chyba my chcemy... I mamy Pokestopa. Możemy tym zakręcić. A możemy... No w sumie wybór bardzo banalny. Mirage Gate, a Mirage Gate, co wybierasz? Oczywiście, że Mirage Gate'a. No i tym samym też aktywujemy Mirage Gate'a. No i Pokesto. I chyba bierzemy tylko Palpada. I co ciekawe przy supporterach. Jezus. Jaki...
We did see the flower selecting be used, so there has been one flower selecting used. The one Mirage Gate is in the hand. However, Fabrizio would like to find
a czyli może naładować
to attach.
Ewentualnie może naładować Greninja. No tak, jedna wodna, nie, samym, tak, wędka i do tego Mirage Gate, to jest moje ulubione kombo w tego typu. No tak, może naładować albo Raikou, albo bardziej opłaca się Greninja, na przykład pozbyć się. No tylko, że chyba Charmeleon się chyba chroni też przed atakami, czy tylko przed efektami, no chyba już nie pamiętam. Że... Dobra, mam Charizarda.
This is going to be a big flower selecting. This could completely decide what happens this game. And finds the chorus. That is a big time find for Fabrizio. This turn is not over quite yet.
Attack or effect or attacks. A, czyli Charmeleon się nie chroni przed atakami, tylko przed efektami ataków. Czyli on się chroni między innymi przed Dragapitem. Czyli może ma mniej HP, ale ma jednak taką przewagę jednak nad tym, że no właśnie może się chronić. Różnymi efektami. A jak tam z rangą online u ciebie? Bo mówię, że coś spadłaś. Tak. Drastycznie, bo no, ale to wynikało z tego, że ja po prostu mało grałam w Pokémon Online, w tego live'a. No i stąd też miałam niższą rangę zdecydowanie, nie jestem na to, muszę ją odbudować. Czy będzie ten Hydra Dragon? No jeszcze taki dziwniejszy. Hydra
find a
Dragon.
second Mirage Gate, then you could
Czyżby
Mirage Gate
pas?
twice and go
Co
for the Shuriken,
jest?
but no, just a miss again for Fabrizio as he passes.
Brakuje, u Sylwy chyba brakuje roda, żeby w ogóle stasować tą energię.
Charizard EX, it seems, in the hand, so can finally get
Ajajaj,
his attacker and
no
more
nie
power
ciekawie, a
up his
może on na
Pokemon
coś
by
czeka.
taking 2 fire energy to this Charizard and then 1 onto the active to allow it to retreat, and Fabrizio again has struggled in the early game and has been
Kurde,
unable to
zabrakło
put attacking
wędki.
pressure on, and that is what Lost
No
Box
właśnie,
needs to do
tutaj
in
się
this
pojawia
matchup before all these Pokemon
troszkę
evolve,
problem.
have a ton of HP and make it so that you're really going to be struggling to take
Niestety
those
Candy
prize
Peach
cards.
od Candy Zarda, no bo w sumie
Especially considering
Rotomik.
in this game was able to actually find a chorus experiment, dug quite deep into the deck, but still not able to put together the Moonlight Shuriken, and now that opportunity is like closed off. Sure, you can still use one, but you're not preventing that Charizard from getting into the game. So yeah, that's super rough. for
chłopie,
Fabrizio.
spaliłeś to.
Another Iono being played, so Fabrizio,
No mogłeś
those
tego
resources like
Greninja
the
użyć,
Super
żeby
Rod
się
and the
pozbyć
Mirage Gate go to the
Charmeleona,
front
no
of the deck.
Jezus.
Yet
Znaczy,
again,
ja rozumiem,
Jackson
że
gets the
też
full
chciał to
hand back
zrobić,
up to
tylko nie
6
miał
cards
roada,
and
tak.
does find rare
No ale bez
Candy
wędki.
Pidgeot
No
off
ile
of
gram
those
z
cards
tych energii
here
wodnych?
from the Iono. That is an excellent find. Now there is always risk to putting Pidgeot in play, but surely you always want to
No i
get
mamy
that ball.
Dusklopsa.
I think there's no reason not to,
Widzę, że
right? I
ten
mean, yeah, sure, maybe you're
ze
right,
skrzynką
right,
to gra
go
normalnie
but I
duszki.
think you like searching for one card any turn. We do also see the Dusclops coming in, and are we going to see a Curse Flag? Wait, interesting. Okay, just attacks with
To
the
jest
Pidgey.
interesujące, czyżby miało
This
tu
is very
dojść do...
interesting. I mean, this could definitely be a nod to, you
Znaczy dalej jest
know,
Mirage
Fabrizio
Gate.
being down a
Znaczy
large
tym
amount of
razem
resources.
jest road.
Jackson can
Tak,
note here
jest
that Fabrizio
road.
has been
I
pretty
jakby w to
aggressive
są
in
te
terms of
energie,
how
no
he's
to
used flower selecting
piu
as well.
piu,
He's lost
pozbywamy
zone.
się
So maybe just
kurwa,
deciding,
ptaszków.
you know what, I'm not gonna put
Możemy
a lot
nawet
of
się
these
duszka
high
małego
frequency
pozbyć,
prize
bo on
cards
ile
in
ma?
play.
90, no
Take some
styk,
time,
no
and
pozbądź
I
się
want you
ducha.
to take the first prize card so that I can take the 2 prizes on the Raikou. Maybe that's what he's thinking in this spot.
Yeah, I think so as well, because, right, I mean... you could
A,
go-
jest i wodna do
you could maybe
ataczu,
put it
czyli
together
jest
with
git,
Dusclops
czyli będzie
if you had a
Greninja.
Kill to Catcher or something like
Tak,
that, but
chyba
not
będzie
put it together
Greninja,
there, so it's
zresztą
like,
jest i
yeah,
Mirage
just,
Gate i Road,
patient
czyli
and
taka
just now
kombinacja jaka
Gust works,
jest.
that's fine. And then gonna go ahead after that and pass it over to Fabrizio after
Więc
attacking,
jest
who just,
Gitos
goes ahead and
Malines.
for another course experiment, gets to get rid of
Więc
a
tak,
Manaphy and
Mirage
Pokestop,
Gate.
it looks like.
Więc jest możliwy atak Greninja. On chyba na ten chciał Greninja zrobić.
He decided to lost on that
That's
Pokestop.
okay.
So he value the other 2 cards and another tough flower selecting. That has been the narrative for Fabrizio all game. It's either get rid of your almost last
teraz
course
muszę
that you have
poszukać
available,
tego,
or one of those
nie
powerful
wiem,
recovery cards and Super Rod.
Tryb
We'll see
twórcy.
Super
No,
Rod
jesteśmy
in the lost
live'owo.
zone, so that card is no longer an option, but does have another one in hand and finally see
No i
these
mamy
energies be
Super
put back into
Roda
second
i
and a
chyba
water
będzie
shuffle back
z
into
Mirage
the deck.
Gate'a
There is a
atacz z
Mirage Gate
ręki.
to complement that, so will we finally be seeing Radiant Greninja get into the fray, and we will, as the Psychic and
Jak
Waters
już jest
get
tak
attached to
cieniutki.
Greninja.
Yeah, so it looks like now at least we'll finally see
I
him
chyba powinien mieć, jeżeli ma Snitcha, to zajebiście. Pozbądźmy się problemu przy okazji.
The problem with that, of course, is that your disruption option is gone. So there's no more power pad, there's no more Roxanne. So though getting rid of both the Pidgey is good, it's still you can't really
No
combine
dobra,
that with
będę
into a low hand size to really put the hurt on
No
Jackson.
tak, tutaj.
So we'll see the Hisuian Heavy Ball get played. This can finally fetch Sableye out of the prize
A,
cards,
edytuj
and that will be
informacje o
exactly what
transmisji,
Fabrizio
tutaj
decides to
widzę,
do.
że...
Of course, an extremely efficient
No
attacker
bo tam nie
later
mam
on in the
kategorii,
game, allowing
więc
you
zaraz
to
ją
count
dam.
there are 10 cards in the lost zone, or more
Card
than 10
game.
cards for that matter. Be able to put 12 damage counters on
Oh,
your
yes.
opponent's Pokemon however you'd like, and with that now being an option, the big question for me is, Fabrizio, if he does decide to go for this
No
Moonlight
dobra,
Shuriken,
co
which
tam się dzieje?
looks like he
No
will,
tutaj doszło do gesta, no i
does he
chyba
target
ja
down
wiem
both
co
Pidgeys?
chcę zrobić.
Does he
Właśnie
maybe get rid of the other
tytuł
Charmander
czasowy,
and
żeby nie
Dusclops?
pomylić. No,
As
właśnie
that could
chyba to
allow him to
zrobiłam.
maybe use Lost Mine later on. There are a
No,
few
ma
options here. I don't
informację
think it's necessarily a gimme in
update
this
all,
situation.
powinny być updating, tak? Bo czasami się to nie update'uje. Muszę zobaczyć, na przykład na YouTubie. Kuźwa, no. Dobra, muszę to inaczej. Ja to chyba muszę z poziomu YouTube Studio zrobić.
Yeah, and playing that Prime Catcher may have been the only switching card available, but it does at least force Jackson to have a Fire Energy or another rare candy Charizard in order to, you know, get this Charmander out of the active spot.
widzę, że są już też
does
te...
have the Night Stretcher in hand, allowing him to, if he chooses
Nie,
to either get
sprawdziłam,
that Fire
jest w
Energy
porządku,
or
jest już
recover
LAIC
one
na
of those two Pidgey into the
YouTubie,
hands.
więc
Jackson
jest
does have
git.
out. The rest of the hand is very interesting. There is,
No jest okej, dobra. No tak jak mówię, no nie. Zawsze Restream daje update, update'owałam, żeby Jeszcze jest, jeżeli w internationalach zawsze jest day free. I co ciekawe, day free jest już transmitowany na oficjalnym kanale Pokémon, tylko jedna transmisja. Ze wszystkiego, tam będzie jest Pokémon Go finały. No i chyba pozbyliśmy, ale duszek jest. I chyba Ford chyba chce zdetonować małego ducha, żeby pozbyć się Konfi. Counter Catcher na Raikou.
Let's bring the Raikou up, but I think he's just gonna pass his turn over. So just bringing Raikou into the active spot.
On coś kombinuje,
this is a
widzę.
really interesting situation. Potentially, what Jackson could be thinking is, look, my opponent doesn't have a lot
Widzę, że
of
to
great
pas,
attacking
a
threats on
mógłby...
board. Their board is filled with
A, no
four
tak,
Pokemon
problem
that
polega
are support,
na tym,
right?
że...
The Spiritomb and the three Comfey. The Radiant Greninja
No,
that,
mamy
you know, has to
Korolesa.
discard energies every time it attacks.
No,
And this
boosteruje
Raikou that
potrzebny.
is sort of limited in what it can do. Maybe I can force out more
Kurzacz?
resources from my opponent before I commit to, you know, starting to go for an attack. And that probably has to be the way that
No to
Jackson is
mamy Mirage
thinking about this
Gate'a?
matchup as
No,
Fabrizio
ciężko
continues to
będzie.
dig through lost zone cards and
Czy
try to
chcemy
put
nawet...
together a
No,
game.
mamy... Co ciekawe, no chęci. No, ma to sens z tego powodu, że Iron Hansen jest bardzo ciężki do naładowania, żeby zrobić IQ Very Much, to trzeba no, przynajmniej 2 Mirage Gate'y.
Does have Super Rod and Mirage Gate, so we will see what believes to be the last.
O, czyżby
Mirage
będzie...
Gate, I believe, getting
Let's
played.
go! Kolejny gry
Mirage
ninja
Gate
i chyba powinien się
available.
pozbyć
We'll go
tego
ahead
ducha,
and put those
zanim
energies onto
zrobi
Radiant Greninja.
detonację.
So now at this point, oh, there is
Ja bym
one
się jeszcze
more,
pozbyła
excuse me, there is
ducha,
one more
PJ'a.
Mirage Gate, so we're down to just one. We'll see the retreat here
No i
into
robi...
the Greninja.
Silva robi kolejnemu
Of course,
go
there is
grę
sort of a little
ninja.
bit of a clash going on. You can't use fleet-footed because of the Spiritomb in play.
Chyba
So
powinien
let's
się pozbyć ducha, no. Duszek proszę przeszkadzać, halo. Chyba widzę, że tak. O, właśnie, no chyba o to mi chodziło właśnie. Silva robi to właśnie to, co chyba pewnie chciał zrobić, czyli właśnie pozbyć się ducha, bo on doskonale wie. No właśnie, doskonale
I
wiem.
think his plan here is to try and force Fabrizio to go down to one prize card and then just INO and be done. Basically, INO sweep with this one big Charizard because, like right at the start of the game,
Kiedy jakby jeszcze była jedna wędka, no to
Charizard has such a large amount of HP. There are not really
No
any
jest
attackers
ciężko.
that can very easily deal with Charizard in Fabrizio's deck.
Ultra Ball,
So you can
okej.
get like a lone Charizard going right at the end.
On nie ma Feza?
I think that's Jackson's game.
A,
here.
widzę, on chyba gra linię
It's gonna be so
1-1-1 duchów.
Wait, have Wolfman played already?
No właśnie widzę, że on gra 1-1 linię.
There's three in the deck.
Zamiast... Mogę odebrać. Chyba muszę zrealizować, bo jeszcze za to oglądanie to jest w ogóle. Swoją drogą, tu mamy te dropy. A nie wiem, czy...
Yeah, I guess so. It is a tough position for sure, but actually, yeah,
Jak
just
to
be a
działają te
pass.
dropy,
I
bo
think
tak...
he really wants to force this
Szczegóły
last Charmander to
kampanii.
be KO'd so that when, if he's able to find the last INO, it'll be down to a one-card hand instead of a two-card hand. And also maybe acknowledging the fact that Fabrizio has been through a lot of resources already.
że
We can see a lot of
nagrody.
this got pile, a lot in the lost
No
zone.
tam
Just really just
jeszcze
trying
przy
to
okazji pewnie robią
out-resource
się
and play a
dropy,
little bit
tak?
of a control element
Gdzie
maybe.
możesz dostać
We're gonna
jeszcze
see
na
the
przykład...
energy onto the Spiritomb.
Oh my goodness.
Fabrizio acknowledging, yes, Spiritomb is great, but I've got to open this
Sprytne.
bench up, using Fade Out to remove Spiritomb out of play and give himself an opportunity to bench a different Pokemon.
Czy wiem, że
instead.
czasami
So
losboxy
that
grają
final
Heavy
bench
Balla,
spot.
żeby wyjąć
An important
ewentualnego
interaction though,
Basica?
actually, with the Spiritomb, because as you mentioned rightly, it does shut off the fleet-footed, but because the
No też
ability
kolejny
of
z...
the Forest Seal Stones on the card
czyżby
itself would
Torton?
still let
No
Ryan
to
get
mamy
would prevent Ryan from using Star
tortonowanie!
Just an important interaction there to note.
Candy Pidgeot chodzi.
I was confused. Oh wait, is that Fortin into it?
No tak, mamy to. Mamy tak zwane tortonowańsko. Co pokaż nasz deskardzie? A to już klasyk, no, wszyscy patrzymy. A, przejdź do biorącego udziału kanału na żywo, na przykład Pokémon TCG. No, czyli tutaj tylko to. No, czy też przez to... No, to są jakieś profity z oglądania tej transmisji zawsze. No, muszę potem wejść i to zrealizować, te nagrody. Tak, Torton to jest piękne. No co ciekawe, tutaj mamy Iono, ale Iono sobie zostawione na później. No bo w końcu Torton użyty.
Yeah, that is an interesting interaction with Jamming Tower, but Jamming Tower says that Pokemon tool cards have no effect, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't believe you'd be able to use Forest Seal Stone. We saw that yesterday on stream.
No i tutaj retreat,
Remember on stream we saw that yesterday?
No, but I wasn't drawing. I was just yes, we were
No mamy 10. No i co ciekawe, Soulstone został odblokowany, no ale z drugiej strony też Fort nie może użyć... Tak swoją drogą jestem ciekaw, jak wygląda w ogóle Daily? Zaraz zobaczymy sobie Daily. W ogóle jakieś dane były dotyczące tego. Swoją drogą też jest Ojnecki z naszych rodaków Daytu. Ja sobie zobaczę metę. Poland Stong! Poland Stong! Mamy rodaka w top 16. Tak, Silva jest tu pierwszy. Nie teraz. Nie później. No, mamy też Isaiah Brennera. Ten Jackson Ford ze swoim Charizardem na pół. Jakie ataki? Pokazane? No tak, no w Europie niestety nie mamy takich bajerów jak właśnie... Czyli też widać, że tutaj się poprawili, bo ja tu widzę rękę, bo wcześniej tam dużo osób skarżyło się na ten overlay, że na przykład nie widać ręki przeciwnika, a nie widzieć tej ręki gracza, a tutaj widać to mocno. Boss Order! Switch card, co ciekawe, knockout poprzez weakness! Tak, no i Silva wygrywa, jest 1-1. Tak, no tam dużo osób się skarży często na tego. Ciekawe, mamy zawodnika, który się nazywa Jesus Rodriguez, więc pięknie. No, widać, że w Ameryce Łacińskiej lubią do Jezusa. No i oczywiście mamy nasz Chojnackiego. Tak, więc mamy jak na razie 1-1 i czy zdążymy. No ja Isaiah Brenner, który już był przed chwilą. A jak wygląda meta też tak swoją drogą? Szkoda, że nie pokazują mety, bo byłoby ciekawie. Ciekawe, czy będzie tak jak ostatnio, że 6 czegoś tam. Chociaż ostatnio już się nie zdarzają takie sytuacje. Tak, widać bardzo sprawne pozbywanie się ławki. Znaczy, bardzo specyficznie Charizard, ale gościu zrobił za 8 zbieganych, niepokonany, zresztą Silva też jest niepokonany, no bo tutaj walczą ludzie z 8-8. No i chyba gościu wymyślił nowy archetyp Charizarda. Charizard z boksem, no konceptualnie jest ciekawie. No zresztą też mamy podstawowy archetyp gardy do przyszłej rotacji, bo jakby na to nie patrzeć, wyrotują Kirlię. No i Henry Chow właśnie wymyślił ten nowy archetyp, bardziej taki turbo gardy, dzięki czemu właśnie możliwe, że przetrwa rotację, bo no, będzie duża szansa, że wróci do Candy. No będą Candy w gardzie. Zawsze będzie Candy Garda. No bo nie ma Kirli, no ale też koszt tego, że nie ma tego silnika drawującego, który no właśnie Garda ma dobry silnik drawujący, a on teraz zostanie pozbawiona tego silniku. No, oj, mamy start z Valianta. Ale jak się podepnie oczywiście Ancient Future kapsułkę, to Valiant ma 0 retreatu dosłownie. No cóż, Greninja. No zaraz. No i co ciekawe, Megon. Jezus Maria, no zaraz. Mamy wędka. I chyba Nesball chyba może pójść po Spirit Tomba, żeby znowu spowolnić naszego przeciwnika, no też. Ale nie, sprajzował się. Tak. Nie, jak będzie na europejskich internationalach, czy też będzie taki oglądany? Ciężko mi to powiedzieć, ale na europejskich nie było, jakby był Spirit Tomb. Pas. Chyba, że też sprajzował Rotom. No bo na przykład już Pult z duchami zrezygnował z jednego Rotoma. Tak, osierocił, z 2 Rotomy były i już zacząłem to kombinować. Rotom w Prizach! Ja! 2 Iona! Jakie piękne prizy, jakie piękne prizy. Mamy Rotoma w Prizach! Ja. On gra w ogóle Heavy Ballem w razie czego? O nie! No niestety, co oznacza, że może być dla Forda trudne rozkręcenie się na początku. No chyba, że gra Heavy Balla, który pozwala na wyjmowanie basiców z Prizów. To wtedy będzie łatwiej, ale nie zawsze czarki to grają, więc no... może być trudno. Tak, no i do tego jeszcze 2 Ionów sprajzowane, więc Disrupty, no, znaczy to też zależy, czyli zazwyczaj czarki grają 2 Iono, co oznacza, że może być ciężko. Tak, może być ciężko. Może być ciężko. Co może być gorsze?
Since we are at such low time in this clock. As it stands right now, Jackson's gonna continue his turn prematurely, putting Pheasantipity EX into play.
Że sprajzowany Rotom. Te Rotom może być bolesny o tyle, że... również jest. No, Rotom może być o tyle bolesny. No tutaj widzę, że tutaj wchodzimy w Feza. Więc chyba to będzie nasz silnik drawujący. No ale sam fakt, że Rotom, no bo Rotom jest bardzo dobry, jeśli chodzi o early game. No ale on potem rotuje, więc trzeba sobie potem jakoś radzić bez Rotoma. Przez to na tym cierpimy. No tu mamy Sableya, ale Sabley czy nam jest potrzebny na... Już? Okej, no Coroles. Chyba widzę, że Sylwa woli zostawić Sableya na później, więc...
In combination with some gates and some right energy cards, that could be no more Charmander next turn.
Well, the water energy is already in hand actually, so and we just saw the Mirage Gate find off of the Chorus Experiment, so actually this could be really, I think Fabrizio's basically almost there. Does have a flat thing here to have something to choose between. It looks like a future booster energy capsule and something else.
It's like Chorus's experiment, and it's going to be really tough to validate putting Chorus in the loss zone. So now there's only one Chorus's experiment left in the deck.
Że no Ford nie ma tego Rotoma, zmuszony jest użyciem.
Is there another Comfey, or is there a lost vacuum?
No ale chyba pewnie będzie Sylwa robił coś takiego. O, mamy Ancient Booster Capsule. No ale... Spirit... O! Widzę, że przyspieszamy. Bardzo ciekawa zagrywka ze strony Sylwy. Wiecie, taki już klasyk już w losboxach, że używamy właśnie, no wiecie, losumujemy swój tur, żeby jeszcze bardziej przyspieszyć oczywiście. No i chyba wchodzi Greninja i pozbywamy się Charizardów, Charmanderków biednych. Jedne Charmanderki. No i mamy flop to scripta. No tak jak mówię, bez Otoma jest problem. Trzeba sobie jakoś radzić. No patrząc na to, to ten build działa zaskakująco dobrze. No, jak na razie teraz Sylwa jest w dobrej, zajebistej formie.
It looks like the timer is just about not worked out for him, unfortunately.
Well, let's not count out Fabrizio yet. Don't forget about Iron Hands EX. That can always allow him to take multiple prize knockouts. The Iron Valiant could knock out the Pheasantipity, so things are nowhere over yet, Freya.
Oh no, but it seems like the way the time was called, it was actually on Fabrizio's turn, so Jackson actually turned one.
That's true. Yep, so with Jackson being turn 1 here, definitely not going to be taking 6 prize cards, and I don't think Fabrizio has got any way to take 4 prize cards on his own turn. We're not playing anti-Valiant out here. We don't have multiple Tachyon bits to be used.
No, we don't.
So we'll see how this game plays out, but as it stands, Jackson really in this game, if this went on longer, like you said, Freya, would have been in a pretty tough spot, pending Fabrizio had at least some sort of attacking aggression in these following turns to take those last 4 prizes.
Yeah, but meanwhile, instead, that buddy Puffin coming in. Just Jackson having a look at the hand. Now, we did see yesterday, Alberto Conte being a very good sport, even though the game ended in a tie. Did a good concede, considering he saw that even though if the game could have gone on, it would have been a loss.
Sure.
But I don't know if there's any kind of thing like that here. So it's right now, the way this game's going, it will be a tie, but we shouldn't absolutely confirm it until we know for sure.
So finally, Luminous Sign makes an appearance. Spiritomb no longer in play this game. So we'll see Iono come down. We'll go ahead and disrupt Fabrizio's hand. We'll get 4 cards after shuffling those to the bottom of the deck. Jackson, same thing.
Teraz no.
Since he's at 6 prizes. We'll see exactly what Jackson is able to set up.
Jezus, no dajcie mi wiedzieć.
To play the
No dobra,
countercatcher
to
on
jest
the
countercatcher
Iron
oczywiście w
Valiant,
Valianta.
will make it a little bit more annoying potentially to move out of the way. It will also possibly prevent something like Tachyon bits from being more of a likely scenario.
No będę musiał odebrać potem. No teraz jest terminacja, jak na razie Sylwa ma realne, no tutaj Collapse Stadium. Jak na razie nie działa, więc tutaj nie odrzucamy niczego. Pas! Ajajaj! Sam fakt, że poleciały jeszcze
No
ten...
Charmander down as Fabrizio will be turn 2, so both players will have one more turn to play. Yep, can't play that nest ball.
Yep.
Does have the town store though, so
there we
go ahead and search through the deck now. Find a piece of Pokemon. It will just be, it looks like considering the Raikou V. Okay, so the Raikou V could come down, and we have not seen Forest Seal Stone be used yet, so Fabrizio can of course search that out next to Town Store, allowing you to find...
Tutaj muszę kupić no dobra, mamy tutaj oczywiście Town Stone'a. Townstone pozwala oczywiście wyszukać, no i wyszukać by sobie Stone'a. A wiecie co to znaczy, że sobie wyszukać co się chce.
You can, of course, so this Luminion V, even though it has 170 HP, it is weak to lightning, so this Raikou V can take a very, very easy KO on it, actually.
As long as Fabrizio can find these Mirage Gate, he'll be in an excellent spot to, you know, find a way to take
No
it
tak,
down.
mamy aktywnego Mirage Gate'a.
And knock out this Pheasantipity, so there are a few
My tu
options
chyba
to
chcemy
think
mieć
about, or it's only
Switcha.
200 damage, so you have
Tak,
to
jak
find,
na razie
you know,
jest ta
switching
terminacja, jak
card
na razie
and
jest do
out
przodu
again.
Yeah, so you make
Sylwa.
that bits ability, because then you could put 2 on the active and then it would be enough.
So thinking about which cards could hit the Lost Zone at this point, does have to select one more card, or it seems to be able to, you know, put the other 3 into the hand. It will be another Super Rod lost, so that is now only 1 Super Rod left, since we saw the one get played last turn. And it looks like we're
oddał
gonna
grę?
see this game
Czyżby
conclude, because there's no more
Farbizo
time
Inga
left.
Sylwa
When we
wygrywa
talk
grę?
about so many storylines
No,
between
chyba na
both
to
players,
wygląda.
go ahead and get confirmation that it is a tie, and indeed it will be. So both players will still come out with one more
No,
match point.
wygląda na to, że
That was a
Sylwa wygrał.
weird way to start off our day 2.
Yeah, it sure was. And to be fair, for both of these
Aczkolwiek
players
tak
as well,
Ford,
given that they're
przyznam
both
szczerze, zaskoczył następnym zarnem trochę z
I think it's all
nienacka.
that. You know what? I'm pretty happy with a tie here. I think that gets me enough closer to make the
Chyba
top end
zbyt
of my
szczerze,
top cut.
to była
It's
wsada, bo
completely fine.
Yeah, the game 1 was crazy. The Charizard were prized, and Jackson had no consistency. Game 2 chose to not attack. I'm gonna really have to look back on that game and think, or maybe even ask Jackson. I'd be really curious, you know, to go and hear from Jackson's perspective at some point to think what the strategy was behind not attacking, and if he's used that strategy against other lost
O rana, to są... Jezus, jakie stare! To jeszcze Wordcy chyba, bo nowy Morelando, jak mi to wygląda. No, tutaj oczywiście selfiaczki. Sędziowie sobie strzelają.
Jackson finally find that Charizard off of the prize cards after using First Blast ability to...
No a, tu też miał Speza sprajzowanego. A tutaj jest ten automat jeszcze, ten bot, który pomaga. To o tyle oszczędza, że nie muszę wpisywać komend.
You know, get in there with the Radiant Ranger on 2 times, being able to go for the Moonlight Shuriken, double
No, jeszcze tak jest.
KO on then Pidgey, and that's obviously the option.
Chciał zrobić z tym duchem, tak? Ten Word? No po coś tego gesta zrobił na konfi. A na TikToku ktoś streamujesz? Ło, na TikToku nic, bo nie mam takiej możliwości. No bo na TikToku to jest dziwnie zrobione, no bo po pierwsze musisz mieć 1000 OBS-ów, a i tak te streamy na TikToku w większości przypadków są na niskim poziomie. No bo wiecie, bo o ile filmy na TikToku dasz, znajdziesz jakieś kilka fajnych filmów, które są warte uwagi, to streamy stawiają sporo do życzenia. Ja niestety nie mam możliwości nawet streamowania na TikToku, więc... Dwa to trzeba przerobić overlaya.
So we'll see if that is the storyline for this event. You know, interesting decks that have fallen out of favor. I mean, Lawsone's been around for... I mean, it's about to rotate next year, so it's been around for a couple of years. Charizard has been in the limelight ever since it came out. They've also fallen out at times, right? Lawsone fell out of favor when Regidrago was 15+% in the meta. Now it's maybe
Zauważyłem, że czasami nie jest to też, no czasami to dosłownie, bo tutaj mamy już też poharatane i na przykład Snorlax miał też przez długi czas poharatane, bo teraz wymieniał koszulki, no one już wyglądały. A, no i to jest Day One i tutaj mamy, było 15% Raging Boltów, nie zawiodły. Co ciekawe, tutaj tych Raging Kutafonów było, no Trapagosów było całkiem sporo, bo zaś 9% chyba. Dobra, zaraz przejdę do tego. No, tak prawie 10%, no 9% też Regidrago, Charizard jest tak 8,5%, Palkia z duchami też trochę weszła, no tak to mniej więcej wygląda, pozostałe deki ze 140. Jest Black Apple. No więc boltów jak zawsze najwięcej. Potem mamy Lugię 10%. Potem mamy Terapagosów 9%. No i tu mamy Regidrago też 9%. Mamy Charizardów 8,5%. No i Palki z duchami, które zajmują 6%. One są trudne dość nieziemsko. Chociaż też z tego co ja zauważyłam, Palkia z Terapagosem czy tam z sowami, też ona chyba wraca na salony. No Palkia z duchami też jest. No i co ciekawe, w Day 2 mamy aż 15%! 14,5% Terapagosów! Potem mamy oczywiście Regikutafonów było też z 14, Raging Boltów wciąż dużo, ale nie tak dużo. Co ciekawe, wspięła się na wyżynach Gardevoir z 7%, Czarków jest 7,5% i Lugi 9%. No i co ciekawe, skoczyła tam liczba Regikutafonów. Gapul! Uważaj, że w Korei wygrał Dragapul, więc... No, czy nie pełny set, ale... No, Dragapul.
Yeah, in terms of not strong showings, it's never going to necessarily be on this graphic, but I'm interested to see how decks like
Ja nie ma tak dużo Snorlaxów.
They're never played in high
Tak
numbers, but
wygląda
it feels
w
like at a lot of
ogóle.
these international championships, they find a way to get into that top cut and sometimes have a really solid run.
Yeah, another one I'm curious about is Golden Go, which we did see yesterday as well. I'm sure that's probably off on the second page of the, the sort of absolute second page of the graphics
Więc
somewhere.
tak to nie więcej
But I'm
wygląda.
wondering if a few of those converted in today too as well, because that's a deck that, again, it's never played in big amounts, kind of like with the
O,
control
Raging Drago
variants,
trochę
but some
spada,
players just
Raging
feel
Ball
very
trochę
confident
spada, ale
with it.
wciąż jest
Sometimes they can
wysoko,
just
no co
sneak its way
ciekawe.
in there.
Znaczy jak zwykle znowu
We're gonna
dominating
see how things
by
play out.
Terapagos
It's
z
gonna be really
dukami.
interesting. Of course, it is still anybody's
Trochę tam
game. We've
mieszałem
got 3 more
słowami,
Swiss
ale
rounds
no.
today, and then we will be
Ale dała
going
to
into
jednak
our
praktycznie
asymmetrical
do
top
wora.
cut. And once we get through the next round, maybe the third round, we're going to start to have a better idea of what record is going to be required. So in total, we've got 12 rounds. How it's usually been throughout the year is 10-2, so 30 match points. Generally is going to be considered safe with how many players we have. Anywhere above that may not have to play in that asymmetric cut. And with how the championship points, the prize money, everything involved shifts up based off of when you get to top 8, it's really a big advantage to, have a tie over a loss in some of these scenarios.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes that one match point can make all the difference, right? Now, but speaking of making all the difference, you at home could make all the difference in our next feature match. So we're going to have a community vote, not to pick the next match in terms of players, but we want to see which decks that you want to be featured in the next round. So go ahead, you can only vote on Twitch for the next round, so go there, watch on the twitch.tv/Pokemon We have a choice of 4 different decks for you to pick from, and whichever one you pick, we will do our best to feature either in the next round or the round after. So go ahead and get voting.
And those choices are Raging Bolt, Roaring Moon, Reggie Drago, and Terapagos Dusknoir. So the 4 big hitters of the format at this point. So pick what you want, and we are people of the people. So we will showcase what wins that community vote. This is going to be fun, and we love to get Twitch chat involved whenever it comes to choosing matches.
Actually, you mentioned 4 big hitters of the format. Roaring Moon is a big hitter in terms of the damage it does, but actually, I don't think we saw it in the graphic at all. It's one of those decks that kind of stuck under the radar, right? The Roaring Moon.
I had to, wipe my eyes off a little bit and look at Roaring Moon. We've got an imposter there in the top 4. I'm so used to, Roaring Moon being popular in the Shrouded Fable format, but it started to, fall out of favor after the World Championships.
Yeah, but there's a couple people still playing it there. Did get second at the World Championships, like you just said, but a few people are still very loyal to the moon, as it were.
The loyal 3 almost. And it plays 2 of the loyal 3.
Exactly.
One of the loyal 3, I guess Petrunt is like the overseer of the loyal 3. So not necessarily the loyal 3, the loyal 1 and somebody else who's chill, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty much what we have in terms of that. I actually was walking around yesterday taking a look at some of the decks, and I saw somebody rocking Okie Dokie EX, the true loyal 3 out here. Look, you gotta come to these events and you gotta have 2 mindsets, or you can have 2 mindsets. This is me speaking here. One mindset, you play to win, and if you play to win, you practice, you prepare, you come with a game plan, you pick the best deck that you think in the room. That's option 1. Or option 2, you just set it. You say this deck is cool, this deck is fun. I'm playing this deck to my event. I don't care if I have 5 auto losses in the format. I'm gonna beat somebody, and they're gonna be like, wow,
A
your
myślasz
deck was
może o
cool, and
kolabo
that's
z
worth
kimś, kto
more
gra
than
w
any money
TCG
your
Online?
championship
Da
worth
się
something.
liczyć
Yeah,
ktoś
huge-
o
huge
jakimś?
respect to people who do
Nie,
that. And then,
jak na razie
you know what,
nie myślałem jeszcze o tym.
But then there's a third kind of person who somehow manages to do
Więc
both. Right? They will
jeszcze
find a deck that is kind of has their niche and they don't care how
myślałam.
many losses they have, but then they end up doing amazingly well with it anyway. And when we see those, that's when for us it's really the most fun it can be.
It's an awesome balance for sure when you can find something that does both of those things. Has there been a deck in recent memory with a player that you've thought about? I think for me, it's probably, Goldengo that has found a lot of, very passionate representatives, but the deck is still, I consider a lot more meta than some of the other things that we're comparing. Goldengo and Okie Dokie are not on the same level, ladies and gentlemen.
No,
we're not saying that.
But do you know what the thing is with Golden Go specifically? I think it was something like that until Yellow won with it, and then it started being taken more seriously, right? I think that's a bit different. So it kind of became a more relevant metaphor after that win. Oh, no, second place rather.
I'm trying to think necessarily on if there's a deck like that has had a strong player, or maybe people have counted out. It's hard because usually the decks become known as extremely prevalent after they have success.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
like
there's obviously outliers, right? I mean, like Shitaru Ito winning world championships with Audino is a good example that sticks out, but it's not like Audino stuck out in popularity and became a super popular deck.
No,
so
it was a specific method of that tournament, right?
Yeah.
So it was a specific thing. Now, whilst we can discuss that and you guys can discuss at home, we do have some distributions that we want to share at home with you guys, some giveaways on the various
Nie,
different
tak,
games.
też warto tutaj jest informacja, że jeżeli się będzie oglądało
Twitch
oczywiście,
but for the
to
Pokemon
zdobędziemy
TCG
takie
as well.
coiny,
You can,
takie
watch
koszulki
along,
i takie
celebrate
pudełeczko
with us here at the Latin
wirtualne.
American International Championships. Watch along and you can get these awesome Half Flame Ogapon accessories for your Pokemon Trading Card Game Live.
Those are stylish. I'm gonna be picking that up for sure. That is for certain. I'm rocking with it, so make sure you guys go check out the Twitch drops on live, as well as the Pikachu EX. Of course, that special illustration rare coming out in the Stellar Crown format. It's
Tak,
already
i
released.
oczywiście też
Not
do
legal to
zdobycia
play yet.
taki
It will be next
Pikachu
weekend, so
wirtualny,
get your practice.
na którego ludzie
Go to
teraz
sanctioned
polują,
events and
więc naprawdę jest
so
grubo.
go ahead and check that out. Again, Pokemon TCG. Go ahead and use that on the TCG Live and make sure you're tuned in here at twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, get those drops in and get your special illustration rare Pikachu on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. But it's not just for the Pokemon Trading Card Game. We do have Twitch drops, as we've already mentioned, for Pokemon Go as well. So
No i tutaj
there's
jeszcze
the
Pokémon
Feraligatr
Go
and a
do
couple of
zdobycia
extra
jest
drops
oczywiście
going on.
tutaj
So watch along if you
Feraligatr.
want to on the Pokemon Go stream. You know, we don't mind if you guys want to watch multiple games at once. Watch a little bit of us, watch a bit of the video game, watch a
swoją
bit of
drogą?
Pokemon Go. Get your drops there on Pokemon Go as well.
And of course, the Video Game Championships happening this weekend.
A właśnie w grze wideo do zdobycia jest Pelipper, Shiny Pelipper, tak sobie tego, więc tutaj jak ktoś chce nagrody, to może sobie wpisać. O ile ktoś to gra. No oczywiście w przypadku tych pudełeczek, oczywiście w pudełko zdobywamy, oczywiście jak oglądamy sobie streama z...
Lovely to see that. Remember to replace the eyes with the ones as it were. So white guard, LAIC 25, but both the eyes become ones and you are good to go. Speaking of good to go, I believe we've had the results of our community voting, and I think Terrapagos CX Dust Noir is our winner for our community choice.
People have spoken. They are rocking with Terrapagos Dustnor. I know you are. You know, coming into this weekend, I really wasn't, a huge believer of the deck. But after watching games on the floor, after seeing the deck on stream a bit, I think I'm starting to believe. I think I see a miracle in my future.
You think so? A stellar miracle.
Maybe a stellar one. Maybe a stellar miracle.
Wow. So we're going to make sure to get our next feature match up with a Terrapagos Dust Noir as one of the decks. The other one, who knows what it will be, but we'll make sure to get Terrapagos Dust Noir for you guys. You chose, we feature. That's how we deliver for you.
Action is coming. More Pokemon will be on the way. Round number 10. We've got plenty to showcase, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dobra, zaraz będzie przerwa.
Hello, I'm here with
Lynn,
Aha.
Annabelle, Kenji.
Steve.
Ale to juniorów w
Kind of other
międzyczasie.
Pokemon America experience. So, how far did you travel to get here?
Washington State, USA.
All right, quite a long way. And then, how long have you been playing for so far?
2 years.
2 years. Okay, and which game are you competing in this weekend?
TCG.
Już no. Dobra, teraz mi nie dadzą spokoju. Jezus Maryja, no wa, please.
Hopefully you're having a good time. And now, Kenji, Annabelle,
Pierdolę.
are you ready to play a Pokemon trivia game?
Ktoś mi nie den.
All right, so I have 5 Pokemon cards here with me, okay? I'm gonna cover up the name of the Pokemon, and then you have to tell me what Pokemon it is, all right? If you get all 5 correct, you'll get a booster pack, all right? Yeah? All right, so first Pokemon. All right, the immediate one. Say it again.
Score Bunny.
All right, perfect. 1 point, all right. All right, next one.
Gookie.
All right, next one's for Annabelle, all right? Let's see if Annabelle can get one. All right, this one's a little tougher, okay? All right, do you know it, Kenji? Very good, yeah, confident indeed. All right, next one, Annabelle.
O tak, tylko popa jest takie, że jeszcze mam kartę. Nie wspomniałem. Znowu zapominam. Ale chyba dobra, no right?
Basic is Silly Cobra.
No tak, no a Tosiek już to... No a poza tym z czego sobie to Tosiek jest z Trójmiasta, więc no jest to ma prawdopodobne.
Alright, good job. So you'll get your
Też u mnie
prizes,
to już
right?
taki
Thanks so
drugi
much for
koniec
being here.
Polski.
Hope you're having a great time. And let's get back to some Pokemon action.
Over 1900 TCG competitors across 3
Przywrócić.
age divisions gathered in Honolulu,
No,
Hawaii
ja sobie
for the
będę
Pokemon
żył.
World Championships. But only one junior, one senior, and one master were able to earn the privilege of traveling home with the title of World
Sorry.
Champion. In the junior division, Logan Bailey
Aha,
from the USA piloted
o ja,
an
to jest ta
Iron Thorns
historia
DX
o
deck with its
dwóch
disruptive
młodzikach,
initialization
Ancient Box
ability
kontra
to the
Torts.
finals match. But Sakuya Ota's Ancient Box deck put out too much damage and would
No,
eventually
tylko
lead to
że...
this young Japanese player's victory. In the senior division, Haruku Umehara brought Gardevoir
Tak,
EX its
no
best
ale-
performance this year with a finals appearance.
A,
But
oczywiście
Evan
Torts miał...
Pavelski with his Regidrago V-Star deck used the attacks of Dragapult EX, Hisuian Gudra V-Star, and Kyurem to lock down the win. The stage was set for a Masters Division match. The battle featured 2 players, both only 17 years of age.
A, oni mieli po
Fernando
17.
Cifuentes had chosen Iron Thorns EX as his deck for this event. And Shinosuke Shiokawa from Japan played Roaring Moon EX, featuring the brand new Pecharunt EX as well. Neither of these decks were extremely popular during the event, but that didn't stop these 2 finals competitors from believing in their
Znaczy, tu
chances
trzeba
to
pamiętać,
hoist
że
that Pikachu
Fernando
trophy. In game 1,
Cifuentes
Shinosuke was able to take the
to jest
first
akurat,
KO,
no dostał się do finału tylko
promising
dlatego,
position.
że wiecie,
But despite a few failed
Ian
crushes,
Rob
Fernando was able to find a line to
się
give
tak
him
podekscytował mocno.
Eventually, a top deck of an energy card would secure Fernando's final attack and the win in game 1. The second game was very back and forth, but Shinosuke introduced an interesting new strategy, KOing his own Pokemon. Even though this may seem counterproductive to winning a game, it turns out this was his best way to ensure a Game 2 win and send our final match to Game 3. In the final game, Fernando was able to disrupt Shinosuke just enough through Crushing Hammer to ensure his Iron Thorns would remain healthy for as long as possible. In the end, Shinosuke was left with just a single Roaring Moon in play with no energy cards, and Fernando Cifuentes took that final KO and became the
Ale
world
wiecie, jest to pierwszy też zwycięzca, który wam dostał tylko dlatego, że no kurde, przeciwnik, który wygrał, który powinien tam być.
These players have cemented
A potem
themselves
mistrz
in
świata już
Pokemon
taki
TCG
dobry jest,
history,
bo z Torca
and you
przerzucił
too
się na
can be part of it.
Terapagosy, więc już
Be sure to check
chyba
out
coś stracił formę.
pokemon.com/cookies and begin your journey today.
No bo pierwotnie w top 3, w topce miał grać Ian Rob. No bo Ian Rob wygrał, no tylko że on zrobił taki geścik, który mocno do złudzenia przypominał gest masturbacji, delikatnie rzecz ujmując. No bo tak się podniecił, że wygrał, że że został zdyskwalifikowany. Cóż. No to jest reklama tego Poketa, który już wyszedł i robi podobno ogromną furorę. Znaczy to też, wiecie, to też wynika trochę z tego, że no Pocket akurat jest taką grą, która jest głównie targetowana do graczy niedzielnych dosłownie. Wiecie, gracz niedzielny, który oczywiście jest tutaj głównym targetem.
It is getting spicy out here. Plenty of Pokemon TCG action to come as we work our way down to just 2 players for our finals on Sunday. Welcome back in. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Freya Pierce. And what an event has been so far, and there's still plenty of action.
No akurat Japończyk,
Yeah, and the action here you
nie,
chose.
chociaż w Japonii to często ludzie wyglądają dużo młodziej niż mają.
I've got to be honest, we delivered, but we delivered a little bit extra as well because it's Trapgo's Dustoir.
Znaczy oni mieli posiadać... A, no bo chyba Mastersi zaczynają się już od 16, z tego co chyba zauważyłam. Ja nie zauważyłam z dokumentu, że na tych to Masters jest tak od 16. No i też kilku też już doszło do Mastera, niedawno też mieliśmy tego, co tam oglądaliśmy, Daniel Magda. Właśnie jest już w Masters.
This is going to be a good one. Wait for everybody to get set up. I believe they do have their headphones on, so we can talk a little bit about what our matchup is going to be. It's going to be Pedro Pertusi up against Otavio Gouveia. This is going to be an insanely powerful match. 2 of Brazil's top-level talent facing off this early is not something you see often.
No, it's not. It looks like there are some issues over the comms that I see there. Both players have the headsets off, so let's not get into too much detail about what's going on because obviously you don't want to give anything away. But yeah, we can promise you, you are not going to want to miss this one. I know we say that about every single match, but this one especially, you definitely don't want to miss.
This is going to be a great
Jest jakiś dragapult? Bo chyba jak na razie tych dragapultów jest
I
mało.
want to talk a little bit about what pairings have happened
Chociaż-
so far, what some of the other action has looked like. There
Nie
is
wiem, że jestem
one
jedną z tych
player
osób,
at
która jeszcze
9-0
wierzy.
right now. Leonardo Walbridge from Great Britain
No, w Japonii to
is
lubią.
9-0 with Iron
Te pulty
Thorns.
grać.
He has had the run of the day so far, yesterday and today. He has hit 6 Palkia total. He has hit a Snorlax with him playing multiple outs to Mimikyu, and he is hitting
Snorlaxik.
Lugia. He has been given so many free matchups, but that's what it takes sometimes to win. And I see, however, I think his luck is finally caught up to him this round as he is hitting, of course, Fabrizio, who is playing Lost Box. Traditionally, pretty bad matchup for Iron Thorns.
No, dlatego te koszulki
Yeah,
też
this is definitely
trzeba
not a match we
wymieniać,
want to be
czy nie
facing, but
dlatego, że
given
one
how
są
many
kiepskie,
sort
czy
of
coś,
freebies
czy
he's
też
had
czy
before, I
to
think
tak
he'll
dobrze,
get a
to
little
są
step
przecież
on, I
sobie
think.
powyginane.
Looking at the other matches too,
No,
Jackson
ale
forward at 8-0-1,
też jest
getting
inny
down here
powód.
to
No
Matthew
jeżeli
Burris,
tak
did
szybko
get
się
top 8 last
rozwalą,
year
no
at
to
this
mi się zaraz...
LAIC,
No, nie mam
playing
zbyt wiele...
Reggie Drago v
Chociaż,
Star Deck.
Oh, wait, hold on, Leonardo, that's not Britain, that's Brazil.
Oh, Brazil,
to
excuse
stop?
me.
Yes.
You know, Walbridge, BR.
Yes.
Brazil. I'm not gonna get forgiven for that. Misread there.
No to nie ma
Sorry.
dużo
I,
tak naprawdę
you
tych...
know, did not mean to disrespect.
BR Britain, it's, but yeah,
No
yeah,
też
but it could
jakby
be
się
usually it's
pokończyły.
like GB or UK for the Great Britain or the United Kingdom. That happens to the best of us, even. It's okay.
We'll put that one behind us. I think we're good to move forward into the future and get into our next round here, where we are featuring 2 of Brazil's best
Yes.
talent. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage.
No i co my tu mamy? Oho, Terapagos i Reggie Kutafon, nie no! Kibicujemy Terapagosowi. No i oczywiście 2 Brazylijczyków, czyli wiecie, rodak bije się z rodakiem. Jeśli chodzi o Chojnackiego, to on gra teraz Raging Boltem, jeżeli moja pamięć się nie myli. Tego domyślny deck. Tak, no i mamy Petro Pertusi i oktawę oglowe, a niestety będzie ciężko przeczytać. Mogę błędy popełnić, ale to nie dlatego, że ja nie znam portugalskiego. Chyba ten portugalski jest chyba urzędowym językiem. No więc mamy tak, Terapagos z duchami versus Reggie i Drago. A, powiem tak, no, trudne te ich nazwiska. Tak. No, wiecie, jak się nie zna hiszpańskiego czy portugalskiego, no to trochę ciężko będzie tak wymówić bez błędów. No, wczoraj na meczu Polska-Portugalia. No, ale podobno i podobno nasi przegrali, zgadza się?
Things could get pretty interesting here.
Yeah, they definitely could. It does not play out the way you perhaps you'd usually think, right? There's definitely a little bit more going on with, yeah, this is really, really cool. I cannot get over how much I want to see this version of Terapagos just watch Charizard play out.
No tak,
And then,
ale
yeah,
połowa
going against
jakoś
Reggie Drago, which we've
trzymali.
already seen has put on a ferocious
Tak, i
display
nagle
away, so
Portugalia dostała
they're just
super moc,
ready just to make sure the last two issues are ironed out so that they can go ahead with their setup, draw their
których nikt się nie spodziewał.
get this round 10 feature match rolling.
Excited to get into things here. This is going to be a good one. Now, traditionally, Reggie Drago is fairly good into Charizard, as it has a great answer to Charizard EX in the form of the Teal Mask Ogerpon. With that being the case, is there maybe, you know, more
Przecież
merit
z
on the
lodowca
intro
to nawet nie
side
widzę
of
różnicy, no.
trying to just kind of abandon Charizard in terms of attacking and use it more so just to power it up? Is it, you know, worth the risk of putting that Pokemon in play when it's just so easy to be knocked out in return?
No,
But here's the thing,
znaczy
right?
też
So
póki
in order
jeszcze
for
nie mam
Terapagos- in order
czyści.
for Tealmass Ogerpon to knock out Charizard easily, it has to have energy on it. So I think exactly like you're saying, if you just use it early on to power up Terapagos instead, you can attack with that, do a lot of damage, and then later on, if you want to sweep, do big damage with Charizard EX, you can. But in the early game, absolutely, don't put energy on it, don't let the Tealmass Ogerpon knock it out, just use it to power up the Terapagos so it can do that unified beatdown for 240 damage instead of the 220 that we're normally used to. So I can't believe that no one's even experimented with this before. This seems really, really clever.
O, co my tu mamy? Nosze, Candy, czy tu są devices? Wait. A nie, Nesball jeden. No to nie najgorsze prizy. Tutaj Squawk, tutaj para Reggie Drago, Ultra Ball, Switch i jeszcze na dodatek Artendes. Oczywiście o nie też. Jeszcze research. Ja, on gra Jacka. Jack. Znaczy w Polsce nazywany Jacek. Nie mylić z taką postacią w kotach kluczach, czyli Jacek Placek. Nie, ja tak się to mówię, Jacek Placek. Jacek Placek w Prize'ach.
So another match point, another win here, it wouldn't lock things up, but it would put both of these players in great contention for asymmetrical top cut as we kick off
No
our round 10,
dobra,
and it looks like it's going to be
dobra,
Otaku
mamy
going first.
Hukuta. No niestety problem tutaj polega na tym, że tu mamy dwa deki, które chcą zacząć. Dobra, jeszcze nie spodziewałem się takiego fajnego klimatu. Ja chyba dopiero jutro. Aczkolwiek patrzcie, mam już zakupione.
As he'll be able to threaten a lot on his second turn.
Yeah, even
Ale
if
ja
fine, right, 'cause it means that next turn all you need is, you know,
na
one
pewno
to
się
advance
miło
plus a
zaskoczę.
fire attachment
No
plus a
wow,
switch
no.
to get it going, so give him a few
Tak,
few
tak.
of that.
No
But,
tylko wiecie
for
co tam
once
jeszcze
on the
czeka.
Pedro side, we do
Next
see
gen?
the Hoot starts
A
and does
zdążam
have
po
the body
transmisji
pocket
przyspieszyć.
ready to go as well.
Jeszcze
So
czeka
we'll be
na
able to
100.
a lot here from the deck and go ahead and grab a Charmander.
Drugie
maybe grab, you know,
aoty.
a Dust Gold if he wants to grab that Pidgey, which he does play
Jak
for that
na razie jeszcze
zero
tak,
one
zajczama
jump on.
sideline i
There's,
pop.
like,
I
the
popi.
amount of different sort of
Popi to
low
dość.
HP evolving in this deck is kind of like blowing
to
my
się
mind a
pyta,
little bit. So taking the
a
right
co to
two here
było?
is gonna be a bit
W
tricky, but
sensie
I'm sure
co?
he knows
No
exactly
dobra,
how to
no.
navigate
A,
it.
czy był attach pass,
I'm sure one of
ewentualnie
those
danie
Pokemon will
kolejnego
definitely be
Regidaga.
that Fan Rotom, of course,
Czyli jak
Fan
bardzo
Ball is an
oktawą
excellent
musi mieć
ability if
kiepski start.
Pedro doesn't already have access to that, allowing you to
Co
search
ciekawe-
for three
A, ta
colorless
czarna
Pokemon
płat.
with 100
A, ta czarna, to
or
jest
less
w sumie
and put them into your
jak
hand.
sama nazwa
Super
The
solid
Black.
in terms of setting it up, and you're gonna
To jest
always
Enemies
use that
nowy.
sense. This is the only turn that
Z
Fan
koncertu
Ball is
kupiony.
a usable ability. So,
No ta
you see
czarna
Pedro
okładka to jest
taking
właśnie
note of
ten
what cards are
Enemies
available,
i co
what
ciekawe
cards are
nazywa się
fine.
The
It's
Black.
always important for these competitors to know
Dosłownie
what
jak
is
czarny.
in the deck and what is not, so they can make the most optimal plays
Tak,
and
no
not make
niestety
a lot of
attach
different
pass
cards
i
that
jeszcze
have
kolejny
far
Regidrago.
taken
No dobra,
Yeah,
co
so
ciekawe
exactly like
Pedro
you
się
said,
rozkręca.
gonna fetch the Charmander,
Ten.
and yes, indeed, that Fan Rotom. So on the first turn of the game, you
Swoją
can use
drogą
that
ostatnio
Fan Ball
popularna była
ability,
ta
get three
piosenka
Pokemon
Pedro,
that
Pedro,
are colorless
Pedro,
or colorless,
Pedro.
put them into your hand, so you can go ahead and search a Pidgey here, search a
O,
Noctowl so you can evolve into
zaraz.
so you can next turn.
Czy to
Yeah,
jest
really, really strong start. So
Charizard
this
z
Fan Rotom
sowami?
is really what enables these Terrapagos focused decks with the Noctowl engine to have such great success.
Ujo! Czy ja właśnie się doczekałem czarka z słupkami? Chociaż jak mam dużo... Bardzo dziwny ten Charizard, ale... Tak, panie i panowie, mamy kolejną dziwną rzecz i nie wiem, czy bym to nazwała rogue deckiem, jakieś tam sukcesy, ale jest to taki kolejny podgatunek Charizarda, tylko to jest Charizard z sowami! Bo czemu by nie?
Yeah, that's the advantage of it, right? You can get the Charizard out, have a Terra Pokemon out, or that
No,
Terra
no,
Pokemon
aż
basic
bym
option,
zakupiła
but yeah,
kolejnego
once you're evolved up, you do have the Terra
Silvera.
Pokemon and play that way too, so
Star
two more
Crowna,
people going
jak
down, and the
mi się...
mana
O, i to
actually,
wie...
okay. So,
No
yeah,
właśnie,
normally a
bardzo
big hold on
ciekawy
now, I bet
koncept,
myself I
muszę
can't get a Terra
przyznać.
Pokemon out, but if you can wreck
On
Andy's
to jest tak
Charizard, then you
rogue
can
deck?
move the Dual Seeker still anyway.
Yeah, it does sort of force Pedro into
Bo
rare
kurde,
candy Charizard to have a
Charizard
potential option in
z
this
sowami!
case.
Charizard
Out, it's a lot
z
easier to
sowami!
bench something like the Terrapagos.
Co ciekawe, mamy tutaj oczywiście, że
Or the second
chyba
turn,
też
we'll see
poszedł
Professor
chyba
Research,
research,
it does
jeśli
get
się
rid
nie
of an
mylę.
energy switch. Those are key cards that Otavio
Chyba
wants to
poszedł
find
research.
on
Tak,
this
chyba
second
poszedł
turn.
research.
We'll look at these 7
O,
cards,
widzę nową,
see what
świeżą
options are
rękę.
available. Looks like did find
Dobra,
another
jest
energy
Ogerpon w
switch
końcu,
and
jest!
Steel Mask Ogerpon,
With the
so
Grass
can-
Energy as well, yeah.
start to draw some
Ale tak,
cards, see
Palkia
what
z
is
sowami.
available, but I don't
To
think
je
this
beret
hand is
dosłownie i
quite
to
what he
mocno.
needs to get there. Does have an energy
No, ale
switch
wciąż
and
ta
energy
ręka
card,
nie
but
wygląda
it's
obiecująco.
not fire energy that is needed for that Regidrago
Po
to
stronie
start to be able to
oktawą.
attack.
No
so
mamy
one thing we're gonna
tutaj
see here, if you
Switcha,
really
ale
value getting the
nie
turn
mamy
two Apex Dragon, you do have
ognistej.
Ultra Ball in hand.
Czy mamy
You
Ultra
go ahead
Balla,
and,
żeby
use
się...
the Ultra Ball, grab that Regidrago
No tutaj
V-Star,
chyba też
go
jest
for the
double-
Legacy Star, right? You wanna go super
czyli
aggressive and
atak
try to get
z
this turn to attack,
ręki.
but is it instead gonna be
I
attached to the
okej.
next Regidrago V and pass?
This is pretty interesting. By leaving this Regidrago V in the active spot, you're still opening yourself up to being knocked
No
out
pas,
by
kurde.
unified beatdown
Podpiął.
attacks, since the Charizard opens the
Ciekawie.
matchup as long as you have the Stadium card. And the turbo would mean you
Oczywiście,
have
ponieważ
enough
research to
damage
słupki
to
nie
knock
zostały
out
stracone.
to this Reggie Drago, pending your benches.
Ja też robię taką taktykę w tym terapegosie, że na przykład zużywam research na podstawę. Czy on jeszcze gra? Nie, no gra, dobra, czyli on sobie chyba jednak... Trochę dziwny koncept to zrobił, że podpiął pod innego, znaczy nie mam pewnie
Yeah, so
listy,
now
tak?
you can show you definitely know you want to go ahead and
Tylko
go
wiecie,
for
switch
this
over.
aggressive
Chyba.
Apex Dragon
Nie,
play,
to
just
jest
knowing that your opponent
to
basically
na
did
switch
nothing. I mean,
over.
if you can pull up a Trifrost here, right, and along with a cancelling Cologne onto the Manaphy, like you do that combined play, you're wiping out all the Hoot, right? And then at what point, and then it feels like Pedro is going to be completely stuck. Now,
No i
this
co
is
tu
not
jest?
put
No i
together, of
mamy
course,
tutaj
but the Legacy
Wistara.
Star could get you there.
No, tylko jest tu takie pewne fopa. Co ciekawe, zdyskardował Temple of Simon. Rzecz, jeśli chodzi o Nomadu, no trochę został zaspoilerowany przez... A, i kolejny research. No, nie mam złego researcha.
Benched Pokemon, which, in combination with Phantom Dive, could knock out something like the Manaphy, like the Hoothoot on the bench. All Otavio needs to this point is just a Fire Energy off of this Professor's research, and I think I see an Earthen Vessel there, and that will certainly find it for Otavio. And importantly, can keep his Legacy Star, which he smartly and conservatively did not use last turn.
Yeah, and this is extra smart there from Otavio. Yeah, go ahead and go for the Holucha, the Flying Entry, one on the Charmander and one on the Manaphy, because now you can go ahead and set up
Garnuszek, dobra.
this Reggie Drago
Co
in
on
the active.
spasował, czy
With the Fire
co?
Energy, you can go to Apex Dragon, copy Phantom Dive, and you
Aha,
can use
czyli
those 6
pozbywamy
damage
się
penalties
Manaphy.
to knock out
Ciekawe,
the
żeby
Manaphy,
użyć
and
Kiurema.
next turn you can go for a
Tylko
devastating
Kiurema jeszcze
Trifrost.
nie mamy,
Yeah, this is an
wyskakuje.
interesting choice here on where to put that other damage
A,
counter.
no tak,
By
muszę wziąć
removing
jeszcze
one of these
jednocześnie.
Pokemon, of course, it does
Cień.
mean that you know
Tak,
your
no,
opponent's got
3.
Noctowl in hand. If they have a
weźmy-
Terrapagos, they can go ahead
Ej,
and put
trochę
on the
do przodu
bench.
stąd.
Then it puts them in a spot where now all of a sudden the
No
ability's back
dobra.
online. Maybe it could have just been a little bit more conservative to
Kiurem
put the
będzie?
other damage
Czy już
counter on
mamy
something like
Kiurem?
Fan Rotom
Nie.
that's always going to be just knocked out by a Phantom Dive in the future. However, this play here from Otavio could signal that it might actually just
Tam
be the
został
Charmander he
zajechanego
wants to go
Terrapagos,
after to limit the total amount of damage. And I like this play. Trifrost is a great play down the line, but you don't need to push your aggression too much when you're already taking the first 2 prizes. Knock out the threat,
Masz tak źle,
knock out the
chłopak?
Pokemon that allows your opponent to get set up, and force them to have
No
other
chyba, że
pieces,
też jest taki
especially since
koncept
this is a
integrator.
relatively
A, Switch
weird
odblokowany
version
oraz
of
właśnie Earthen Vessel.
Terrapagos. You never know if your opponent is relying super heavily on this Charizard to make their engine go.
Yeah, no, I guess not, right? It is the one Charmander out, so it does make sense to take it out as well, and you're not really too worried. It looks like, especially, looks like it's going to be the fan
oczywiście naczelny Azul.
Pedro as he does draw his card. There's an Area 0 Underdepths, but I think there's still no way to get into a Terra Pokemon here.
Yeah, it's a tough promotion either way, right? You're not attacking with any of these Pokemon.
Okay, so that's the
Mamy tu
Terrapagos
oczywiście
now.
Terrapagosa i to jeszcze, to jest
but
potem...
of course playing that Charmander down.
Następne jest trochę
In
ciężko.
Benchlock Pager, I wonder if he's considering, was it really worth putting Charmander down for essentially giving my opponent a huge advantage to pick the first 2 prizes? However,
Tyle,
we'll
że nie ma
still
jeszcze
get
tego
things started off
Candy.
vitally
W tym
using Jewel
pokecie to ja
Seeker.
bym się
Now there's a
zabiła.
Terra Pokemon in play, can search out 2 trainer cards and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, so the Jewel Seeker effect only works, of course, when you evolve it from a Hoot and there is a Terra Pokemon in play, but it does let you search for any 2 trainer cards from the deck. This is the engine that makes these Terrapagos decks really tick, and Pedro making use of it here to also have the extra bonus of consistency for this kind of Charizard package that's been incorporated into the Terrapagos deck. Very, very cool to see as we see the grab there. It looks like it's going to be the Fortin and the Counter Catcher. Okay.
Okej, Counter Catcher i Torton, czyli będzie tortonować tego wiatraczka. Będzie ciekawie. No dobra, mamy, czyli chyba będzie zaraz Czarek z... No bo co, sądziliście, że... No też to deck z Terrapagosa to w ogóle... No to razie ręce trzęsą i chyba będzie wtedy Noctal po... Ten jest cięższy do zrealizacji, ten Charizard, no z tego powodu, że one są bardzo specyficzne.
Oh no, it's not. Okay, I thought I guess I missaw, but yeah, gonna go ahead and go for the Fortin. You can swap out this Fan Rotom, seems like the obvious contender, right? Swap it out there. It has been in play for a turn, so now you can rare candy into that Charizard.
Yeah, notably can also go after the Teal
No
Max
dobra, mamy
Pokemon with a Grass Energy already
Tortona.
on it. That
I
way, if
tutaj
Otavio
chyba
wants
nasz
to
ma
respond
czarka
with
na
a
ręce.
myriad
A to jest chyba
beast
ten
shower
Terapagos,
to knock
który
the Charizard
jest z
out,
tego
it
nowego
would
Terapagosa,
require
który
two grass
pudełka
energy
z Terapagosa,
plus an
który
energy
kosztuje
switch in
tam
order to make that happen.
Again, it looks like the Knock Tower was the one that was already in hand. So yeah, the pieces are all
Z
coming
500
together here.
złotych.
You find the rare candy
No,
and I guess one
będę
other card.
błagać,
Looks like it's gonna be a
płaczkać,
Nest Ball just to
tak.
get that
No,
last
niestety
bench
jest
slot
problem.
filled. But that's it. That's all you need, right? You're good to go here
Mamy
now.
Ultra
You
Bola i
are good to
mamy
go. You are going to take
Candy.
two prizes back, but without, or rather with Legacy Star still not being used, if Otavio is not able to draw into those pieces, it's all but guaranteed at this point. And with
Candy
Otavio going down to two
Charizard.
prizes
No
there, it
jest
just begs the
ją.
question, how do you go about the turn after this? Sure, right now you're responding, you're taking a two-prize knockout, but by losing two prizes first to Reggie Drago and not having, some of those defensive cards in the list that we see commonly with Terapagos,
Bardzo
like
ciekawe
the
zagranie,
Buffalon,
czyli tu mamy
could it come back to
Znaczy,
fight
ciekawy
Pedro now
koncept.
that he's, climbing up a mountain when there's just so
No
many
może
threats on
pójdziemy w
Otavio's
stronę
side.
Terapagos z Charizardem czy
Palkion.
Palkion?
Here, and he's going to try and drop his defensive
Do wyboru do koloru.
defenses as best as possible to mitigate that.
Tu mamy oczywiście awaryjnie, oczywiście Radianta do przygotowania, który ewentualnie może być na później. No ta wersja nie gra chyba wydać duchów, też może być wolniejsza, bo te z duchami jednak dają pewne benefity.
So Pedro responding in kind, gonna have to do
Counter,
everything he can to keep up in this game.
catcher!
Looking about
Chcemy...
what to counter catcher at this point. There is
No
almost a
chyba
world
tak,
where, you
chcemy
could target down
pozbyć
the
się...
Reggie Drago, but I think makes the smart choice here. Getting rid of the biggest threat to Charizard at
no,
this point will knock out the Ogerpon with Burning Darkness, taking two prizes, and Otavio immediately promoting this Teal Mask Ogerpon. You know that's exactly what he's going to want to attack into this Charizard
Tak,
with. This turn.
Pedro. Tak, no i oczywiście Counter Catcher, no i wyzywamy, co utrudnia trochę naładowanie kolejnego Reggie Drago.
V-Star power on the Reggie
No tu
Drago.
mamy Feza.
V-Star shouldn't be too hard to find, especially if you mix it in
Też
with this
widzę, gra Counter Catchera, no nie użyję wyzwania.
script ability.
I'm sure players have been hearing that all weekend. I'll flip the script, I'll flip the script, and I'll flip the script. Just such a powerful way to consistently keep up your aggression, which sort of seems like the opposite of what the card is there, right? As a card that draws you cards when you get knocked out.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? You have to take knockouts to win, so unless you're playing some kind of control variant. So generally speaking, yeah, sure, even it's meant to be like a comeback card, but if your opponent needs to take knockouts anyway, you're going to be drawing cards every single turn, and that's exactly why Pheasant Divinity makes its way into so many different decks.
So there is Teal Dance
Co tu
number
jest?
one.
No
Now
dobra,
see the
czyli
attachment
chyba
for turn
będzie
and does
atak z
have the
Ogerpana!
energy switch, and this is
Let's
essentially
go!
almost here, it feels like. Of course, there are cards Pedro can play to give himself a better chance in this scenario, but with Legacy Star still not being used,
To oznacza, że
no matter
można
how
później
much
nawet
Pedro disrupts the
one-shotować
hand, Otavio
czarki.
can always just get two guaranteed cards, which could be all he needs to close the game.
Just didn't need it, just had it, just straight up had it. Wow, this is super strong from Otavio because yeah, you can essentially, like you just said, next turn. You can just lock things up with the Reggie Drago V-Star, and there's nothing you can do to disrupt this Reggie Drago V-Star from being able to use its power.
And a professor's research to follow things up can just continuously dig
Kurde,
through the
szkoda.
deck, find
No,
more
chyba już
pieces. For
będzie
those
po
we
raz
can see,
piskami.
maybe another Teal Mask Ogerpon come down. There's another energy switch. Otavio actually making a smart play I think a lot of players would choose to not do. Talk me through this, Freya. What is the decision making behind energy switching off of the Reggie Drago V-Star that's already
No,
powered up compared to the one that just had a single grass energy on it?
It's to set up this exactly right here. So you get to a point where you essentially want to set up a couple of different Reggie Drago V-Stars so that if one gets knocked out, you can still go ahead and use the other one.
Chyba widzę, że
Yeah,
Pedro
there
się
you go.
poddał.
Pedro recognizes the situation, the door's closing, it is
Pedro
curtains for
się
Pedro,
poddał.
and Otavio does take game one.
Czyli Octavo wygrywa
Convincing
pierwszą.
fashion, just that one misstep early on of not having a way to use Noctowl. You've seen throughout the stream this weekend
Coś czuję, że
how
to
strong
będzie
Dual
szybki mecz.
Seeker is, but it's really that second step that we don't talk about of getting that Terra Pokemon in play that allows it to be successful. And that's one of the downsides of, having the Charizard be your main engine instead of going full all in onto Terapagos. You sometimes have to commit to some more greedy plays, especially going second in the matchup like that. And if it doesn't pay off, you're going to really struggle to come back.
Yeah, which is exactly what we saw in that game one, basically. So I'm sure Pedro will be taking that aside, maybe thinking, I really like getting the Charmander out early if I can, but if that's just going to happen again, maybe I just need to focus on getting my Terrapagos out, just so I can go ahead and do those early Jewel Seekers, which are what really makes my deck work in the first place. As yeah, we saw here in this game 1, as soon as this Regidrago V-Star came into the active, made use of the Phantom Dive, just taking out the Charmander after that flying entry with the Hawlucha as well. Super strong play from Otavio, and really showing the merit of Hawlucha in this deck, even though a lot of lists have opted not to use it anymore.
And this is the key to winning games with Regidrago. It is point and simple. The
No
longer
dobra,
you
no,
save
widzę,
your
że to będzie
V-Star
chyba
power,
zapowiada
the
się szybko.
higher chance you have.
No ten jest
Especially
Charizard
when you
trochę
saw
jest
at the
taki
end there, not
klęki
even the
wersji
convincing
z
factor
słupkami,
of
co
benching that
ciekawe,
Mew. With
aczkolwiek
Mew,
że się
sensitivity
dostało
in
coś
play,
takiego w
and the
Pitu,
Regidrago that hasn't
jest
used their
dość
V-Star power, it is
interesujące.
almost impossible for Otavio to lose that game in that situation. That's just
No
what
właśnie,
happens
no bo
when you
też
let
nie
Regidrago
bez powodu on
run
chyba
away with
kontrolował
this
też
game.
te Ogerpony, no jakby na to nie patrzeć. Ogerpony no jednak są dużo gorsze niż Regitafony. Bo Charizard, wygrasz Charizardem na Regidrago, to raczej skupiasz się bardziej na Ogerponach niż jeżeli na samych. No tym razem Pedro idzie pierwszy. No czy wiadomo, tutaj też ten problem czasami, że no tutaj wchodzimy, no co ciekawe tutaj Candy, Bara, Ariana, Energia i 12 bole, kurde. Fantastycznie, jak to się mówi.
You have that Terra Pokemon in play first, so you've got to be really careful in setting your board up. A lot of times when you have Dusknoir, it's a little bit more flexible. Now in this list, there is a thinner line of Dusknoir.
It's like a mini package.
It's like a little package, so that can always work, right? You can put the Duskull down, and if you need the bench space, you can use that Curse Loss ability to
It's actually a very similar line to what we see in some pure Charizard decks. So you kind of have the 2 Duskull, the 1 Dusclops, which most of the Terrapagos pure variants don't play anymore, and then the 1 Dusknoir. So a 2-on-1 line just to do that little bit of math fixing. It is the full complement of 4 Hoot-Hoot, but only 3 Noctowl, so really valuing getting those on the bench early, which makes a lot of sense. And then, well, actually one important thing to note on the counts, there are only 2 areas that are undepths in the list. That's going to be a big one because, of course, normally in the pure Terrapagos variants you play 3 or even 4. Only having 2 means you need to time them at the exact right moment to make the most of them.
So the choice off the Nest Ball is that Fan Rotom, and Fan Call in turn will be used. We'll definitely see some Hoot-Hoots come down into play. The Pidgey, of course, is in the active spot, so no need to get another Pidgey. And it will, in fact, be the choice of 2 Hoot-Hoots. And actually, interestingly enough, does have the 50 HP Hoot-Hoot and has a cool ability that prevents your energy card
Zaraz,
from
czy
being
to jest
disrupted on your
Hoot-Hoot
board.
taki z
Can be a
abilitką,
nice way
który
to,
jeżeli się nie...
give
No tak,
yourself
to jest
a
ten
little
Hoot-Hoot,
bit
którego
of
mam.
a advantage against decks like Iron Thorns potentially, but
A, że
a lot of people
basicowa
have,
Pokemony
favored out of playing that
atacznie
Hoot-Hoot just because having 50 HP
Bardzo
right now
ciekawy
is not a
Hoot-Hoot,
great
no
number.
tylko że on ma 50 HP. Wiecie co to znaczy, no chyba kusząca perta dla Regidrago.
These 50 HP evolving basics, which is also why the 50 HP Pidgey, which would normally be more optimal, hasn't seen play either for similar reasons.
Honestly, it's unoptimal in some cases, not a lot, in some cases. But be honest, you get to play a character art rare. Like, why would you not want to play that? Why would you not want to play the most high rarity version of a card? I mean, that's honestly the biggest seller.
Nazwał kusząca oferta.
Yeah, I guess you're right. And we do see the illustration rare Pidgey there in the active. Although I must say, I'm quite fond of the shiny 50 HP Pidgey as well. That one is quite nice.
Nice, but currently out of favor. Otavio will start his turn off with a Nest Ball in kind. And Regidrago V will be the selection. Very standard stuff here for Otavio. Start to threaten the turn to Apex Dragon. It is bread and butter with this deck. Exactly what you are trying to accomplish game after game. Where things differ is really what attacks you decide to use, how you want to spread your damage counters. But these turn ones are almost identical depending on no matter what you're playing against.
Yeah, that does really tend to be how it goes. Now, given that Otavio is going second in this game, it's going to be very important to get down multiple Regidrago V. You do not want to be in a situation where you end up with one down, and then if Pedro just has to completely bonkers turn, ends up getting a full bench going with Terrapagos to get a KO onto a Regidrago V. That's not what you want, but it looks like a second Regidrago V drawn off this professor's research, so he's fine.
But no energy cards, and that is definitely the big question at this point of now that there is a another Nest Ball in the hand. Obviously, if you don't have to play Squawkabilly down, it's not something you'd like to do. There's things like Regidrago V-Star in the hand, supporter card for next turn, but I think this is a situation where Otavio might just value having that turn 1 attachment over or putting, you know, a lower HP Pokemon in play, and in kind has to use that Squawk and Seize ability to try and, you know, get his energy full or board full of energy, and will do exactly that as Squawk ability can come into play, as it's not in the prize cards.
Yeah, and this is exactly why you play Squawk ability, right? You don't necessarily want to use Squawk and Seize ability. It is a liability to get KO'd later on. It is a 2-price Pokemon that has only 160 HP. But in a situation like this, exactly like you said, you need those energies down. You want to start doing your teal dance.
No.
You want to start attaching your fires
Okej,
onto
to dobrze.
your Regidrago.
No to chyba
So
będzie
yeah, even
aktywacja skoka
with
Fleszej,
the
był już
discard
research,
happening
czyli
here,
się
and to
chyba
be
jeszcze
fair,
głębiej
a
kopiemy.
Dragapult
No
EX
to
and a
tak,
Cure hitting the
to
discard pile is not
A
bad
mamy
either.
Not
co?
bad at
O,
all. There's a few
Curem!
of those draw
Ale
supporter, one
chyba
Eye
będzie
Ono,
Curem.
and one
Curem
Professor's
zrobił
Research.
bry, bry.
These 6 cards really need to find Otavio some energy cards. And it does find just that.
Yeah, there we
Grass
go.
energy, and it looks like an Earthen Vessel, plus some okay cards to discard in this spot. And an interesting sequencing choice here that I like from Otavio. Wants to find as many energies as possible, so he's actually just going to use this Teal Dance before playing the Earthen Vessel. Unfortunately, did not find an energy card, but did find a Cleffa. This could be a spot where Grasping Draw could give the pieces for Otavio to put together a powerful attack. And it looks like Otavio does want to end his turn off in style by using that Cleffa.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. We do see there actually. Oh, hold on.
No,
Is
no.
he thinking about not playing the Earthen Vessel, maybe?
Dobra, czyli chodzi
Could potentially, you know,
Klefa.
play this Super Rod from
Mała
hand
słodka
first. That could be the
klefka.
consideration, and this is the situation here. So
Ah,
can play
yes.
the Earthen Vessel and then
No,
decide
trudno
whether
się
or not it's worth
trafiło.
playing the Super Rod. And that's really the
No,
question here.
zero.
But I think I like this from Otavio. You can get rid of one of the Super
Aż
Rod.
cieniutko.
That's okay. If it means you can keep that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn on the bench instead of having to shuffle it back into your deck and getting this attachment down onto one of your
Doczekamy
bench
się
cards.
rychła?
Yeah, because now you can go ahead, attach the fire to the Regidrago, put that down that second Teal Mask Ogre EX, make use of one more Teal Dance, and then hopefully play the rest of the hand out to do a really
to
big
jak to
grasping
działa.
draw. I think that's going to be pretty much the ideal turn for Otavio there.
Był chyba
Teal
już
Dance number
skok.
2 being used.
Tak, skok
Another
był
card
już
drawn.
dobra.
It is Halucha, that
Bo
can
to już
always
nie
be a
zawsze
card that's useful later
zaznaczają i
on
chyba
down
będzie
the
Gasprin
line.
Draw
You see the grasping
do
draw.
7
Fill the
kart.
hand up to 7, so 4 cards being drawn. As action is back on Pedro. Pedro really needs to have a lot stronger of a turn 2 than he did on game number 1. But it all surrounds the fact of there being no
Yeah.
Terra Pokemon in play currently. Do see the glimmer of some of those powerful Stage 2 Pokemon, the Pidgeot EX and the Charizard. But we need rare candy for those to function. And
Będzie
be careful there,
Noctowl.
Pedro. Don't put that Noctowl in play until there's a Terra Pokemon. Smartly, though, and wisely catches himself before he evolves it.
Yeah, well, as long as you catch
No
yourself,
i
right,
coś
that's the main thing.
potrzebujemy.
Didn't have to consider
No
whether
dobra.
there's a world where you want to get rid of that
Ultra
Sinnoh
Ball
as well. There is
z
one double
dwóch
turbo
duchów.
energy in the deck.
O,
if
czy
the
on gra
bench
duchę,
lineup is
przecież
so
nie
fit.
gra
4
duchów.
fire and then 1 double turbo
No.
energy just to get things going.
Ale jak
And
to
it
musi
does
boleć
find
tak samo.
from that outboard starting to Duskull actually it looks like. So I mean,
Nie
in the
kombinuję
Red
jeszcze
Dragon
z
matchup, the
Terapagosem, czy na
Dusknoir match
przykład nie
doesn't
zagrać na
really
przykład z
match
Czarkiem, czy
that
na
well,
przykład...
so it makes sense to get rid of those now.
Choć
So you get
czasami
on for that
tęsknię
Terapagos.
za
And
no,
then now, yes,
chyba w
the
japońskim
who
list.
took
A, to
into
będę
Noctowl
gwizować
and
jeszcze
goes
przy
to that Jolteon.
Terapagosach.
I think it is going to be a candied party here for Pedro. Immediately
Terapagosik,
use
tak
up
jest,
2
sówka.
of those rare candy to the top of the
Chyba
deck.
będzie zaraz,
Really
bo
wanting to get both the
Candy?
Charizard
Candy
and
Pig.
the
Ło,
Pidgeot EX
podwójne
in play.
Candy!
And has the advantage of them both already being there. So
Sami
no need to
Terapagos gra
search
tego
anything
Featherbola.
out. And now the support line is online for Pedro. He's got the Pidgeot EX, he'll have the Charizard EX, and he has
Czyżby
not used
byłoby
Quick Search
Candy
yet, so this
Pidgeot,
turn
Candy
is far
Zard?
from over.
Yeah, so there it is, rare candy evolving
Tak,
into the Pidgeot.
chyba jest. Candy
I don't
Pidgeot,
know if
Candy
the
Zard,
Charizard
więc
was already ready to
prawdopodobnie
go in the hand. Oh, it looks like it might be actually, yeah. So I think
Tak,
it's
mamy
whether
coś
you want to quick
czwartego
search
rodzaju.
first,
No,
or
może...
whether you want to just go ahead and do
Bo
this
on
rare
ma
candy to the
w-
Charizard. But no, gonna quick search first after all. Gonna take a decision to see what to go for, and yeah, why not just go for another Noctowl, right? Jewel Seeker number 2.
Znaczy
Let's
akurat
go.
ta lista
Yeah,
czarek
absolutely.
z
It's also
słowami, no to
typically
ona już
optimal
gdzieś tak
to
w
quick
Japonii
search
już się
before
tak
playing
przyjmie.
Charizard if nothing else in your hand is going to change. Since
Muszę
it doesn't
spojrzeć,
give
no.
Otavio any information about
Steve
which
Jack.
card you quick search
Oh,
for in
this
this
is-
case.
yes,
So it's a
absolutely.
small little thing. It really just depends though
Nie,
on
wersja
what
Charizarda
cards
się
Pedro
tak
will
ostatnio
grab
troszeczkę
from this
przybija.
second Jewel Seeker ability.
Że nie osiąga
So again,
jakichś...
any 2 trainer cards that Pedro would like can come to the hand, and immediately the Area Zero Underground
Wyników
is
z
one of
kosmosu.
them. This is a big turn here for Otavio to potentially, you know, if he can find a Gusting card plus a
No
full
tutaj na
bench
przykład
of
wywalone
Pokemon,
Terapagosa i wrócą. Poszedłem
get
po
targeted onto
obiadek,
something like
coś
the
tam mnie
Teal Mask
ominęło,
Ogre
nie
Pawn,
wziąłem
the
jeszcze
Regidrago
Braiska.
be on the bench.
No trochę ominęło,
That way
Pedro
Pedro
poddał
can
tę
also
pierwszą
find a
grę
way
i
to
tutaj
take
na
the
ten
first 2
moment
prizes
nikt
in
nie
this
wziął.
matchup. Instead though, it's going to be Iono and that Area
prizów.
Zero. So Pedro may understand that it could be
No
a
i
little
tak
bit
jest
too
takie
much to
trochę.
reach for. and may just want to take the one prize right
No,
now
ale mamy
and
na
get these
kombinację
Pokemon to play.
Dick
Yeah,
Pidgeot Candy za
alternatively,
coś
if you
ten
find
deseń.
something to gust off of
No
this
tak,
Iron
gdzie
that
jest,
was fetched, you
no,
could
najpierw
just go
Pidgeot,
and grab
a
the
potem
Squawk as
Zark.
well, because even the Charizard can KO that, right? 180 damage base will still be
No.
enough. So yeah, he's gonna grab the free fire
Jest
here,
ta
and I
wersja
think what
czarka.
he
No,
attaches
no,
to
się
is
jakoś
gonna
tak...
be very telling as to what he thinks the best method of attack is, and it's gonna be what a piece on.
No w Japonii coś
Oh,
na innym.
okay, so maybe yeah, like you were saying, take
Przebija
out
się
cover,
ten
but do it
czarek,
with
ale...
fan Rotom for good measure. Why not?
Bring up a one prize
No
Pokemon,
mamy...
sort of
To się
force
też
that
nawet Giratina powoli
awkward-ish
zaczynał.
prize trade for Otavio. Fan
Przebitkę
Rotom is
robić
always
z
a liability
Ampersandem.
later on in the game if it
Kurwa,
ever
co,
takes
że
one damage
Sylwiona?
counter, even if it doesn't have
A
damage
dlaczego
counters on it,
pomysł,
thanks
muszę
to
przyznać.
the Hawlucha being in the deck for Otavio, it can always be knocked out
Giratina ze
on the bench
Sylwionem, no to
via
będzie
Phantom
szalej.
Dive. So we'll see both players get their hands shuffled, put on the bottom of the deck and draw
Tak.
6 thanks to Iono. Pedro, as of right now, though, will be striking first and taking the first prize card if he chooses
to
to knock out this
sens,
level.
Yeah,
faktycznie.
I like it a lot. I think it
Możemy
makes,
zrobić tego
out of all the things to KO
160 i
Fluffer with,
jeszcze
it
tak
definitely makes the most sense. And then
na
you have
upartego
your Trap goes and
trochę
Charizard
takie
ready to go
rok,
with
ale...
just one more fire attachment needed on
też
either
coś-
one in order to start attacking with them. And there it is. Is it,
ciekawe.
the Assault Landing. Do you need a stadium in play for it to work? But then it just does
Bardzo
7
ciekawe
damage, 1
zagranie,
combat
czyli
energy. Not
zamiast-
bad at all.
Not that at all, indeed, as Otavio brings up
Czarka,
this Reggie
gramy.
Drago V to start the turn. Again, some important resources. Don't think we've seen any energy switch be played yet. That is going to be a key piece. Otavio
Ja,
needs
tak-
to find
no, jak
at
skończył
least one of
meczyk.
those this turn. Can, of course, manual attach
No
and
to
energy
raczej
switch away.
pójdę z
I
psa.
just saw that actually Pedro took a fire energy, his last fire energy that was in the deck from the prizes. So actually it was a very, very good find from the prize cards there.
Yeah, wow, very interesting for him to, make this play, knowing that's the
Yeah,
case. Of
that's
course, if this
Czy
man
będziemy
Rotom is
szybko
ever
patrzeć.
knocked out or can retreat, then of course the energy can get shuffled back in. But it is sort of, some interesting inclusions. Only playing 4 fire energy, it feels like it keeps going lower and lower with all these Charizard decks over time.
I guess you do have the Night Stretcher, right, which you always search for, so that maybe he felt confident with that, knowing that the fan Rotom was likely to be KO'd, and so that's why he went for it. But then you just get the fire energy off the prizes, and you're good to go anyway, so that's just a bonus.
And Giratina V-Star now hitting the discard pile for Otavio, so that is always
No,
a
jest
big
Giratinka V-Star.
one-punch option that exists,
Znaczy,
especially
chcemy
on a
to palić.
Pokemon like Pidgeot
Bez
EX
numeru.
that makes Pedro's deck run and
Giratina
function
z
consistently,
Sylwianem?
and
Czemu
also
by
gets
nie?
knocked out via that lost impact due to perfect math.
And found the Prime
To
Catcher as
może
well
być
off
równie
that
dziwne
flip
co
the
z
script.
Banetem.
So as long as this Regidrago V-Star can get set up, they will be able to take a knockout on this pitch up with this Prime Catcher.
We'll see another Teal Dance be used, this time the
Czyżby
first of the
byłby
turn.
atak
Putting another
z
energy
Ogerpona?
onto
No ja
that
bym...
Teal Match Ogerpon.
Ja
And
bym
another
zaczęła
smart
już
decision
tak...
here, and really run me through this, is that one energy on the Charizard EX instead of placing 2 on there.
Ja bym myślał o
it's
pozbyciu
because
się
you want to make sure that you
Ogerpona.
can attack with either one, right? So, because you
Bo
only want one
Ogerpon
fire
to
energy to attack, why not
największy
give yourself the option?
jakby
And you
na to
want
nie
to be able to
patrzeć.
attack with either the Charizard or the Trapagos, especially given how
A
these damage
Pikachu
rates might go.
chodzą...
That is true. What I'm thinking more so is it, of course, changes the math that's needed for Myriad Leaf Shower. Usually you need
that
just the
too,
3
yes.
energy on, but with there only being 1 fire energy on Charizard, you would have to commit a 4th energy, which means you of course need to play more energy switch down, play more resources, so it kind of does both of those things for him.
Yeah,
Jedyna
it does. I
oferta
think
to
in
jest
this
ten fular
instance,
za
I
200
wasn't
zł.
considering that as much because, like you mentioned earlier, I think you really want to target down this pitch up this
Ludzie
turn.
się na niego
Especially
rzucili?
you having drawn the Prime Catcher, like you said. Without
Ja
this
tego
pitch up, this
potrzebuję.
deck kind of like falls apart a little
Jeden,
bit, right? So you
bo
definitely want to target that
popularny
down as
jest
much as
rozwód
possible.
z Pikaczem. No właśnie.
There is that first energy switch. It does go
Jeden
on
z
to
ważąków
this
prowadzi.
Regidrago V-Star, and as long as there's that Prime Catcher, which there is, Pidgeot is an excellent Pokemon to target down this turn, and with the Mew can just bring the Mew up,
Aha,
retreat
Prime
for free,
Catcher
back
po
into
Pidgeota, czyli się
Regidrago, and
pozbywamy.
Lost Impact can take
Right.
a one-hit
Ja bym
knockout
myślała
onto
nad
Pidgeot.
pozbyciem
The
się
only choice
jeszcze
remaining now is what
Ogerponów,
energies
bo
from
one są
where do
tutaj,
you
no
lost
jednak...
off your Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a tricky
My
one, right? You could,
God.
if you're confident that your Regidrago won't get KO'd, then it's pretty easy. You just do the 2 bench ones. But if you're not confident of that, then maybe you could even do it like here, go for both the active, or you can take a middle approach and go 1 for each. I think that would be the way to do it. But looks like, oh, do we just both
Ja
the active?
zastanawiam
Yeah,
się.
it's tough here because I think with Charizard being the most likely attacker on the
No
following
niestety
turn,
Pidgeot
you
poszedł.
kind of want to have one grass on both Ogerpons so
Oh,
that
so you
they
can
aren't
respond, yeah.
targeted. So I think that's the thought
No to
process for
łoty,
Otavio.
dwie
And in
trawiaste,
the worst case, you can just
no,
attack for turn and play
pięknie.
another energy switch if you want to attack here. So good choice here from Otavio. Takes the 2 prizes, is now in the lead as action is back on Pedro. Pidgeot out of play. There's no Hoot Hoot in play, so Jewel Seeker is not an option, and he's stuck with whatever he has in the hand currently to make something happen.
Yeah, this is a very, very rough spot for Pedro here. Not really left with any options to draw or search any more cards. Did thankfully, as we already mentioned, get that fire energy from the prizes, kind of touched Charizard, but I mean, what do you actually
Chyba tak
attack
będzie,
into?
że
There is a prime catcher in the hand actually, so
Garpona.
maybe you just go for the easy 2-price knockout on something here. Maybe, as you
No
mentioned,
kontrolowanie
target down one of
Garponów
those
to chyba jest
Oglepon, so
ważne.
that at
Jest
least
prime catcher,
there's one more
więc,
grass energy knocked off the field.
You could target one of these Ogerpon, but that's why Otavio placed a grass on each.
And
Wouldn't even
Drapados.
need to use another energy switch, and it's just so likely that Otavio is going to have 2 grass energy with how his deck is built, with how much he is able to search out.
Ciekawe,
energy
czy to
cards
nie
every
będzie
turn.
przyszłe granie
You just really gotta
Charizardem w
think
ten
about what's
sposób.
best, but you've got to at least take
Jak
2
wyrotuje
prizes this
Rotom, to
turn,
chyba
and it
tak.
will be the choice of
A,
actually
bardzo
going
ciekawa
after
walka z
Pheasant
Stevienem.
Dippity, and that is just the strength again of putting the grass on both. Otherwise, Pheasant Dippity would not be knocked out, but in turn, it would be a little bit more difficult for these Ogerpon to be able to attack on the following
Yeah,
turn.
and I do like, given the current board state, I do like the choice of the Festivity. We have seen how strong this card is. Just there's 3 extra cards drawn whenever you one of your Pokemon gets knocked out. Just could be all the difference between having a comeback turn or from outright losing. So it makes complete sense to target this down. Just try and minimize the chances of Otavio finding those 2 grass energy to get the counter attack with the Teal Mask Oglepon.
So Pheasant Dippity now in the
Właśnie
active
gdzieś było
spot
w
due to
Japonii,
Otavio
że
taking 2
też czasami
prizes.
jest też
Burning
tak, że te
Darkness
deki
is
są
dealing
poparte,
enough damage,
coś ty tam
180 and
nie
30 more for each prize card taken. But this is really going to be on Otavio. If he can consistently do what he's been doing, hit
wins
those check
United.
marks every single turn, find what he needs to take 2 prize turns this turn and next, there's really not a lot Pedro can do to take the advantage out of Otavio's court if he can continuously, again, save that Legacy Star. That's going to be the big point to note out of this turn.
He's done it in game 1, and he's doing it again in game 2.
Pezzo.
He's able to find everything he needs without making use of it, and that is so strong. Having said that, though, going to Pedro's side, we do see off of that, that I know that was played right, did actually find a bunny
też
button, so
trzeba
able to
wiedzieć,
find
jak
a
to
mana
wybierze
Hoot Hoot,
Godfather.
and then a Nest Ball as well for good measure, did it find that Pheasant Dippity,
Yeah,
so we'll be able to
Dippity.
do a flip the script. And okay, just some questions about the bench arrangement there, just to make it clear what the extra ones are. But yeah, I think that I like this a lot. And then just going to be the
Tak,
knockout
ja
after
mam
that. Let's see, can Otavio find these 2 grass energy?
2 grass energy indeed. It does also have the second Reggie Drago on the bench already, so that is solid. We'll see what this hand looks like. There could potentially be a counter stadium that could always, of course, force Pedro to go down and bench. So
No
for
tak,
Pokemon,
oczywiście,
as of
ponieważ
now though,
no
Otavio is going
jest
to take
bench
advantage of
rozszerzenie, no
that
to też
extended
tu na
bench
tym
space due
skorzystać.
to the Area Zero, putting that 6 Pokemon into play. And we will also see the energy switch, so
Okay.
this works too. Now all you need is just a Teal Dance ability, and you can place the energy card anywhere else.
Oh,
and
jest
this is
taka.
smart here,
Jest
playing
znalazłem.
down the 6th
No,
bench
no, no, no.
Pokemon first, and now that the bench has
To
been
wam
removed,
to ma coś
both
ciekawe
players are going to have to
Enteja.
discard 1, and Otavio's definitely got
Nie
a
wiem,
very
mamy
easy
Jamin
choice of what he
Tower,
wants to
tak?
get rid of.
Yeah, you just
Fajnie,
get rid of
co
that
no,
squawk
zobaczymy,
ability,
tam
absolutely
coś
no
jeszcze
questions
teraz
asked. So very,
są.
very lovely how Smart
Tak,
heads up
tutaj
play.
nie-
Making use of the opponent's stadium to your advantage is something that's always
nie
really,
wiem.
really good to see.
And the only downside is if
Ale
Otavio
czyżby
had
to
a
miał
way
być
to, maybe get
przyszłościowy?
Pheasant Dippity back in play,
Aha, no został
would have
zmuszony
obviously
trochę
been a
do
great ability
zredukowania
to use this turn.
ławki.
However, now with the stadium being played down, the
Plus
bench
jest
is
też taki,
locked.
że ja
So
się też
there are
mogę
the 2 Reggie
pozbyć.
Drago and the 3 Ogerpon. That's it. Here we go. Big restart here. What does Otavio find? And he finds the Earthen Vessel.
There we
That
go.
is excellent. Needed to find some sort of way to continue the turn off, and this is exactly what he needs. As long as there are energy cards left in the deck, he can find the grass energy for Teal Dance, and then another energy card to commit as his attachment for turn, possibly onto one of these Reggie Drago V-Star,
Czyżby
as it
będzie
may want
miał
to be his attacker of choice in the
Jeżeli on
following
dokopie
turn.
się do
Looks
Braja,
like the deck is a little bit thin of energy actually, thinner than I realized. There's only 1
jakie
fire
cieniutkie.
and 1 grass energy left in the entire deck.
A wiecie o co chodzi.
Those are going to have to be the 2 choices then, but again, don't count Legacy Star out for naught. It is an ability that can be used later on to grab pieces like those super rods that can, you know, put those energy
ciekawe,
cards back in.
ciekawe.
We saw 1 get
No, na
discarded,
Japonii
of
to
course,
grają
on
na
that first
przykład
turn,
Enteja.
We did,
and then
yes.
there is, of course, 1 more available pending. Otavio does not have any in the prize cards, so for now, we'll grab the grass energy. Turn's technically not over yet. Of course, there is a 1 card draw from Teal Dance,
Teal
but again,
Dance.
Otavio's hit everything he needs. From here, cherry on top.
1 card drawn there off the Teal Dance. Restart's already been used. Where does this fire go? I guess go on the other Regidrago riders, but nowhere else where it really makes sense to put it, I think.
Yeah, I think even if this was a grass energy, I'd really like it so that the energies would be split between these Regidrago V-Star
No
for
dobra,
the sole
dobra.
purpose of after this
Wtedy
teal
mogę
dance,
przegapić.
or excuse me, after this teal mask ogre pawn takes the knockout on this Charizard, there's really not a lot of use for it as an attacker later on. So your opponent's most likely going to just want to target down something like the Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah.
Hence why it's probably better to split these Pokemon up. Yeah, now the question here is, how does Otavio want to go about committing his energies for turn?
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? He's looking for his discard pile right now. I don't know if there was a debate about whether there was an energy attached. We know that there wasn't. Like, he can definitely attach it. Oh, he's actually going to go for the Legacy Star now.
So what is Otavio looking for at this point? We'll go ahead and use the Legacy Star. Take a look and see. Oh, well, this Ogerpon only had the one energy on it to begin, so it may have actually just used the Teal Dance. So there is still an attachment left.
Yeah.
I think Otavio may want this Disruption card here, the Iono, since he knows Pedro has a slightly large hand and no access to something like Pidgeot EX. So we'll see the Super Rod go ahead and get played, and this is also due to the fact that Otavio may want to put another Grass Energy into play this turn with Teal Dance so that he can have some to energy switch in the following turns.
Yeah, so this makes that now and then it makes a lot of sense for this to be the turn where you fire off that Legacy Star, find that Iono, find that Super Rod, get the energy back, and then just you can play the Iono, and then you're going to be feeling in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, but to be honest here, the more I think about this, I really wonder if it's worth, you know, disrupting your opponent when you are already in such a commanding spot. I think the biggest concern here, the more I think about this, is a card that we have not talked about yet, and it's that Briar supporter, which is always a concern here for Otavio when you go down. But again, it's in the prize cards here for Pedro, and Otavio does not know that. That is going to be a big missing piece here for Pedro.
Right, because of course because the problem here being, of course, you have that Mew EX down, so that's going to be a very easy Briar plus knockout for free prizes. So playing around that as best as he can, but yeah, thankfully for him, he doesn't know that yet. It's in the prize card, so it's not even a worry.
Any Pokemon, right? Going down at 2 prizes, Burning Darkness is going to be dealing a lot of damage. Now, of course, there is no option for that, no Charmander on the bench, but plenty of Pokemon for Terrapagos to take a knockout. So we'll see Otavio disrupt Pedro, put him down to just a 3-card hand here thanks to Iono. Otavio will get 4, and as it stands right now, it seems like Otavio will be able to take these 2 prizes and cross his fingers, all for naught at this point, since there is no Briar available, by taking the knockout on Charizard. And that's really, you know, Briar having a sneaky effect at being able to steal games when it's available.
Yes, and it's very heads up for Otavio to think about that, of course. I mean, maybe you could think to yourself, oh, is there room for the Briar in this? Because, you know, there's so much different things going on, but you have to play around the chance of it, right? I mean, it is a Terra-based deck, and we've seen that, you know, Terrapagos and Charizard are often playing it, so I think it is more than fair to play around it, and, well, in this instance it won't matter, but I think it would have paid off if the Briar was available.
Yeah, even if the Briar was in the deck, there's still a lot that Pedro needs here. He needs the energy to attack with the Terrapagos, the Stadium to increase the bench. He needs to find the Gusting card as well, and there's only the single Hoot Hoot and Fessidipity to support him in that endeavor. So we'll see exactly what happens. Pedro will use Flip the Script to draw 3 cards. Let's see the hand draws into 3 essentially useless cards. I mean, the Area Zero's not a terrible one, but as it stands, you could take 2 prizes, but if your opponent can just power up a Regidrago V-Star, the game will be over on the following turn.
Yeah, and it's... I'm actually trying to think if he would have had it if the Briar was in the deck, because I think there is an Ultra Ball there, it's Buddy Poppins. I actually think if Briar was available, he would have had it, you know.
That is true. If there was the Stadium, and well, there's the Stadium,
Yeah,
and
there's
also
one that
had
drew.
the Energy card as well. Don't forget that. Drew into the double Turbo Energy, had that. But I think with this Buddy Poffin, if Pedro didn't already realize it, he's going to get the bad news that Briar is not in the deck, and now we'll have to think about what his option is from here on out.
I guess the Charmander would be like one option, right? I mean, if nothing else, you just want to get as many bench Pokemon down as possible so you can do more damage with the Terrapagos. That's going to be key, number 1, regardless of whether you had Briar or not. But yeah, very unfortunate there that Pedro just, with that prize of the Briar, missed the opportunity to really steal the game from Otavio here at the end.
Absolutely, and now the question is, if you're not winning the game this turn, right, if you're just committing to taking a knockout onto this Ogerpon, what is the best thing you can do in your situation, or in your opinion, Freya, to limit Otavio's chances at winning this game?
Well, I mean, there's no Fessidipity out, right? So that's something at least. Maybe now, given this situation, I do believe there is at least one INO left. You can just go ahead and Jewel Seeker, grab an INO and just disrupt the hand and just hope for the best, because, like Rudy mentioned, the Legacy V-Star power has been used at this point. So, were it not for that, I think it would be a very different story, because then it would be almost like guaranteed that Pedro could find the pieces. But with it gone, that definitely changes things a lot.
So there is the Jewel Seeker. So 2 trainer cards found for Pedro. There is also an interesting situation here. You see immediately looking at grabbing the counter catcher to go after one of these bench Pokemon, and I have to imagine that may be something like the Mew EX on the bench that could provide maybe a little bit of support, a little bit of
extra
consistency
draw,
and
yeah.
some draw here.
Buddy Puffin coming in as well. There's 2 more spots left on the bench. Just going to be the 1 fan Rotom down. I think there's probably, I don't think there's enough other Pokemon left to actually get the bench to the full amount, which is unfortunate, because that means you can't quite get the KO on this Teal Mask Ogapon because of double turbo.
Yeah, oh, and actually going to go after this Regidrago V-Star. I wonder here if Otavio does have a switch remaining, since Legacy Star was used. We saw Prime Catcher get used early on. So I wonder here now if Pedro could maybe buy himself some time to take a little bit of a slower approach in this game. Maybe go in with the Terapagos, take a big hit into this, and then finish it off with something like Fan Rotom and leave up a 1 prize Pokemon. So let's not count Pedro out of this game yet.
No, not at all. I can absolutely see it. Super Rod, I don't remember if we saw that used or not, because you'd want to get the Fire Energies back into the deck, say if you want to evolve that Charmander that just hit the bench to the Charizard to clean up the game from there. But it's going to be a close one no matter what. So we're going to see the retreat into the Terapagos here, and it's going to be a unified beatdown, not for a knockout, but it's going to put a lot of hurt into this Regidrago V-Star.
So just looking through the discard pile, I'm not sure I saw a switch in there, and that is, you know, the big piece that Otavio is going to want to find in this situation. If he can find, you know, a big combination of switch, energy switch, and one of those energy cards, the grass mainly that were taken off of the prizes, that could be what he needs to close the game out this turn.
So yes, this is going to be 160 damage coming in, I believe. No, 160 is going to be 180.
180 damage.
Or 190 because of double turbo.
Yeah, 190 because of the double turbo energy. And now Pedro, though not able to win the game this turn, does take, you know, a slower route, a little bit more methodical here. Can always make, you know, some cool plays with Thornton and Cursed Blast. There's some things he can do there. But this is Otavio's opening to win the game right here and right now. Let's see the deck. There's actually, I don't think, any energy switch left, and I don't think there's a switch in there either.
Oh no! Has Pedro just found a way to sneak this win here?
Absolute disaster. That is not what you want to see if you're Otavio, putting that Regidrago V-Star in play. Of course, if it was a V, it would be in the same situation. Yeah, just a fire energy, some grass energies in the hand, but you can't commit to teal dancing those on since you have no energy switch to move. It's just going to be a pass, and let's see if Pedro has what he needs to win the game. There's no Briar, that's the case. But with there being, you know, 1 Duskull at least in the discard pile, if there is a Thornton still, since Otavio is at 2 prizes, Pedro could potentially use a Cursed Blast ability and take the game from there by finishing off one of these bench Pokemon if he's got another way to, you know, gust something up into the active spot.
This is an absolute nail-biter right here at the end of this game 2. We do see the Night Stretcher coming in from Pedro. You can use that to grab any Pokemon or basic energy from your discard pile and put it into your hand, and it's going to eye up that Noctowl. Of course, that Hoot did hit the bench last turn, so can use that to go ahead and use the Jewel Seeker, grab 2 trainers from the deck. I think, is he able to put it together? I think he's thinking about it, you know?
It might be close. Anything is possible with Jewel Seeker. So 2 trainer cards taken out. I wonder, have we seen the Prime Catcher be used yet? There is the Thornton, but the big question here is there one more way to gust a Pokemon out? You can use the Cursed Blast ability, but if it's on anything but this active, it's really going to not have any super solid use in this spot, since something else can come into the active spot, and there's always that fear, right, that there's 1 more energy switch to be able to get that attack if there's not already 4 in the discard pile.
And it looks like I said, the Thornton is going to be the Rare Candy plus the Super Rod. So there was already a Rare Candy in hand. So interesting that he actually opted to, you know, grab a second one here. I guess, does he want to try and set up with the Dusknoir and the Charizard in this turn, maybe? Just clean things up?
Dusknoir plus Charizard the same turn means that no matter what Otavio sends up, it would be guaranteed knocked out from Charizard. So this might be the read here for Pedro. Go ahead and take this turn to, again, set up, give yourself some time, make this play happen next turn so that you can go Rare Candy Charizard, Rare Candy Dusknoir, take the knockout on the active, and then no matter what gets promoted, as long as it doesn't even matter because of that 3 prizes. So even if a 1-prizer comes up, that's all you need.
Yeah, so this is incredibly smart and heads up from Pedro here. Super Rod shuffles in a Dusknoir and a Duskull, and one other thing I think I missed, it was an energy. Nestball coming in, gonna put down that Duskull and set himself up for this win next turn.
Yeah, just have to make sure there's enough rare candy left. I think we've only seen,
There's
we
two in
have
the
seen
hand.
2 used, so without Pedro having any prize, has just enough rare candy to make this happen. So Pedro managing his resources very well, will play the Jock, which can grab that Dusknoir that was just shuffled back into the deck. And with there being everything in hand at this point, as long as Pedro has one more turn in this game, one more chance, he will have the pieces he needs to win. He's gonna pass things over to Otavio and say, if you've got the pieces here, you can close this game out, but I'm not sure it's there. Just the grass energy, gonna attach that to the bench, and I think we may see Pedro be able to navigate this game through.
I think so as well, so he's going to be pass it over after touching the grass. The draw for Pedro, I think he's got it all right. There's the double rare candy.
As long as there's 2 rare candy and enough fire energy to be able to knock out this Pokemon, unless there's not enough fire energy. That's the only concern here with this situation.
He did shuffle one in with the Super Rod, I'm fairly sure, but maybe that's the only one in the deck currently, because he did have to get back towards the Duskull and the Dusknoir.
Well, let's see this go into play. The first step, though, is that Cursed Blast, and he's going to get to take 2 prizes here, and one of those is going to be the Night Stretcher. Is that what he needed here to figure this out? Doesn't even need it, though. Has the boss's orders in hand, so can bench the Pokemon, play boss's orders onto Mew, and despite not having the Briar, able to find another way to close this game out and tie things up at 1-1.
Wow, Pedro so stealing a victory from the jaws of defeat there right at the end. We saw that Otavio was such a dominant position, but Pedro finding a way to claw it back through this intricate 2-turn setup play. I'm so impressed.
And it's so tough because when you see it from our view, it of course made so much sense to hold on to that Legacy Star V-Star power because the Briar was not in the deck. Of course, Pedro's not going to know that, though. Otavio's not going to know that.
Exactly.
And so it's such a tough situation because you have to play assuming your opponent has the pieces that they have, but that game is completely different there if that V-Star power wasn't used on that turn.
Yeah, so rough when essentially you're kind of in a sense making the correct play, playing around your potential loss condition, but it ending up losing you the game because of it. Yeah, well, let's take a look back at that game here. So big KO early on from Otavio as he was able to take out this Pidgeot EX. That was a very big setup stifler in the early stages of the game for sure. And then, but then the Charizard came in and got a few of the attacks going. The response, as you mentioned, setting up the Ogerpon as well to make sure that he could go ahead and take the response KO with the Tiamat Ogerpon. And then we just, in the reply there at the end, we're just piecing it all together over 2 turns with the rescue, with the Night Stretcher, getting the Dusknoir KO on the active, and then Boss's orders to bring up the Mew to close out the game. Wow.
This is really the trademark of a great player in the Pokemon TCG, finding those alternate win conditions. When one door closes, you have to try to pry the other door open, even if it's going to take, a few kicks to knock that door down. If they're waiting patiently behind and they're giving you time to kick the door down, it works out. It's okay.
Yeah, it sure does. Just, yeah, incredible stuff here. But we will be going into this game 3. Now, this is always a tricky thing, right? Because we're in game 3, not a lot of time left. Maybe one of these players can win quickly, but I mean, given how it's been so far, I mean, it's probably going to be a tie, but not guaranteed. We'll have to see how the rest of this game plays out, but not a lot left in the clock here.
It's never over till it's over. Let's not count that phrase as a fact. But the big thing to think about as well, both players are at 7-0-2. So, theoretically, if 30 match points is going to be the cusp for the asymmetrical cut, they could, in theory, afford to take a tie and then win their last 2 matches. It's going to be very, very close. However, we'll see how this game plays out. Not a great starter here for Otavio. Starts this Kyurem in the active spot and will play the Earthen Vessel to find some energy cards. We'll have to see the rest of this hand for Otavio. There's just over 2.5 minutes remaining in this round. Both Super Rod, though, in the prizes for Otavio. Things like the Halucha, also a relevant card in this matchup, but and 2 grass energy too, so there will only be 7 energy total, or excuse me, 8 energy total here for Pedro, or excuse me, for Otavio the entirety of the game. There's nothing else in this hand. It's just gonna have to attach to Pheasantipity, and oh boy, if you're Pedro here, you put the gas on right now. You put your pedal to the metal, and you go, because this is a chance for you to close out an extremely fast game. Don't check your prizes. Don't look at anything. Grab the Pokemon, play them down, and just run with it.
Oh, he knows. He knows. We'll check his prizes for him, and honestly, I don't think those prizes matter too much. Again, the double turbo could be a little bit awkward if you want to get a quick attack with Terapagos, I guess, but generally speaking, I think he's going to be okay with these prizes.
Yeah, and just has to finish this turn, honestly, within 1 minute and 40 seconds. I mean, Otavio could literally just draw a pass in return, so hold on here. Let's not count this out as a tie. Pedro still has a great chance to close this game out. Of course, can't use that Unified Beatdown going second. It's just going to go ahead and bench everything, get a count of how many cards are here, and we'll go ahead and see Otavio draw. What
It's a
does he
Squawkabilly!
find? It's a Squawkabilly. That would have been a great card on turn 1, but that's the only other Pokemon. We're getting a Cruel Arrow powered up. What is happening here, Freya?
It's Pokemon, that's what's happening, Ethan, and it looks like this is a draw for turn. It's a Radiant Charizard, but I'm fairly sure that Pedro's got everything to do an insane setup here. The Terapagos is inactive. You have the Noctowl ready to go, the Jewel Seeker. I think you're going to see a KO on this Pheasantipity.
Just needs a full bench, and that Infernal Rain ability from Charizard could knock this Pokemon out with something like Prime Catcher in the hand. As long as Pedro has the resources, there's only 3 Fire Energy in the deck, and that's just enough here. As long as he can find the Evolution Pokemon, and this is going to be everything. The MVP Jock coming in. That can search out the Pidgeot EX and another Noctowl to get all of these pieces. Now, Pedro most likely will not finish this turn before time is called.
But it doesn't matter, right?
But it really depends, though. Well, he's going to be turn 0. So the way that this works out is Pedro would actually only get 2 turns here is the problem. He would get turn 0, turn 2, and that's it. So with how things stand, I think Otavio having the Squawkabilly might be his saving grace, depending on what the rest of Pedro's turn looks like. So we'll get confirmation here that time is called. As things stand, though, Pedro will be turn 0.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
That is a scary ghost. That is a scary ghost.
Yes, this would be the difference maker, because even with the Squawkabilly, if you can get this Duskull evolved into a Dusknoir, you can take out the Kyurem and the Squawkabilly and still steal the game.
We're going to see the Prime Catcher, the retreat for free, and a knockout on Pheasantipity. What do we see? There's a Teal Mask Ogerpon. That doesn't seem like a big draw in theory, but with how things work, Otavio is going to be turn 1. We'll get double confirmation on that. But if that is the case, then I don't know if there's a way for Pedro to take 4 prize cards in the same turn. It would have to require him to do something like Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Thornton, Night Stretcher, Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and then knock out the active Pokemon. So it's not 100% sealed, but it's going to necessarily be tough. We do see the Ogerpon and the Teal Dance, so we can see some more cards get drawn. This is close, despite this being 4 minutes going into this first game.
Yeah, this is so crucial here. We need to get confirmation of what, because sometimes, you know, the clock that we have here on the stream isn't 100% in sync by the second to the timer that the judges have, so we have to make sure, okay, we just got to have confirmation. This is turn 1 of time. So that means time was called on Pedro's turn.
Okay, so that means Otavio is going to be turn 1. Is there a Squawkabilly in the hand? I feel like at this point that everything is going to work, but it looks like we're getting confirmation here that this is how everything works. I think the big issue to think about is, did Otavio draw a card to start things off? And I think that's the discussion that Pedro is having right now, of clarifying who was turn 0, because it makes all the difference here for Pedro. If Pedro had an additional turn to play this game out, if he had 2 turns instead of the turn that just played,
he's fine.
Then he is in a winning position to close this game out.
It all comes down to this, and this is definitely the discussion that's being had. Who knows, like, it's just a few seconds on the clock can make all the difference in the world, just to give that one extra turn that Pedro needs to, you know, turn a tie into the win and maybe just steal this game. I think, yeah, this is the discussion that's happening now. So we'll get confirmation. The players are talking about it, and we're going to get clarification. As soon as we know, we'll let you know, and we'll carry things on.
Whew. Went through a ride there for those last 4 minutes. I did not expect things to get that out of hand, but that's just the power of drawing well when your opponent is drawing nothing, for that matter.
The
man, let's not underestimate that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn draw for turn.
Yeah.
100%, as of right now, is the deal breaker between 0 match points and 1 match point for Otavio, and between the difference of a chance at top cut and being knocked out of contention for top cut.
Yeah, no kidding. So look, it looks like the head judge is being called over now, just to really clarify things, because yeah, this is we cannot overstate the importance of what turn time it is. Like we just said, to explain one more time, if this is turn 0 of time, Pedro will get turn 1, and then it'll be turn 2 for Otavio, and it'll be turn 3, which means that Pedro has 2 turns to take 2 two-prize knockouts and win the game. As it stands currently, there's a discussion about whether the...
It's turn 0. So as it stands right now, the ruling is that Otavio is currently turn 1.
Okay.
So if that is the case, right, the way that turns of time work is Otavio would get turn 1, Pedro gets turn 2, and then Otavio gets turn 3. So from this point until the match finishes, Pedro would only have 1 more additional turn.
Yeah.
And with the way that this most likely stands, it's going to be really hard for Pedro, with the board that he has now, to take 4 prizes in 1 turn. So that's the big situation here. However, the narrative is completely changed if the situation is different, since 1 more turn means 1 more ability to take a 2-prize knockout, right? That's what this deck wants to do, is to go 2-prize turn after 2-prize turn after 2-prize turn. You miss one of those turns, you miss 2 prizes, and that would result in a completely different game state.
Yeah, and there is basically a debate here, because like you said, the ruling has already been issued, but I guess there was an appeal to the head judge to clarify what's going on, so they're now just reviewing that just to make absolutely sure that that's the establishment that is correct, and that it is Otavio that's turn 1 and not turn 0.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look, those first 2 games were a little bit shaky for this Charizard deck in the beginning.
Yeah, no kidding.
But if you needed any convincing that this deck has power, wow.
Yeah.
That turn was beyond textbook. That turn was almost perfection of what this deck wants to do in testing. I'm sure maybe that when Pedro was playing this deck in testing, you know, trying out this concept, he probably had a turn like that, saw everything happen, and then thought to himself, wait, this deck is broken. Why am I not playing this deck for my event?
And then decided to play the deck for the event.
Exactly.
And now yeah, then he's on stream around center here at the feature match. But yeah, wow. My personal takeaway from this is that I got to experiment with this version of Charizard to Trap Ghost, because it's funny, because I was talking about it at the start of the match, right? I thought to myself, what would be really, really great if I could use my Terrapagos to easily KO a Raging Bolt EX, because 240 damage, you can hit it with Terrapagos, but usually not when you're playing the double turbo energy that reduces the damage to 220. But then I was thinking, oh, you decide with the Glass Trumpet, but then you have a little bit of clunkiness. But Pedro's cracked it. He's like, you know what's a really good basic energy accelerator? Charizard EX. Do you know what's a really great late game attacker? Charizard EX. Do you know where the synergy, because there's already Red Candy in the deck anyway? Charizard EX. It's all there.
I'm just going to say Charizard is the most broken card in all of Scarlet and Violet. I have been saying this since day 1. Burning Darkness is already a ridiculous attack. Grass weakness, especially before Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, the best weakness to have in the game.
Yeah.
By far. Grass Pokemon were fairly weak.
Yeah, there's no really mega relevant grass decks until Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
And then on top of that, you have an Excel 3 on Evolve ability. I mean, look, Charizard takes 2 energy. Why does it not Excel 2, Bram? Why does it accelerate 3? It's just so extremely powerful, and you see even how that extra energy makes things flow so much more smoothly, right?
It does, yeah.
Power up your Terrapagos, put the energy on the Charizard, you play around some of the cool math from Teal Mask, right? Your only weakness-based threat in the format, and then next turn, just manual attach and you're good.
Yeah, it's and not just in this deck as well, but in general, that it makes the flow for Charizard deck so much better, because you're not just essentially using the ability to power up itself, like attaching 2 energy. You get that extra 3rd energy, and you can put it wherever you want. You can put it on a Pidgeot if you want to attack with that blustery wind. You can set up a Radiant Charizard. How many times have we seen that before? Setting that up, it's yeah, Infernal Rain, a redonkulous ability.
So we'll wait for everything to get confirmed out. Of course, we're having a discussion currently with the head judge as well as some other judges. We want to make sure everything is cleared out. And honestly, Freya, this decision will define what happens in this game.
Yeah, this decision will be the difference between whether it is a tie and a win. If we're going by the clock that we had on the stream, it is correct as it stands currently. I do believe it went to 0 when it was Pedro's turn. But again, sometimes there's a discrepancy between our stream clock and the clock on the table. So just want to make absolute sure that we've done it right here.
That is a lot happening very, very short. I mean, these are the best situations, at least from a viewing perspective. It's you go into game 3 with little time on the clock, you're thinking, oh, this is going to be a draw, and then we get some action. We got to love action. This is what we live for.
Yeah, it absolutely is what we live for, and we see Pedro there just trying to explain the situation, right, from his perspective. And yeah, like you said, this is the difference maker between a potential win and a tie, right? So it makes absolute sense that he wants to, you know, make sure that this is how that it plays in his advantage. But he's just trying to explain things from his perspective, right? So yeah, we will see what the final ruling is, but for now at least, we're just gonna be we're waiting to see what happens and just talk about these two decks. Both these players, I mean.
I just wasn't expected to cool down this quickly. We were right in the heat of the moment, and then this happened. So you know, I'm processing everything. I'm taking a breath right now. Hopefully, viewers at home, of course, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, any of our social media platforms, make sure you guys use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. By the way, share your thoughts on this match. This is by far the most intense game 3 that we've seen through all of this, and it's not intense in terms of back and forth, but it's just the opportunity that sort of presented itself out of nowhere. After, look, if we went into a percentile of who was favored to win this set, the second turn, after the second turn had finished for Otavio, we probably would have been at 85-90% for him to win.
Yeah.
He was doing everything he wanted to. He had saved his V-Star power. He was drawing excellently. And then all of a sudden, Pedro took that game out of nowhere, even after prizing the Briar, found his win condition over the 3 turns of evolving using the Dusknoir, gave himself a berth into a 5-minute game 3, and now all of a sudden is right knocking on the doorstep of give me those 3 match points and let me into being almost towards that top cut with 1 more win.
And the irony, of course, all of that possible because Otavio felt forced to use his Legacy Star V-Star power early to play around the Briar that was actually just prized anyway.
It's so tough. I think 95 out of 100 times you have to make that play.
Yeah.
I think there were too many cards for what I recall. I think like 8 or so cards in hand, and you have Pheasantipity as well to draw cards. It's almost certain at that point, right, that you're going to have access to Briar Countercatcher.
Yeah.
Because that was the play. It was just minus the Briar, right? It was Countercatcher on the other Regidrago, and then that was it. But I do wonder, thinking back onto that turn, if you were losing to a counter catcher anyways, because we're thinking about the Legacy Star discard, it discarded 2 Iono, the Super Rod, and then a couple of energy cards. I don't think it actually discarded the switch, and I don't think it discarded the energy switch. So if you were going to lose to the counter catcher regardless of if you used your V-Star power, or you were going to lose the counter catcher if you used your V-Star power, regardless of if they had Briar or not, would it have just been worth it to save the V-Star power? And that's what I'm going to have to look back on in that game and really think about the resources. Because if it was a loss either way, then it 100% would have been better to hold the pieces and say, look, you have it, but I'm going to give myself a guaranteed win next turn.
I guess it was just because, right, if there was a Briar, the win was so simple, right? It was just basically like search the Briar, because I think you could just hit the active, right, and take 3 prizes off of it. So I think that's kind of why he made the calculation there in that regard. But I guess the other way to think about it, though, is more along the lines of even after Iono, right? If the Briar wasn't prized, he still would have been able to put together the turn regardless. He
needs like one of the 2 pieces. He needs to find the Briar or find the counter catcher off of the 4 cards plus the draw plus the flip the script.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. But I mean, I don't blame Otavio for making that play in the moment, because it's so hard to see the resources a lot of the times with Regidrago. You think to yourself, okay, my opponent's playing counter catcher, they're just going to play counter catcher to close the game out.
Yeah.
Not to stall up the Pokemon, hit it, and then eventually build Dusknoir out of nowhere over the course of however many turns. So it is a really hard play to see, but it can be, right, those really small things that seem, you know, small or sometimes even important in the moment, but it's just one decision. And that's what it can take in Pokemon. One decision can make or break the situation.
So we just had word that currently the head judge is actually reviewing the footage to make the final determination as to whether the time was called. So that's going to be kind of the ultimate call there. And so as soon as he's done reviewing, he's given his ruling, we will know for sure how this game will play out.
It's going to be a big one.
It is.
This is going to be probably the biggest decision here in terms of, you know, judge calls on this stream. We saw a pretty big one in terms of, you know, the match yesterday with Cloth versus Regidrago. That was, you know, a pretty long judge call. So we'll get the action resumed as soon as possible and fill you all in on what ends up happening in this match as the head judge comes back on and gives this deliberation.
Yeah, so it looks like he has reviewed the footage there. We can't quite hear what the judges are saying, but we have like a sort of like lasers letting us know what's going on. So as soon as we know, you'll know. But don't worry, we're not trying to like stall here on purpose. We just want to, you know, keep you. As soon as we want to let you guys know as much as soon as we can.
I don't think anybody wants to stall in this spot.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
This is a high action moment for the TCG. This is a big match between two big players. We're going to see exactly what happens. Of course, you know, both players pleading their case and figuring out what the proper situation is. And that is, you know, one of the nice things that we have of being on stream is the ability, right, to review the footage and get clear confirmation of everything that's happening, and we'll see how things play out.
And I don't want to assume too much, but it looks like Pedro is like shaking his head, not feeling very happy here. I think it is confirmation that it is, yeah, that Pedro, that it's turn 1 of time for Otavio. So with that, door closed, and it looks like it will be a tie because of that.
Yeah, there comes that squawkabilly down onto the bench as well, and you see Pedro knocking his cards down, thinking, is there a way? Also using that Prime Catcher to bring up the Radiant Charizard, and that is very big because there is no copy of Raw Switch in Pedro's list. Just has the one copy of Professor Turo to be able to move this Charizard out. And if you're using your supporter for turn on the Charizard, you can't use your supporter for Thornton, and I think that might just be it in itself, even if Pedro had a ridiculous combination of cards.
Wow, so Ultra Ball being played will discard a Super Rod and an Area 0 under depth, so the last Area 0 in the deck going to the discard pile. And yeah, I think he's just going to try and look through to see if there is anything, but I don't think that there's any way here. I'm fairly sure this one's going to be a tie.
So what seemed to be was not. What was so close, it's not able to be enough for Pedro here. He's going to go ahead and still grab this Dusknoir, so he can go ahead and, you know, choose to knock out this Kyurem with that Cursed Blast ability, and then if a Pokemon comes up into the active spot, no matter which one, as long as there are 7 Pokemon on the bench, since there's no damage reduction thanks to there being 2 Fire Energy, Terrapagos can take another knockout as long as there is that Professor Turo in the hand.
Yeah, so Rare Candy into the Dusknoir, Curse Blast, will knock out the Kyurem. 1 prize taken. What's the prize?
Don't know if it necessarily changes a lot, and there is that Turo again. So Professor Turo brings up the Radiant Charizard to the hand. Terrapagos comes up into the active spot, and we're going to see what looks like the bench be completely filled. A knockout onto this, and the Squawkabilly will come up. The pass will happen, and that is going to be it. It will be a draw between both competitors, so a bit of a sad ending, you know, to what seemed to be an eventful and exciting Game 3. However, have to reiterate again, a tie does keep both of these players in potential contention for top cut. And honestly, with the display that both of these players put on for us, I'd love to see either or both of these players make it to top cut. What a set, Braille, what a set.
Yeah, what a set indeed. Now, actually, there was something else that I was wondering if there could have been a potential for some ridiculous play where you go for like a double Dusknoir with Thornton.
That was the idea, but by Prime Catchering up the Charizard, right, you commit your supporter to the Professor Turo.
Yeah.
But what a set this was. Off to the bat, Otavio dominated in Game 1. It was the quick Regidrago V-Star on the second turn, combined with Pedro having an extremely slow turn to get things set up that allowed Otavio to take reins of the horse and lead himself to a victory, especially with big responses and the Teal Mask Ogerpon, which is not in the deck to attack, being an excellent attacker into the bulky Charizard EX.
Yeah, with that grass weakness, of course, being able to hit with that Myriad Leaf Shower, you know, the free energy plus on the Ogerpon plus the 2 on the Charizard to attack makes it the perfect match to hit weakness for the knockout, and that's why we often end up seeing that happening. In the rest of that game, we saw that in Game 2, just taking knockout on that Serendipity was the best thing to go for, given that Otavio set up very cleverly with those 2 Ogerpon on the bench, didn't have the return knockout on the Charizard, and we thought that might be all she wrote, but Pedro, with the insane recovery turn, with Otavio being forced to play around the Briar in his mind, he left the opening for the Legacy Star having been used here, bring up the Mew, and just take this, over this 2-turn setup, a crazy comeback play with the counter catcher on the Regidrago V-Star.
And you saw the timer right there, only 5 minutes going into Game 3, but Pedro gave himself a fighting chance to close things out. It could have been the difference. 15 seconds could have been the difference between a win and a tie for Pedro. And in the end, it just wasn't enough. Was able to, get down to one prize card to finish the game off. But one prize card too little. It will be a tie. Both players still undefeated at 7-0-3, but plenty of work still to do. They're going to need to win at least their last 2 rounds to have a chance at making that asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, it's good. And we don't even know fully what the cutoff it will be at the end. Yeah, it's the way it works. The asymmetrical cut is it's kind of similar to how in the past you do bubble in or bubble out depending on your opponent's win percentage. So as long as your win record is as good as someone who did make the top 8, you're in top cut, and that's when we get the asymmetrical rounds.
It's going to be really interesting to see. Of course, we are at a field of about 1,500 players going into this event. We've seen sort of some numbers in events where the cut is clean. A lot of times there's been bigger bubbles. I think the most we've seen is about 2 play-in matches at one of the Europe regionals a month or so back. So that was the most recent example. But sometimes, it could be nice and clean. It's going to be pretty hard to know if there's going to be 8 players, though, at 10, 1-1 or better. If there's just one, if one player slips in at 8th seed at 10-2, then all the players at 10-2 are going to make it into top cut.
Now, I don't know about you, Ethan, but I am absolutely exhausted after that judge call. Why don't we get to Ryan and Chip over to take over from us, or Kyle and Chip rather. But we'll take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our next round of feature match.
Hello, I'm here with
João.
Joao. Do you play Pokemon TCG Pocket?
Oh yeah, I'm really loving the game.
All right, so tell us a little bit about your TCG Pocket experience so far.
Oh, it's a very amazing game. Like I started on the launching day and I still play it every single time because it's so fun. Like to open the package, organize your binder, because it's the real experience of on the physical TCG and now online, because you can organize your binder, open package. It's so amazing. In the battle, it's amazing.
I mean, you look very excited when you're talking about TCG Pocket. I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, I really loving the game.
All right, well, there you have it. Lots of people getting to experience Pokemon TCG Pocket. They're loving it, and they're everywhere. Yeah. Let's get back to some Pokemon action.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't wait, 'cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Tread. It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that UEX.
He found it.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
2022, and 2023 all top 6 teams placements.
I'm Evan Pavelski, and I'm from Wisconsin.
Now you are the world champion. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. I started competing in 2018, was my first competitive season, and I went to Worlds that year and got top 32, and ever since that, kind of kept on playing and went to the next 4 Worlds, including this one, so.
From the United States, Evan Pavelski!
I was on stream in 2019, I believe, at LAIC, and I was playing against Benny Billinger, one of my good friends. It was not a good matchup, and he played a card that kind of destroys my whole deck.
2019 Memphis Regional Champion, top 16 Madison Regionals, top 4 at the Origin Special Event, and then a top 8 at Collinsville Regionals as well.
But yeah, this is my first top 8 at a Worlds yet. I have 3 other top 16s, but this was my first top 8, so.
He found it!
It's the canceling cologne here.
My favorite memory is probably just traveling over the world, all around it, and seeing new places, meeting new friends, and competing. The player I look up to most is probably Braden Elford. He's given me multiple decks and has a really good game knowledge and really good at meta calling and making new decks.
That's the game. Evan Pavelski is your 2024 senior champion here.
My #1 goal was to probably have fun and after this, you know, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Our trading card game senior champion, Evan Pavelski!
Probably my best advice would be to play a deck that you're very comfortable with, and don't try new decks the day before the tournament unless you feel like you're really confident with it. Be confident in every match, in every game that you play. What Pokemon type? A dragon, so I can fly.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory. They went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win. They came to be immortalized. Immortalized.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to our international championships for the Latin American region down here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Chip Ritchie. I'm joined here at the desk by Kyle Sablehouse. We'll be taking you through our last 2 rounds of Swiss. Round 11, round 12 coming up very soon, and then we will know who will be a part of our single elimination top cut. An exciting time in a Pokemon tournament, Kyle. I cannot wait. I'm sure you're excited as well.
Yeah, man, you start to think about all the times that we were going for those championships, and this is a very confusing time for players. You know, you're trying to lock in, get all those points, but you're also thinking about what could your opponent be playing. You're playing against the clock as well. There's so many factors that go into this. Have you played enough Pokemon to be ready for this chance to potentially win the next 2 matches and make it to the top 8?
Yeah, I mean, it all really does come down to just a couple of games at this point. The difference between thousands of dollars or walking home with just a few packs and some championship points as well, which is not a bad prize. Let's not get it confused, but I mean, the competitors here, they want to go for the trophy. They want it all, without a doubt. And, you know, we'll be focusing mostly here on matches that are heading into Top Cut, but there's tons of other matches happening. Players who are eliminated from Top Cut, there's still a ton that they're playing for out there.
Oh, yeah, we saw the points breakdown that these players can receive a bunch of points to potentially get themselves closer to the World Championships, but also the money that's at stake here as well. We're talking about $2,000 for some of these players, and it goes even further beyond that, too. So hopefully those players have that opportunity ahead of themselves and get the job done.
Yeah, incredibly high stakes matches without a doubt. And we've got plenty of players out there who are very familiar with the situation, you know, former international champions still fighting for it, former players who, you know, been competing for top 8s, who've gotten into these cuts before but haven't quite been able to lock up the finish. And then there's tons of players out there who are experiencing this for the first time.
Yeah, and it's so exciting for them to have that opportunity, but also for those players that have already achieved that glory, have won this international before. We know that we have some players that are in that position, and it's so exciting to think that they may be able to do it again and cement a legacy, unlike only
witam z powrotem. No tak.
I think,
No oczywiście jest informacja.
multiple internationals, of course, Tord Reklev with his 5 IC wins. Be a while before someone catches up to him, and then we've got players like Azul Garcia Griego and Gustavo Wada, who both won 2 international championships apiece. To add yourself to that name, 3 players would be pretty wild.
Yeah, it's incredible to think that we might have that opportunity here now already, and it's a lot of interesting decks that we see as well too. To think that we're at the end of this format, and at least this card pool that we have here now, but we're also seeing so much innovation.
Yeah,
it's so exciting. I mean, Pedro, that was insane.
Yeah, I don't know to call it a Terrapagos deck or a Charizard deck. I mean, it really is like a 50-50 split almost, and it can play as one or the other depending on the situation. I mean, you've got to give massive props to both Pedro Pertusi and William Azevedo. I mean, they're the masterminds behind their testing group. They work together tirelessly. They, of course, popularized the Arvinzard engine at the very beginning of last season, which then became the normal way to play Charizard decks. Even to this day, many Charizard players, they've continued to push the envelope and find maybe the next new innovation.
I'm sure if you ask them which of the decks it is, they would just say yes.
Yeah, I mean, so many random supporters that you don't see all that often. The Thornton getting into the mix, the Jack as well. Getting you just what you need sometimes, you know, Noctowl for Jack gets you Charizard and Pidgeot, pair of rare candies, and you are set up and ready to go.
Yeah, it's wild to think that innovation's already here. I mean, there's still an opportunity for us to see that later on in the tournament too,
No a tutaj może być problem, bo ja najpierw jestem na ligu, a potem jestem na imprezie urodzinowej, więc no to będzie póki co no nierealne. Co ciekawe, i tam można zobaczyć wszystkie, no w wszystkich kategoriach wiekowych.
They did lose their last game, so 9-1 now. Leonardo Walbridge at 9-1 with the Iron Thorns. We got Jackson Ford, who we did see tie in round 1. He's sitting at 9-0-1, currently going up against Isla Kornolf from Finland, who is here playing Golden Go at 9-1. I mean, what the heck?
You know, that's just sometimes we want to count a deck out, and you should never do that because it can surprise on and off. I mean, we featured Golden Go on the stream earlier, and it just did not seem like there was any world where you'd even take a few prize cards. And sure enough, fighting all the way until the very last turn of time here.
Then we've got at table 2 this round, Fabrizio Inga Silva. We saw tie on round 1 up against Jackson Ford. He will be playing against Brent Tonneson, who's 9-1. Brent on the Reggie Drago. You know, name a more iconic duo, Brent Tonneson and a deep run at an IC.
Honestly, the Wet Goose can just do whatever he wants at this point. He's been traveling all across the world, and for good reason. I saw him posting earlier on Twitter that the easiest way to just go to all of these big events is to do well at all the regionals. It's like,
just snowball it forward.
We figured that out. We just can't do it like you do.
As it stands with
no tutaj jest z opcją atakowania.
It looks like we have got
ona nie jest za dobra.
Who are still in contention
no trzeba byłoby tak poczekać. Rzeczy to
More than likely, 30 match points will be the mark that players are needing to get. We'll know more certainly after this round, once pairings go up for the next round, kind of what things are looking like. But I'm excited to get into this Swiss round 11 match. I think our players are ready. Let's get down to the table, and we've got an extremely exciting one for you now.
A teraz mamy Henry'ego Chała versus oczywiście Diego Raichea. Henry Chao ma już na koncie invite'a w postaci oczywiście zwycięstwa w Baltimore ze swoją turbogardą. No i oczywiście też Henry wyznaczył trochę nowy standard, jeśli chodzi o właśnie Gardę War w przyszłości. No i mamy oczywiście palkę z duchami, co może być trochę kłopotliwe. Tak, Henry w wielkiej gardzie jest, ma warto zaznaczyć na koncie również top 8 w zeszłorocznym NACA, więc no, jest to gracz, który ma już swoje doświadczenie. Tak, nie da się nie zauważyć, że Henry zmieni sposób spostrzegania gardy.
So many of these very important staples of the deck. If you can take down the Ralts or the Curlias before you see that Gardevoir EX, there is no way to.
No i co ciekawe, mamy jedną energię. Tutaj, no ciekawe. Chao nie ma najgorszych oczywiście prizów, no widzę, że Evo poszło. I co ciekawe, niestety u Diego gorzej, bo tu dwa palkie! Dwie palkie! Ujo! Ale spokojnie, od czegoś jest Heavy Ball.
He prized his one single copy of Darkness Energy. No. The Monkey Dory is such a vital part of this deck. Moving those damage counters around, healing your own Pokemon, and then also boosting the effective damage output you have. How much reach you can have in any given turn. That is something that is going to be a big deal.
Well, this will be an exciting one for sure here, Chip. See both our players starting things off there. The free retreat Mew, but just a pass of the turn.
Not too much happening there. Benching the Greninja.
Czyżby Driecho nawet nie zrobił nawet attach pass?
Henry Chow does start that Monkey Dory. Not going to be getting much value from it. He does have a pretty strong opening here.
Widzę, że chyba dalej jest Secret Box akurat, bo chyba tak mi się wydaje, że to jest Secret Box.
Oh, there's a little more there, Chip. There's a secret box and a research, it looked like as well. So plenty of opportunities here to get the ball rolling. Just want to get
on ma sprajzowane jedno Evo. Widzę, że Henry liczy ile mamy. No to ma jedno.
Immediately identifies, hey, where's that dark
energy?
Yeah, and I think that is the very first thing we see being written down on the notepad.
Just a big moon.
No, yeah, no darkness energy available just yet. And yeah, the secret box was kind of the new technology in this Gardevoir deck that Henry brought to the forefront when he won the Baltimore Regional Championships. What kind of reach does it give to these Gardevoir decks for maybe anyone who's not totally up to date with what this speed Gardevoir deck can do?
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to search out the exact pieces that you need to go for a turn 2 Gardevoir EX is exactly what you're looking for with this strategy from Henry. You can put on a ton of pressure, potentially even knocking out a Pokemon like this Mew EX in the active spot on the second turn because of the way that Henry speeds through all of his initial strategy.
I do also just want to give a quick little call
no i tak, mamy oczywiście Greninja.
V-star marker that Diego has on the table.
Tak, mamy już Greninja, no tak, Driecho chyba sobie
back at LAIC in 2018, he ended himself to 2 cards and found the Lycanroc GX to pull off the game-winning play against Azul Garcia Griego. One of the most electrifying matches we've ever seen in the Pokemon TCG. Diego paying homage to that with his V-Star.
No i oczywiście mamy Helibola, żeby właśnie móc... Tak, oczywiście Chow zapisuje, co jest w price'ach, no i rzeczywiście price'y może, no...
6 years later, getting the job done, it's pretty fantastic.
So we see the prize cards being shuffled after this Hisuian Heavy Ball. Things are going to be rearranged a little bit based on where they were previously, and sure enough, that secret box waiting in the hand. It is a pretty costly A-spec. You have to discard 3 cards in order to get its powerful effect, but its effect is that powerful. You get one of every type of trainer card, 1 supporter card, 1 stadium card, 1 tool card, and 1 item card, and add them into your hand. It can create all sorts of crazy plays.
Tak, no i mamy oczywiście tego Secret Boxa i faktycznie jest tu Secret Box. Wiecie, no co tam w pudełeczku możesz mieć? Co ciekawe, mamy jeszcze researcha, no i tutaj pas.
Interesting enough, though, Henry, with a professor's research in hand, is choosing not to go for that supporter, choosing to hold off on the secret box. What do you make of that?
We've seen this before from Henry. He wants to slow down and give himself an opportunity to go for almost a guaranteed turn 2 Gardevoir EX. He doesn't feel any pressure with this single Ralt on the bench right now because his opponent didn't bench Palkia
no jest Garda, jest walka z duchami, no tutaj Gego ma takiego problem, bo tam 2 palki. Czy ma jeszcze jedno? To ma duchy, ma Greninja, jest palki z duchami, jest Froki, jest Skłok, no są palki, ale nie ma podstawki palki, więc... wow!
Yeah, which is something that we've seen sneak in. Some players, thinking about some of those lightning Pokemon, Miraidon, giving yourself an answer in there, or potentially just searching out that optimal card, kind of like a bad quick search.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing the Greninja in this one. It is weak to Psychic.
Yep, there
so that could be a problem, but we will indeed see Origin Form Palkia V being found from that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Diego did play that Irida for turn, searching his deck for a water Pokemon and an item card, added them to the hand, grabbing that Hisuian Heavy Ball in order to get this Pokemon, and even prepared the next turn with the Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Now plays a Nest Ball, able to search the deck for a basic Pokemon, added directly to the bench, brings a Duskull to the front of the deck. Had a couple of different Duskulls to choose from, went with the newer one.
I respect it. And also on Henry's side, he's probably identified already. My opponent is really banking on that single Palkia V right now. There's no way that you're using Irida, searching out the V-Star as the water Pokemon of choice, and then going for Hisuian Heavy Ball as opposed to something like a Buddy Poppin'. So as soon as you see that play, you know the second one's already in the prizes.
Henry Chow draws for turn, finds another Professor's Research, immediately uses this Radiant Greninja, discarding a Psychic Energy in order to find 2 more. It is Secret Box time.
Tak,
3 cards will be discarded from this hand in order to fetch all sorts of combo pieces.
This is so great. Look at the rest of the hand to go along with this. Buddy Poppin' along with Ultra Ball and a Research. It's going to be the rare candy. You'll see the Gardevoir come out here as well. And this is a really great opportunity for Henry. If he's able to set up the Gardevoir, but then have the Buddy Poppin' play, he can start to establish a bench so that he can go for Curlias later, but present a threat that has to be checked by Diego.
Only going to grab 3, choosing to leave that Moonlight Hill in the deck, and will just discard that Bravery Charm and the Arven. Gets rid of the Bravery Charm, normally a pretty valuable resource.
Yeah, sometimes when you're going for those big knockouts, you need that extended reach, but in a game where you're expecting to potentially take some knockouts with the Gardevoir and then move some damage with the Monkey Dory, hopefully you get that dark energy. You'll be getting the knockouts on
Dobra, no udało się wyjąć Palkię przy pomocy Heavy
Yeah,
Balla.
in worst case scenario, I mean, there is still 2 more Bravery Charm remaining in the deck, so he still has options in order to reach for big KOs later on. It is going to be a Buddy Poppin' now, filling the bench back up with a couple of Ralts hitting the field. Of course, can Rare Candy the Ralts that has been in play into the Gardevoir this turn. Back in our day, you used to be able to Rare Candy that Ralts right away.
That's right. Why are we waiting here? Let's giddy up. We used to high five here too. That's a 0-card hand down for the Research. Really just looking for one of those prime attackers. But honestly, Gardevoir can get the job done here for you.
Gardevoir can indeed get the job done, but there's not really an attacking option to go with here.
Why not Gardevoir?
You can go with the Gardevoir, but then you do run the risk of that just going down right away. Diego doesn't have too much of a board established. You know Origin Form Palkia V-Stars in the hand, though, and there is already a Duskull in play. Could be a little scary.
I'm getting a little nervous, but also these are sometimes opportunities you have. You see the Drifloon bench, and you're not benching that Pokemon unless you're probably going to attack with it. The math lines up very well here, too.
Yeah, don't even need the Bravery Charm with 3 energies being placed on it from the Psychic Embrace. It will be 180 damage exactly in order to take 2 prizes on this Mew EX and keep that Gardevoir protected and safe on the bench.
Honestly,
No dobra, mamy już gardę, czyli chyba była Candy Garda.
I've watched Henry play countless times.
Co ciekawe, chyba będzie Wubu.
He's the only player that truly embodies this strategy, and it always works to the maximum every time he does it.
Yeah, you can see the benefit of sticking to a
Tak,
deck.
mamy oczywiście naszego już naładowanego.
Playing it the old way back at NAIC, you know, of course the Monkey Dory was the big addition back then, and then making the innovations with the Secret Box. There is that Drifloon attacking into the Mew EX. 2 prizes now for Henry Chow. He is the one initiating this trade. What is Diego going to do to respond? Immediately puts down that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and we even see Spiritomb coming into the mix.
Oh, this is desperation, though. He's just trying to thin down
No i
that
co
hand
tu
to
tu
draw
mamy?
with
Rolu,
the
rolu?
restart.
That's all he has access to, just one
Finds
single
a rare
card.
candy, though.
That's not too bad, able to use this Dusknoir, but I actually don't even know if there's any energy in the discard pile.
I mean, I think
Where does he go from here?
You're just going for a
Mamy
prize card here,
duszki,
Jim. Maybe
dobra.
you find a supporter.
He
No
knows
tak,
his prize cards. Is there even a supporter?
Diego Rariha ma tu
No,
trochę
I
problemów.
Iona, Iona.
No, no, mamy
1 and 6. Maybe the Pokestop? something to continue the draws. Find Earthen Vessel. That Earthen Vessel could be a good draw there too. Looks like 3 of the 6 could potentially help out. Which one does he find? No, the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Probably the
No
worst
dobra, mamy
one.
Curse Blasta w
Can at least get
Ralca.
Origin Form Palkia V, but you're not attacking this turn. It's actually going to be grabbing the Duskull here, leaving
Tak,
that as an
wyciągnął
option
Heavy
for
Balla,
the
no
future.
i
But,
przygotował
if you're a
kolejnego
Gardevoir
oczywiście
player
do
and your
Skilla.
opponent is not
Czyli
attacking
wciąż
by
ma
the
drugą
third
Palkię.
turn of the game, you're feeling pretty good about your chances to win
Co
that.
ciekawe,
Is
no...
Palkia V-Star Pass good, Chip? I don't know.
Generally, no.
Oh,
O
man.
nie,
The
pas!
one benefit that we
Poszło
have
do
here,
atak
as
pas,
Diego
tak,
has already seen, your opponent does not have that tool. They threw it away in the
No bo
discard
problem
pile
polega
earlier
na tym,
on.
że
Is
nie
there a
mam
way
czym
to
naładować
search it out?
Palkię,
To
okej,
get a little more
fajnie.
help now.
And that's probably what Henry Chow is looking for as of now.
No, co oznacza pewnie nie więcej, że
Sealed cards and the refinement, each of those cards drawing a couple. We do see the darkness energy was found off the prize
Patrzę,
as
co
well, Henry
jest.
Chow. That is really, really big.
No dobra, mamy oczywiście tą mroczną, już wcześniej wiem tej złoty. Aby móc oczywiście... No tak, gramy w Pheasant Deeply, żeby wybrać 3 do... No, Arwen.
And that looked pretty nice. I
zagramy
believe
pewnie
that was
Arwena.
Arven found, and that will lead to a very significant draw.
Yeah, that can lead to the Bravery Charm. Of course, Arven letting you search your deck for a Pokemon tool card and an item card and adding them to the hand. Bravery Charm is the initial grab. And then we really don't need any other item cards here as Henry. I think he's happy to thin the deck out, grab this Buddy Poffin for some refinement fodder later on. And it is going to be Henry Chow going down to just one single prize card on this turn.
Yeah, this is
Tak,
Henry
mamy
really thinking of
oczywiście
everything,
Bravery
not
Charma.
only, holding on to
Tak,
that Buddy
mamy
Poffin, but
Charma,
this is also,
co
when you
pozwala
take
nam
this
jeszcze
knockout
bardziej
with Drifloon,
napakować
you're thinking about
tego
how do I get
Pokemona,
another
to sam też
Pokemon
on
that could
trochę
check
może
huge
dostać.
hit points, maybe like that Blood Moon Ursaluna. I'm going to need access to that Drifloon once more. Super Rod, Buddy, we're right back in it.
300 damage from the Balloon Blast, more than enough to KO this Origin Form Palkia V-Star. At this point, it's Henry, you're jumping so
tak,
far
i
ahead,
oczywiście
you just
mamy
have
w
to make
końcu
sure you don't do
szympansa.
something that would throw the game away. You don't want to make
No
any
i co
mistakes in
robimy?
this spot.
No i chyba sobie
Cost you in the long term. Just like you said, Kyle, make sure you can prep for whatever your opponent may have
będę był
on the other
przez
side. We're going to see
Kentery.
Henry choose to thin a few cards out here using the Ultra Ball, discards the Buddy Poffin and the Klefki, finding a Curlia.
Yep, you don't need that Curly at all, but you're thinking about the future. If your opponent is going to come back in this game, potentially it's that Pheasantipity, draw some additional cards, find Iono, and then limit the hand size for Henry. So what does he do? He starts to throw away resources so that his draws start to look a little bit better in the coming turns.
Balloon Blast, 2 prize
No
cards.
i mamy
Goodbye, Origin Form Palkia
280,
V-Star.
Idealnie.
Diego
Tak,
promotes
Diego
this
chyba
Mew
się
EX,
nie
draws a
rozkręcił,
single card,
a
has
raczej
a
ma
switch
problem,
into
co
the
oznacza,
Blood
że
Moon.
lecimy...
Finds the Bravery Charm there
Chyba
on
mu
the
została
prize
tylko
card.
Ursaluna.
Using Restart finds the Prime Catcher. Ultra Ball will play this Ultra Ball, thinning the hand down. This can maybe find something like the Pheasantipity to draw 3 cards with Flip the Script. He does not need any energy cards to attack with this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Worth noting, of course, with that Seasoned Skull ability.
Also to note, there is a potential knockout that could be drawn into without even attacking here. If you find the Lost Vacuum, you can knock out the Drifloon by removing the tool here. But no, there's nothing.
Yeah, Flip the Script doesn't find the Lost
Czy
Vacuum.
doszło do poddania się po stronie Diego i wygrywa Henry Chow? Co tak na to nie wygląda.
Fastest Gardevoir this side of the world, man. Unreal how quickly he moves, and it's flawlessly too. Always finding the right plays, presenting so many threats, but also thinking about the future. It's flawless.
The fastest Gardevoir in the West, Henry Chow, without a doubt taking things down in
Tak,
this
no to
game.
widać, Henry
This is a
Chow
really important
wygrywa
one for both these
pierwszą.
players. They are both at an X1-1 record, 8-1-1 coming into this round. So they
Tak,
need a
więc jest
win
1-0
here
dla
in
Henry'ego
order
Chowa,
to
no on się
continue
bardzo
on. Let's
szybko
get a recap of what happened
i
exactly
sprawnie
in game number
rozkręci.
1. If you're looking for highlights from Diego's side,
No
there's not
widać,
going to be
że
too
no,
much.
tam Diego miał
Yeah,
też
he got to
państwowe
look at a lot of
te
prize
dwie
cards, but
plalki,
taking
co
them was
było
another story.
dosyć
Swinging heavy
bolesne.
ball to check out what was going on there. It wasn't very pretty. An opportunity to maybe get bailed out there with the Iono or the Earthen Vessel was not to be had as Henry continued this onslaught, taking prize card after prize card. Drifloon getting the job done there for some big knockouts.
Players are going to be setting up now for our second game here. I have to imagine Diego will be choosing to go first, not only because it benefits him since he can evolve into his attacker, but you want to try to slow down your opponent's Gardevoir deck. They need to evolve as well.
Yeah, you ever turn 2 Moonlight Shuriken, a couple Ralts? It feels good.
And that is something definitely worth noting because Henry Chow is not playing Mana. He's sticking to his guns, has not been playing that card for quite some time in this Gardevoir list. It's paid off for him very nicely with a couple of strong tournament finishes this season. We'll see if that is the case in this game. Here we go, game number 2. Already things looking much better for Diego Rathji with the start of the Origin Form Palkia V and has a Nest Ball in order to search the deck for any basic Pokemon, adding it to the field.
Yeah, multiple Nest Ball, but the one piece I did not see just yet was a way to find energy. If an Earthen Vessel is sneaking around in the back of the hand, then this could be an insane draw here to find the Radiant Greninja, start to get some of those water energies into the discard pile. You know that's going to be an important piece.
Tak, no i znowu widzę Stars Munduroki, a co ciekawe Diego sprajzowały się dwa nosze. No i tym razem jedna palka, więc jest sukces.
And we do see an interesting tech here. We saw it played in game number 1. Didn't really get to talk about it much though. A one-of Pokemon catcher. What do you think, Kyle?
You know, we've seen some players using the trekking shoes as a one-of or two-of there. Why not give yourself a chance to do one of the most broken things in the game, boss's orders without using a supporter?
Nest Ball for Diego will find that Squawkabilly EX. As you mentioned, no outs to an energy card. Next Nest Ball will get a Radiant Greninja down into play. And so I think that is what Diego is hoping for here off of the incoming Squawking Seas. A way to get some energy cards, a way to get them in the discard pile, and a way to threaten a turn to attack with Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, of course, this is what Diego has to do in a spot like this. Continue to draw through, start to find options. But with two Night Stretcher already in the prize cards, one lost right there, not a lot of ways to recover Pokemon here.
Yeah, Night Stretcher is a pretty important card in this deck. It synergizes very well with the Pokestop engine that you do utilize. You don't mind discarding Pokemon there, because you can always get them back with that powerful item card. Concealed cards, gets rid of a basic water energy, finding a pair of Pokemon Origin Form, Palkia, V-Star, and that Dusknoir, and a pair of Duskull put down to the bench.
Yeah, I'm looking for a Buddy Pop and something to help out here, and he just plays down two Duskull. This is a very optimal start. I'd say the one issue now is you see that Squawkabilly on the bench. That's something that Henry's really going to be eyeing up in the mid stages of this game. Sometimes you don't have that range to go for a big knockout with a Drifloon, but you can incorporate that Scream Tail and take those two easy prize cards.
And it is perfect math as well for Scream Tail to knock out Squawkabilly. No Bravery Charm needed. 8 damage counters on it leads to that one-hit KO. Prize cards for Henry Chow, nothing too crazy. A couple of energy cards could be a big deal. That can be a problem with Gardevoir every once in a
No
while.
co tym razem wyczaruje Henry? No dobra, tutaj dwie energie, Kiria, Garda, więc jest. A ten zespół z Synakreta wart przesłuchania Wendek? O tak, warty. Ich debiut jest naprawdę bardzo dobry. Znaczy jest to godny następca właśnie. Znaczy tam nie tylko syn Koreatera, ale tam jest jeszcze syn Clowna, który gra na perkusji akurat. No i co są naprawdę dumni. O, tego nie wiedziałem. No, to też nie ma żadnych zdziwień, że będą grać jak
My favorite goofball play also is, why not throw a Bravery Charm on it and just stick around?
That is absolutely an option. Then you get into some interesting scenarios. You know, Diego could still Moonlight Shuriken them, and then if you evolve it into a Curlia,
to jeszcze nie jest z moich ulubionych, a już mam lepszą opinię niż kiedyś. No, sami się to zmienia. No i o, Secret Box, już lecimy z wysokiego C. Tak, Henry... się nawet no tam nie wypoli. Tutaj jego wersja zawiera jeszcze Moonhilla, który leci jak się skarduje.
That is the only stadium card in this list, so we will not see a stadium found off the secret box, and it does look like a Bravery Charm goes down as well. Henry Chow will now be able to search for a supporter card, an item card, a tool card, and normally a stadium, but like
mamy Buddy Puffin.
Buddy Puffin finding a pair of Ralts, putting them directly
niedługo tak będzie gra na Gardevoir. Turbo Gardo, tylko że będzie więcej Candy. Tak, no i oczywiście podpinamy pod Munduroki i robimy Kirię.
Hedge! I like this from him. You have to protect yourself in this situation. Give yourself an opportunity to have one Gardevoir EX here. We also already saw a Lost Vacuum hit the discard pile earlier on. It's a 2-of in this deck from your opponent. So the opportunity to get a both Ralts and Curlia, very unlikely.
Yeah, really smart play here from Henry. Could have gotten to Curlia, but doesn't want to just walk into the Moonlight Shuriken of Diego. Over on Diego's side, he is immediately going to kick the turn off with a rare candy into the Dusknoir.
No, zaraz będzie strzelanina duchami. Duchy robią tutaj sobie... No, wiecie co to wtedy.
It is technically possible for Diego to win the game this turn.
First Blast, co ja chcę buchnąć.
I don't think Diego's setup is quite good enough to make that happen.
If there was an energy on the
Aha, wywalamy tą gardę.
Moving this Pokemon out of the active spot, getting those water energies into the discard pile.
No i odzyskuje noszę, no ale...
For now, though, Diego goes for the curse
Mamy
blast,
tylko
carries the rolls with the bravery charm. It does give Henry Chow a prize card, but it does more importantly take that
noszę
Pokemon
po
out of play.
energię,
The
dobra.
Night Stretcher that
No i
is
Greninja.
found off the prize cards is able to be used to bring back the water energy using concealed cards, and that is a really solid draw. Earthen Vessel here, able to get a couple more energy cards. Does he have a way to discard them? Is that an Ultra Ball in the hand?
You see the Earthen Vessel not discarding energy, and then you start to wonder, well, there has to be another way. Hopefully, that's just 2 cards remaining in the hands, but I'm sure he's up to something.
I think he has Prime Catcher in his hand as well, so he can move this Origin Form Palkia V-Star.
Yeah.
He could also go for a play where he just goes Prime Catcher, retreat the Greninja, maybe, something like that, and just KO the Kirlia. Don't go for the Greninja necessarily.
Yeah, there's no reason to knock out, or to deal 90 damage to the Monkey Door. You're not setting up anything relevant. You're losing energies from the board. Why not have those energies onto the Palkia V-Star and continue to push that aggression, as you see there with that great retreat.
Wait, I think he's got it. He can...
No, niedobrze.
I think he could have had it. Does he have Dusclops in the deck? Does he play a Dusclops? He does play a Dusclops. He could have Ultra Balled.
Well, was the Duskull benched this turn? I think that was the issue.
No, Duskull was benched last turn, remember?
Oh, you're right.
We were looking for the Buddy Poffin, and he benched 2 Duskulls.
Chip, you found it.
I think he could have
chyba
had it.
będzie
Yeah, it
jeszcze
was
plan
not
B w
prized. We could have
postaci...
seen Ultra Ball for Duskull,
Dobra, mamy
pop that,
Feza.
put 50 damage on the Monkey Dory, and then Radiant Greninja sweeps the board, but instead, Henry Chow is going to get one more opportunity. Let's not, you know, downplay this situation. It is certainly very favorable for Diego from this board state, but...
98 could have been 100.
Yeah, exactly. We will see Henry Chow kick off his turn with the Iono, shuffling both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. Henry Chow getting 5 cards here, Diego getting 4.
Mamy Feza, mamy Greninja, no to widać już rozłożenie. Noszę.
Well, the one answer you need is to have at least one rolls down.
No
Unfortunately,
to już
it's by
zaczynamy się
way of
rozkręcać, no i
Night
chyba
Stretcher,
będzie
but we'll
troszkę
accept that.
spowolniej.
Either way, this Pokemon is going to get you the rest of the way. It has to be Rare Candy Gardevoir on the following turn if you want to have any chance in this prize exchange.
See Radiant Greninja comes down. There's Professor Research in the hand for next turn. A few of the strong attackers there with the Scream Tail and that Drifloon, but you can't do too much until you have had a chance to get a Gardevoir in play. We will see.
No i mamy szympansa. Tak, Mundoroki zrobi 60 i jest Confuse. A wiecie co to znaczy Confuse? No oznacza to, że musimy... No właśnie, coś wykombinować.
Don't really want to use any other attack right now because you don't have access to your V-Star. You used all of these to get to this point.
Wreszcie zauważyłem, że ja straciłem formę do agrodeków. Na kontrolach. A, tak samo teraz wróciłem do tej rangi, którą przed chwilą. Czy są fakt, że muszę się jeszcze tam poczołgać. No, wiecie, jak się rzadziej gra, to też przez to traci się. No dobra, no jak na razie Nopalka jest skonfuzowana, co oznacza, że jeżeli trafi Tainsa, no to dostaje kolejne 30 po głowie.
Unless you're watching from the audience.
It does make for some exciting moments. Here we go. Restart drawing one single card. It is the Ultra Ball. No switch was able to be found. Now Diego's got to ask himself, are we going for the flip?
Oh, Henry's posture says here we go.
No to ryzykujemy, czy jest... O, Tails! Czyli 30, co oznacza, że ma 90 damage'a. O!
Yeah, have we read Gardevoir EX? Because my goodness, this could be a big play. Research for 7, looking for the rare candy, the Ultra Ball, the Gardevoir, whatever it may be. If Henry finds this, he flips the script
No niestety, kurde. Znaczy można retreatować. No jeszcze szybsze. Turbo Garda leci jak Talala. Mamy kolejnego Ralsa. A to faktycznie trochę to kupi czas, bo wiecie. Mamy skonfuzowaną palkę, która będzie się tylko biła. Ach, to możemy tylko sobie prażyć popcornik. No dobra, mamy Kiria, mamy Nezwolnienie, ciekawie, mamy ewentualny
What's he gonna do now? It looks like a retreat and send up maybe this Scream Tail. No, Radiant Greninja as sort of
O, czyli znowu.
chance to buy a turn.
A,
yeah.
czyżby to jest...
Your opponent is
A, już wiem, o co tu chodzi.
might as well lean into
Bo
it a little
chcę
bit and
podstawić
preserve some of these
energię
very important
tą
Pokemon.
mroczną.
Diego now with a couple of cards will play the Ultra Ball,
Nie
discarding
wiem,
2
o
from
co
the
tu
hand
będzie
to find
kaman.
any Pokemon out of
Więc
the
to nie
deck.
jest taki głupi pomysł, wycofanie mu do Roki, no bo my chcemy mieć jednak tą mroczną. Nie.
I gotta admit, yeah,
Aczkolwiek
it's
sam
pretty tough
fakt,
as a
że
caster for all 3 of those Pokemon
mamy
to be
Day
super relevant.
Dusclopsa?
Duskull, Dusknoir, Dusclops, like which order do they come in? I can't keep it straight, man.
Honestly, it is tricky. They also look the exact same with this art, so it's a nightmare logistically.
Here we go with the restart. 2 cards to be found.
Jest
Looks like the
abencja.
Proteanite
Co
Stretcher and
noszę? No
Origin
chyba
Form
tam
of
Palkia gra
Star. That's
nawet
not very
4
helpful.
Yeah,
takie.
that is the last
No
Night
szydełka.
Stretcher, the other one in the prize cards now. So if you use this resource, you are fully committing to the board that you have to work with.
And that is the only way that Diego can continue to advance this hand. Still looking for a way to
Ten
get
kaczor
out of this
został zużyty,
confusion.
nie mam.
Only way through.
I znowu YOLO! Czy jest... Nie! mam! Kolejne 30!
Dangerous territory now.
No, tak, tym samym też Henry Chow kupuje sobie tak... Tymczasem Henry kupuje czas. No, to jest zawsze overlay
With a few
trochę.
more energies in the deck to work with, maybe what one?
I
Yes.
think it is just one. There were a couple prizes this
No,
game.
niestety
I
jedna
do
energia.
believe. So now he's got the one.
Jakby na to nie patrzeć, a niestety 2 są w prizach niestety.
Pretty interesting here though. Henry didn't evolve
Ale tak,
this well
Henry
to the
kupuje
Pro.
sobie
We've got
czas
refinements
w
off
ten
what you make of that.
sposób.
Yeah, that's a interesting
No
point
jest
as well.
Candy.
I feel like that probably was
Ulala.
a fair opportunity, and maybe just,
Let's
overlooked
go.
that, but you now find the rare candy, and you have that answer, the rare candy into the Gardevoir EX on the far side of the bench.
Arvin is the supporter able to guarantee that rare candy find. Now Ultra Ball is played.
No jest i
grabbing
Garda.
Gardevoir
Let's go.
EX. So now you've got some options
No,
here. You can
niestety
attack
Diego
Gardevoir EX into
miał
this active
trudne się
no, brings up
wylosowało.
KO on the Squawk
Nie
ability
dość,
at
że
this point.
kuźwa musi
Makes
rzucać
sense here.
kostką, żeby w ogóle zadać jakiekolwiek obrażenia, to jeszcze obrywam gratisie.
It seems like
Tak,
a good
i
knockout
atacz
because
z
the
ręki.
energies are placed there. I'm not worried about a Pokemon like a Blood
O,
Moon or
i Feza
Saluna. Nothing's
zabezpieczony.
really going to surprise you in a spot like this, so I guess you take these
I
energies
Turbo
off the
Garda
board.
leci.
Actually, I wonder if Henry Chow had enough energy
no
in the
nie może.
discard pile. He maybe didn't to damage the screen
Palkia
tail enough, so this
poszła.
may have been his only line. It's going to work out pretty nicely though. 2 prize cards here. Henry Chow down to just 3 remaining since he was given
No
that
i
free
tym
prize
samym
earlier
też
from
widzę, że
the Dustin
dodatkowe
Diego
energie
Rocky.
zostały
Promoting the Mew EX into the
odblokowane.
active spot, puts the Pokestop in play. We're going to spin it. 3 cards discarded from the top. A
Ja,
supporter, a
Pokestop,
stadium, and an energy
kolejny
card.
Pokestop
No
i Ridacz i
item cards
nic z
able to
tego
be
nie
added
wiesz.
to the hand here. This
Ale
whole
noszę,
set has
tylko
not
muszę
gone
to
Diego's
naładować.
way.
When it rains, it pours.
No niestety
You see
zostały
this
stretcher,
again, just
żeby
missing
No
completely on
właśnie,
all of those
Pheasant
beneficial item cards.
Tu trzeba sobie
Nice
pomyśleć,
stretcher used
co
for
chcemy użyć.
Pheasantipity. Can it draw out of this spot now? Flip the script.
Drawing 3 cards, but even after this, I mean, where do we go from here? The
Nie
only way you
no.
can clear a bench space is by KOing one of your only Pokemon.
Mamy Heavy
and then your
Balla,
opponent goes down
no
to
nie
just
mamy
2 prize
miejsca
cards.
na benchu, no
What
chyba
do you
będziemy
even put
musieli
into play? I mean, the
detonować.
Blood Moon, I guess,
Ale
would
z
become
drugiej
an option.
strony
That's
to
in
byłyby
the
łatwe
pile.
prizy dla
There's no
Henry'ego.
way to get it back. 3 Night Stretchers down.
Tak, mamy Palkię, no,
Your
znaczy też
opportunity
chyba wiem...
lies in
What?
using
What?
the Dusknoirs,
No
taking
niestety
those
spadła
knockouts,
karta, ale
flanking the
chyba
Night
wiecie,
Stretcher,
każdemu się
and
zdarza
hopefully
za szybko się
combining
wytasować i
Blood
potem
Moon
siup,
with a
nie ma
card
karty.
Iono.
Even then, the
No,
Blood
są
Mooners
też chyba też
Luna,
sobie takie restrykcje.
240 damage.
And then you're stuck
It's
again.
not gonna KO the Gardevoir EX.
You're just stuck in the active after you attack too.
No
It's an issue
właśnie.
we've seen a few times.
Bardzo ryzykowne
He
zagranie,
does have the
mamy
Froakian hand, so
ducha.
maybe we can work to try
Czy my-
to establish
O
the
nie,
Greninja.
Diego poddaje
thinks
się,
that it's not
Henry
worth it.
Chow
There's
wygrywa
so slim of a chance
2-0.
he could come back here.
No,
What a
trudne
dominant
się wylosowało.
performance there from Henry Chow, continuing
Bo
to
po
make a
pierwsze,
run with his
no
Gardevoir.
kurde, jakby zdetonował
It's
ducha,
rare
no
that
to
in a
Henry
matchup
miał
like
łatwe
this, where
dwa
it can go
prizy,
either
tak
way, that you
swoją
have
drogą.
such a dominating performance.
Ezan
When you're
nie
just
pomógł.
one match win
No.
away from making it to the top
No jakby
eight,
zdetonował ducha, to
just that
kurde, no
has to
łatwe
be
2
a great
prizy.
confidence boost, especially when you've been on such a great run.
Yeah, what a win.
Więc
what
tak,
a set.
Henry Chow
Tough
wygrywa
break there for
2-0.
Diego. I mean, it's not like he did really anything wrong. I mean, I guess he could have won
No
game
niestety,
2.
no Feza nie zawsze pomaga, czasami pomaga,
Game one especially,
uchraniając się
man,
przed
that is just one to
Iono.
hate to see,
No
especially at this
chyba,
point in
że
the tournament.
dostajesz...
Yeah, I mean, there's always something to go back and
No
move
też
on
jeszcze
and
nie pomógł
improve.
fakt,
We
że
saw
Palkia
that
była
Henry was
skonfuzowana,
playing
przez co
at his
Henry zdążył
peak
kupić
optimal
czas.
point. throughout the entirety of that match. And it's hard to beat a player when they're running that well.
Yeah, Henry Chow continues to go on a tear here.
Henry idzie dalej.
Season, really making a name for himself.
Ta napalka była skonfuzowana, 2 tesy i kurde dostał. Tylko wiadomo, że przez co garda mogła go czepnąć.
He likes to eat food, and he's doing just that, man. He's been hungry out here, munching up the competition.
Yeah, doing just that indeed. And what's so cool about this Gardevoir deck is it's just got so many different options and so many ways to approach whatever matchup you go up against. It can be a really intimidating deck for, you know, new people to pick it up. You know, if someone hasn't, even if they've been playing Pokemon TCG, they just haven't been playing that deck. It can seem like such an intimidating one, but you can see the benefit there. He's played it for so long. He knows the nuances. He knows the different lines depending on what his opponent can do.
Yeah, when it becomes second nature and you're drawing all of those cards and optimizing to that extent, you know exactly what the best attack is across all these different board states.
Henry Chow wygrał 2-0. Przechodzi dalej. No, a co widać, to będzie ewidentnie przyszły build-up. A tym bardziej, że Diego miał kiepskie pracy, 2 palkie w pierwszej, kurde grza, w drugiej było lepiej, ale 2 nosze zaś. No, plus jeszcze...
Kept his foot on the gas and found that additional resource there in the bravery charm.
Ja miał w życiu, to jest jakiś wypłacony kart.
Knockout there, and Diego just did not find answers. We moved into that
Tak,
next game versus Diego, just trying to press this advantage. A huge opening here.
No ale no niestety tak, małpa nas porobiła, zrobiła brudny biznes w postaci Confusa.
My goodness, did he make quick work of it after a few confusion flips for Tails.
Yeah, with this Gardevoir coming in and taking the one hit KO.
Widać jak dobrze kupiony czas. Warto
was
było.
left with no real attacking options. Just saw the writing on the wall, extended the hand and would send it into
Tak, no Confuse też dużo pomógł Henrymu, bo rzeczywiście, no wiecie, no, kulnąć kostką, by atakować, no i mamy wywiad z tym Henrym Chowem. Znaczy no gość ma już invite'a, więc on już ma tam zagwarantowane miejsce na Mistrzostwach Świata. Jakby ponownie wygrał, no to invite przechodzi na drugie miejsce. No teraz te invite'y też będą przechodzić. Człowiek uratował Gardevoir przed śmiercią. Turbo Garda jest.
Every stream interview I've had, like, this Gardevoir deck is just broken. Like, everyone should be playing it. It just beats everything except Lost Box.
So, I mean, that's the biggest thing about Gardevoir, right? At least as someone who has also played it for a while. The deck was built very differently at the start of the F regulation.
No bo to może być taki przyszły build-up, no bo tak, kiedy, no, a ta strona gra ninja wrotuje, ale Garda zyska tego klafery od Lili z klafery, który właśnie powoduje, że no, że właśnie te smoki zyskują weakness na psychiczny, no bo wiecie.
Even if you played Rare Candy in your deck. But now that you have the extra 3 cards from Serendipity, if they go aggressive to board wipe your Curlias,
też może, ale chyba też będzie nagrany taki rewarum zwykłych z basesetu, który polega na tym, że dyskardujemy energię i dobieramy do 6. No, już dalej są ultrabole w grze, więc no, może nie będzie tak źle z Gardą. Ale chyba też jest duża szansa, że właśnie te Candysy wrócą. Choć może też być też tak, że Garda później zyskuje, bo czasami jest też tak, że to jest taka wstępna rotacja, bo potem nie wiemy co dalej. Jaki będzie następny dodatek. Czasami zdarza się, że po jakimś czasie na przykład no tam doszły jeszcze inne karty, które no, rzeczywiście pomogły lub też zaszkodziły dekom.
But Monkey, man, tell me about what happened through that and the Monkey Dory flips. Were you expecting to even have a chance in that second game after that start?
Honestly, I mean, I thought he was
kupił sobie czas w ten sposób. Najbardziej kupiony czas, jaki można zrobić. Po prostu skonfuzuj palkie. Niech się przeciwnik męczy i módl się o to, żeby Garda miał pechowe kostki. Jeszcze większy gambling. Znaczy wiem, niektórzy żartują sobie, że jak jest karta, która wymaga kulania, no to jest to wtedy gambling.
still required him to flip a lot of tails and draw very poorly for the rest of the game. So I'll take it, but yeah, no, I definitely feel for him. That was pretty bad.
So you're talking high praise for this deck, and it's very valid, right? You won a regional so far this year. You've had good runs, right? Day 2 in Louisville. I know you've sort of developed a cult following with this deck. People aren't calling it Gardevoir anymore. They're calling it Chow Gardevoir, right? Henry Chow Gardevoir. You said this deck's broken. Is there anything that worries you? So when you sit down for a table, is it just pure confidence? My deck is broken. My deck beats everything? Or is there maybe something where you're like, okay, well, if I go against this, it's tricky. Is Palkia one of those matchups that can be like that?
So I've told this to many people, like on my biggest scope, like I really do think that the Palkia matchup is like 50-50. That maybe wasn't the best set to exemplify it, where he just drew like absolutely terribly. But once you get the Gardevoir EX up, you really feel like the favorite. So as long as you can survive turn 2, which like if you have Klefki and like these Bravery Charm plays on your ults, you can sometimes get there. And then when you do, you feel like you're winning the game for sure. So that's why I think it's like not too bad. The worst matchup I would definitely say is Lost Box. I did manage to get one by just cheating him with Klefki yesterday, but if you can't get the Klefki out really early, then your board is just kind of gone. So that one's really bad. And also sometimes you brick a little bit. So that's the main worry, but yeah, pretty much anything else when I sit across from it, I feel really good, especially in a best of 3.
So it's interesting that you mentioned Lost Box, since it's a deck that, you know, fell out of favor for a lot, hence probably why you removed a card that was popular in Gardevoir, the Flutter Mane. With it doing, you know, as well, as strong as it has here, is that something you think maybe going forward? Obviously your focus right now is getting this win if you can, but going forward, that people should maybe start to consider in this deck to have a better chance, like you said, against Lost Box.
So I've also mentioned this to a lot of people. I don't really think Flutter Mane changes the matchup enough. They still can do too much stuff to your board. If you want to beat Lost Zone Box, I'm not even joking, just put a Kyurem in your deck. Like, I would actually just put a Kyurem before I do anything else. Personally, like, we'll see how Lost Box goes, especially when the Pikachu EX comes out. It might get a little more popular. Then I would consider it. Today, when it's at like 3%, even though I know a lot of good players are playing it, I don't think it's worth the spot. The deck spot is really, really tight. But yeah, if you want to beat it, throw a Kyurem. It'll probably make the matchup favored. Not even an auto-win, but like favored.
So here you are, man. You're 1 win away. This is a big round for you. I know you've been playing for a while, but this season has really been like your up-and-coming season. I mean, there's no better way to start off the season than with a regional win, right? You're building this confidence. You're at your first IC. What is your mindset when you go into these day 2s, when you go into, you know, these big rounds as somebody, you know, who is used to being in the spotlight, but not to this extent until, you know, being in this season and being in these big situations?
Yeah, I mean, I just tell myself my deck is better than my opponents. I mean, all the players are really, really good, so it's hard to get an advantage through just like pure skill. But if you know your deck is better, then that really gives you the confidence when every single round when you sit down. So that's pretty much it.
And you're going to need that for sure. There's a lot of solid competition, and it's going to be definitely a tough round for you. Is there anybody you want to give a big shout out to? Obviously, you've got your whole crew. I know from the East Coast, people who helped you out. A lot of people, I'm sure, put time into this Gardevoir deck. Who do you got? Some people to thank, some people to shout out. Let me hear it.
Yeah, shout out to my friends from New York, Long Island, New York City. Everyone's great there. I definitely want to go to local some more. And then shout out to Liam Halliburton and Aban Ahmed. They helped me test a lot. And shout out to my family. And yeah, hopefully we can get this done. We'll see.
Well, you got to lock in. You got one more round. Congratulations. The job's not done. You still got some work to do. So lock in and get it done. Casters, we'll throw it back to you.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan. Great to hear from our winner that round, Henry Chow, heading into just one more Swiss round, really looking to lock up a top 8 here soon at LAIC.
Yeah, Gardevoir of all decks. I assume if we were going to pick one Gardevoir in the field, it probably would have been Henry, and it looks like he's well on his way to doing just that. One more match victory should get the job done. What do you think? You gonna call your shot? Is he getting there?
I mean, it's gonna depend. There's quite a few different matchups out there that I don't know how he would feel about them. Actually, you know what? I do know how he feel about them. I feel like he thinks he's pretty confident in just about whatever he goes up against here. You know, and that's just the merit of knowing your deck so well.
Exactly. I mean, he's finishing off opponents in what, 25 minutes. That's if you're able to do something like that a few times in a giant tournament like this, it gives you so much confidence, and it just reassures you that not only are you playing the right deck, but that also you're the best pilot for it.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen so far through every tournament that we watched Henry Chow play up to this point. Just a master of the Gardevoir deck at this point. You know, he's the one who innovated this specific build. Past kind of the more traditional slow Gardevoir builds, it's all about getting Gardevoir into play fast, and instead of, you know, looking for answers, you're the one who's going to be asking questions.
Yeah, I never wanted to Hyper Aroma or any of the other nonsense. Secret Box just feels correct.
Well, as we've been following throughout the course of this weekend, we've been doing our community choice. We have the what is the most underrated deck in the current format. We're going to continue on here and try to figure out what the most underrated deck in the format is. We are into our quote-unquote semifinals. We've got the Gardevoir EX, we just saw it on stage. We've got Golden Go EX as well here, which is currently sitting at 10-1 in this tournament. We've also, of course, got Quaff. We've seen it be making waves through this field. There's quite a few Quaff in day 2 of this tournament. And then Banette EX on the other side of the semi-finals brackets. What do you think of these 4 decks, I guess, before we get into the 2 that we're going to argue for?
Well, as far as their ability to play in this event, I feel like Gardevoir and Goldengo are the 2 best options. Just Golden Go, it doesn't always feel like it has a great matchup, but it provides this awkwardness to matchups that the players are unfamiliar with. 260 hit points is just no man's land. So the opportunity to incorporate this Pokemon early, also draw from it, and then commit to a pretty solid game plan. You just need a couple energy cards. I like it.
Sounds like you're wanting to be arguing for Golden Go here.
Please.
Well, go. I mean, let me actually, since you got a little bit of time here, I'll talk about Gardevoir for just a moment here, which we've been talking about quite a bit now in this last round. Of course, Henry Chow with the new innovation of the fast Gardevoir. I mean, with the success that we've been seeing him have so consistently, and it's not just him, you know, members of his friend group and testing group have played the same 60 cards to pretty decent success at the Louisville Regional Championships. We did see quite a few Gardevoir creep up into the top 32 and top 16 of the Gdansk Regional Championships just a couple of weeks before this event, and Gardevoir is continuing to perform well at this tournament. But still, it just falls outside of the top 6 meta share deck, which is so surprising because that deck was so popular for so long. I think it has to be the most underrated deck right now, just because players are not playing it to its fullest potential. People haven't fully embraced this turbo style with the Secret Box. Maybe it's too late here in this format. We'll see how things change with Surging Sparks, though. Moving forward, though, I really do think Gardevoir deserves more meta share than it has.
Okay, well, I will agree with you on that. Players have tried to innovate this deck and keep it around for quite some time, and that's why it continues to stick around. We've seen that Baynet innovation with there as well, and now
that's a different deck, bro. That's a different deck.
You're not gonna take credit for it?
No, it's on the other side of the bracket.
All right, fair enough then. We'll just call it what it is then. That is its own thing. I'm gonna speak on behalf of Golden Go. This deck has been counted out countless times. Nobody ever gives it its flowers. Eventually in this new set, you're gonna check it out. It's gonna be pretty cool rainbow version. But right here, right now, nobody's really giving it any credit. It's one of the weakest meta shares that we see, but it's also performing so peak. We've seen it win regional events before, have these top 4 finishes, and players continually just give this it's their pet deck, but it finds its way into these fantastic spots where you're just going to dominate players. Sometimes hitting 260 and also having that reach of being able to knock out a Charizard EX is exactly what you need to close out in a metagame, and we found it right here, right now.
I will give you that. It definitely feels like Golden Go players are a breed of their own. You know, they are very committed. It is their pet deck.
Picks you. You don't pick Golden Go. The first 2 coin bonuses of your life, you know if it's for you or not.
Yeah, you know right away if this is something you're going to stick with for forever or not. And you did mention, I mean, Golden Go does get a lot better in the next set. But we're talking about this current format, which is the most underrated deck. I mean, and it just far and away has to be Gardevoir. Based on its results to its meta share, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, with what deck is underrated and which deck is better, I feel like we have a different conversation.
You think Golden Go is better than Gardevoir?
I think that Gardevoir is a much better deck. Okay. I feel like Golden Go is a more underrated deck, but it also has potential to outshine itself in its past performances.
Well, we'll have to see what our Twitch chat community thinks about that. Be sure to make your voice heard. The vote is either live right now or will be live very soon. Maybe it's already done. I don't actually know for sure, but let us know and we'll get the results updated to you as soon as we can. As we are waiting here, we can maybe give a few updates about what's happening out on the tournament floor. Looking at the top 2 tables where there are already finished matches, we did see Jackson Ford lose to Isla Kornilov from Finland, 10-1.
Plain.
With a deck. And then at table number 2, we've got Brent Tonneson taking down Fabrizio Inga Silva. You know, Fabrizio, one of our players to watch coming into this weekend. He's had a great tournament run, but now sitting at 9-1-1. He's going to be playing and winning in on the next round. And Brent Tonneson here at 10-1, feeling pretty good about his shot into top cut.
Yeah, actually, our 3 players that entered the event 8-0, all taking a loss this round. So unfortunate for them to see that, but it just means that there's plenty of players that are hungrier and trying to get that victory. Each of these match points is going to be so important to potentially locking up that top 8 here at the first international of the season.
Yeah, and it would be a massive thing to continue to push forward into the season, the amount of championship points you can earn. Of course, if you get to top 4, you know, top 8 is great and all. If you get to top 4, you get that automatic invite to the World Championships, which would be something players I'm sure would love to lock up. We do see Daniel Magda with Reggie Drago V-Star getting to a 10-1 record. 30 match points. Reggie Drago V-Star taking down Leonardo with that Iron Thorns. As you mentioned, Iron Thorns came into the day at 8-0. Started off the day with a win up against Diego in round 1.
Yeah,
I believe Leonardo's 5th Palkia of the tournament, something like that. Yep. But eventually the run did have to come to a slowdown. We're at 9-2, still not eliminated though. Leonardo there at 9-2, looking for a win in this last round.
Right, and
with the Iron Thorns EX.
You start to look at some of the potential decks that could be run into. A lot of 27 pointers that are going to be fighting for that win and in opportunity. We believe it'll be at 30, but there's so many match points at the top chip. I'm kind of nervous. Could it ever be 31? No, surely not.
Well, there is a world, and we've seen it happen at regional championships. Hopefully that is not going to be the case. Let's take a look at what the meta has looked like for our tournament thus far. We're talking about all these different decks. What kind of share do they make up? This is what day 1 looked like. I don't think there's any crazy surprises here.
Yeah, these are the best decks by far. I think what we come to expect now with the Raging Bolt deck is that it's going to show up in great numbers on the opening day, and unless multiple top player
Kolejny będzie w Stanach, w Sacramento w stanie Kalifornia i tam rozpocznie się nowy format. No, tylko zaś to jest Kalifornia. A jeśli chodzi o Europę, to najbliższy jest Stuttgart, Niemcy. Tak, no to się zmienia, daj to Terapagosy znowu przejęły ze smokami.
Yeah, Chip, I have not seen this, so I was just assuming that Raging Bolt fell off, and sure enough it did, dropping down to 3rd place. 20 players still in contention with that Raging Bolt. Maybe that's started to dwindle down as we reach into these later rounds. But Terapagos Dustlord is a deck that, along with Reggie Drago as well, players love to give themselves opportunities to find ways out of tricky situations. And if you give a great player more opportunities, they're going to find more match points, and now we have a chance to see multiple of these decks in the top 8.
Yeah, and we've seen some cool innovations from Terapagos so far this weekend. Most recently, we saw Pedro Pertusi's list that had the Charizard line working into the mix as well. We saw yesterday Caleb Rogerson with his Origin Form Palkia V-Star in the Terapagos.
Sound the trumpet.
And it's been a lot of people sticking to this deck. A lot of very good players chose to play the Terapagos.
Ej, akurat jeśli chodzi o wiedźmińską książkę kucharską, to ona jest.
But I don't think there's any surprise to see that Reggie Drago V-Star converted positively into day 2, gaining 4% here, going from 8% up to, or 9% up to 13, I guess almost 5% here.
W końcu dawno nie jest coś takiego naprawdę.
Another deck that is a popular choice among some of the best players.
Exactly, just having an opportunity to fight your way out of all these different situations, choosing from all these different attackers.
A, w wiedźmińskiej książce, chodzi o tą kucharską, wiem o co. Jest naprawdę masa przepysznych przepisów, jest na przykład przepis na osiankę w Ciri. No i też chyba robiłam na przykład kanapkę z kurczakiem w marynacie piwnej. No i do tego jeszcze takie korzenne piwko na zimno, które jest bardzo proste. Na przykład polega to na tym, że no to szukam. No ostatnio tam trochę reprintowali, bo ta książka się wyprzedała. Chyba powinna być już dostępna. No, tam jak wychodziła, to chwała Boga, wyprzedała. Ale na przykład jest ten przepis piwo korzenne z takim jabłkowym posmakiem, kupujesz sobie soczek jabłkowy, dowolnego lagerka i do tego taką herbatę zbożową, taką piwko ze zbuszką.
Does not have what it takes. So many players know that streamlined strategy of Raging Bolt, and they're prepared for it.
To smakuje bardzo dobrze, nawet zero.
games, incorporating some of these different Pokemon. Yeah. It's easy when you know what your opponent wants to do.
And actually, an update from that table 8. It was Nathan Beck on the Raging Bolt. He did unfortunately lose this round. So that
są
means
różne,
for
no
the Raging
głównie
Bolt
taka
enjoyers,
kuchnia
there
staropolska
are none
jest
still in
z tego
contention for
rodzaju.
Top Cut. We will not see Raging Bolt get into Top Cut at LAIC.
No i
Yeah, well, that's what you
zobaczymy,
get for being a Raging Bolt
kto będzie w
enjoyer.
finale.
No sympathy, huh?
I mean, if you wanted to make top 64 to the event, I felt like this was the best deck for you to play. The strategy and just the sheer power of the deck will get you to many match victories. But is it the deck to win the tournament? I don't think so.
Looks like we've got quite a few Reggie Drago V-Star in the mix. I mean, those are our players who are already up to 30 points. We got 2 of them on the Reggie Drago V-Star. There's quite a few
Nie wiem,
more.
czy miałam nowy wykonawca Machine Head, skoro... No,
An interesting
no,
deck to point out, though. There's a pair of Dragapult EX that are doing pretty decently.
Ktoś mi powiedział, że będzie Dragapult? No wy za jaja robicie? No i Dragapult good again. Teraz to na przykład lista, która wygrała ostatnio w Korei Dragapulta, miała już jednego Rotomata z duchami. Jestem wciąż wierna duchowej wersji. Pidgeotowe. Dla mnie najbardziej underrated deck to jest Dragapult. To ja na tym ligu będę grać tym Snorlaxem. No teraz jeszcze jest możliwość grania tego nowego Duranta EX. Już chcesz wyrzucać tanią kartę? Durant. Znaczy, jego ability działa tylko jak zagra z ręki. Wow. Lost Box? To tak... A, to są te predykcje, tak? Bonnet versus Claw.
They just showed us the percentages here. 54% of the Twitch
Garden
checkers voted for Golden Go.
No, właśnie zobaczymy, co tak naprawdę będzie w top 8. A, i tutaj warto zaznaczyć, że International różni się od właśnie, że tutaj będzie od top 3, chociaż też top 3 też jest, ale też International różnią się tym, że tam jest jeszcze Day 3. Taki dodatkowy dzień, który przypada na te finały. I jest to też taka rzadka sytuacja, w którym to możesz zobaczyć w przypadku kart wszystkie 3 kategorie wiekowe w finale. Jakie będą. No zazwyczaj nie ma z tych z młodszych kategorii. A tutaj można zobaczyć właśnie wszystkie 3 finały. No, tym bardziej, że na przykład czasami no, w juniorskiej to na przykład są ciekawe deki. Na przykład w zeszłym sezonie wygrała Gidra. Dek, który został trochę zapomniany.
The weekend here at LAIC. And what a weekend it has been so far. I love coming down to this event. The food, the community, the culture is so rich here.
W Mistrzostwach Świata wygrał Ancient Box, też trochę zaniedbany.
It is unreal. All of the different games played as well. All the chants that we've heard out in the crowd. Yeah. We got to get that TCG chant. We haven't figured it out yet. This is just shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Like what do we go for,
Yeah,
Chip?
I hear them over at Go yelling tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're doing at VG Unite. They're just screaming like crazy. Yeah, it's a great atmosphere for sure.
Well, we'll figure it out here. We've got a little more time to do just that. We have a few more matches here too. We'll have round 12 coming up shortly, but after that, it's going to be likely that asymmetric cut, which is always so exciting to see which players will move on to the top 8. And we're going to be talking about
no już będziemy przechodzili do top 8.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how some of these last few tables break down. I'm looking right now at table number 6. There are 2 players at 8, 1, and 1. And if there's a tie there, it's gonna open up a lot of opportunities for the 32 or the 30 match points to definitely just be safe. Right. But if one of those players wins, there's gonna be a chance that things get a little funky when it comes to our top 8. Could we be in a situation where 30 points is not safe? It's gonna be close.
A few more players that are going to be fighting for that potential win and asymmetric cut, winning into the top 8. Isaiah Bradner taking down Rahul Reddy. A little friendly fire action there. Yeah, unfortunate for Rahul. Matthew Burris, after winning the
No, tutaj się
Professors
da
Cup,
pogubić
moving
troszeczkę,
on
chyba,
to
czy to jest
potentially
no.
making the top 8 here with Richie Drago as well.
No tak, bo teraz
Fantastic
kolejnościowo
Australian
potem
player.
po
And then
Lasu
Austin
Trumin
Ellis
idzie
with the
Black
Galapagos, moved to
Incarnation.
Canada, but was once an
No
indie
jeszcze
boy,
tutaj
I will claim
dodałem
it.
znane skills, Econom, On My Abyss. No, zgubię się można, tak.
Rose with the Gardevoir sitting at 9-2, Matthew Burris at 9-2, like you mentioned, and we got the Austin Ellis as well. I think while we're waiting here, let's
Może
also
zmienić
take
tą
a moment
muzyczkę,
to
bo
remind ourselves
trochę
exactly what these
długo.
players are
To jest
competing
tapeta.
for this weekend, the
Aha.
prizes that are on the line.
Aha, no to jest ta tapeta, która
$25,000.
Yeah, that,
Nie, że
I mean, a number we didn't even fathom thinking about a few years ago. Sure enough, here it is, and it's well deserved for these players who put so much countless time and energy into the game that they love. They could come out on top and win 25 grand, and even for your trouble of making the finals, why not 15 bands?
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad at all. We've of course got our juniors and seniors as well competing in this event. I was going to take a moment here and maybe try to figure out what some of those matches are looking like happening out there on the field. It does look like
No muzyczka to jest tapety, kurde, ja nie mogę jej wyłączyć. Co najgorsze.
He won this event last year. He won 2 other ICs. He won the World Championships back in 2023.
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. Can he go back-to-back LAIC wins?
Yeah, that would be phenomenal. Would win $7,000 as we see there for the juniors and seniors, playing for a pretty nice prize pool themselves.
No
On the
to mam
Masters
to.
side, you see
Mamy już
7,000 is
pokrawczyk,
what
tylko
you'll
trzeba
receive for a
teraz...
top 8 finish, and it continues to go down from there. But honestly, we were playing regionals for much less not too long ago. So for a top 64 finish here at the international championships,
Strony
be very happy
tak.
with 2K.
I got top 8 and got $750.
I got 2 boxes for my regional win.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Nothing really happened.
Tak, no i tutaj jest to przypomnienie zasad na oceanie, a co ciekawe w Mastersach ma tylko 20 miejsc, więc a tutaj James Cox zafundował miejsce, bo to pozostali australijscy gracze muszą się troszkę się podbić. Bo oni mają bardzo mało miejsc. Amerykanie latynosi mają 100 miejsc, a Europa, USA i Kanada po 125. No i tam jeszcze 30 lat. Pierwsze miejsce zajmuje 500.
Top 125 for US and Canada, 125 for Europe, 100 for Latin America, 20 for Oceania, and then 10 for the Middle East and South Africa.
Right, and these points really start to pile up when you start to think about what is at stake here. At an international championship, it's a little heavier than when you're going into the regional events. So these payouts, when you start to look at top 64 and onward, are going to be very important to reaching that top 125 or top 100 here in Latin America.
Of course, we've mentioned it a few times there with the top 4 getting that automatic invite to the World Championships. A new addition this year. Last year, you had to get to the finals in order to get your invite to World.
I tu jest BSQ Edge Directive.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're already dwindling down the
No i tu jest jeszcze ten napis, że invitation will be awarded the org test group starting who are greater or equal to the regional labor.
last few years. So why not open up those spots to the players that have already proven that they can go deep in an event and give them that opportunity once more at the World Championships.
No tak, no to oznacza to, że też z invite'em to też jednak odblokowują trochę sloty dla kolejnych.
You've still got a shot to make it into Worlds. You got to do pretty dang well at these tournaments.
A chip and a chair.
But you've got an opportunity to make it happen. I mean, that was something that we saw so often. I'm thinking back to the old U.S. Nationals era. We had Tom Dozels show up to U.S. Nationals, went to barely any tournaments throughout the year, but would always get top 8 U.S. Nationals to lock up that World's invite.
Yep, he's like, I've been busy for quite some time, but you just hand me Turbo Darkrai, I'll figure it out.
Yeah,
Jak już wspominają takie rzeczy, to znaczy tylko jedno, więc chyba zaraz będzie to 8.
I don't even think he knew what the cards did in his deck. He was just so talented. He just continued to pick it up. I think he did it with Reshiflosion as well at one point too. It didn't matter. Seeing players like that and giving them their opportunity at whatever point of the season, regardless of what you have going on throughout the year, it's a great opportunity for those players.
Well, as we're waiting for Swiss Round 12 to get up and running, we've got an interview ready out on the floor. Freya is standing by with one of our amazing judges this weekend. Freya, take it away.
Thank you,
Chip, yes, it's not often that we get to feature our judges usually on the stream, but we thought it would be nice to get a chance to interview one
Oh,
of them
fine,
here
yeah.
with Arden Florendo. Arden, how are you doing?
Really good, and yourself?
Yeah,
No.
very good as well. Thank you for asking. Now, we were just chatting before.
Thank you
You
for
mentioned to me
being
you're
live.
not just a judge here in this event, right? But you're also a regional coordinator, like the regional coordinator for Canada, right?
I am the regional professor coordinator for all of Canada.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. So, what does that actually involve, being like a professional coordinator for an entire region? Because I don't know myself, so good for me and the folks at home.
We offer support to the professors within our region on how to run leagues and promote their leagues, any kind of other administrative tasks that they might have issues reading through a PDF, but would prefer to talk to someone face to face.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's really good that there's someone with your role out there because, of course, there's more and more players coming in, but we don't talk about there's more and more judges coming in too, so it becomes very important to have folks like yourself doing that. Now, given that you're in this role, I imagine you must have been judging for quite a long time, right?
Ja cię sunę, rzadko okazję rotować.
But we've grown Ontario substantially since then.
Also, I mean, a bit of a stacked region for players as well. Effectively, the amount of really good players that have come from the Ontario province. I mean, you guys have so many, right? Imagine even like a League Cup is probably as hard as like internationals and other places.
Actually, our League Cups look like day 2s at most regionals. But we made it a point to try and gain regional experience for our judges that we can pass on to our players. So when they join larger LAICs or larger events, that they're more prepared. They can predict what the rulings will be and how they interact with judges, and not to be afraid to raise their hands.
Really good advice to give. Now, what capacity are you here in for this weekend? Are you just a floor judge, or are you here in a coordinator role here as well?
Today I'm sides floor judge.
So what does that involve then? Like, how would you compare it to like judging the main event, for example? It's a little bit like less pressure. Like, how would you compare it?
Oh no! Anyone who's worked sides knows that the pressure is equal to or the same amount as the main event. But outsides we cater more to the
Mówiłaś o live czy odcinek z Death Live z Death Stranding? Gdzie live z Death Stranding? To taki... No zawsze jest tak... Ta tradycja, że tak co 7 jest live. Niestety za to nie wyliczam, no i jest live. Będę mieć 28 live'em, a... Tak wiem, to jest znaczy to jest akurat ograniczony live, bo to będzie na live do 1,5 godziny. To będzie tylko na YouTubie.
To sign up on the Pokemon.com as a professor, stage 1, and then once you pass your test, to join the professor Discord.
No nie miałem na
There's a
YouTubie
Discord
live'ów, tak
specifically for professors.
to powinien być tak co jakiś czas nie być live na YouTubie, więc z nowego roku trzeba trochę zmian wprowadzić. A może komputer nie dostanie już wylewu jak przy hajfie. A akurat to nie będzie na komputerze, to będzie na konsoli.
What a great resource that there is. It really feels like now is almost like a better time than ever.
Aczkolwiek tak, czy no już mój komputer ma swoje lata.
Now, I think we're going to be heading to a break soon, but before we do, given that you're here with us, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
No to jeszcze było tylko na konsoli, aczkolwiek jeśli chodzi o tego Death Stranding, to akurat nie był planowany jako ekskluzyw, bo Kojima też w wywiadzie zaznaczył, że to będzie tymczasowy na konsolę PS4 i dopiero później pojawi się na PC. Tak, no będzie to z 8. No ale też cóż, jeszcze...
Hello, I'm here with Tovar. And we're here to do a Pokemon TCG scavenger hunt. So I'm gonna ask Eduardo to show us some specific Pokemon cards. Now, Eduardo, do you have a fire type Pokemon card with you?
I do.
Czy on, ten chłop gra Draga... Ten taczar?
Here. I do have a Charmander.
Alright. Now, do you have a dragon type Pokemon card with you?
Ja, te Charmandery. To Charizard chyba. A, dobra, jeszcze będzie spis 12. Chyba niedługo będzie top 8, ale już się powoli do niego zbiję. No to są wywiady przynajmniej. Aha, czyli chłop gra tu Charizardem. Dostał Evolving Skies. Kurde, ja jestem ciekaw, dobra, otwieraj. Dobra, popatrzymy co on otworzy. No to mamy... A, bez przekładania, no po co to? A, ja już sprzedałem tego Ambreona na Full Arcie, dobra, Zaura Reverse. A kiedyś grywałem, a teraz nie ma.
All right, nice color energy.
Chociaż Evolving Skies trochę dają kontentu. Czy ten Umbreon był też całkiem dobry, bo on był, bo jak się wyewoluowało go z ręki tego Umbreona VMAX, no to on był gastem. Się pojawiał chyba w jakimś archetypie Archerusa. Kurde, kiedyś marzy mi się czasem pojechać chociaż raz na tę region. Czy to... Co za mnie... może niedługo będzie to możliwe. O kurde, tam były nawet turnieje w Pokémon DC? No, kiedyś trzeba. No, dokładnie. Kiedyś trzeba spróbować. No, co prawda mamy już próbkę w postaci turnieju, na przykład mistrzostw, areny mistrzów to był przedsmak. Prawie top 8 by było. Że były turnieje tego tekenowego Pokena. Bo akurat Pokémon... O, Piper LePain, czyli to jest ostatnio nowa graczka, która się podbija Stany Zjednoczone. Ona ostatnio Banetą grała. Komba robiła.
My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Gumi. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Oswald Garcia-Gregas testing group.
No, Oswald teraz nie gra.
They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia, very fun fight in the game, so I mean,
Znaczy w
I'm
grze
very cool
Cynthia
in
jest
person.
trudna. Co ciekawe, nawet w remasterze, pomimo ułatwień
It was my first game,
pewnych, takich jak na przykład, że te Pokemony dostają levele nawet jak nie walczą. Ale to wciąż kopie dupę. No dalej jest trudna. To się nie zmieniło. No, Rare Candy to jest, akurat to zostało wprowadzone tak w 2002, to jak 20 lat ma ten cukierek, a dalej jest dobry. No nie ma się co dziwić, no. Chęć szybszej ewolucji powoduje. Tak, no kiedy wprowadzono Rare Candy, no to była to dopiero rewolucja, kuźwa. No, tu mamy tak, reklamę tego Poketa. Nie wiem, czy będzie Poket ogólnie. Wiemy, on bije taką furorę. No ale to też przede wszystkim dlatego, że to jest taka prostota w tej grze. Zresztą te karty są tutaj fikcyjne i one nijak, więc to nie będzie co. Mnie natomiast śmieszna recenzja tego na CD Action, gdzie chłop przyrównał zbieranie kart do hazardu. A już jak powiedziałem sobie, a ja już widzę, jak ci od skrzyneczek K-Drop Toro to już powielają, że o, to też są lootboxy. No ale tutaj jest jedna różnica. Kartami Pokémon też się gra. No plus wiecie, to tam... A poza tym, oczywiście są tam pieniądze, ale to są rzeczowe nagrody, jakby na to nie patrzeć. No piękne to San Paulo. No, Internationale to drogę, bo teraz no jest w Londynie. Mamy rundę 12. Zobaczymy na co będzie. Moim wrażeniem tak, to są prowadzący, no, europejscy są też tak spokojni.
Oh yeah, this is so exciting. Every tournament we look forward to this round in particular, the win and in opportunity for these players. It is You can hear the pin drop out there when this round is about to start. All the players are just thinking, what could be? Is this my opportunity to potentially win a major championship?
Yeah, and this will be our first international championship with an asymmetrical top cut. So basically what that means is we'll take the top 8 players, we'll look at the person who's in the 8th seed, and however many match points they have, everyone else in the top 16, 32, however deep it goes down to 32, everyone
Tak
else
zauważyłam taką ciekawą rzecz w tym fizycznym wydaniu, tak swoją drogą takiego easter egga, bo tak jest ogólnie z tyłu fizycznej kopii From Zero jest ukryte logo. Takie nawiązujące do tego starego z 2007. Znaczy, to jest ta sama inkarnacja tego. No, jest bardziej minimalistyczna. A i co ciekawe, no From Zero ma tego Adventure Explit Content, który akurat no, nie pojawia się za często. Okej. Mamy Milosława Podlesina i Sebastiana Casa Mendike. No jeszcze opcjonalne tam Gabriel Smart, Azajo Brenneren, Matthew Burry z Juliusem Brenfen, Fabiano Iga Silva z Antim. A też będzie ręce z Anikinów? Tak, będzie. I Austin. Ale my obejrzymy sobie Milosława Podlesina z 3, no i Hiszpana Sebastiana Casa Mendoza. Wiecie, Hiszpan kontra Czech. Tak, Czech z naszego sąsiedztwa. Ale tak wygląda też top 16. No to jednak Poland tym razem nie ma, ale tak się... Henry Chow jest 6. Mamy jeszcze taki Gabriel Smart, Pedro Pertusi, Rosen Garson, Daniel Magda! Daniel Magda w formie. Kolej inny Czech. Swoją drogą. Fabrizio Iga Silva też jest. Kurde, z boksem szaleje. Ja chyba muszę reaktywować ten deck. Victor Lungo Karadi Martinelli. Najfin Julius Benfoot. Ale my sobie podlesnienia. Zobaczymy. Pojmacki players. 3 players going into this round at 10-1. They are the only ones going into this round who feel safe. They know for a fact they'll have an opportunity to play in our top cuts.
Yep, a couple mind games there too. Do you want to continue to play it out and get yourself to the top of the positioning there? Maybe you could avoid też problemem bardzo często asymmetric cut. So
mogą być bilety, cena biletów na przykład do Brazylii i one mogą być drogie. I znaleźć Londyn, który jest o tyle kłopotliwy, że wiecie, a który według ciebie jest najsłabszy? Ten nowy przebija na przykład Hunting. No, tak, to jest trochę ciężkie mi powiedzieć. No wiadomo, każdy lubi. Jeśli chodzi o Hunting Party, to ja bardzo lubię z tego powodu, że on jest mocno niedoceniany. Wybrałam. Naprawdę jest ciężko troszkę, powiem. Ale no żaden by się nie znalazł w tierze F, jakby tak powiedzieć. Ale no ja bym dała troszkę tak level Winksa i One More Lighta, chociaż One More Lighta dałabym wyżej z tego powodu, że to było dosyć ambitne takie dzieło, że popowa muzyka w czasach, kiedy ten pop nie był traktowany poważnie. Przechodzimy już do...
Comes down to this for these players. On the left, we've got Miloslav Ledny, who is playing the Reggie Drago V-Star. We've seen Miloslav in the past. We saw him have a top 16 finish at the World Championships this year, I believe.
No ten nowy zobaczymy, gdzie będzie.
London dating back as well. He's had some really strong finishes at these events.
No, kiedyś strasznie nie wiem One More Light, ale też jakoś się odsłuchało i już jest okej. No, znaczy też by było tak, że jak ta płyta wychodziła, a Reggie... Drogopód! Jest Drogopód! Reggie Kutas! No Podlesny, wierny, wierny Kutas. Czy jaka to wersja? Czy to jest z Pidgeotem, czy to jest z duchami? Bo ja wolę duchy. Zawsze możesz dać pierdziel Mimikyu. Gryż na stole. Doczekaliśmy się tego. No, znaczy to też warto zaznaczyć, że to wychodziło wtedy, kiedy ludzie nie traktowali muzyki pop poważnie. Później doszła na przykład Billie Eilish chociażby. No i chyba ludzie puknęli się w głowę, że jednak pop ma jednak też wartości, bo też traktowano muzykę pop jako taką typowo rozrywkową. A to, że wyszły już takie depresyjne albumy wcześniej, to kogo obchodzi. Wow, Giratina, Jezus. Aha, Krzysztof Sprajzowany, cudownie. I Manafi. No nie, te zbyt radiowe to było za duża różnica w stylach. No, znaczy też problem polegał na tym, że no wiesz, no na przykład utwór Heavy, znaczy to też i tak często nie leciało w radiu teraz, a dwa, no problem polega na tym, że to było ciężkie jak na radiówkę. To tam jest tyle poważnych tematów ogadanych właśnie w LAIC-ie, że to było ciężkie jak na tamte czasy. No niestety, kurde, Manafi jest sprajzowana, co chyba da Milosnemu powód do życia tego zasranego Kurema. Na szczęście ten... No dobra, nie najgorsze... Nie, no dobra. No, Maratowa. No więc... No więc jeszcze... Jaka wersja jest? Na Candy Pulta, dobra. To chyba jest wersja z Pidgeotem, bo widzę... Znaczy tak, co ciekawe, on ma Heavy Balla, żeby wyjąć tą Manafi, więc nie jest aż tak źle. Widzę Klepa, a są duchy? Bo ja sobie tak ciężko wyobrazić sobie Dragapulta bez duchów. Sobie patrzę, co ma.
Normally you can mitigate that with the sparkling crystal, but like we've mentioned a few times, he just won't have access to it.
Yeah, maybe you find that at the mid stage of the game when you're starting to run dry on those energies. We know that there's a couple other ways to bring those energies back up. You have the Mela that you can use.
No patrzę, czy ma Season. Nie ma kryształa, ale tyle dobrego, że Crispy się dysprajzował, aczkolwiek ona ma wesela, żeby wyjąć Imperię i potem podładować. Jeżeli nie zagra Iono, no to powinno to iść jak w zegarku, prawda? A wiecie, jak to czasami jest. Znaczy i tak start Podlesnego też nie najgorszy, bo to wiecie... Czekaj, pod kątem tekstu to Amolite bardzo często zapomina się... O! No dobra, zabezpieczamy się. No i co teraz zrobi nasz Podles? Milosław. Dobra. No Jezus, jestem Kurem zasrany.
Really strong against these evolving decks if you can get it off early.
Yeah, especially when you're going first, you really love to see that Trifrost reaching the bench there, so that you have that opportunity to board wipe and take out all these Dreepies and have that opportunity to steal those additional prize cards and avoid the setup on your opponent's side. Turn 2 is not going to be nearly as bad, and you do see there the Manaphy, a tech inclusion that is there specifically for this, is in the prize cards there for Sebastian. Devastating news once more.
Yeah, I don't think you mind it too much as Sebastian if you get a Dragon Ball to play turn 2. Sure, go ahead. Try Frost 1 Dreepy on the bench. You've still got this Kurum, or this active Dragon Ball to deal with.
I'm doing 200 every turn. If you want to take down these little guys, go ahead. Be my guest.
Ale Dragapult za chwilę będzie robił takie bry, że...
indicating definitely a
No
more
tak, czyli
set
widzę,
up
że
basic turn. We're
Podleski
gonna be
idzie
popping off and trying to go for
telefon.
a turn one attack.
Trochę
You really see that
bardzo
from a
ryzykowna.
Regidrago player anyway. And
Nebo
this is honestly a really solid start
to
as the
lutne.
professor's research does come at a
Ale
little
dobra,
bit of a
Regidrago
cost with that
też,
energy
tak?
switch going down, but he already has
A,
the Regidrago
research,
being
czyli
fired
idzie
on
tu
the bench. Draw
zegarku.
for turn with these 7 new cards from the professor's research. There's that prime catcher.
Zaraz, czy on gra Maxim
Some
Belta?
explosive plays on
Czy
the
no
next
tak,
turn.
problem jest to,
What
że
else
tam
do you see
płód
here
się
from Miloslav?
zeskarbował.
No, there's an 8 of energy count for the grass energies, and none were found, but thankfully the earthen vessel was found there. So an opportunity now to continue to build onto this board, find that energy for the Teal Mask Ogrepon, draw an additional resource, and maybe if you can play this hand down even further, you can move to that Kleppa and refill.
Will be that earthen vessel discarding the canceling cologne, a tech we see played pretty often in Regidrago V-Star. There's so many different matchups in the meta they can be good against. Iron Thorns, Mimikyu, can be great against Manaphy. Yeah, that's so many different combo pieces you can pull together with the canceling cologne. Not great in this matchup most of the time, however, so we see that hit the discard pile in favor of a pair of energy. Thinking about it with
Przez
this
to, że ten
second
Manaphy
grass
sprayzował, no to może być ciężko, a Podleski już ma od razu Qrema. Ale z drugiej strony też mamy jednego Regidrago i trochę słabo, żeby Kuziba być później rozbrojonym. Widzę, że atak Qrema bywa mocno ryzykowny. No tutaj wyrzucam z siebie.
Teal Dance drawing himself one single card. Worst case scenario, we can now see the retreat into the Kleppa.
Wszystkie energie, jakie mamy.
I'm starting to question now. We see the
Swoją
professor's
drogą.
research and energy switch as well. You might just play this nest ball and leave the Teal Mask Ogrepon in the active spot if you don't feel like your opponent's going to perform a big attack.
Yeah, it becomes a question of, you know, how much of a hit do you
To jest
want your
też mały
Ogrepon
problem.
to take. If you move it to the bench, sure, it can get softened up and brought back up later, but you want to ask your opponent to expend those resources. We do see another earthen vessel here discarding boss's orders, a powerful supporter card in the format, grabbing 2 more basic grass energy. It's always interesting to see situations like this where you chose to only get 1 grass energy and it's like, yeah, you know what, I'll use the earthen vessel to get another 2.
Yeah, as soon as you see the earthen vessel now, it's a little different. The hand has dwindled down. You have that energy, the energy switch for next turn, the professor's research for the Regidrago. You might as well draw 2 more cards here, 3 more cards now with the energy switch, and see if you can find that Regidrago V-Star.
Yes,
draw 3 more cards added to the hand. Looking for the evolution next turn. Also needs to discard a good dragon type attacker. That could be an issue here. We talked about how the Giratina is prized, the Gudra's prized. One of the 2 Dragapult EX is prized. Is Miloslav going to be able to find a way to get that in the discard pile on the next turn? Sebastian kicks things off with the evolution of the active Dreepy into a Drakloak, uses that Recon Directive, looking at the top 2 cards, adding 1 to the hand and sending the other to the bottom of the deck. Now Arvin played as the supporter for turn, searching the deck for an item card and a Pokemon tool. Normally a great way to get that Sparkling Crystal A-Spec. Is not going to be able to find it from the Arvin in this situation, though. Needs the pivot option of this rescue board eyed up immediately from the search.
Do you like to skateboard? I certainly do. That 1 retreat cost turning to 0 with that inclusion, and it means that there's an opportunity to maybe find that rare candy into a big attacking Dragapult this turn. Depends what the rest of the hand has. We see, some other
No
cards
właśnie,
eyed
mamy
up now.
Drakona.
Nestball typically doesn't mean big
Chyba
attack.
co robi?
Unless the pieces
O,
are
jest deseczka, dobra, czyli deseczka, czyli robimy rolling Pytanie, jaka to jest wersja. No i robimy body pop. Trzymając. To jest wersja z PJ-em. To jest wersja, czy może to jest wersja z duchami, czy to jest taki no najczystszy Drakapult, najczystszy.
On this turn, you look at the board and you think about the Kyurem potential.
Z tego co widzę, to wersja mędrownika nie ma chyba stosunek duchów, co mnie troszkę zaskakuje. Robimy Candy Buta i chyba on sobie zrobi atak i zagra Iono, żeby mógł troszkę namieszać. Mamy Retreat.
Will launch the very first Phantom Dive of this game.
A, i chyba
more than enough damage to pay
nie zagra.
the poor Kleppa And now where do these 6 damage counters go? It looks like he's going to stack them all onto the Reggie Drago V.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite plays that we see.
No i co ciekawe, co wziąć? Energię, no nie wziął.
60 damage onto the Reggie Drago.
Aczkolwiek...
Once you attack again and deal that 200 damage, you start to line up for some unique plays, maybe with that Radiant Alakazam.
Czy on ma jakiegoś... coś tu idzie, tak trochę klanki? Tilda. Sama. Tilda!
Dance once again draws one more on the bench. Doggerpon looking for a Reggie Drago V-Star, looking for an energy switch or just another grass energy to attach for turn.
Ja nie... Znaczy, Podlessi chyba i Czech Magda chyba grają tym samym, mam wrażenie. Tak, a problem polega na tym, że sprajzowano aż 3 atakerów, czyli Dragapulta między innymi, który chyba powinien być esencją, co nie? Co do tego jest jak dużo. Ciekawe, że czeskie Dragapulty grają z dużo smoków, podczas gdy wygrywał i tak lista Conti, która zredukowała do minimum i nawet z Gudry się nie gra. Tylko 3 typy smoków było w gdańskim liście, co wygrała. A tutaj można zauważyć, że Czesi wciąż są Czechami. No tak, Haxorius, który oczywiście się nie przyda, z tego powodu, że no niestety pierwszy atak działa tylko. A problem polega na tym, że Dragapult już wywalił już dawno temu Sinondal. No dobra, Feza pewnie ma, tak?
Probably the play that Miloslav wants to go for here. If he can get that second copy of Dragapult TX into the discard pile, that's what he will more than likely be looking for. Just match the damage output. We could also see him go for the Trifrost, deal 110 damage.
Okej, to ja będę lecieć, dzięki za fajny stream poza, ale nie ma za co, spoko. No, czy będzie? No jest Reggie Drago, tak? Ja... Nie chcemy Kurema robić. No to jest dobre pytanie.
It's going to be a lot more manageable. It takes a lot of resources, but the fact that this Reggie Drago V-Star is already lined up to take a big knockout and you don't use your V-Star ability means that there's definitely an opportunity to use energy switches next turn.
We do see a switch moving this active Teal Mask Ogrepon EX to the bench, bringing up Reggie Drago V-Star.
No dobra, co tu się dzieje?
Is it worth it to go for the Legacy Star? Looks like the answer is no. But we will see the Trifrost discarding all of these energy cards, KOing the 2 Pokemon on the bench, and dealing 110 damage
no co,
to
pas?
Sebastian's active Dragapult EX.
Well, here's a buddy poppin', but I don't think you're gonna find what you really want.
Ty, czy zrobił podwójny knockout, czyli Kurem robi Łeło, tylko że problem z Łeło polega na tym, że...
basics that you can reach for, but you're not attacking very much.
Yeah, we could see Sebastian grab the Pidgey here. He could have
no to co teraz?
Buddy popping for just the one Dreepy, but I think it was a pretty heads up play from Sebastian.
On ma Pidgeota! Dobra, to jest ta Pidgeotowa, bo ta z duchami jest bardziej taka konsystence, no bo wiecie, ja mogę czapnąć.
There's not much that you really want to work
Co
with
jest?
there.
Nie ma?
Basically have that Iono, I think, in the hand there. So if you can slow down your opponent's draws, you feel a little better. Takes a look at the hand size and says 6 is a little too many. I'll try to work with 4 and see if that helps.
Trochę ryzykowne podjął Podlessi grając z Kuremem, co kosztuje niestety, ale stety... Iono!
Because you don't have an answer right now. After this turn, if this Pokemon gets knocked out, you're going to lose the game. We are a Haxorus away from the game ending. It may not be a Pokemon that you expect on Miloslav's side, but that discard pile would be the
No
end.
dobra, mamy noszę i podnosimy Biego.
Will allow Sebastian to grab any Pokemon or basic energy from the discard pile. Adding it to the hand, we do indeed see Dreepy being brought back to life. Put directly on to the bench.
Chyba po Pheasant.
Getting that ready for the future
Mam
turns.
PJ.
Sebastian will not be taking a KO this turn, and so it becomes a
Przez to,
question
że
of
nie ma
how you want to
manaki,
set
to
your
jest
damage
taka...
up with the Phantom Dive. Now with the Nest Ball, we do see the Bezendipity EX grab from the deck since the KO was taken
No
by
i tak,
Miloslav
Nest Ball
last
po Feza.
turn. Flip the script. Can can be a nice way to draw a few more cards.
Yeah, and now you start to wonder what the best strategy is as far as making this Pokemon stick around a little bit longer. 210 hit points left. You see in the hand, I believe that final card is a counter catcher. You could bring up the other Regidrago, but there's a world where your opponent just doesn't have the reach to use the
Że on nie gra duchów? To tak ja se nie wyobrażam sobie tych duchów. No jest Candy, a nie, są duchy, myślałem, że nie ma duchów, a nie Alakazam, dobra, nieważne. Never mind.
See some painful spoons work into the mix, move damage counters on your opponent's side of the board, get yourself a little match fixing, set up for some KOs in the future. You pointed that out early on in the game. We now see that being a potential option. How does Sebastian want to utilize it now?
No cóż, no chyba counter capture. Tak, no counter capture chyba ma PJ'a, tak? Sprytne. Chyba, no idziemy skupiać się, chyba Alakazamem przełoży sobie damage countera z...
Painful spoons moving one damage counter. Actually, not going to move the damage counter to the active, not wanting to take the KO just yet.
Yeah, this is a player who now knows that there is a one unique way to victory, and it will be Iono. Do not take prize cards of your own. Force your opponent to overextend with a damaged board state.
Chyba też, żeby utrudnić trochę skorzystanie z PZ, no to lecimy po multi-knockouting, jak to się mówi. No to teraz, kurde.
Could be mitigated by Miloslav, maybe if we would force him to go after the Radiant Alakazam. That does put you on an odd prize that you may not want to take.
Kurde, no bo tak trochę klanki, no bo z jednej strony Curem jedynym atakerem, co oczywiście oznacza tu niemałe problemy, bo po pierwsze palenie energii nie jest raczej wcale takie przyjemne. Wiecie, nie chcę aż tak ryzykować w robieniu Steel Dance, dobra. Ultra Ball. Po drugiego kutasiarza.
We could see Miloslav push for the knockout with the Teal Mask Ogrepon. You load a bunch of energies on it with some energy switch. The Myriad Leaf Shower can get to 210, which is the HP remaining on the Dragapult pretty reasonably. Then you run the risk of just losing all your energy pretty quickly. So Miloslav's got plenty of things to consider from this position. Looks like Ultra Ball is being played, searching the deck for any Pokemon, adding it to the hand. It will be another Regidrago V-Star being found. The discard of the
tak, jest massive now. Drago numer 2.
Another Nest Ball, finding the Mew EX, looking for a little bit of help from the restart.
Yeah, I'm excited to see
Znaczy V-Star chyba jeszcze nie
I
zużyty.
believe the last card is the research and finding more opportunities to discard some Dragon Pokemon and expand on the pool that you have for your Regidrago V-Star will be so pivotal here.
Yeah, really interesting to note from Miloslav's list, choosing not to play the Fezandipity EX, has this Mew EX in the mix, as opposed to that other 2-prize support Pokemon. We will indeed see restart filling the hand up to 3 cards, does find another grass energy. We'll see, is that attachment for turn? It's not quite enough damage yet, would also need an energy switch with this, and that's onto a Pokemon with 200 damage.
Alright, it's a big commitment, but drawing the 7 now, trying to find a way to move that energy with the energy switch now.
Does have it guaranteed through the Legacy Star if he wants to, but I think he would have liked to have found one here, maybe save Legacy Star for the future. He's kind of committed himself down this road. He may be forced to Legacy Star right now.
Which is not what you want to do, especially when you're thinking about
to
your opponent using Iono on the following turn. Down to a low hand size, yes, you have the
Może
to refresh a
tyle
little bit,
atakuje
but if
tutaj
you have
2
to
to
use Legacy Star,
180
you're
chyba.
in for a bad time.
Może nie wystarczyć. Switcha to wtedy, ale... No, Haxorius bez... No dobra, ma switcha, no to pięknie. No,
An energy switch
no.
was indeed found for Miloslav. It was the gold energy switch kind of blending in there. So he will have that option, maybe able to save Legacy Star for the future.
Earthen Vessel in hand too, so the discard of the Haxorus available. To have that option to maybe close out on a Pokemon like that Pheasantipity on the bench would be fantastic, as Miloslav tries to eye up those final 4 prize cards this game. Yeah, I'm thinking on the other side, boy howdy, that Radiant Alakazam could really make quick work of this board state.
Yeah, but I think Miloslav is recognizing he's kind of okay if that happens. You know, Sebastia takes the knockout, maybe he gets another Dragapult into play, but if there's not something like a Professor Turos scenario from Sebastia to pick up the Pheasantipity EX, Miloslav has access to the Legacy Star still, which could probably, with other cards in hand, almost certainly guarantee the attack with the Regidrago V-Star. Do see Myriad Leaf Shower taking the KO.
Ach, jak ja nienawidzę tych kutafonów jebanych. Dla mnie ludzie, którzy grają Regidrago, momentami są przegrywami. Ale Gudra została odblokowana.
To see a few more resources. You'd love to see that rare candy into the Dragapult EX.
Heavy Ball.
I think we see the Ultra Ball there.
Yeah, and a rare candy as well. So he does have the pieces in order to get into a Dragapult.
One piece that's missing, however, is you're looking for a way to attack this turn
on gra
for more relevant damage than just set
gra
and that's basically going to be by either 2 ways. You can have that Mela and get that fire energy back and give yourself an opportunity to attack there, or you find your prize cards and you retrieve that pink card and help out.
Yeah, and I don't think a Mela was found off of the flip the script, and I don't know that Sebastia has any other way to dig for it. He can use the Painful Spoons, take 2 prizes, give himself just under a 50% chance to take it with 5 prize cards remaining. There's a chance he could take it. I don't know which order things are in. It'll be the Manaphy and the Buddy Poppin' or the Manaphy and the Sparkling Crystal.
He's gonna take a look and mix
Jest
it
i
up.
Heavy Ball, tylko gdzie on był?
Get another Dreepy here, but you know, with only 2 prizes left on
Może
your opponent's
unikniemy
side,
kolejnej
don't
Manaphy,
necessarily
czy kolejny
need it,
Dreepy?
but it looks like that will indeed be the grab. Shuffle up the prize cards. How these get laid out is gonna be
Kurde, jakby tej
massive.
Manaphy nie sprajzował, no to byłoby inaczej.
The good old Judge shuffle, the good old Judge placement of the prizes. We'll get an update here shortly on how they were laid out, and we may indeed see the Painful Spoons. Looks like the Sparkling Crystal in a similar spot. Is it going to be the prize card taken?
Chip!
He needs it so badly here. 2 prizes to be drawn.
Oh, man, a B in the crystal!
The crystal. That leads to the attack this turn. Okay,
Sprytne zagranie, muszę przyznać. Tak, bo mamy tutaj, no niestety, mamy tu do czynienia oczywiście z no bardzo dobrym zagraniem w postaci oczywiście Painful Spoon na znokautowanego. Robimy pulta, podpinamy ten krysz. Tam attacz.
There's a chance Miloslav's making this play.
Dragapult to jest taki fajny. Tak, no jest tu nokaucik i my...
Oh, and Sebastian's not even going to knock this out. He's actually just going to go for the jet headbutt, dealing 70 to the active. What can Miloslav do? Can he find all of the pieces in order to take out that Pheasantipity EX with the Dragon
Tak, no tak, to same też Fez nie działa.
Seeing how many cards are left in the deck, we're going to see the Legacy start here very, very soon.
Oh, taking account now. It's like, what, 10 cards left in the deck, trying to eye up the final resources to get the job done. You can accelerate the energies onto the board with the Teal Mask.
Let's talk through what he needs here. He needs a fire energy on his Regidrago V-Star. He needs another grass energy to be accelerated onto the other Teal Mask Underpond. He needs a pair of energy switch, and he also needs a gusting card to bring up the Pheasantipity. There is 2 of the pieces right there.
No, bo widzę, że mega ryzykownie. No nie, poddał się.
With Legacy Star available, Miloslav should have been able to close it out. We're going to head into game 2.
Oh man, that was so back and forth between our 2 players, but Miloslav takes it down in that.
Ja tych chujków nienawidzę, ja pierdolę. Tak na bazie spoconych.
Really bad at the beginning with that early Trifrost.
Kurde, jakby tego PJ'a wstali.
to manage a
Czyli
great
tak tylko wolę
comeback,
grać
but
duchy,
didn't
no
wanna
dlaczego
overextend in that
nie
last
gra
turn.
duchu, bo ja
Yeah,
tak
there were still
nie
3
pojmuję.
cards
Chyba nie, że
Miloslav needed there to pull the plug.
pult z
He needed
duchami
the
jest o
grass
tyle
energy.
bardziej
He needed the
konsystent z tego
energy
powodu,
switch.
że
He needed
no wiecie,
prime
ja mogę
catcher.
jebnąć
I
tego
don't know that he had all those pieces
ta
necessarily
wsiada.
available. Had we seen the prime catcher hit the discard pile, I think he had research available still, so in theory if he researches into the prime catcher he should be able to do it, but I don't know that it was guaranteed. I maybe would have stuck it out just a little bit longer for Sebastian.
Yeah, maybe you're not taking that prize card thinking, well, considerations for Pheasantipity to draw in. That's not a card that's featured in the list, though. So you're playing around cards, thinking of everything, and maybe it just was a little too much there. We'll take a look at the recap here of game number 1, see how we got to this point.
It was a pretty aggressive start from Sebastian. Went first, found the turn 2 Dragapult EX, but then Miloslav responded with the Trifrost, taking 2 prizes on the bench, hitting 110 damage onto this active Dragapult EX. So that he can clean it up in a future turn with the Myriad Leaf Shower. You really don't see the Ogre Pawn attacking too often in this deck, but it puts in work in the right situations.
Yeah, it worked out so well here. It's you see all the damage starting to build up on Miloslav's side. Just was trying to find a way to close out this game and did just that, just enough. It was going to take almost every card in the deck, and there was an understanding right then and there. You got plenty of time to make a good game 2, maybe game 3 out of this. Now, Sebastian, let's see what you got.
Yeah, Sebastian is going to be going first in this one, trying to get a similar setup, I would imagine. And yeah, what do you think? We never saw the Pidgeot trying to be established for Sebastian. He's got that 101 Pidgeot EX line. Maybe he doesn't want to give up the 2 prizes.
Szkoda, ale właśnie dlatego chyba dużo lepsze jest pult z duchami, bo on jest.
Sometimes
Wiesz, nie masz aż takiego skupienia z stonem.
You miss the obvious play in front of you. If you give yourself a way to find those resources in the mid to late stage of the game, it's very difficult for your opponent to draw out and find the win.
Well, I'm sure Sebastian has played against plenty of Regidrago V-Star up to this point in the tournament. It's very popular. It's been doing very well. He's doing very well, so I'm sure he's seen it somewhere along the way in his run, so he knows what to do and how to rep it. We're getting into game number 2 here. We do see the start.
No dobra, tym razem mamy start z Rotoma.
We did not see the Rotom V
Też
skill at all
cudowny,
in
jest
game number 1.
deseczka.
He's going to start off this turn with the Nest Ball, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon. He will get the news, however. He's got 3 basic Pokemon prize.
Oh, yep, that's not the greatest news there. Some of those unique inclusions, the Hawlucha, which the math doesn't always line up so strongly there. See one of those 2 counter catchers as well. It's a great comeback mechanism here to fight back in the game and give yourself that opportunity to maybe catch your opponent slacking. They missed that switching effect, and maybe they missed that attack too.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything too bad prize here for Sebastian. We will immediately see the Forest Sealstone being used now, attached to the Rotom V, giving it access to that Star Alchemy V-Star power. The flip of the V-Star marker now leads to any card being found from the deck and added to the hand.
Yeah, one great benefit of seeing that Rotom V at the beginning of the game means that you know you're going to have access to drawing plenty of cards at the early stage. The Forest Sealstone as well. One negative, you can't ride a skateboard anymore, Chip. You're stuck in the active spot with this silly Sealstone now.
Yeah, it makes the energy attachment for Sebastian.
Połowa sukcesu, drugą połowę. Czyli dziwne, że niektóre buildy, z jakiegoś to nie grałem DJ-a, ja bym się wstydziła, tak? To ja bym wyszła i stała obok. Bo to jest takie... Jak masz duszki, to przynajmniej... Masz... I get the power! Ach, Gudra znowu Dragapult, jeszcze jeden na Switch, Energia i Ogerpon w komplecie jest piękny.
Energy switch there as well. You count down all of those. It's almost the first card you're checking every single time when you're looking through this deck. You need to know where those are, and you're trying to accomplish your opening knockout without having to use your V-Star ability. Typically, it's all about those energy switches when you're doing that. You also see in the prizes that one copy of the Dragapult there, still one more to go. But we talked about this Sui and Gudra. It could be one of the key pieces in a matchup like this, limiting the damage output.
Yeah, definitely something that could be a really strong option that's just now not available, especially when your opponent has the 190 HP Rotom V in play. That's an easy target, an easy turn to potentially use that Gudra. You see Teal Dance, accelerating that energy, drawing a single card. We'll additionally see a Regidrago V hit the bench. What else are you seeing in Miloslav's hand over there? What kind of plays does he have available?
Yeah, more energies in that earthen vessel as well, but you kind of get to a point in this hand where you don't want to overextend. It's about just setting up one big Pokemon and knowing that you're going for that turn 2 attack. If you can make that happen, then you're very comfortable, and you don't want to throw away those additional grass energies if you don't need to.
No supporter played here for Miloslav, just a pass back over to Sebastia. Now Sebastia did not find a energy on turn 1, so what kind of options does he have to pull off an attack here? Is there a switch or anything like that in the deck?
There's a silly play where you can Lost Vacuum your own for a Seal Stone and then attach the board there now to try to get this Pokemon to move to the bench for free retreat, but it's going to be pretty tricky there.
Yeah, that seems unlikely.
Nie, tak mam wrażenie, że Mela, kurwa, kto gra Melę na litość boską? Nie wiem, ja nie rozumiem grania Meli, bo po pierwsze Mela mi bardziej przeszkadzała niż pomagała. Ja mam taki duży problem z tym, że Mela bardziej przeszkadza niż pomaga. Nie wiem dlaczego też nie ustawił Manafi. Kurwa, ciężki wybór. Jezus,
Once more, though, you look at this bench and it's a little susceptible to the
Oj,
dry
Manafi,
frosting. He gets scared. Buddy Puffin's going to take a look once more through the deck and find the blue guy.
Yeah, that will mitigate much of Sebastia's fear. Now, Miloslav could still pull something off. We talked about the canceling Cologne in game number 1. This is one of the situations for which you play that card. We will actually see that Rotom retreating to the bench, bringing up the Pidgey, and getting that energy in the discard pile, and now using instant charge to end the turn and draw 3 cards.
Yeah, Sebastian never wants to be a bird keeper, ever. Just complete disrespect to the Pidgey at all times. I suppose this is a pretty nice pivot, as you could just give up a single prize to your opponent, and in the best case scenario, you find Rare Candy Pidgeot and have that free retreat.
Draw for turn on Miloslav's end. We did not see a supporter played for turn last turn. Now, was that because he doesn't have one, or is it because his hand was just that good?
Chip, it was a choice. There is a Regidrago V-Star and a Professor's Research. The Earthen Vessel now, if you don't already have that fire energy, you can acquire it here. And all of the attacks are starting to line up, so long as you can find a different attacker for the discard pile. But maybe you're content with just that Dragapult.
Yeah, that Earthen Vessel, putting that Pokemon EX into the discard pile, you could line yourself up with some plays now. There's nothing like the Hawlucha in Miloslav's deck, so we can't see it target down any of those low HP Pokemon. So that's not going to be an option for Miloslav. He does not play it. We do see the fire energy being found off the Earthen Vessel. Does not choose to get any other energy cards, and that is because he doesn't want to put them in the discard pile with the incoming Professor's Research.
And plenty of opportunities to throw away cards later on with your Legacy Star. Don't need to waste them here. And it looks like
kurde, że gość gra Melę, to jest takie trochę nie za bardzo,
resources are starting to find their way to the top.
Yeah, quite a few Ultra Ball to work with, so you could get any other attacker if you
Tak
wanted
swoją
into
drogą,
the
tak.
discard pile, like that Kyurem, if you were able to find the Canceling Cologne play. It does not look like we're very close to that. You could take
na razie
for
jest
it
takie
with the Legacy
50-50, no
Star.
Manafi
I
widać,
don't
że
really think it is worth
się
it.
zabezpieczył.
Looking back now at the last turn, my favorite part about this Pidgey promotion is you're not giving up 2 immediate prize cards to your opponent, copying that Dragapult attack. With the 200 to the active and 6 damage counters to the bench, no Pokemon is available for that second prize knockout.
We do see Nest Ball being used, brings another Regidrago V into play. Now an Ultra Ball being considered here in order to discard a couple of cards. We do see that Giratina V-Star hitting the discard pile for the first time in this matchup. Not really an attacker I would expect to see come into play very often here.
Yeah, the only time potentially would be against a Pidgeot on the other side, but with the Pidgey being handled most likely this turn, don't have to think much about that.
Mew EX will be the grab, put directly onto the bench. Its restart ability can continue to provide Miloslav with some support here. We'll see switch into that Mew. One of the benefits of it as well is that it has that retreat energy switch now. Will be followed up, I imagine, by a restart for a couple of cards. There's a boss
Nie
sword.
fajnie, muszę przyznać.
Yeah, this is one of my
PJ-owa wersja
favorite
sobie
plays to see
będzie
from players. You know 100% of the time it will be the attacking Regidrago V-Star. You always switch to the free retreater.
Now we see the switch into
Niestety.
the Regidrago V-Star, the retreat, I should say. Attacking options lined up, more than likely Phantom Dive will spread some damage. The question is just how does Miloslav want to go about it? One damage counter being placed on the Manaphy, 5 more remaining.
I want 4 on the Drek Cloak there to set up for potentially that Giratina V-Star knockout. But other than that, it's pretty much could go anywhere at this point. The Dreepy could take that final damage counter if you so choose, but you have to be thinking opponent wants to evolve that Drek Cloak.
It becomes a question of
Tak, ja akurat grać kuźwa PJ. Ona jest nie najgorsza ta wersja, no ale problem polega na tym, że też...
Well, there's 2 of them, so you don't put 4 damage on one, he'll just go to
Że
the
będzie
other.
turbo pulse.
Right, but if he rare candies one of them, then
Dobra.
you can Dragapult it, right? And it stays a Dreepy, right? You can still Dragapult it later, and that is ultimately what Sebastian's going to choose to do.
Musi być
Well,
okropne.
considerations were made, and we'll see how that works out now. It looks like
Kurtas,
the rare candy play is
zasrany.
likely the choice with the
To
promotion
najgorsze są
of
te
that Dreepy.
Regi kutasy, no śnieg nie cierpię, tak? Mówmy się, no. Przehypo, przereklamany, no, dla mnie dek, który równie dobrze mógłby być do wyjebania. No, mamy Iono, dobra. Znaczy, może jednak weźmy Iono. Tak, wziąłbym Iono, dobra. No dobra, nie jest za dobrze. Mamy Cuksa. To jest Fez, dobra. Może... Ultra Ball.
Yep, plenty of options here when you look through the deck, but you have to be considering what leads you to a big attack in this spot. I think most of those cards are already
Ultra
but the Ultra Ball could be another helpful piece. Of course, that having that sparkling crystal is the #1 importance there, and maybe on Miloslav's side you start to feel a little better when you see the rescue board, but sure enough it is in vain.
Teraz Illumineon? Czy ja bym szła Alumineono? Dziwne, że
discarding a basic fire energy and that Luminion V in favor of finding the stage 2 attacker of Dragapult EX. Rare candy incoming as well in order to get this Pokemon into
A
play.
nie, ma Wesela, jest tam Mela. No, Mela. Znaczy w ogóle zamiast... Czemu on nie używa Crispina? Bo Crispin jest taki bardziej, ja powiem szczerze, lepszy. Mela jest trudna w użyciu. Ja już zmęczyłam z tą Melą. Ja nawet wywalałem wszystkie karty, żeby coś jeszcze dobrać. To jest... Mela jest taka... okropna. W ogóle to jest tak okropne granie Meli. Że może użyć co? Counter Catcher? No, czy co będziemy? To chyba będzie Counter Catcher Bogerpona! Czy problem polega na tym, jak bardzo to jest awkward, dosłownie przenośni, z tego powodu, że to jest okropne. Style z tego powodu. Kurde, mało kto już używa kuźwa.
I don't know if I love the damage placement here on the Teal Mask. Yes, eventually you will clear this Pokemon off the board, but there's 4
Ogólnie to jest o tyle okropne raczej. Z tego powodu, że jest mało wygodna sytuacja. Co będzie co do siłą. No dobra, mamy Wesela. No, mamy tego Regi Kutasiarza numer 2.
Yeah, the considerations now for how you go about the closeout of this game. You don't need to knock out this Dragapult this turn.
This
Boss's
is really
orders
good, yeah.
is so great because not only do you take the knockout on that Rotom V, but you can set up the additional damage counters on the Dragapult to take that knockout on the following turn. This is terrifying.
Yeah, things are setting up nicely here from Miloslav, taking a 3-prize turn here, setting up to just have to take one more knockout, placing the damage onto this Dragapult EX on the bench so that it can be KO'd by that Giratina V-Star. He still has Legacy Star available as well. The mountain is getting taller and taller and taller, and Sebastia is running out of energy to climb.
tak, Fez, stawiaj tego Feza.
Really difficult from this position.
Stary!
Every damage counter
Co,
counts
Manafi?
at this point.
What the f... Chyba, że Manafi na desce, to będzie śmiesznie. No dobra, będzie śmieszkowo, bo będzie Manafi na desce.
If your opponent does go an alternate route and play down one of those weaker V Pokemon, whatever it may be.
Sebastia knows that this does not feel like a winning board state.
It is tough. Yep, you're gonna take as much information in as you can. That is a sad drop of the discard pile.
Looks like a rescue board being attached. That'll provide the pivot for the Manaphy, attachment of an energy per turn to the Dracloak, and Iono can put Miloslav into 2 cards, but
to jest trochę śmieszne, bo nie... Feza nie postawił? O rado, nie postawił Feza. No, ale widzę, że...
Yeah, we're not too far away from a conclusion. So long as that Regidrago still reads Legacy Star, which it does, it's a difficult.
Dobra, no postawmy drugiego pulta, no.
Yes, you still do have take a knockout this turn. You have that Radiant Alakazam that could move some damage if you want to move it.
No takie nieciekawe.
Regidrago to
Pult
the
i
Mask,
ultra.
you can certainly do that, or you move the damage up and you take that 200 damage knockout.
Recon Directive looking at the top 2. Sebastia shakes the head, did not find what he was looking for in order to give himself just a chance here. He can knock out this Regidrago V-Star if he wants to. He can knock out
Znaczy ja bym dała rockout, no.
With the benched Regidrago V-Star. That was so massive for Miloslav last turn, using the Ultra Ball in order to establish this Pokemon in play, playing around any sort of disruption from Sebastia. That would have been an opportunity, but now not.
No będzie knockout na tego Regidrago jeszcze do tego.
From the bench to the active, 200 HP now remaining on this Regidrago V-Star. We will see the retreat, we will see the Phantom Dive, but what is it all for?
Yep, just throws down.
No to jest to utrudnienie.
I feel like you could have attacked with this one. He's like,
tak, no oczywiście pokazuję, no to samo robię, no. Jeszcze chcę tego Ogerpona.
Yes, I can take a knockout here, but at what cost?
I tego knockoutuję, tak? Tak, no.
All Miloslav simply has to do is to use that Legacy Star V-Star power and grab himself fire energy from the discard pile.
Nie ma użytego, tak?
Like it is already lined up here perfectly.
No tak, żeby znokautowe, no. I wtedy on 3, tak. Yeah. Też staję, ma. Dobra, jest NS-Ball po Feza.
And sure enough, that's what he's speaking to Sebastia about now. Legacy Star, grab the fire energy. We're gonna go through the motions here, discarding the top 7 cards, gets to grab any 2 cards he likes, attaches the fire, retreats, and announces Lost Impact.
Smutna żaba MP3. Nie, chyba Kutas wygrał. Nie. Niech już ten deck wyrotuje, ja nie mogę na niego patrzeć. No to jest taki ja nie lubię go, no. To jest taki, który psuje smak życia. Powinniśmy grać Snorlaxy. Kurde, no widać, że się starał chłop.
use of all of the hit
Kurde, jeszcze tę PJ-ową grał. Jeszcze ta Mela nie pasuje mi w ogóle w tym deku. No kto gra Melę? Czemu nie gra Crispina, no? Crispin jest dużo lepszy. Tym bardziej, że Crispin jest dużo lepszym wyborem z tego powodu, że po pierwsze Crispin jednak, nie oszukujmy się, jest on bardziej, wiecie, no on bardziej ładuje, a tutaj kuźwa musisz użyć Meli, musisz być znokautowany, no ja kto używa Crispina na tej Meli, no. Czy nie jest to najgorszy support, ale też nie za bardzo wybitny jest z tego powodu, że po pierwsze... Nie, ty musiałbyś mieć rękę taką na tyle chujową, żeby grać.
Still the potential for 12 players to make it into
What do you think about that ID up there at the top, Chip?
They did choose the ID, Isla and
Nie wiedziała, ale tak Mela... Ja sens raczej jak miał Crispina, to jest jak mamy lepsze narzędzia.
It is a risk, but as a Golden Goal player, you know you gotta take those.
I guess they're actually probably pretty safe because 31 will probably just be the top end. It's not like there's people with more, there's not like 29 pointers that are playing to get to 32.
I was trying to explain that to you as we were going into it, but the issue is if we have 13 people making the cut, maybe there's a world where one of those players gets dropped in, but it's very unlikely to be them as they were the top seeded players.
No Podlesy wygrał, ja nie mogę, ja jebie.
Resistances will break down, they will, with the ID, more than likely be safe. Always a little bit of the risk though, probably are good to go, especially depending what happens at table 2, that could make a big difference.
All right, well, to speak a little bit more on those players that started off the tournament at 8-0, we mentioned earlier Jackson Ford trying to find that win, takes down Henry Chow to get there. It is the Charizard of Jackson that will be
I believe I heard Henry saying earlier that he felt like the Charizard matchup was easy, so things just did not work out well for him there. If he was feeling confident in that matchup, Jackson Ford taking it down.
And Leonardo Walbrancher as well was a player playing that Iron Thorns that started off the tournament 9-0 and does find a win against, of all people, Ryan Antonucci there too. So man, that's another great player that started 8-0, moving on.
We'll get more into how some of these matches have broken down here shortly. In the meantime, though, we do want to hear from our most recent player getting into our top cut. Before we do that, we will take a look at the replay from that game, and it was a really solid 2-0 victory there for Miloslav. He really put on a great show, a really great lesson in how to play this Regidrago V-Star deck.
Yeah, we saw our players having a great time.
Trafił na takiego kutasiarza.
Sebastian really taking in the moment and
Za
having
przeproszenie,
fun
że
with
ja
this. As yes, the cards weren't exactly following his way, but you can see us there in that second game now. That opening knockout there on the Pidgey, which was smart of Sebastian, but goodness, the damage placement here was really the story.
Without a doubt, and then that grab of the Rotom, bringing that up into the active spot in order to take a 3-prize turn, really put Miloslav just a little bit too far ahead. 2 prizes remaining. Sebastian went through the motions, take an excellent 4-prize turn. Miloslav had the pieces, was able to close it out. So we're gonna get to hear from him right now. Let's get down to the stage and hear in just a minute from our winner.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything that our players are trying to accomplish right here. You get that big final match win, you get to move on into the top cut, and this is not a spot that, I mean, we've seen Miloslav in there multiple times at the regional stage and continuing to build on those placements, and once more, here's a big one.
And now I do believe we have that interview ready. Let's get down to the stage and hear from our top cut player, Miloslav.
Thank you, Chip. Yes, I am here with our last Swiss match feature match winner, Miloslav. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling now, having made it into the asymmetrical top cut?
I'm feeling great. Hopefully, I can make it through.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Now, we were just talking before. You mentioned that, in a sense, although you have made the top cut, this is kind of like an equal best result, right? Because you made top 16 at internationals before.
Yeah, pretty much. I think internationals I only have top 32s, but I have multiple top 16s at Worlds. I'm like the top 16 collector, so hopefully I'm making it through this time. Yeah, but I still won't be disappointed because the result is great. So.
Having two top 16s at Worlds myself, I know the feeling. We can share that maybe. So yeah, going into asymmetrical cut, how are you feeling just in general? Do you know what else you're going up against? If so, how are you feeling about the rest of your matchups between you and the potential win?
Well, I have no idea what I'm going to be up against, but regarding my matchup, I think pretty much every deck is favored for my build of Regidrago except for Bolt. That one's like a 10%er. But I was able to beat one in Swiss. I lost to the other one, but yeah. I think my chances are solid.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we did see Raging Bolt dropped off a lot from day 1 to day 2, so it seems like a lot of those potential bad matchups have dropped out, so that very much goes in your favour. Now, something else that I to talk about, the casters were talking about how it seems that this Regidrago V-Star is really the best user of the Phantom Dive attack on the Dragon Ball, right? I mean, you just saw it on stage there, you just managed to beat it. So, what do you think of that comparison between, you know, the Regidrago V-Star as a deck that can make use of the Phantom Dive compared to, you know, the Dragon Ball deck itself that you just played against?
Yeah, I think regarding early game pressure, Regidrago is the best user for sure. I agree. Like, there's not much to say. I think he's the best guy. I think there can be metas where Dragapult is a bit better of a play, but I don't think it's right now. I think Regidrago is the best one for sure right now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now we're going to go to a quick break, but just before we do, is there anyone you want to say hello to at home, like give a shout out either at home or in the audience, anything like that?
I would like to give a massive shout out to Czech collector Petr Luba, who's been sponsoring me with a lot of cards. Pretty much like 55 of my current deck is this card, so yeah, big shout out to him. Also to my testing group, Fabian, Pedro, Raz and Daniel. They've been helping me a lot, even though we didn't manage to play the same 60. Our preparation was great. To the Czech gang who travels with me and everyone who's been cheering for me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much as well for your time. Congratulations and best of luck in Top Cut. Everyone at home, we're going to go to a quick break, but do not go anywhere. We're going to be back with our first round of our asymmetrical Top Cuts.
We're here at the Latin American International Championships, and as day 1 wraps up, we have a lot of trainers moving on to day 2. A lot of trainers from different regions. Here I have
Dobra, Masters Top Cut będzie, ohoho!
Dunebug from North America, Colin from Europe, and we have Val from LATAM. And this might be the first time ever in Pokemon Go Championship Series history that a region that is not the home region is going to take the crown. But there's only one way to determine that. Literally only one way, and that is by ring toss. Off camera, LATAM was able to defeat Oceania, so that means LATAM does get a bye in round number 1. So it's going to be North America and Europe to determine which region will win the Latin American International Championship. Let's get it started. First up is going to be North America. So Dunebug is going to be throwing the rings first here for all of North America. Also, Dunebug has qualified for day number 2, so this is also real if he can win the ring toss and win the whole competition. It looks like I'll count it. That counts as 1 there. Looks like he's got 1 on the board for North America. At least he's on the board. Can he get 2? He doubles up on the same Pachirisu. Can he get triple on the same one? No. Okay, that's 2. Strong start. Let's bring in Europe. We got Colin. He's already got his rings ready. See if he can tie it up with 2 points here. Immediately gets 1. Oh, clutch from Colin. Looking good to start off. He got 1 point very early on. Can he get 2? He has 1 more shot to tie it up for Europe. And eek, I count it. I count it. That means it's going to be a shoot-off. Dunebug, you get to go up first. And then Colin, you get to go right after him. And whoever hits 1 first wins it all. Go ahead, Dunebug. You're going to be up first here. Can you get 1?
Kuba, ojany zawody w wrzucaniu kółek do bidufów i Pachirisu, kuźwa. Przynajmniej nie jest nudno na tym.
So Val, go ahead. You get to throw your 5 rings here.
A jaki Top Cut mam?
And no, it comes up a little short. This is all of LATAM on the line. LATAM has won the first 2 Latin American International Championships. Will it make it 3 in a row? Val, can you get 1 on the board? And it's so close on that Bidoof. You have 1 more shot, 1 more ring. Get it on one of the Pachirisu on the Bidoof for all of LATAM. You can do it, Val. Do it. No, okay. That means if Dunebug is able to hit 1 right here, that means North America will make history and win the Latin American International Championships. And can Dune hit it? He instantly hits it. That is absolutely clutch. It doesn't mean Doom's gonna win the whole thing. It doesn't mean North America has a great chance to do it all, but we'll have to find out day number 2. So see you there. Let's get back to Pokemon action.
Caleb Gettimer has brought brought everything to this table.
I'm Caleb Guttimer, and I am from Wisconsin. My brother brought home a library book that had a Pokemon card. Just
Aha,
tucked
tu
in there
mamy
somewhere,
oczywiście
and it just
Rogersona.
really intrigued me. We got some starter decks, and it was off to the races from there. I'd probably be water. I think Squirtle was like my favorite growing up.
Caleb is an old school name. He has put on an absolute tear at so many regional events.
2018
Dobra, już niedługo
that was
będzie
like my
Top
first
Cut.
year where I really wanted to go all out at competing, going to as many events as I
Jeżeli-
possibly could. I think at that time I was a little caught up in feeling like you're not making mistakes, but I must have been. And I said something to the effect at the time like, I don't know if I want to do the same more. It's the first step to
No ja,
platforming and
chyba jak
really
idę w
anything in life
kontrolę,
when you say
to...
you're, you know,
Kurwa, ja mam
so
straconą...
there's just
Ja
all
straciłem
different
formę do
things that you
agrodeków
can
i
do
dlatego
so
mi
you can
kiepsko
be a better
poszło
player.
w piątek.
Playing outside of tournaments can be hard. You can't just do the reps and expect that it's going to mean something. You need to be setting yourself up for success. Like I'm playing against this with the intention of being prepared for it. I had a bit of a break at the end of last year, and first tournament back, I won.
He started this event 10-0. He's afraid of nobody.
There's absolutely no margin for error. I was lucky enough to go undefeated in the first day, going in at 8-0. Had I not picked up an extra match point from a tie, I wouldn't have even made the top cut. That finals match was something else. First game just felt
Niestety się...
Second game,
Dobra,
you
już
got
niedługo za
super unlucky.
półtorej godziny.
And that last one
taki
just
błąd.
a bit of a miracle. It escalated very quickly, and I thought, like, this cannot be happening.
A za to weźmy boltu z linionem. No, teraz...
I was very emotional,
Trochę na
and I'm not
morze.
ashamed of that. I've done this 4 times now, and this is just unlike any of the other ones. This just tops it all. I'm probably not going to win Worlds this year. I've tried a bunch, and it's not worked so far. I'd like to think that I'd have a small ego, but you know how it goes. It ebbs and flows. Winning Worlds is like permanent though. Like you get a deck made, and you can buy that at your local grocery store. It's pretty cool. My absolute favorite moment at Worlds is taking the stage round 1 against Daichi Shimada, and just that feeling of being the first one featured in day 2 was...
O, był nieco taki wysowy.
I lost, but it was still awesome to be part of that. Playing meaningful games is really my goal. When you do this, as much as I have, you have some rough patches. Winning into day 2, winning into top 8. Like, if you get to that point, the rush that goes into those games is hard to top, except with something like this, where you actually win.
Caleb Guttimer is the Louisville regional champion.
No to jest tak. No a teraz bez ten Top Cut.
Phase 2 is
Będzie
complete, and
ciekawie.
we are now into phase
Prize
3.
War.
Top Cut here at the Latin America
Oh,
International
matko,
Championships.
ja nie
This
mogę.
is where things are going to go down. Welcome back into the stream. My name is Ethan Heggie, joined alongside Freya Pierce. We started with over 1,500 competitors,
Top Cut,
and
co
now
oznacza
we have
oczywiście
worked our
to,
way
że
down
niedługo
to
jest
our
to
final
8.
competitors. Our Top Cut is happening soon.
Yeah, it is. And
co tam
as
się
we've
tu
already
stało?
mentioned a couple
No
of times this weekend already, this will be the first international championships operating under the new asymmetric top cut structure. So that means that we have, I think, 10 players overall had a good enough record to make that top 8, but based on opponent's win percentage, there we have 2 rounds and essentially a top 16 to determine who will be locked in for those final top 8 spots.
We'll wait for standings to be final before confirming anything, but the way it's going to work is there will definitely be players playing it out in what is essentially a playoff round. Players with the same record as those at the 8 seeds, which in this case is going to be 10-2 or 30 match points, will have to play based off of their resistance. So if you're 10-2, you're crossing your fingers right now that your resistance is just good enough so that you don't have to play what is essentially, like you said, a top 16 match.
Yeah, something I definitely wish was around back in 2016, but I think the less said about that, the better. I think I've mentioned that one enough already.
A lot of interesting decks that look like they're going to be in this top cut. One of those is Gardevoir, a deck that you know is off of a lot of people's radars. looks like it's going to have a chance to, you know, have a deep run here. I was out in the field during that last round. I got to see some of the hands-on action, and I have to say, that is one of my favorite things to do during this event. The final Swiss round, any chance, you know, that I'm not in the booth casting, I always go out there. I see the matches in person, and I see what went down. Probably the highlight match for me that I saw over there was Henry Chow up against Jackson Ford. That was a very intense matchup. You know, a lot of people would say that matchup is pretty dominant for Charizard, but you know, Henry Chow put on an excellent fight. It went to game 3, and off of an Iono to 2 or 3 cards, Jackson Ford. I think Harrison Ford, but Jackson Ford. I get all the 4 names mixed up. He was able to find the pieces needed to win against Henry Chow, meaning that there will be a Charizard in our top cut. And I believe, as it stands right now with his placing, I'm going to go ahead and just double confirm his record. Yeah, so at 10-1-1, he is most likely safe from playing a elimination match. If this stands correct, we're going to have about 10 players. So it looks like it will just be the, there will be 2 play-in matches. So there will be the 6th seed on, so 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Right? 7, 8, 9, and 10. So
yeah, so 6 on is safe.
I can count. Yeah, so 6 are safe, and then the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th seeded players will essentially play it out in a single elimination bracket, and from there we'll have our standard top 8 like we usually do.
But speaking of single elimination brackets, whilst LAIC got sorted out, we have our own bracket to deal with, which is of course that community choice bracket for the most underrated deck of the Stellar Crown format. So we are almost there at the end here. It seems like, Goldigo made its way to the finals.
You guys did not let that happen. Please tell me you did not vote for Goldigo over Gardevoir.
Yeah,
you know what? The interesting thing is, Goldigo is in the top 8 of our event, and that is a big surprise, you know. The representative from Europe who usually brings the deck, what's his name again?
Yeah, Van Kampen.
Yeah, he is not here, but another countryman is representing the deck on his behalf and doing well. So, who will be meeting Goldigo EX in the finals? Well, that's between Cloth and Bennett EX. And Fran, as I've done all weekend, I will give you the opportunity to pick your deck and run with it.
All right, I'm gonna Mr. Ross Gilbert, the Wossy PTTG Radio, if you're watching at home, I'm going to do you proud, and I'm going to defend your boy Cloth right here and now. So, here we go. What has been the most surprising, spring out deck from this past format, and what praise on the most popular deck in the format, Raging Bolt? It's Cloth. What is the deck piloted by the most insane
wyglądać nasze top 8? Jak będzie
for
nasz
a
top
someone aging up? Giovanni Sato.
Ja jestem ciekaw, co tu się stanie.
It is such a simple attacker that does such a big amount of damage on a single prizer, and it has got a price factor behind it as well. It is definitely, I would not just saying this for Ross's benefit, I actually think it's an underrated deck.
Well, we can agree. I mean, these decks are top here because, you know, chat thinks they are underrated. But Net EX, when this card came out in Scarlet Violet, people said this card is mid. This card does not do enough damage. It's a stage 1. It wants to be Seismitoad EX, but it doesn't have the drip like Seismitoad does.
Nope.
However, people finally came around to understanding the power of the card thanks to Monkey Dory. And really, it's a team effort. It's the monkey working with the Puppet Master to create an awesome combo, and I have to say, this deck is extremely underrated. If you've never piloted this deck before, and ask yourself, how is this deck doing well? If you watch some of the stream matches, I mean, the last Europe Regional is a great example of how powerful this deck is. You can put on an absolute masterclass. It does fall short in some areas, right? I will give it that. Damage lax sometimes, you need a little bit of setup, you have to have things go your right. But what deck doesn't? What deck doesn't need things to go right? I think Bennett is way underrated and deserves a spot to play against Goldigo in the finals.
I think the counter argument I would make is always, in a sense, like playing into the fact that because it has done so well in Gdansk now, is it even underrated anymore? It seems like a lot of people hyped it in, coming in to this weekend especially. So I think, by comparison, in terms of how good it actually is compared to how people rate it, I do think Cloth is the more underrated deck. I'm kind of approaching it from that angle.
It is interesting to look at it that way. We're at the point where, most of these decks, or all of these decks, would be considered
szkoda, jakbym grała drogę pulsem na tą teresę, no. To raczej bum, 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 bum. Nie byłoby gadania.
better as an underrated deck, or which deck you think is more underrated? Because if we're picking underrated, we should have just picked the worst deck on this entire list at that point.
No, but yeah, you can look at it both ways, right? But anyway, we've made our arguments, so now you guys can vote at home. So go ahead, only on Twitch you can vote, so go to twitch.tv/PokemonTCG if you want to vote, so to choose which one do you think is the most underrated deck, and using whatever criteria you think is most valid, mine or Ethan's, there's plenty of ways to go about it, so get there voting on Twitch.
Nie zauważyłem. To też...
See again how things pair up. I'm constantly refreshing the standings here just to make sure we're getting some things updated. Some other highlights of players who are locked up.
Trochę smutno się czuję, że tak
on the 8th round
Hop
of
się
Swiss
starał.
has guaranteed himself a spot in Top Cut. He is 10-1-1, so he is
No, na dużo jest ciężko, na szczęście tych dużych już będzie mniej zdecydowanie. No co tam się uchyba takiego wielkiego, basicowego, no chyba a tylko ten Raging Bolt. Bolt, ewentualnie ten Terrapagos.
I believe so that idea against Ilya as well, who is a name we've not seen in a long while, but I managed to make his way out here to the LAIC and managed to secure a top cut spot after having not played for quite a long time, so great to see that as well.
He is our Golden Go representative.
But oh my goodness, okay. Wow,
that's representing, you know, showing some strength towards the Golden Go. I know he's had a pretty positive attitude, you know, this entire weekend, and you have to when you're playing a deck like Golden Go.
Yeah, I saw some of his tweets where he was like saying, "Oh, if I play against you, I'll give you a couple of Russian bashing carbs," which I think was a very cool little gesture to do for the Smash format.
Nice and fun, you know, I like to have some fun when I'm playing Pokemon. Sometimes, you know, I will say I'm more on the serious side. If you see me at an event, I'm locked in. It's not that I don't like Pokemon, it's just, you know, you can treat it different ways, and we talked about that yesterday.
A czyli Top Cut, czyli ten Dragapult zajmuje 9. miejsce, no to
Yeah, you absolutely can. Do we have any others who are kind of dead cert for Top Cut at this point, if we're just looking at your standings?
I do believe that we have Iron Thorns has secured itself a spot, not necessarily in our top 8 cut, but that did win against Ryan Antonucci the final round.
Okay.
Antonucci was playing a canceling clone in this deck, but even with that, just the power of early disruption and the power of crushing hammer and the technical machine devolution proved to be too much for Ryan, and he was unable to win. So we will have a Brazilian representative. It looks like at least 2 representatives in Top Cut, and I've just got word here from backstage that there are 11 players in our Top Cut, so that means it extends down.
It does, so that means there's going to be 3 playoff matches.
That's correct.
Okay, so that means the 6th seed is not safe. That means only the 5th seed and above are locked in for top 8, and then 6th all the way through to the 11th will have to play it out for those last few top 8 spots. Wow, okay.
Yeah, 11 players here in Top Cut, and wow, what names we have here. At 11, Raz Wolf, who top 4 World Championships, has run it back with Reggie Drago. He is probably the most interesting comeback story of this event. Raz started 2 wins and 2 losses today, or 2 wins, 2 losses on the event. And he has won 8 consecutive matches to get himself into the top cut of World Championships. It's very similar to Rahul, who started out, obviously the Rahul's a little bit more extreme. He started out 0-2, you know, to burn things back, but still, what a run for him, having another chance to prove his prowess with Reggie Drago V-Star.
Ciekawe, czy będzie Snorlax.
Going further up the standings as well, let's see.
Czyli tak standard, jedna lugia, jeden bolcik.
So we of course saw Miloslav win that match on stream, so he will be another representative in Cut. We have 2 Brazilian representatives. One of them is Rafael playing Iron Thorns. We'll get confirmation what Leonardo is playing. Actually, we'll find out right now what Leonardo is playing. So it's really interesting to see Iron Thorns. Talk to me about that. Was that a deck you expected in Cut? It feels like it's always a gimme, you know, that one of them manages to make their way in.
I put it under the pile of, I wouldn't necessarily expect it to be in Cut, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I think it's one of those kind of decks.
Alright, so let me check and see.
So wasn't Leonardo the one playing Iron Thorns actually?
Oh, yes,
pokażcie, co tam gra.
Double check and see. Rafael is not playing Iron Thorns, so let me see what Rafael is playing. So we do have 2 Brazilian representatives in this cut, so there is a chance, you know, for them to bring it home here to Brazil.
Not for Diego to get the 2 timer, so we did of course lose in that second to last stream match that we had, right? So Diego I think ended up ended up tying the last round to Daniel Powell, a UK player. So yeah, still with a good position today, but not able to run it back with the second LAIC win.
Okay, so Raphael is playing the very cool Terapagos Dusknoir deck. Now I have to check, I believe he is also playing a thin Charizard line in his deck, and he is indeed playing a very similar list to Pedro, who actually faced off against him. So that final match for the win and into cut was Terapagos Charizard versus Terapagos Charizard. You cannot make this stuff up. You cannot make this up.
I don't know for sure. There's probably a good chance that they're both teammates who work on the deck together.
Absolutely. I mean, if you come to a conclusion that similar and have such similar success almost down to the team, it's very likely, right, that you're going to be in cohorts of working on that.
Absolutely. Now, I just had a word through my ear. We do have the results in for the poll. Let's take a look at the results for the community prediction. Let's see what you guys went with.
O, Banner versus Golden, okej. Tutaj jest akurat community choice.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
I'm so lost.
So, something has gone wrong here. Either the...
Nie, Klopp
I have the
tutaj
explanation here.
wygrał.
Banette snuck its way in. It was kicked out, but its shadow snuck into the finals. So we'll see if he gets kicked out or not for being
tu się
there.
pomylił,
But the
jednak.
ghost has entered. He may not be where he should be, so we'll let you know if he belongs in our finals bracket or not.
Claw for the 2-1 loss somehow here into the... Yeah,
you can't trust these ghosts.
Yeah, let's get him. Okay, I think it is Claw that did win, so yeah, there we go.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
So
sneak in.
very sneaky. The Puppet tried to make his way through even after losing, but no, and Claw is the winner there. So it's going to be Golden Go against Claw for the most underrated deck of the format in the finals.
You got to give him credit for trying to sneak in there, but they caught him, unfortunately. Can't have any fun out here. No ghosts in our bracket. We've got quite the matchup here. We've got two very funny decks going up against each other to see what is the more underrated deck.
No
No
ghosts,
te
Golden Go's
magnetyki
literally
tak się nie
ghosts.
ślizgają.
Golden Go is made of absolute money. That's all I see when I see him. He is not evil. He is a beautiful coin Pokemon.
Yeah,
that's all I see.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Just it's a wholesome ghost type, if you will.
You know, like, that is probably one of the Pokemon I look at and I don't necessarily think ghost, but then I remember Gimmighoul's the chest, and, you know, he's got a little bit of a more eerie vibe.
Chyba Losbox z
Sometimes
Pikachu.
I do forget about Golden. I mean, we have actually had a second type Golden Go, I believe, as well, so that does make sense. We had one printed. There we go. All right, sweet. Let's round out the top cut here to see who else is going to be, you know, locked in for a spot. Daniel Magda. Let me go ahead and check what Daniel is playing here. Of course, he actually natural drew, was down paired the final round, so played against somebody who was 9-1-1, so could not take an intentional draw. They naturally tied, so Regidrago Beastar, another one, securing itself a spot into this top cut. So we have, as of right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Regidrago
Co kurwa?
out of the 11 players. So
5 Regikutasów! Przecież to jest najnudniejsza meta będzie świata. Chyba, że se żartujecie. Wiecie, że to są żarty. To musi być jakiś nieśmieszny żart. 5 Regikutasów. Co tu się odwaliło na litość boską? 5 kutasiarzy, LOL. No powiedzcie, że to są mem. Znaczy, że to jest jakiś jeden nieśmieszny żart. Tam jest... Taś! 5 kutasiarzy, kuźwa, nie mówcie mi, że będzie 5 Regidrago. To będzie chyba najnudniejsze top 8. A tam to przynajmniej był Snorlax w Polsce, Gorce, a tu kurwa 5 Regikutasów! Czy to są żarty? To będzie topór w toporem. To jest kukus, który smoczek się rozkręci. To te jakie są 3 pozostałe? Błagam, dajcie mi Snorlaxa. Kibicuję. No i tam Terapagos. Tamuś.
Cannot forget about Austin Ellis from
Jaki
Canada. He's
śmieszny,
making with
kurwa,
Terapagos,
żart.
at least. But that last match, I believe we're still finalizing the
Ja
results, but it looked like he may have possibly drew that match. It was very, very close game
To
3,
jest
but time was
jakiś
winding
żart,
down. Seems to be
proszę.
the case there.
But of course, we do have
Musi być
reference
żart.
to the Terapagos Dusknoir with Charizard,
Jeżeli
right?
tak,
Yeah, so yeah.
jeżeli tak będzie wyglądać meta, to jest ona
It's got 3 uses,
smutna.
that's for sure.
No jak bloki w PRL-u, kurwa. 5 Reggie Drago. W LAIC może choć raz być jakoś różnorodnie, no bo przecież NACA to mieliśmy 5 Gardevoir i 2 losboxy. Psy do jasnej ciasnej, więc... Jaka nuda!
It did look like Isaiah Bradner and Gabriel Smart tied, so they will both get top 32. But with that, I think we've almost got our top cut secured. So this is probably one of the most amount of play matches we've had. I know we had one similar in one of the more recent European regionals, the one that we saw Yuki Okada win with Dragapult.
Najnudniejsza rzecz świata, to jest po NACA najbardziej monotonna meta, jaką można sobie wyobrazić. To jasne i ciasne, to musi być...
But it's important to remember that, of course, that even with that, the top 8 is still really where you want to be, right? Ultimately, that's where a lot of like the really big pricing pays out in terms of the cash and the points. So this win is going to
Ostatnio taka beznadziejna meta była...
Just because you made it to the top cut doesn't mean you're going to be satisfied with that necessarily.
Yeah, and imagine the pressure on your shoulders if you are in a position where you have to play a play-in match. You just finished 4
Ostatnio taka beznadziejna meta, taka monotonna, no to była na NACA w zeszłym roku, gdzie było 5 Gardevoir i 2 losboxy. Pytanie, jak bardzo musiało być tu wieć nudą jak...
And why stop there, of course, you know, can still go ahead and make it to the finals and possibly become a champion. These are 2 very big matches for a lot of our competitors.
Jak bardzo musi być nudą?
We've talked about a couple of times already how really
nudą jak pizda świecie.
System, this new system where you have to stay in that top X number in order to make it to your World Invitation. It would be so nice to just get top 4 at this tournament and then, you know what, you just don't have to worry about it for the rest of the season. Your tickets are locked up and you are in Worlds.
Nudna meta, tak? To musi być tak nudno. No jak pizd na świecie. Meta. Co to, że było jeszcze Mirrorów Snorlax? Wyobrażacie sobie, jakby Snorlaxy były? Byłoby nudne i to byłby chyba raczej konkurs. To się zmęczy. To jest tak. To jest taka, wiecie, najnudniejsza meta pod słońcem. No i tak to wygląda, bo jak na razie tutaj z rozstrzygniętych mamy Jackson Forda, to jest ten od Charizarda tego śmiesznego, mamy Rossa Gregorsona, mamy co ciekawe Daniela Magdę, czyli kolejnego Czecha. Tu mamy jeszcze Raza Wopela. Niektóre to topkaty jeszcze nie zagrane. No i Milosław Podlesi właśnie z Brazylią Rafael Yuti. 5 Reggie Drago. Jeżeli tak będzie, no to będzie to taka nudna meta trochę. Nudna jak pizda w świecie. Meta.
Rulebox abilities you could make use of, but could still be a little bit tricky with the disruption. That'll be an interesting one.
So it looks like Rose was the only player at 10-2 to get
tak, tu mamy Daniela Magdę. Kolejny Czech, no Czechsi, sąsiedzi nasi przejęli. No tutaj chyba też nie wiemy na co gra Jackson Ford, ale chyba nie przybył. Z tego co widzę, Jackson Ford już jest top 8, czyli Charizard z słówkami. Nie wiem, Jackson Ford chyba grał tym czarkiem z Secret Boxem. Jebnięty pomysł, ja wiem, ale jak widać działa. No Magda, tak, Julius Brelful vs Raz Wopel. Mamy jeszcze Austin Alisa vs Leonardo Wellbridge. Co to niektórzy tu już chyba niektórzy przeciwnicy postanowili dropnąć, bo tutaj mamy już Torrisona versus Rossa Gregorsona, czyli Australijczyk Torrison, czyżby kolejna invite dla Australii będzie? Tak, no i oczywiście nie zapominajmy, że zaraz będziemy mieli sąsiadów za nasz top 8, za naszą granicą, naszych sąsiadów z Czech. Dosłownie sąsiadów. Zresztą widać, Czesi lecą po bandzie. Sąsiadzi. Żeby kibicować, znaczy, no kibicowałbym sąsiadom, gdyby nie to, że nasi sąsiedzi grają Reggie Dragonami. Czy zobaczymy, no to jaki mecz będziemy oglądali. Daniel Magda jest już w top 8, czy mamy jednego Czecha. I to jeszcze takiego świeżo wyrwanego z tego, z seniorów, bo jakby ktoś wiedział wcześniej był w seniorach do Magda.
Yeah, so we're not really that surprising, I guess. The thing is with the Lugia into the God of War, if the God of War player can sort of get themselves going and set up well, and as long as they don't concede too many prizes too early, it is pretty favourable for them. We had to go in really early with the Iron Hand, totally miss a few draws, so yeah, not really surprising to see Rose triumphing over Lugia with the God of War.
Trying to, envision in my head how this bracket might shape out. Now, there are a lot of mirror matches, a lot of, interesting matchups for sure. Freya, I mean, looking at this bracket, right, there's a lot that can change, of course, to even have a chance against our, 5 competitors who have locked up a top 8 spot.
To będzie przyszłe granie. Jakby rotomy wyrotowały, to zawsze może postawić se rotomastów. No, też jednak Silson też rotuje, ale to każdy oderwuje dosłownie ten system i rotomem, no bo rotom jest wszędzie, tak jakby wszędzie i będzie wszędzie.
Yeah, that does not seem very good. We'll have to see if, Ilya is playing the canceling cologne.
Pozwalający się rozłożyć.
Canceling cologne when it's, the Greninja and Palkia engine. That is always a great card to have against Iron Thorns. Usually there for things like Manaphy, great against Mimikyu, Block. Not really expected to be against Iron Thorns, but it's kind of a card you include, and if you hit a Thorns, you're happy to have it in your deck.
Yeah, definitely a good addition to have for that and many other
matchups. Bolesny start
I do believe, we just had word through that we are going to be streaming. Actually, Ilya's going to find out live along with all of us. It's going to be Austin against Leonardo for our streamed asymmetrical cup match here. So it's going to be Austin playing Terrapagos and Leonardo playing the Iron Thorns EX.
Czy torcy?
And when I've seen some gameplay, of course, before, I think you've got to give the edge to Terrapagos to this matchup. Sure, you cannot use Pidgeot EX as long as Iron Thorns is in play. However, Noctowl still works perfectly fine. And so I think the big question here, and I'm sure you know this as a Terrapagos player, somebody who's played the deck frequently, how likely will it be here for Austin to consistently find double turbo energies without the ability to
ciekawie być już nie może.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to depend on whether Austin is playing a Chorus's Tenacity or not, because that could be a way to essentially search the double turbo energy off of a Noctowl, because you can grab that, then grab the double turbo. But actually, to me, I have a bigger thing in mind. Do you know this is playing Bufalon? Because if you get two of those down, Iron Thorns is doing so much damage to you, and you have all the time in the world to find those double turbo energies. That's going to be a big one.
That's going to be a big question. We won't spoil any list secrets until our players are locked in at the table, know what they're talking about. It's going to be a good match. This is going to be our first time featuring Thorns this weekend. Now, Iron Thorns, still not having a lot of respect on its name. It is the reigning world champion deck. It has had some solid placings in terms of top cuts at regional championships thus far. This could be the event where if you hit the correct bracket, right? I mean, a Goldango, first off, that seems pretty good. Maybe a Drago, you get a little bit lucky, that could be okay. It is 100% feasible that Thorns could do what it does at Worlds and go all the way.
Yeah, now I'm not gonna lie, hearing some more of the crowd noise going on in the background for all the other games. Now that we're in the top cuts, we were talking about this yesterday. There's a Brazilian being streamed now. I think the crowd is going to go absolutely wild for Leonardo here.
I want to see some excitement when we see heads on hammer flips. That's what I want to see. There have been some very good core memories off the coin flips. You love it or hate it, it is a part of the Pokemon TCG. You can't lie, when there's a clutch catcher flip or a clutch hammer flip, honestly, it's more respectable to clap after a clutch catcher flip over a hammer flip. But if that's the kind of person you are, I won't fault you. It can still be hype.
Yeah, absolutely, you can. And it's never nice that if you're the one flipping the coin, then it goes, against you. But again, these are just the moments you have, right? These are what you accept playing these coin flip cards. And it's always a little bit of fun for the showmanship for the stream too.
Yeah, it feels like it's been so long because it has. I mean, the last time we were at an international championship at the finals, the set kind of came down to a coin flip in that first game. Throwback to when Andrew Hendrick took down Stefan Ivanov and won by flipping heads to attack through confusion to win the game. This could maybe be a running theme here for the ICs of coin flips making or breaking people's runs and getting them all the way.
And then even in the last game, right, so the last flower selecting, finding the prime catch off of the Comfade to get this to sneak the win there too.
I hope that this finals is at least half of what that finals was, because it was one of the most intense,
Niech na całe były te 6 gard, kurde.
That was such a great match, and I'm expecting even more here from this top 8 bracket, from this top 16 bracket. It's going to be epic.
I think the only one, and some personal bias creeping in here, that I think can like match or beat that in terms of sort of the hypeness is actually the finals where Diego Hafshi won in 2018.
That was very, very exciting. I remember watching that from home, and everybody, the mics literally peaked because of how loud you guys were yelling, but it was it was so worth it. You can't blame for not yelling at the top of your lungs to a moment like that. Those moments come so rare in the TCG, especially when they're so hype and exciting. You have to appreciate those. You have to acknowledge them.
And of course on that one I was co-casting with Jeremy Jallin. Lovely guy. Jeremy, watching at home, love you man. Seriously, miss you tons.
Shout out to Jeremy. Shout out to, of course, all the casters here. We've got so much action going on the other streams as well. We've got Pokemon Go, Pokemon Video Game, and Pokemon Unite all happening throughout this weekend. And an additional point as well, for the first time, Pokemon Unite will be joining us on Sunday, tomorrow for Championship Sunday. So for once now, we're going to have all the games featured in chronological order. It's going to be back-to-back-to-back-to-back Pokemon action. No matter if you're a fan of the TCG or more, you're going to want to tune in.
Yeah, but when I've been casting it past ICs, right, it's always been a little bit of confusion when you hear like a massive hype champion moment on a Saturday, and then you realize, oh, it's because the Unite are finishing on Saturday, right? But no, now they get their own slot and a feature match on Sunday, and really looking forward to that whole gamut of games. We're both watching and casting them on the Championship Sunday.
So while Unite does not have any drops going on, the other games do. For checking out the Twitch channel and making sure you're tuned in to the broadcast, we do have drops going on all over for the different games taking place, starting with the Pokemon TCG via Pokemon Live. Make sure you guys check out the stream, and of course, make sure you are following on the Twitch channel. One of the means to being a viewer on Twitch is you get access to those drops, which this time are, of course, the nice Ogre Pawn coin sleeve and deck box. I'll definitely be adding those to my collection and flexing them a little bit on the TCG Live ladder.
Yeah, I will as well. It's a bit tricky for us though, because you have to watch, right, to get those drops, but we're here casting, so like...
I'll find a way, I'll find a way, don't worry. TCG Sunday, or excuse me, it is TCG Sunday for us, Championship Sunday.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll definitely tune in if it's not happening. If you don't want to take any chances though, make sure you guys tune in now so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, and we also have, of course, the giveaway for that special illustration rare Pikachu EX from the, well, I'd say up and coming for tournament legality, but actually already released Surging Spark set on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Put in the code, redeem it, LAIC 25 Topaz Bolt, and you can get yourself that gorgeous special illustration rare Pikachu EX on the game.
And we also, of course, have drops and giveaways going on in the other games as well. Not just TCG having the fun, Pokemon Go is having Twitch drops happen all weekend long by celebrating the International Championships here in Brazil. Make sure you tune in and check out the drops at twitch.tv/Pokemon Go.
Yeah, and then last but certainly not least, we have the giveaway for the video game as well. We do have that shiny Pelipper that was part of Patrick Connor's 2024 NAIC winning team. So get there on the code, the WideGuard NAIC.
Czekać aż ktoś skupnie podda. To jest on.
So much to do if you are a Pokemon fan this weekend. No matter what's happening, whether we go to break or not, there's always action across one of our streams happening.
To jest stara meta.
Stay up to date with everything Pokemon. Make sure you guys also check out Pokemon.com/compete to see all the events happening. If you've been inspired watching this broadcast or you've been seeing our matches saying, wow, I want to see what events are big like this around me, you guys can use the event locator and check out what events are happening near you.
Yeah. It's do you have many? So you're in the US, obviously. How many League Cups actually have near you? I'm like a little bit curious because is it a lot?
I'm pretty fortunate. Definitely a League Cup every weekend within a 30-minute drive. Sometimes you've got You know, they're fabled for some double cup weekends.
Oh
Those are always
To może być tak, że
how
taka
often do you have cups around you? That's interesting to think about.
So it has been a little bit better recently, but I've got to be honest, it feels like Denmark is a little bit starved for cups actually. It's a bit of a shame, and the reason why you can tell is because kind of similar to the situation in some parts of the world, where you go to a cup and basically every single best Danish player is at every single cup all over the country. So there's no such thing as an easy cup in Denmark.
Yeah, definitely some of those regions in Europe, right, are so concentrated with high-level talent
LAIC.
that every League Cup feels like you're in a top cup bracket for a regional or international champion.
It really does.
Yeah, I think those are definitely a good place to start if you're just getting into the
Jaka by
Pokemon
była
TCG.
chlera.
League challenges are a very good way to play. It's best of one Pokemon, it's simple rules. You know, there's no top cut to worry about. Just have a standard deck list. There's so many resources available, and it's a great time to get to the Pokemon TCG with how much time is left in the standard format and with what is soon to come in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, because I think that what some players might be thinking, you know, watching along at home is, oh, I'd love to go to these big tournaments, and you can go in straight away, dive in head first if you want to, come to an internationals. But if you think that might be a little bit too much, go to a league challenge first. Go to your local league, get to know your local players, and then you can get a taste of what the competitive Pokemon scene is like without, like, you know, the really big, intense environment that an internationals would sometimes be.
Yeah, I wish I could have just jumped straight into going to internationals,
Yeah.
but it 100% takes some time to learn. And the great thing right now is because there are so many decks with such different strategies, you truly have the opportunity to find a deck that caters to you and then run with it, and so many resources are available at your disposal.
So what was your first ever tournament, actually? I'm curious now.
My first ever tournament was a City Championships in 2015. I strolled in confidently with my Sceptile EX, no Mega, just Sceptile EX and Ariados. Do you know what the Ariados did from...
It poisons both actives, right?
It poisons both actives unless you're a grass type. So the plan was foolproof. I had my stage 1 Pokemon. It would poison my opponent's Pokemon. I would attach 2 energy to my Sceptile EX, and then I would do a whopping 140 damage into them. And I remember showing up and showing my deck list to one of the judges who were there, and I was boasting. I was like, isn't my deck really good? Isn't it good? I had no Shady EX in my deck. I probably didn't even have any Trader's Mail in my deck. Maybe for Ultra Ball, I think I had the hindsight to know that. Lo and behold, I got smacked. I went 0-4, but I learned a lot, and if I didn't have experiences like that, I would not be where I am today within Pokemon.
I mean, for me, it was actually one of the very few state championships that was held in the UK. It was the Nottingham State Championship all the way back in 2011, so showing my age here for sure. But
Kilka
I
takich
played
muszę spokojnie do
a
poćwiczenia.
deck, but without Tropical Beach, because of course I was a new player, so I couldn't afford that at the time. I went 2 wins and 4 losses, so yeah, not the greatest of days for sure. But I really enjoyed going, and I made friends there, including that I met Ross Gilbert.
Wow.
That was the first one.
That's a coincidence. That's a chance.
Yeah, he was there. We spoke a little bit, and then later that season at 2012, the UK National Championships, we got speaking proper. We became really good friends, and yeah, we've been together ever since, basically.
Absolutely, that's exactly how things work out. I mean, with Gothitelle, what was your attacker in that deck? Did you have?
It's Gothitelle.
Oh, you just attacked with the energies. Okay, with the psychic energies on there.
Yeah,
sure,
exactly. And then use the Reuniclus to move damage around and heal it, right? So yeah.
Znaczy w Bloodboxie o tyle Pikachu jest lepszy, że
in the history of the Pokemon TCG, it's for the most part with, you know,
przerobię los do sama
or
tego
not Trevenant necessarily, with something like, you know, Flygon, Selgor,
No to znaczy biorąc pod uwagę, że Pikachu to się dobrze. No nie dość, że tego Pikachu szybciej naładujemy poprzez mreżki, to też jeszcze mając 4 wędki.
Yeah, now I do believe the players we aren't ready to play yet, but we have our feature match chosen, and our players are making their way over to the desk now. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be kicking off quite soon with our top card match, and you definitely don't want to miss that. And especially given the nature of this match, especially it's going to be a Brazil-US face-off for one of those top 8 slots.
Yeah, one thing we haven't necessarily mentioned exactly so far is the jump in terms of points from top 16 to top 8 is very big. It is the biggest jump from this point on in terms of
So
not only is this match big because of all of the glory that comes with top 8, of course, one of the crowned accomplishments, and at least from what I've seen from my friends and people who have competed, I'm still looking for mine, of a top 8, is that you get that top 8 playmat, that special top 8 playmat. And from there, I mean, whether you frame it or use it, it's awesome to have a true, staple showing of Every time I go to an event, if I want to, I've got the top 8 match. It's mine, and I can show everybody, I did this. I'm accomplished.
It's like a trophy in and of itself, right? Kind of like how at the World Championships, you know, if you get the top 32 or top 16, you get, you know, that stamped Worlds promo. That kind of, it's a similar kind of thing.
Yeah, that's absolutely crucial, you know, to have something like that. Of course, let's not forget the trophies this year that come with top 4 and above. I will say, you know, not necessarily a spoiler, but they did up the trophies this year. They are, in fact, upgraded. We are dealing with some big business here. Upgraded trophies is nothing to scoff at. These players are even more hungry, I'm sure, to have that trophy under their belt.
We had a little sneak, didn't we? We saw it, and yeah, it is a gorgeous trophy, but we can't show what it looks like, but you'll see it tomorrow. Championship Sunday, you can got to tune into that award ceremony to see what we've got going on there.
Absolutely, so our players are almost ready at the desk. As soon as they are, we're going to throw the action down and get into it. So once again, a reminder here between our 2 players. We've got Austin Ellis up against Leonardo Walbridge. This is going to be a good match. There is a lot that can go right, and there's a lot that can go wrong, but that's really how it happens in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and that's and in this matchup as well, like you were saying earlier, I do think that Terrapagos is favored, but it's not impossible for Iron Thorns to win. There can be a lot of disruption going on. You can, especially the biggest vulnerability for Terrapagos going into Iron Thorns, talking from personal experience here, is if they can discard all your energy. You only play those 4 double turbo energies, so if all those are gone, unless you're at a point that's, you can attack with the Blood Moon as Luna, you are kind of stuffed.
But without further ado, we are ready. Top Cut has begun, and we have all the action right here. So let's send it down and get into our first Top Cut match at LAIC.
Co tam jest meczyk? Ohoho, będzie grubo.
Our 2 players ready to go. So Leonardo against
gruba persona.
It's their last chance.
Kurde, ta kamera się momentami tak telepie. No po kolei, na co? No nie wiemy, bo nie pokazano. Aha, Terrapagos. No, Austin Ellis mający na koncie top 20, 32 w Pittsburghu, tak z zeszłego roku Toronto top 64, w Portland top 8, 2018 San Antino, no mamy Leonardo Westbrina, który gra Torsen, w Cubertine top 4, tego sezonu Buenos Aires top 32 Special Event, no i z tego sezonu Cubertine top 4, jest też całkiem doświadczony. Czyli mamy Terrapagosa versus Iron Torts. Tak, wiecie, dawno nie było Tortsa, widzę, że w sumie ja się zastanawiam czasami, czy nie wrócić do Iron Tortsa. Ale no to chyba mi się przydało.
Yeah, he started off with just so many free matchups, but this is what this deck is. It's a matchup deck. It's not as much about outplaying your opponent as it is. Sometimes it's hitting the right matchups. I mean, looking at this list, Lugia, those are automatic. Pretty much. The Snorlax with 3 Cologne.
Ogólnie tam się znak dwie, no to rzeczywiście
Reggie
pokazuje, że
Drago, Charizard,
kurde, jeszcze
that's
to daje
another
radę.
good matchup. Roaring Moon, we saw how close that was in the Worlds Finals. Has only lost to the Lost Box deck, which is essentially an auto loss for Iron Thorns, and Reggie Drago, which is another close matchup. So anything could happen here. This is the first Terrapagos all event, despite being the most popular deck in day 2 that Leonardo has played against. As we get ready to shuffle into the action, and you see the dice slowly in front of the tape.
Zacięło się coś, a nie,
With there being only 4 basic Pokemon for we may have to, buckle in, snuggle up a little bit, since there is only 4 Pokemon. There's going to be a lot of mulligans potentially happening here.
Yeah, but I tell you what, actually, that's the last thing you want to be doing, especially against Terrapagos Dusknoir. The more cards that you draw, the more combo pieces that you have to pull off these really insane turns. So, like, the less mulligan cards that Leonardo can give Austin, the better for him. But we do see, looks like there it is, mulligan number 2. And when you are playing a deck that only plays 4 basic Pokemon, it's kind of inevitable that this happens, like you just said.
And this is all the bonus here for Austin Ellis. It will be really interesting. I'm going to double check right now who is going first in this matchup, since this is really crucial. So Austin going first is big. it means that he will essentially get to, as long as these cards are not terrible, have a plethora of draws and set the board up perfectly, and immediately it may put the clock on Leonardo to find that judge on turn 1.
Yeah, but it is interesting actually because it looks like Leonardo won the coin flip, but chose for Austin to go first. So even in this matchup, thinking that he would rather go second, a very interesting choice of strategy from Leonardo.
And it looks like a Pokemon has finally been found. So we'll see both players put out their prize cards. Always a big factor in terms of the Pokemon TCG. You won't have access to those cards unless you take knockouts. And Austin, of course, does get to draw a card for each time Leonardo was unable to find a basic Pokemon.
Yeah, it looks like it was just 2 in this instance, which, yeah, for a card deck is actually not too bad. Only 2 extra cards to work with. You don't want to, but it's definitely could have been a lot worse. Let's have a look at these prize cards then.
The double turbo energy for both players, definitely more important for Austin as well as
Okej,
an
sobie tu
energy
mam.
lotto.
O! Briar w prazach, jeszcze to jest ta sama Briar, co ja mam. No i co ciekawe, Manafia, ale ona nie jest potrzebna. No i tutaj jedno turbo. Po stronie tutaj jedno Lost City się tam odprajzowało, widzę. Tutaj jedno turbo, no po obu stronach grać no sprajzowało turbo. Czy to były aż tak ciężki matchup po stronie Trapagosa, biorąc pod uwagę, znaczy Pitcher nie działa, ale mamy Sowy. Pewne rzeczy tutaj nie działają.
And this is
No
going
to
to be the match to
specyfikę.
showcase who will make it into the top 8 and have all the glory that comes with it and potentially more.
Rzeczywiście, no
and
bo
you just know that all the Brazilian fans
że
here in the crowd will be
zatrudniają
cheering for
Sowy,
their home hero,
dwa,
cheering for
tak.
Leonardo to make it through to top
I
8 and
dupy.
make it through all the way. I'm sure Austin will have some folks cheering for him in the crowd as well. So, you know, maybe a home field advantage for Leonardo, but there's plenty of love for both of these players in the crowd today.
This is going to be anyone's game. There is so much that can go right, and there is so much that can go wrong. Sometimes you just draw 4 cards off a judge, and you have nothing. And sometimes you judge your opponents, and they have the absolute stones. They have everything they need to get the knockout. So truly, it's going to come down to how this ability lock affects Austin in terms of his game plan. Because if it essentially does nothing, then all Iron Thorns is a 140 damaging basic two prize Pokemon that just does a little bit of energy maneuvering and movement, and that's it.
Yeah, and it has to be your undercard to get you there, right, with the crushing hammers to discard energies and so on. Now, I just found out something interesting here. So we were just talking about how there were no Lugias or Raging Bolts in top 16, right?
Yeah.
That's Austin's fault. He beat 2 of them apiece on his way through to the top 16 cut here.
And probably why there's also so many Regidrago in this top cut, since they also have managed to either avoid or take down all the events. And you could already hear, we got a chant going here for Leonardo, it seems, out in the crowd, getting ready, getting excited for this match. You gotta feel nervous here, Freya, on this stage. This is both players' first time at an international top cut.
Oh, it is?
So it is going to be a big experience for both, and there is a lot of pressure, no matter how comfortable you feel in this matchup.
Yeah, this is don't get it twisted in terms of how it normally is. This is going to be, you're going to hear more of a hype crowd reaction for this top 16 than you've probably seen for any other top 16 match at any other tournament. This is how it is here in Brazil. There are no fans like Brazilian fans. I will die on this hill, and it is so cool to be at LAIC for that reason alone.
Every second that passes is just more anticipation building up. You see both players staying calm and collected, but I'm sure their hearts are racing fast, and they want this match to get underway as soon as possible. Judges are checking through everything, making sure all is good, and soon we'll be underway.
2 mulligans there from Austin. As we see the handshake, and we are kicking things off. As we already mentioned, Austin going first. Let's see
Nie
how he
Leonardo
can do it.
oczywiście to, no co może innego być, skoro to jest Iron Thorns.
Trapagos does come into play.
Aha, a
Even
tak
with the
nawet
mulligan
pas?
cards, there are
Co
no
do?
basic Pokemon search at all in this hand, and that is big when you really need to use Fan Rotom in a situation like this. Already having the double turbo energy, and will play this Colossus Tenacity to search for an energy card and a stadium. And hold on, there is a very interesting combination of cards Leonardo has access to. Does play that 1 copy of Town Store, and of course has the technical machine evolution, or excuse me, turbo energize. And that would mean Leonardo floods his entire board full of energy and is essentially set for attacking for the rest of the game.
Ciekawe, ten Torc gra Town Stone.
But yeah, I can't believe even with those 2 extra mulligan draws, Austin finding basically like nothing. Like, what's even in his hand?
Well, there is a double turbo energy, but that double turbo energy can only get you so far if you don't have any Pokemon to boost the effects of Unified Beatdown. So we will go ahead and see the turbo energized technical machine, one of the more seldom used technical machines, but it does allow you to search your deck for 2 basic energies and attach them to one of your bench Pokemon. And like all technical machines, we will just see the technical machine discard. There's the Town Store being used. Now, I don't believe Austin does have any tool cards in his deck necessarily.
Oh, there is one Vitality Band, actually.
So did
oh, that's big.
Does opt to play the Vitality Band, and that is big. Why is that big for you?
Because normally, you know, when it comes to Trapagos, you cap out with your damage at 220, you know, 240 for 8 bench Pokemon, minus 20 for the double turbo.
No ma tam
Iron
Vitality
40X
Band,
has 230 HP, so with that Vitality Band, that gets you that last push over the cliff to be able to KO a Iron Form DX in one hit without the help of Dusknoir. That's massive in this matchup, actually. That swings it very much in Austin's favor.
And it's just going to be benching Hoothoot, which was the top pick for turn, and attacking here with Unified Beatdown, only doing 40 damage because of the reduction from the double turbo energy. And immediately, Leonardo has a turn 2 attack with this Iron Thorns and will be able to instantly put pressure on Austin, since next turn, this Iron Thorns can knock out the active Terrapagos. Instead, though, he's going to play Pokemon Catcher. Tails, I have to imagine that may have gone after the Hoothoot, as that is the main way to, you know, disrupt Austin's ability to search trainers out.
Yeah, definitely would have liked to go for that if they could have done, but instead looks like it's just going to be attach the active and then refresh research, refresh the hand, maybe try and find another Pokemon Catcher, see if you can target down that Hoothoot. It makes complete sense. You want to cut off Austin from his search and draw engine.
Not bad, but here's another flip card, a big flip, crushing hammer. Does this get rid of the energy? No, it's another Tails. That would have been another big resource to get out of Austin. Would have to debate whether or not it's ever worth putting these cards into play. And this is a really interesting choice from Leonardo. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of just playing the stadium to play it down. Those Area 0 are important resources for Austin to boost that damage, and it's not really like the Town Store was helping Austin out too much in this spot.
Dobra, mamy bady puffy.
More than already has, right? You did the one search already, you managed to get the Vitality Band. So yeah, more than that, there's maybe Leonardo's worried about another tool coming out, but it definitely could have considered holding on to that Lost City for a little bit longer, as we do see there now. Also, the buddy popping, it looks like. And
it is.
And then, yeah, 2 Hoothoot coming down there. It's a Noctowl ready to go in hand, and the Area 0 under depth, so I think we're going to be reaching for a KO here, you know.
It is definitely possible. You get to find 2 trainer cards out of your deck if you evolve that Hoothoot into Noctowl, which does have the Jewel Secret ability. We've been saying it all weekend. It's what makes this Terrapagos deck as powerful and consistent as some of the other decks in the format, if not more. So it does have that into play.
No
niestety,
tym razem nie poślemy nieszczęśnika w niebyt.
Ability being used, and now just is the question, are we going to see the bench just get automatically filled up? And we will. No need to play a supporter card when you can just search these trainer cards out, buddy Poffins, and there we go. 4 Pokemon put immediately onto the bench, do that 60 damage from earlier on, or excuse me, 40 or 40 damage from earlier on. This Terrapagos EX will be dealing enough damage to take the first 2 prizes of this match.
Yeah, but I mean, even if it weren't for that multi-damage, right, the Vitality Band is ready to go in hand. So what, I mean, the benefit there is that you can save it to get a follow-up attack on a fresh Iron Form DX without attaching the Vitality Band. So yeah, super strong. I cannot overstate just how important that Vitality Band is.
No i knockouci.
He's not playing Buffalo in this list, I've noted,
no mamy
but that Vitality
Torca.
Band makes this matchup so much easier for him.
Absolutely, it lets you reach for those one-hit knockouts, and that's exactly what you are looking for in a matchup like this. This is going to be a big turn here for Leonardo. Does he have a way to disrupt the fairly large hand from Austin? There is, excuse me, always a chance that you have a card like Noctowl in hand, and it will be the Judge plan. So here we go. This is the key cornerstone card of the matchup. How much disruptive pressure will Judge put on Austin in terms of setup? If Austin every time just has Noctowl, has double turbo energies, then there is no real feasible way for Leonardo to win this match. But the opposite comes true, then the entire narrative flips.
Yeah, it does. This is going to be a very big judge here. So let's see, 1 to 4 cards for Austin. Oh, one was Professor's Research.
And a double turbo energy. And a stadium vacuum. Are you kidding? That is an intense cards to find there. Those are exactly what you are looking for, as we will see the Volt Cyclone respond in kind. Leonardo evens things up in 2 prizes. However, there is only that 1 lightning energy on the bench, and with there being a double turbo energy already played, and a double turbo energy, excuse me, in the discard pile, that means there is only 1 remaining in the deck, and that is always a scary thought to have when you need to be able to constantly attack once these Terrapagos are powered up and ready to go.
Yeah, this is going to play 4 double turbo energy.
No i chyba będzie reset, bo nie mam innego wyjścia w sumie. No i reset, bo 7 świeżutkich kart. Mamy Candy, mamy Nosze po Terrapagosa, czyli Terrapagos Comeback Searcha. Mamy Sówkę, która pozwoli nam wyszukać to, co chcemy. My chyba chcemy załatwić tego...
And another trainer card as well. That could be something like the
Candy
Ultra Ball in this
chyba
case to
Ultra Ball,
guarantee
bo my
you
chcemy...
have another Jewel Seeker ability the following turn. And with there being no damage on this Terrapagos, the only thing Leonardo can try to find is something like a Lost Vacuum to get rid of this tool card. But even at that point, he's still got to get through at least 2 Terrapagos to win this game.
Yeah, getting rid of that Vitality Band if you can't take a KO, which it's Ironborn, so you definitely can't, absolutely crucial. And I do think there was a Lost Vacuum in the previous hand before the Judge, but after the Judge there isn't one there, so I have to rely on Crushing Hammer, flip heads just to try and wipe time that way. It is a very, very awkward position for Leonardo here.
No to wchodzą już duchy
Interesting
też.
choice here to go ahead and use Ultra Ball right now. It's always a good card if your opponent plays another Judge, but this probably signals Austin has a rare Candy in the hand, so just wants to, you know, evolve into Dusknor. And with Dusknor now being in play, Fred, it means even if there is a Lost Vacuum, the Cursed Blast plus the Unified Beatdown will be enough to take out this final
Absolutely, Austin has almost set up a checkmate board, I could say, with what's going on right now. There are very, very few ways Austin could lose this game from here, especially getting that other double turbo for the prize cards as well. So here the Crushing Hammer flip is going to be heads. This really needs to be heads plus a disruption card.
No heads!
So there's the
No
heads.
jest
Is there
heads,
a
ale
disruption
co z
card to
tego?
follow this up with?
I think we are having to rely on 2 of these Pokegear. It's a tough situation though because your opponent has 4 cards, but even in this situation you know your opponent has a pretty
no Austin się
curated
bardzo
hand of
dobrze
cards that they
rozkręcił,
only
już
want
nie
in the spot.
wspominając o tym,
It's
no to
probably
mamy
still in your
Devo,
best
ale
interest
Devo
to
raczej
play an Iono,
niespecjalnie
especially when they're
potrzebne.
playing Ultra Ball prematurely.
No co,
to
dajemy
grab that,
pretekst,
that's a pretty
żeby
telltale
użył
sign that they're
ponownie.
sitting on a strong hand.
Ten to odpada niestety, bo niestety
Already one of those in hand, so that's not what you want to be finding at all. You need to really find, I mean, a Judge would be okay, I guess, but you want to find that Iono. Put Austin down to 2 cards with no Pidgeot in play, no Serendipity in play either. It's going to give you a pretty, at best of a chance you can to make this comeback. There's Pokegear number 2. Can you find the Iono here?
No,
See a penny?
potrzebujemy czegoś.
Find no Iono last card. It's not there. Things are not over yet. Austin, I'm not sure has the double turbo energy yet. Let's not forget there is one in their prize cards. So there's only 1 double turbo energy remaining in the entire deck here for Austin. So not finished by any means. Now just becomes the choice here for Leonardo. Do you hit into this active? Do you boss his orders and start to, you know, target some of the support engine and the Bluetooth on the bench? No, it's just going to be a Professor's Research. So discarding the entire hand, drawing up, does find the Lost Vacuum, but Freya with that Dusknor in play, I'm not sure it's going to make a whole lot of difference rather than if it was found, you know, a turn earlier in this case.
Yeah, so is that going to
Not
be
necessarily a turn earlier, obviously it was played down this turn.
Ale Austin
It
na
just feels like
szczęście jest
Austin
już
played it down at
przygotowany,
the
ale
perfect
mamy
opportunity
dużo.
to get the most amount of value from it.
Yeah, he sure did. A double turbo is found there, so that will be something for sure.
That's the big find. There was only 1 double turbo left in the deck. That's why Leonardo really wanted to play the research over all the other supporters because he needed that. We will see the Volt Cyclone move the energy back there. But do we have a double turbo energy? It is in the
Przygotował się i Austin Ellis wygrywa pierwszą grę, więc tutaj widać, że Austin się przygotował na Cursed Blasta, więc no dobra, zmuchnąłeś mi mojego banda, mam plan B. I był to duch. Niektóre nie jakiego S Leonardo gra i spekanu, bo albo się gra tego...
One of the plus sides of having a card prized is Austin knew at that point. Listen, I have 4 prize cards left. I know my double turbo energy is one of those prizes. I have a 50% chance taking this knockout to find the double turbo energy.
Absolutely.
And if not, oh well, if I do, I win the game.
Yeah. So it makes
Kurde, niestety zabrakło czegoś do disruptu.
Gotta be thinking if you're Leonardo, like, what do I do here other than, I guess, flip band of heads or crushing hammers and Pokemon catches at the right moment, right? What else can you do?
Yeah, if 1 or 2 of those flips maybe went the other way, it could have definitely been a very different game. You know, if the Crushing Hammerheads is there and the energy's not taken off the prize card, could have been out of energy cards in total for Austin in that game. So it looks like Leonardo is choosing to go first in this instance, and it seems to be the opposite narrative. Leonardo just immediately finding a basic Pokemon and will now receive mulligans on the other side from Austin.
A, co ciekawe, fajne jest nawiązanie do hazardu. Znaczniki, które wyglądają dokładnie jak te do pokera.
Actually, I gotta be honest, with that decision, that's got me thinking that Leonardo probably didn't know what Austin was playing going into this matchup, and now knowing what the matchup is, deciding, yeah, I do want to go first, because against Adatek, sure you want to go second, but
Torca klasykiem jest to, że będzie nie więcej niż jeden mulligan. Znaczy tym razem po stronie Austina jest... No to razem po Austin nie może dobrać. Zazwyczaj to Torca jest problem.
Sometimes you have the advantage, right, of being in like a large testing group or a group with many players who are scouting in a sense, and they can tell you, hey, this is who you're playing against, be prepared for this. But that's not everybody. No, not everyone has the advantage of having that. As we continue to see,
let's go.
It will be another mulligan here for Leonardo. I'm sure he's more than happy to have a little bit of a boost going into game 2.
Yeah, and again, definitely not the usual how it goes. You do play a good plethora of basic Pokemon here, so kind of unreal that there were 2 mulligans here. I guess it does just happen sometimes. Oh, the last card off of that draw there finds a Fan Rotom, a really about as good a start as you could ask for.
Czy tego dla mnie te tokeny nawiązują do hazardu?
Look what ended up happening. Austin was still able to win, so you have to imagine
No
how
dobra,
much
let's
more
go.
advantage having that card will be. As Leonardo will kick things off.
No bo oczywiście znowu Austin zaczyna pierwsze, co jest oczywiście dla niego wygodne. Ale tym razem zaczyna wiatraczkiem. No, wiatraczek na początku jest dobry. To się dzięki temu.
Yeah, there is. Oh, wait, I think we're just confirming exactly what happened. So it looks like things have actually changed here, and it will be Austin going first in this situation. So interesting choice. Leonardo sticking with it, trusting his gut of going second in this matchup. We did see some of the advantages that did have.
No i co ciekawe, tutaj Prime Catcher się sprayzował, dwa ultrapole, jedno i nosze. Jeden Dusk Noir.
Not a huge deal in this matchup, but it could always be a good card to have, especially if your opponent uses Pokemon Catcher to maybe bring up a Pokemon and attempt to trap it in some circumstances.
Yeah, I can see the logic for going second here as well. You also get
no często torcy są drugie. Mamy Evo, czy mamy Technoradar, aby móc, no, nie mamy, ale z Arvena możemy wyjąć Technoradar, tak? No chcemy drugiego torca mieć.
No. Absolutely, as long as there is a Techno Radar in the deck, these Pokemon can be found.
Czy jest ogólnie Technoradar?
Is there any
Tak, nie ma, no to trochę kloc. Nie, jest. No, jeden się sprayzował, co ciekawe, sprayzował się też Tenassi oraz Kolo. To i tak niepotrzebny, no i Double Turbo jedno i odkurzacz.
Pieces you have that he knew he was that's aura right there. Leonardo knew exactly what he had.
No tak, Technoradar i co tam, balamy kolą, niepotrzebne.
Two of these Iron Thorns EX. It's essentially a glorified nest ball.
No, no,
you only got those Iron Thorns.
No, trzeba się zabezpieczać. No i chyba użyjemy Evo. Energizera, i używamy Energizera, żeby naładować Basica.
Get 2 basic energies from the deck and attach both of them to that benched Iron Thorns EX. Back to Austin. Does he have the absolutely crazy turn 2? It looks like he's prepared for it. Oh, there's a trap.
Yes.
Wow, just has the switch already in hand. This is a good first step here for Austin. Immediately grabbing the Vitality Band. This could signal that Austin already has double turbo energy in hand. That is the most difficult resource for him to be able to find.
Czy to oznacza, że on ma energię? No, energię na pewno ma w ręku. Fest to chyba tylko do zapchaj ławeczkiem. Czy on ma stadion w ręku? No, chyba z tego co widzę ma. No i rzeczywiście ma tu stadion w ręku. No, mamy duszka numer 1, duszek numer 2. No i jeszcze przy okazji pewnie ten Fezan DPD, czy tam łapapa. Druga słówka chodzi, let's go. Jeszcze jedna osoba, mamy jeszcze Energy Lotto i Body Phoenix. Niestety trzeba inaczej działać w tym przypadku. On chyba widzę gra 4 noctaule, więc jak widzę już... Nie, to on gra 4. 4 suby. No 5 ma? Dobra, 8 ma, dobra.
And it's really going to be big. If Austin can find this double turbo energy, will put on insane pressure over on Leonardo.
Kurde, oby miał.
Maximize the odds here. He has gone for 2 knock towers, 2 buddy poppins, set up the bench, set up everything else. He has been a lot of cards out of the deck, so the odds are going to be in his favor.
Czy ma Energy? No to ma! No i odnalazł Energy. Double turbo. Widzę, że ona w arenie gra tego Energy Lotto, jakby no... Coś tam pouciekało. Energy Lotto widać to stare, widzę Energy Lotto, więc +1. No i Iono dysrupcja się zaczęła.
I think this is about as advantageous a Terrapagos deck can be against the
Jest Terrapagos.
It's all about this vitality.
Złoty.
Cannot be overstated what a matchup swinger this one card is.
Jak bardzo by się mi nudziło. No i knockout. Yeah. No jeszcze jeden to... Okej, mamy /Hammera, który już wydaje gwarantem. To jest już bardziej gwarantowanym jedną pozbyciem się niewygodnej energii, right? /Hammer nie wymaga kulania, pozbywa się specjalnej w trybie ekspresowym. No, niedawno została nawet reprintowana. Chyba ma jeszcze jedno turbo, tak? No tu się pojawia problem, bo... Tak, a druga niestety sprajzowane, no to... Co oznacza jedno, że no niestety się nie rozłoży, bo jeżeli sprajzował się jeden...
Leonardo cannot disrupt the ability to attack besides being able to play a stadium card, but I'm not even sure if Leonardo has any of those in hand right now. It may just be
no, co ciekawe jest młotek, czy... No, tu chyba on gra Prankachera, bo raczej dużo tych pobutekowych torców gra Prankachera. No, Leonardo ma tu duży problem jednak. Pokécatcher, czy się uda? To jest! No niestety wyszła reszka. Czy tam nieparzysta, no to zostaje Prankachher w Huta. No tutaj wiecie, tutaj chyba był błąd. Czy on ma? Featherball.
And we are going to be thinning, it seems like. We've got the Ultra Ball. We've got the rare candy for the Dusknoir. It's not going to matter in this point, but we're immediately going for the Knock Towel. Is there... Oh, double rare candy!
O tak, zaraz, no chyba, że robimy inaczej. Czyżby Evans miał podwójne rare candy do tego stretcha? Kurde, Austin Evans przechodzi do top 8. No w sumie też tak można, może nie mam... No jak widać, Austin przechodzi dalej. Więc Austin Ellis wygrywa 2-0 i to gwarantem. No niestety Torts ma bardzo kiepski matchup na Terrapagosa, bo jak się okazuje, może być mocarny, nawet bez PJ'a. Więc Terrapagos pokazuje, że no niestety no tak jak wspomniałam, bardzo słabe matchupy też ma Torts na pulta, który też może bezproblemowo omijać abilitkę poprzez Recon Directing. No niestety Leonardo nie miał jak. Ciężkie się trafiło, co? No i tak. Austin jest już w top 8, więc...
Yeah, especially since most of these Terrapagos lists that we've seen recently are playing a lot thinner of a Dusknoir line.
W ogóle długo było.
Sort of becoming the norm here as of recent.
dalej.
It's a
Mamy
202
top
line here
8.
for Austin. So because of that
A ja
extra
tu.
line, you know, the energy lotto, everything just went going right. And the way that Austin has built this deck, he was more than prepared for this Iron Thorns. Put it on full display there in that match.
Yeah, and this is really a display of the power of this deck. You're opting not to go for the Buffalo, as we mentioned. This is like kind of the key inclusion that Tord really innovated, came second at Gdansk with it, of course, but opting not to go for that because of that had the room for that Vitality Band, which we saw just made all the difference in that game. I think it's a fine matchup for Terrapagos regardless, but that Vitality Band really just pushes it over the edge.
Yeah, it's sort of like a 2-card cut for 1 card and a flex spot. Austin is still playing the Manaphy, which sort of acts like the Buffalon does in both cases, since usually the most important use for Manaphy is against things like Radiant Greninja. So if you have Radiant Greninja and attack with 2 Buffalon down, you're not dealing enough damage to, you know, knock out the Pidgey, knock out the Hoothoot, all of those Pokemon. So it's sort of, you know, a mixture, and Austin took that extra deck slot, excuse me, to put it towards Vitality Band. I'm sure it's been great for him all weekend, but it was definitely good for him here in that top 16 match.
Yeah, it really was. Oh, wow. And I mean, over like very quickly as well. I mean, we see how long do we have left on the clock? Like 40 minutes or something like that?
Too much time.
That did not take very long at all. And but when Austin has a setup like that 2 games in a row, what do you do if you're Leonardo there? Like, well, you lose. I guess that's what you do.
We have replays for a reason, but I don't know if there's much to show in that match. That was an absolute domination from Austin Ellis. Everything beat by beat going perfect. It looked a little bit shaky at the beginning, right? Austin had
No,
a few
tutaj jest ta
mulligans, and
powtórka, jak
all he
to
did was
Austin
just,
bardzo ładnie grał. No w ogóle ładna zagrywki, widać, że on był dużo bardziej
But as soon as this
pewniejszy.
bench gets filled up, Leonardo really didn't have a way to respond appropriately. And the big thing you have to think about in this piece is if he had maybe saved his stadium cards a little bit more efficiently, there could have been a little bit of a different play out in that first game. But it's hard when you only have Taurus as a way to search that stadium out.
Yeah, I think the big thing in that first game was just missing the slip on the Pokemon capture, right? You knock out the
Widać,
Hoothoot, you
że
really
ładnie
stifle the
tutaj
setup there,
widać
'cause that was really what got
grał
Austin
już
going
szybko
there,
te
so
combo
missed that, but yeah, game
Dusk
2,
Noirów,
Red
które
Candy, Curse Blast, Red
biją.
Candy, Curse Blast, that was all she wrote, and Austin won that
Widać,
series
że
very, very
te duchy
convincingly, 2
udowadniają.
games to
No
0.
bo warto zaznaczyć, że
Hello,
to blokuje,
Pokemon
ale...
fans. Well, welcome to the main stage here. I'm here with our winner of the first asymmetric round here. It's Austin Ellis. Austin, that took 20 minutes. I don't, do you even have a feeling yet?
I'm surprised it took that long. It's not a good matchup.
I think we could definitely say just that. Yeah, we saw cards flying around left and right. It looks like you knew your way around that one pretty well. Is that something you're looking to maintain moving in deeper into this tournament?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, we saw some really clean moves there. Of course, you found that way at the end to clean up the victory. Went for a little style there. You had the Curse Blast back to back. Have you been able to do that with the 202 Dusknoir line a little more, or is that the inclusion?
A little less. I used to play 302, and then I went to 202 just to make a little more space. It's a little bit harder, but now I put in Thornton, so sometimes you can get that like kind of cheeky play like that. So.
We like that. I believe we've seen you playing this deck a little bit now. You played it at a few of the regional events. You've been building on those performances. Can you speak on that confidence that you have now with the deck, with so many games?
Yeah, so before the tournament,
No,
I was
Austin
waffling
tam
between what
pięknie
deck I
to
want to play. I
rozwalił.
was like, Snorlax is
To
pretty
muszę
good.
przyznać.
I don't really like it though. There's a lot of Spiritomb. And I was like, I'll just go with the Turtles. You know, they did me well in Louisville. So we'll just do that. I got to update the list, and I was like, I play Spiritomb. I should probably play Manaphy.
No.
And lo and behold, it worked out super well.
No, już wiem.
Just left and right. A whole
No,
bunch of
możemy
things
się
trying to do
przerobić na
my
pałki taką z duchami, co?
There you go. Yeah, we see a few other decks that are likely to make our top 8 or already in the top 8 now. A few Reggie Drago in there. What are some of the decks that you're looking to face off against now that you've moved into this top cut here?
Sorry, looking to?
Yeah, which one would you like to see?
Anything that's like one price, like Lost Box, if there is anything like that. I don't know what else is in top 8. Anything that is not Drago. Drago's just like, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen that deck can it can perform wonders, but so have you with this 20-minute match here. Is there anybody that you want to thank for getting you to this point in the tournament?
I want to thank my partner Anastasia. She has grown a business with me in Canada. We've been having a lot of fun, and it makes us able to afford things like this, and then we can actually, you know, enjoy our lives a little bit. So, really thankful for that.
I love it. That's great to hear. Let's give one more round of applause to Austin Ellis, our first player to make it through the asymmetric cut. Casters, back to you.
Tak, Austin.
Thanks, Kyle. Not my bad. Austin Ellis advancing to top 8. Great to hear from him. We'll see if he's able to, win that next match. I'm sure that is a big match for a lot of the players, coming over from outside of Latin America. Wouldn't it be extremely nice that within, the first 3-4 months of the season, you're able to secure an automatic invite to Worlds and then have the flexibility and less pressure for the rest of the events of the year? That's everybody's dream.
Yeah, it really is. Now, we do have word from some of the other asymmetrical top cut games. I do believe we just got word through that Miloslav actually beat Rafael 2-0, so knocking out the Terrapagos Dustmore with Charizard. So the 2 Brazilians going down in the asymmetrical top cut. That's bad news for the home fans.
Wow, so no Brazil repeat, or not repeat, returning champion this year. That is...
no, but there's 3.
Oh, there's 3. Yeah. We've got one more chance. So let's not count Brazil out yet. Definitely not a great start to lose 2 players before top 8 has begun. But it could still be anyone's game. We, of course, have that one last match remaining, and that is going to be, of course, the Reggie Drago mirror match. Raz rolls up against Julius, and that is going to be the winner of that will play against another Reggie Drago. So again, Reggie Drago guaranteed in top 4. They've just all hit each other essentially on the bracket, or at least 3 of the 5 have hit each other immediately.
Yeah, we don't quite know the result of that one yet, but of course, as we get it, we will let you know.
To wiemy, że
Terrapagos
zajebiście. Team Żółwie, Team Żółwie.
And then those will be the 8 competing for the chance to be our Latin America 2025 season international champion.
There's a lot that can happen. I am excited to see how everything plays out. One side of the bracket, is very standard, not as dynamic, right? We've got a guaranteed Reggie Drago. It's going to be a mirror match playing in top 8. Top 4 will then be, a culmination of things. We do also now have top 8 on the upper side guaranteed. It's going to be Goldango up against Terrapagos, and that is a really interesting matchup that can honestly go both ways.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, and also like we were talking about at the beginning, Ilya breathing a sigh of relief there, I think, given that you would much rather go against Terrapagos Dustois than you would against the Pawns. I don't think it's not an auto win by any means. I'd say it's probably about an even matchup depending on how things go. We actually played it in the
That's true, yeah.
So yeah, definitely can go either way, but would much rather face Terrapagos Dustois than Iron Thoughts for sure.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely a lot more you can do in that matchup in terms of outplaying and choosing how things work. Sometimes against, or most of the time rather, against Iron Thorns, you just look at your hand, you play the cards that you can, you don't use abilities since you can, and if the things fall your way, you can beat them. If you get judged into nothing, you just lose the game.
Yeah, so you asked a question earlier to me, right, about what you think, what I thought would make it all the way. It kind of went in a different direction with it, but I'll pass it back to you. Based on that, now what we know, with a few more of the top 8 slots locked up, what do you see going all the way?
I think Brent's got this one.
You think so?
I think he's got a game plan against Gardevoir in top 8. I think he either plays against the winner of Goldango or Terrapagos. I think both of those are fairly good, especially since Terrapagos does not play Buffalon. That's a lot better for Reggie Drago. And I think out of everybody still remaining in the event,
chyba te
he's probably
dubole
the most
lubię.
experienced.
No to będzie rozstanie na dużo duchów,
So,
tak
by
swoją
experience, deck choice and
drogą.
comfort all combined, I have to say, I'd
Więc
give Reggie
Austin mi się też bardzo podoba.
It does make a lot of sense there, and he'll be hungry for it as well. Only just recently, after so many top results, managed to get, of course, his first regionals win, but he's going to want to be adding an IC win to that notch too.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, the way things play out, it could honestly be anybody's tournament. It comes down to, again, a lot of those factors. What will happen in certain matchups? What will happen, with the way things are played out?
Ale tak, ja też takie numery robiłem.
How certain dynamics and players and everything in between, it really can totally flip. Nothing's guaranteed in Pokemon, and that is the biggest thing to think about. However, I still have my picks. I still have confidence that Brent's going to take it down. We'll see how well that ages.
No zobaczymy jakie będzie to 8, czy będzie to takie...
It truly could be whoever.
Yeah, although speaking of Brent, I do believe he will be our feature match for our top 8. There's going to be Brent Tonneson against Rose Gregerson. It will be that Reggie Drago against Gardevoir. So I'm actually really glad of featuring that because we've not had a chance to feature Rose yet this entire stream. Like, been on an absolute tear. Was the only, tenant to dodge the need to play that playoff round in the asymmetrical top cut, and we'll get to see her show her stuff with this Gardevoir deck.
And Rose is the only UK representative from this entire top cut. I know multiple players Many players, I'm sure, traveled over from the UK. There's a very active scene for the Pokemon TCG.
So many League Cups, like, so League Cups are coming out of your ears. It's, yeah, like, so many.
All right. I mean, Freya, give me one more thoughts again. Just, do you think going into this matchup that Brent is favored? Do you think Rose has got what it takes? What do you think?
So I think the fact that you can pick apart setups with the Phantom Dive is a big one, of course, especially given that, you know, the way this Gardevoir deck operates now, you kind of have to, you know, self-damage in order to get to, you know, those big numbers to do damage with the Roaring Scream, with the Scream Tail, or, you know, do the attacking with the Drift Loon. But I think you said, I do give it to Brent / Ready Drago here, but I don't think it's like a guaranteed win at all. I think it's going to come down to experience. I think it's going to come down to how these two players see the matchup, and it's actually, I'll be completely honest, it's not a matchup I've thought about that much, so I actually do, I'll be very interested to see how it plays out, actually.
I think the big thing to think about in this matchup is that, you know, there is a certain card that Rose is not playing in her deck. I mean, this is essentially a copy of the list that Michael, that Shen was playing.
Możecie zrobić trzeciego ducha, żwając Tortona.
So that being the case, you know, this is the primarily popular version of Gardevoir. The biggest flaw, right, is no mana fee means Trifrost gets to run rampant in this matchup.
Yeah, so you're right. I should completely. I think I just assumed mana fee was in there, but then I saw it no, it wasn't in there. So yeah, that makes a very big difference. And so you get that Trifrost, your setup gets completely devastated. My goodness.
Well, we're going to speculate a little bit about this matchup. Top 8, the winner gets an automatic invite to the World Championships and continues on the path to see if they have what it takes to be an international champion. All the stakes on the line. We'll be right back, right after this.
Ha, no to za chwilę wracają. A, Alexander Flators.
I had a couple friends at a few card shops that played locally. They got me into it. They wanted me to go to a few.
Here we
It was
are.
on and off, and then one of my friends recently wanted to get into it more, and we started to enjoy it more and everything about it, so we just kind of picked up fast in the last few months.
Dobra. No niestety tutaj komputer. Tak. No, czyli za niedługo top 8. Top 8. 5 rzeczy Drago, mam nadzieję, że nie będzie tyle Magicu zaponować. Żygać mi się chce na ten deck.
That is a way to win Pokemon, I'm sure. There's nothing much to do other than laugh at that point.
I think it's just you wanting to win. It's just that competitive edge. Someone just has the drive, and you find something you like to do, and you want to do good at it. Like I have that. I want to just keep competing to win.
Alexander is going for it. Frontier Road, Alexander Flatos is the Sacramento Regional Champion.
I probably respect almost every person I played here. One of the bigger names I played was Azul. He was a very fun opponent. He was very.
No aż jak grał z Azulem. No Azul teraz odpuścił ten sezon. Z Azul to chyba tylko komentuje, on już tak kończy karierę. Wiecie jak to się mówi, coś się zaczyna, coś się kończy.
Besides checking out all of the action on the main stage for the Pokemon TCG, VGC, Go, and Unite, there is so much more that you can do here at the excellent tour chain for the Latin American International Championships. You can play some of our mini games, go fishing, or
To się żygać chce czasami, jak
you
widzisz
also have an
kolejnego
opportunity to check out
Redditasa.
how to play the Pokemon TCG for the
Ale
first
moż.
time through our First Steps
To jest
program,
deck,
where you get a chance
żyga.
to learn the Pokemon TCG hands-on in a family-friendly, fun way. If you want to just take a break, relax, we also have our Pokemon Go lounge area where you get a chance to recharge your phone, recharge your own batteries, and also check out the Pokemon Go action. If you want to try out some of the games on the Nintendo Switch, you can do that also. We have a Pokemon Nintendo Switch area where you can play some of the new games like Detective Pikachu Returns, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Arceus, as well as a couple of other titles. Also make sure that you check out the merch section because we have a lot of great vendors here so you can get your hands on your favorite merch, your plush, or your cards. And we also have a place where you can go take a break, get a bite, and have a quick snack before you get back to competition or get back to watching the action. Thank you so much
Ja
for
sobie
taking a
pogram
look
z
at what else you have to
relaksem.
offer here. And
Męczenie
Casters,
ludzi
back
to
to
jest
you.
moja specjalność, ozdobni mistrzowi. Czemu, dlaczego jest to tak, że ja oceniam? Czasami się zastanawiam. A się zapytam. Co jest za takie?
And then there were eight players remain in our Pokemon TCG bracket for the Latin America International Championships. 4 top cut matches happening at the Expo Center in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The important one will be our feature match. Here at the table, we have Brent Tonneson up against Rose Gregson. Let's get down to the table and get into this match.
Yeah, straight away here at the table. You hear that Brent
Okej,
on the left
mamy
and
już
Rose on
top
the right.
8.
And Rose
Mamy
not been able to
kobietę.
feature her yet, so gonna be very cool
No to
to
tak,
see
mamy
her
Brenneta
get her debuts here
Torrisona,
on the
bardzo
main stage,
znanego
piloting the
australijskiego
card product,
gracza.
and yeah, Brent's piloting, as we already know,
Versus
that
Rose
Brent
Gretterson,
Gyro
która
V-Star
gra
deck.
gardą.
Ethan's picked to take down the whole thing, so let's see how
No
it goes
dobra.
here.
No bias
Torrison
on
ma
my
już
end,
na
no
koncie
bias.
m.in.
Brent versus Rose,
Champion
and you see
oczywiście
big
w
difference in
Melbourne,
accomplishments, but that doesn't mean a
Sztokholm
big
top
difference in
8,
skill. Brent
Teoria
is a
top
regional
8,
champion, has
Perth
regional
top
top
8.
4s, top 8s, won a regional championship the previous year as well. And he is looking for another solid finish, a strong finish to
No,
start the year
Rosse
off
ma
as
już
he
w tym roku
continues his
oczywiście
quest
top
to become
28
number 1
Dortmund.
in global
No i
championship
do
points
tego
for
jeszcze
another season.
Brimbram w
Yeah, Rose on the other
2015
hand
jeszcze
had a
jako
couple of
senior,
good results recently, but all the way back in
NACA oczywiście top
2015 and in
64.
Birmingham was actually the senior UK national champion, so we're going all the way back.
A flashback for sure, you know, cards are probably a little bit more powerful than they were back in 2015. I'm sure if you showed somebody from 2015 Gardevoir EX, they would think that it
Więc
was
mamy
probably a
tutaj
big card
naprawdę
and would never come out in Pokemon
Torrison jest już
TCG, but
tego
oh, how the
rodzaju
times have
żywą
changed.
legendą, jak to się
sure
mówi.
have. So, but I think Rose here will be
Więc
very,
no
very
trochę
happy
wiem.
already with this top 8, right? So first of all,
Chociaż
really big results since
Gretterson też jest
starting
mniej, no
to play
dlatego
again and
wie,
get a good result at the
nie ma
LAIC
czempionem
and at
oczywiście
Dortmund, but
w
now all the way
grupie
top
senior.
8 here at the LAIC, gonna be very happy with that already. But as already mentioned, wanting to seal that World Championships invite, are gonna want to go that one further at the very least and get that top 4 slot. She has to go through Brent to do it.
And a big thing in this matchup is not only who will be going first, but additionally, who is able to start the Pokemon they want. And Rose actually will be going first, so this is a big advantage for the Gardevoir deck. Freya, there's one Pokemon in specific that that Rose could get down and start in the active spot, and that's that Klefki.
Yes, that Klefki, and it will be absolutely huge in terms of a
No
setup
i
per
zobaczymy,
Stifler,
czym to
of
gra
course, but
Brennett.
it's any
No
active,
Brennett
all
nagra
basic
Drago
Pokemon,
Rose
they play
ze
their abilities, and so
tak.
with that, you won't be able to use that Teal Mask Ogerpon, the Teal Dance, in order to get that going.
He just heard the crowd. I'm sure you can hear it from the
Dobra,
booth
jakieś
over here.
Charizard,
You can see the
albo
both look up and say, is that for us?
Dragapulty,
Guys,
Rapagosy.
you guys are special, you're awesome, but unfortunately that was not
Ale dobra,
as exciting
Gardevoir
as
versus...
probably what happened on some of our other streams. But don't go to those streams, stay here for TCG. We promise this match is going to be
To jest
Yeah,
konkret, tak?
it is. So just because the problem is we don't have any Brazilians on stream right now. That's the problem. Right? No
Yeah.
Latin American, no players. So yeah, the crowd noise won't be quite
So
be the same.
mamy, let's
But
go.
there's definitely something going on
No
in
i
the
co
game.
tu
I don't
jest?
even know which one
Tutaj...
that's
O!
for. But
Fiorem
yeah, something crazy going on here.
wypadło.
But we have a game to focus on, so let's take a look at these prize cards to
Ja
start
tu
with.
chyba
Well, we
widzę
did
Turbo
Best
Gardę,
Guilty, the
tak.
Drifter, and the Scream Tail.
Co ciekawe,
Oh
tutaj
my god,
Fiorem,
there's a free
więc
one of all
nie
prize. That's
można się
brutal for
That's
Rose.
pretty bad. You can only grab one if you place
trzymać
one like the
bezpiecznie,
Hisuian
no
Heavy
bo
Ball.
jakby na to nie
But also the
patrzeć.
Cure prize for Brent, which is going to be the big card for him too.
Yep, Kieran being prized, not great. The single Dark Energy, you need that for the Monkey Dory to use the Adrenabrain ability, so there's a little bit of something for everybody in the prizes as we get ready for the top 8 match. Rose will be going first. We'll see if she's able to, you know, get that clef key like we mentioned, started up in the active spot. Brent, no stranger to this stage. You can see he is excited, but I'm sure also nervous to be back on stream as we get into this here. Top 8 at LAIC. Brent up against Rose. Gardevoir versus Reggie Drago.
And Rose starts the clef key!
That is
Tak, po stronie Rose Gregerson mamy oczywiście klewki, które oznaczają tylko jedno. Oznaczają tylko jedno. Brennetson ma przejebane, no chyba, że na zagon. Co ciekawe, Brennetson gra oczywiście Kuta, więc wiecie co to znaczy. Tak, klewki to chyba nie jest coś, co widzieć, co nie? No to dobrego rozwoju chłopa.
Bravery Charm users that have uses in a lot of other matchups, and I have to be honest, grabbing
Tak,
Scream Tail
sam
probably
fakt
would not have been
zaczęcie
my first choice in that
klefek jest
situation,
piękne
but it is definitely
dosłownie.
the most versatile out of all the Pokemon available.
Znaczy,
Well, you need an attacker, right?
nic
Because if you don't get
innego.
out the Driftoon or a Screen Tail, you're pretty much attacking with Gardevoir. Like, there's only 2 big damage dealers, so you have to pick one of them. I guess it was always, and then I guess quite smartly there with Rose going for the other vessel, discarding the Monkey Dory, already knowing that the Dark Energy is prized. Not going to prioritize that right now. Instead, going to grab 2 of those Psychic Energies. Oh, those gorgeous play program foil and Call of Legends. Wow, that's a piece.
Że może być trudniej rozkręcić Reggie Drago. No sam fakt,
Some discreet
że
bling, some, you know, played
są te
Pokemon
klewy,
stamped
to
cards. We saw
to
the
jest...
Buddy Poffin, of course, having a promotion back during the summer. You could get some of those foil cards, including the Technical Machine Evolution, so we'll see if Rose is rocking that special card as well. And now the only choice here is, do you commit energy to one of these Pokemon? We'll actually put it onto the Klefki, so it could always be discarded by a retreat, and that's going to be all she wrote. Action passed over to Brent. We'll see exactly what he's got access to. I believe that Canceling Cologne was also in the prize cards for Brent. That is another piece that can be used to shut off the Klefki's mischievous lock ability. So as of right now, as long as Klefki is active, the big ability unavailable to be used by note is that Okerpon's Teal Dance, as well as Squawkabilly's Squawk and Seize, which is always important if your hand is a little bit weak.
Yeah, it cannot
I
be
to
overstated
dosłownie
just
nie
how
małych
good
problemów,
it is to
jakby na
start
to nie
against with the
patrzeć.
clapping key against Reggie Drago. I think if you don't start with it, I think like you were alluding to earlier, it can be a very, very tough matchup, especially as you noted, Rose is playing this version of the deck that's kind of the more aggressive version, doesn't play the mana fee, so very vulnerable to Trifrost, which we know that the Cure is prized in this instance, but it's still something you have to think about.
No
But,
dobra,
yeah,
Brennan
it's a
tutaj
lucky
stać.
start,
No
no
niestety
Teal
to
Dance
może
going on,
też
no Squawkabilly
w
going on,
późniejszym
it's a
etapie
super strong
utrudnić.
start for Rose here, about as good as you could ask for.
Yeah, and that Canceling Cologne is in the
Tak jak
prize,
mówię, to
just
może w
double-checking.
późniejszym, no właśnie, w początkowym etapie te klewki
As
niestety
of right now for Brent, if he wants to
Torisonowi, no
use his
niestety...
basic Pokemon's abilities, he'll either have to hope that Rose moves that Pokemon
Jakąkolwiek.
out of the active spot for him, or he'll have to find one of his 2 remaining Gust cards in the deck, the Prime Catcher Ace
narabiać
and the
niemałego
Boss's Order, since one is also in the prizes.
Opa.
Yeah, very, very awkward. Pretty much like almost all the outs you could think of to Klefki being prized for Brent, and as well as one of your strongest attackers in the matchup. So very awkward prizes essentially for both players, but at the very least Rose could kind of work with it with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Brent does not have that privilege.
Does not indeed. We'll see Reggie Drago V as the selection off Ultra Ball. Did get to, you know, get rid of some of those key Dragon Pokemon, mainly that Dragapult EX. It's the main copy target for that Reggie Drago V-Star's Apex Dragon attack, allowing you to do 200 to the active, and then put 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon, however you like.
Przez to, że są te
See the Drago
klewki,
get
no to
benched,
oznacza to
energy
też
attached
tyle,
to
że...
turn, and there's only one card
no
left.
właśnie,
Assume it's either a
Overpony
Research or an
działają.
Iono. It is going to be that
Dobra, mamy
Iono.
Iono.
Players will go ahead and shuffle their hand. Brent does not have one, so he'll just draw 6, as Rose will also get 6 cards, as Brent continues that first turn for himself.
Yeah, so 6 cards are drawn there for Rose, well, for both players actually. There's a Temple of Sinnoh for Brent, not really going to be a useful card in this matchup unless you just want to use it as a stadium bump. but not much else going, it seems. There's a Giratina V-Star, and there is an Earthen Vessel, so you can go ahead, play the Earthen Vessel, grab a couple of energy, get that Giratina V-Star into the Scott pile, set up to be copied with Apex Dragon on the Regidrago V-Star, but not much else other than that, it seems.
No tak,
Yeah,
mamy
it's always a little bit of a risk
Giratinę,
against the more aggressive build of Gardevoir to just leave a single Regidrago V-Star in play. There's always a weird world where it could be knocked out. However, because of the prize cards we know and the resources that are unavailable, I think it's pretty safe to say this Regidrago will be safe for the time being. However, in the following turns, if not much changes, that's going to get more unlikely as the game progresses.
Yeah, and not only that, but given that you don't have the option to do Teal Dance, right, you can't really dig into your deck further. We see that it's not just the extra energy attachments that makes the Teal Dance overclock so good. Those extra cards drawn, you think it's only one card each time, but it does add up, and it gets you further and further into your deck, and that's just not something that Brent has access to right now because of that Clef Key.
Choice here for Brent is what do you want to do with the rest of your hand? And it looks like nothing else, just will be the pass over to Rose. What does Rose have? This is a pretty solid hand from the look of things.
Oh, look at that.
Already has the Curlia, and there's also that technical machine evolution. Big choice here now, though, is what do you discard with refinement? It looks like thinking about getting rid of the technical machine, no, but instead is thinking about what other card. But the problem here is there's just so many good cards in this hand.
There's no good discards.
Yeah, the Nest Ball you want to find Pokemon, the Bravery Charm you want to increase damage. Will be the Bravery Charm hitting the discard pile, and a great find there. Finds two powerful supporter cards. One of which that I would probably say is a little bit better in this spot is that Arvid. You could search out the secret box and get ready for a powerful turn next turn after using this technical machine.
Yeah, and gonna go ahead and Nest Ball for good measure too. Yeah, it could be, I'm thinking either a third Rolls or Radiant Greninja could be great as well, just to have another means to discard more energy and draw more cards. Gonna have a look through and decide based on the rest of the deck first before taking that decision, but I think it looks like she's leaning towards the Rolls right now.
Well, the issue between Radiant Greninja is Klefki does shut off all basic Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, just yours as well, right? So
you would not be able to use Radiant Greninja's concealed cards ability.
At least not right now, yeah.
Yeah, as long as that Pokemon is active. So we'll see the Ralts be the selection, and that means that Rose will have guaranteed 3 Curlia out into play on the third turn, having all this card draw set up, the fuel to discard those energies, to feel Psychic Embrace, a lot of good things to think about. And I think the last question is, what is your supporter for turn? It's actually going to be Iono. I'm not sure I love this over Arven necessarily. You now run the risk of potentially, you know, drawing into those Curlias, and then if your opponent plays Iono the next turn, you are unable to, you know, evolve those into play. So it's always a risk you could think about. However, in this instance, Rose not drawing into any of those, does have the Radiant Greninja now, but of course that cannot be used thanks to the Klefki being in the active spot.
Yeah, and although, yeah, you could retreat to then make use of it, you do not want to do that. You want to keep this Klefki in the active, you want to stifle Brent's setup, and instead, yeah, going to go for the Ultra Ball to find another Pokemon, maybe going to be, yeah, that second Curlia, why not, right, get it down as well, go for a refinement, and then you can go ahead and finish the turn on a TM evolution, maybe just straight up evolving one of those Curlia into Gardevoir already, and then evolving the second Rolls into, or rather the third Rolls into another Curlia.
Yeah, this works too. I think normally keeping the Ultra Ball gives you a little bit more options going forward, but at least you can just draw 2 cards now and then go ahead and use the evolution. However, you would shut off that Curlia, so it's essentially the same thing in that case.
Yeah, it is. So going to be considering that, and actually, so not going to go for the refinement straight away, but we'll evolve the Curlia that used the ability into the Gardevoir EX, and then the bench rolls going into the Curlia. So going to be feeling pretty good for the next turn. You know, 2 refinements available.
No i mamy oczywiście już Gardę i Wiekirię, więc let's go.
So this is going to be a big turn for Brent. If he's unable to attack here, Rose is pretty much set
niestety
up for
Tori
entire
Sandale
board.
nie może się
Has everything she
rozkręcić
needs to,
jakoś
you know, get
porządnie.
things going, finalize out this game, and figure out if she has what it takes, right, to have enough gas in the tank. We've seen some resources get discarded, but for Brent, you've really got to think about that prime catcher. If you can get an attack this turn, it's going to require you to have some form of gust, and with there really not being a lot else in his hand, and research as a supporter for choice, you're not going to be able to use boss to get around this question.
No, you're not. So I think it's probably going to be a dig off of this legacy star power, you know, because I think there is a supporter in hand to dig a little bit further, but if you want to do anything this turn, yeah, you need to find that prime catcher. It is the only way to play around this Klefki right now.
I believe has another Professor's Research in hand, so can look at 7 more cards, hopefully find that prime catcher, but that is always an option to dig through the deck, discard those top 7 with the Legacy Star, V-Star power, and then go from there. So that is the selection. We'll see it get evolved. We'll see potentially these 2 Pokemon come into play. So it will be the Ogre Pawn, a Regidrago, and a Professor's Research. Big 7 cards here for Brent. Can he find the grass energies needed to power up these Ogre Pawns and the Prime Catcher? And does find the Prime Catcher. That is a big find. Remember, Kyurem is in the prize cards, but can still at least apply some pressure to the draw engine, knocking out a Kirlia, maybe placing some damage counters on the Klefki, as well as possibly setting this Gardevoir EX up for an easy knockout later on. Exactly what he needed to find this turn to strike first in this matchup and take the first prizes.
Yeah, now the other thing that's going to be interesting here is, can he set up this Regidrago V-Star without making use of the Legacy Star V-Star power? I think it's very poignant what you said earlier about how the later you need to use the Legacy Star, the more likely you are to win, because you need to use it early to set up, sure, that's fine, but then it's at its strongest when you use it in the late game to get back the resources that you need. If you can't do that, then it makes it really hard to close out the late game. So let's see if he can do it here, whether he will need to. Oh, let's say there's a Noctowl, might be able to get him now,
actually. This is the star card. It's found its way now into this Regidrago deck, using Jewel Seeker thanks to Teal Mask Ogre Pawn being a Terrestrial Pokemon on the bench, searches for the Jamming Tower, and that is an excellent card at shutting the Bravery Charm off from having use.
It is, and there's only one counter stadium in Rose's list as well, which is that Moonlit Hill, so we'll need to find that if she wants to make use of her tools again. No Lost Vacuum either, an alternative stadium out.
So now the question is there an energy switch in Brent's hand? There is the Prime Catcher. I don't think we've seen an energy switch yet, so this is an interesting decision here for Brent. Grabbing the Jamming Tower makes me think there is the potential that Brent may just sit on this hand for now. Excuse me, not burn the Prime Catcher and just pass the turn over, and that is going to be the choice. So Brent valuing the Prime Catcher to have a higher usage than to maybe take a chance here and instead put the Jamming Tower into play and force Rose to, you know, maybe go after a way to bump the stadium, and then Legacy Star can grab it. That winning the stadium war with Jamming Tower could be huge here.
Yes, especially considering, as you already mentioned, there is only the one stadium bump in here, which is the Moonlit Hill. No way to get it back either, so there's pretty much going to be one turn of tool usage that's just going to make use of it. And don't forget, if you use the Psychic Embrace, it's such a bunch of energy to one of these low HP Pokemon to do more damage with their attacks. If the tool gets shut off, it's like a free KO almost.
Like Lost Vacuum, and that's sort of one of the reasons this deck has fallen back into favor.
Staranie jemnie, ale tego Regidrago naładowanego, to czemu by nie?
What other deck than Gardevoir really takes advantage of having,
you know,
tool security? I don't think there is another deck.
No, not at all.
Rose will continue. Does find 2 energy cards off of the Earthen Vessel. So the more energy to hit the discard pile, the better for this Gardevoir EX to start using Psychic Embrace to power up the various Psychic Pokemon Rose has access to.
No chyba, czy Mobry... Tak, wchodzi Scream Tail, chyba zagra Arvena, żeby właśnie...
Big question now is how many psychic energy cards in the discard pile, and could we see something like Secret Box possibly
No
make
i chyba
something
będzie
happen?
Arven,
Looks
bo...
like instead though, not even going to use tool cards at this point. This is a little bit of a risky endeavor, I must say. Putting these damage counters on Scream Tail, yes, it does boost the damage it can do to any Pokemon.
Tak, ja woli... Ile 20 za... Tak, oczywiście, ponieważ klewki są uwolnione, klewki wyszły z aktywa, co oznacza, że uwolniono... No jest Bravery Charm, no chyba będzie ten Bravery Charm. Że nagram boxa. No chyba wiecie, ustrzelić... No czyli wiecie, no wtedy ten Bravery daje 50, co daje 140, co jest też idealne na ustrzelenie oczywiście Regidrago. Co zmusza Brenneta Torrisona wtedy do naładowania nowego. Aczkolwiek widzę, że tego nie robi. No ale też z drugiej strony też fez. No tak, w końcu tak jak... No, tym razem leciutko.
these abilities are all
Czepnięty
on
jest.
line, and I have to wonder, yes, you're striking first this matchup, but was it really worth
Aha,
dealing
congratulations, you are
damage in
one
return of giving your opponent
w
these
chat. O,
abilities?
stąd,
I mean, yes,
no
catchers
dziękuję,
but this is
dziękuję.
something you have to think about.
Tak, gratulacje, mam 100 wiadomości w dzisiaj. Czekaj, teraz pisać trwa 6 godzin. Ale tak, no chyba chcę lutnąć. I też jest drugi. Znaczy jest... No ale ma prankachera. Ma prankachera. Prankachera w Kirie!
Switching out this screen tail to the bench, bringing up the Curlia, and has a professor's research
Czy
to
też
follow
z
up.
drugiej strony nie miałem też wystarczająco dużo.
He could take a 2-prize turn. Oh, so he's just marking it with the 1. Okay. Yeah. So putting the 10 on it
Ale
is 2
chłop nie
mark.
ma...
You could use something like a coin would probably be a little bit more useful.
Rematch on
And finds the first of many, I'm sure, energy switch he'll be looking for this game.
No Brennet się tu trochę stresuje. Ręce się trzęsą dosłownie. Kurde, no się ręce trzęsą dosłownie.
Might be a little bit of a tricky spot for Rose going forward in this game.
And this is going to be the big decision for Brett. The first
Kurde,
part is
mu się
very
ręce
clear. You've got
trzęsą.
Hold EX to copy. You can use Phantom Dive to knock this Curlia out and place 3 damage counters on the Scream Tail. The question from there, though, Freya, is where do you put the remaining 3 damage counters to get the most amount of value in the following turn?
So I guess you could, if you wanted to just go very simple, you could just put 2 of them on a Curlia, right? And
Jest
just,
miło, no ręce trzęsą się dosłownie jak galareta.
In terms of Phantom Dive range, you could set up maybe on the
No no wiecie, no bo te klewki, no to tak przygniotły.
Yeah, so the Gardevoir is interesting since if it's ever going to attack, it will usually
Nasza
put
droga,
itself in
pultem
range of a
lecimy.
lost impact KO. I do think I like what you said though. Put some damage counters on the Curlia, and then that one, the Klefki, is always nice since it means that you can put 6 on it from a future Phantom Dive to knock it out. So we'll see what Brent decides to do. I think we'll either see all 6 potentially be put onto Gardevoir, or he'll decide to, or all 3, excuse me, be put onto Gardevoir, or he'll spread it out. I think the thing that he doesn't have information on
Kirie na
though, is
pewno
that Dark
i
Energy
ja
is prized. So because of that,
trzęsawka
it's
tutaj
definitely
jest.
a lot riskier
No i
to
tutaj
put the damage counters
Gardevoir.
onto the Gardevoir EX, since, you know, Monkey Dory can come down, a Dark Energy could get played, and then all of a sudden, you're not getting as much value. That makes sense.
And for that exact reason, it's going to spread out the damage counters, the remaining ones as much as possible. So it's going to be 2 onto the Curly and 1 to the Klefki. I think this makes complete
Tutaj
sense.
pozbyłamy się, no mamy podwójny, więc tak,
Takes 2
odblokowano
prize
bossa.
cards, striking first in this matchup in terms of the prize advantage, as Gardevoir EX is promoted for the turn. Notably,
Będzie druga
Brent
karta.
yet to use that legacy star. The more
Tak,
turns
tu
he can
widzę,
go
że
without
Rose
it,
też
the
gra
better
taką
off he's gonna be in the
turbogardą.
late game where this Gardevoir deck really shines.
Yeah, and that's it. You want to kind of stifle the Rose's board as much as possible with those Phantom Dives, and especially if he gets to that stage where he can get that Kyurem out of the prizes, finishes off with a Trifrost. Won't be quite available yet, but now it's up to Rose to really decide how she's going to make best use of that secret box. Going to go ahead and use it. I mean, this has got another Bravery Charm, doesn't feel amazing, but the third one is in hand, so she knows she can go for it. Just she needs to stadium counter though.
Tutaj też myśli widać. Sekretny box będzie zagrywany.
To just try and find, you know, 2 cards that are better to discard, but instead it is going to give up that second Bravery Charm. So
Garnek.
only 1 more remaining, but in return,
Stadion.
along with the other 2 cards hitting the discard pile, Rose can get to search for every trainer card available.
No, stadion, który oczywiście jest taką odpowiedzią na... No i Wesel oraz Iono, czyli dojdzie do Disruptu.
Moonlit Hill and the Iono, and this is an instance where Moonlit Hill has so much value.
Yeah, it really does. Not only, of course, getting
No i po kolei. No chyba tutaj będzie chodziło o to, że wyleczy te Pokemony, żeby uniemożliwić Brennetowi jakiekolwiek
Yeah, so essentially all of the bench damage done by Brent is for naught at this point. It will
Ciężki
all be
wybór.
healed, and additionally, you know, this Gardevoir EX potentially with a manual attachment to the active, if Rose has enough energies, could also put itself out of lost impact range, right? You put the
Chyba nikt się nie zadział gardy w top 8.
you attach for turn, and then by using the Moonlit Hill, it only goes
Tak,
down
no i
to
chyba
one damage
będzie
counter
to
on it, thus
wyglądało to
bringing
mniej
out that
więcej
one
tak,
knockout.
że
If Rose sees this
jedna,
line, also has refinement
że
available
tutaj
to
jedna
use
będzie
in concealed
zdyskardowana
cards, and while those
przez
cards are
stadion,
glowing green
który...
on the bench to be used,
Dobra,
I'd
jest
really
gdzie
like to see her do this
atacz.
play, and it looks like she is going to go for this, essentially protecting all of her Pokemon next turn, since Brent has yet to find that cure.
I tutaj 40.
Because she needs one energy in hand in order to play this Moonlit, to pay for this Moonlit Hill. So yeah, gonna play it, keep the energy in hand.
Wyleczanko. Tak, co oznacza, że będzie i Iono.
Really strong line from Rose here.
Big turn for Rose, saw that line. Now all of these Pokemon are essentially safe from being in risk of a 2-prize turn for Brent, which is exactly what he wanted to line up these
Tu mamy
next couple
Spiritomba,
turns.
który tam
Being
jest
at 4
awaryjny,
prizes,
ale
you
on
really
jest
don't want to put
niepotrzebny.
yourself onto odd prizes. It can make things really awkward.
So, looking through the discard pile now.
I think the big thing here for Rose, again, is going to be what are the two cards taken from these prize cards. Remember, the Hisuian have
Ciekawe, co zrobi Torison.
are both in the prizes, and
On
it
tam
looks like
Drifloon jest jeszcze w prizach?
these prizes from the bottom, those are going to be the exact two cards to grab, which means all of the
I
basic Pokemon
super
that were originally
wędka.
prized will be out of the prizes
Czy to
after
ptak,
this
czy
turn.
samolot?
You can also
Nie,
go
to
ahead and play
super
the
rod.
before things end off.
Yeah, the only thing that you
Ta turbogarda jest całkiem dobra, powiem. Skręca się szybko jak ta lala. I się nie pierdoli. No i knockout. Trzymamy. Aha, jest Nesball.
Does have free retreat, so no matter what he decides to do, he can always pivot into every Pokemon. But this hand does not look strong here for Brent. After drawing a card, already has his hand over the V-Star marker.
Oh dear.
We're gonna get it used.
Jest Drifloon. No i co tu jest? Teraz Switch, Ogniste, Nesball, Rod.
Super Rod, but the rest of those cards are a-okay. Let's see what these two choices are. Are we going to see something like the Jamming Tower
Torfowo
potentially
jest.
come back? I'm not even sure if he has the flexibility for that, since the rest of the hand is kind of lacking, if I'm going to be honest.
I think you just need to get back a fire energy onto it. Or no, still gonna go for that jamming tower. Okay, just randoming it that much. But I mean, it's 3 fire energy in the deck, right? 2 are in the discard pile.
I have to
Widzę, że
imagine if
tutaj
Brent is
Tula.
considering grabbing Jamming Tower, he's going to have some way to attack at this point. It wouldn't really make sense for Brent to shut off tools for the rest of the game in return of taking another 190 damage minimum this turn. So I think that's just what Brent is thinking about.
Coś myśli, no tam ręce się trzęsą jak zwykle u Breneta.
Inability to attack.
But it's a very rough. You see, he's umming and ahhing about it a lot. He knows that if he commits to this, there will only be 1 fire engine left to work with, but he's going for it. Is the Mess already in hand? No, I don't believe it is it? So he has to dig for it here.
I think there is a Nest Ball and a Super Rod.
Oh, Super, okay. So there we go. That makes a big difference.
So interesting choice here. Oh, I see what we're doing. So instead, holding on to the Super Rod, using Legacy Star first, and now can use Flip the Script. I know a lot of players would have sequenced that differently, but I know Brent has a reason that he's making this
Dajemy z powrotem.
Yeah, so now, and I do believe there was a Nest Ball in hand as well, wasn't there? So can Nest Ball straight away for that Presentivity and use Flip the Script to try and find this fire energy, when also good considering how thin the deck is.
And so now this bench is full. It's always risky, you know, to have just one Regidrago in play, but you're going to be a lot more comfortable and secure knowing that these lists are almost always playing the same cards, right? Just like Henry said, people are, you know, copy and pasting this deck.
Skrypt jest Ognista.
I didn't see the, no, it's 2 grass energy, so 2 more chances to find it. No. 2 teal dance, number 1.
Dobra, ale za to są 2 trawiaste. Będzie coś. A jest fire, dobra.
Fire energy off of that first teal dance with the energy switch and the jamming tower. Brent is going to be able to shut off 2 cards for the entirety of this
to
first
jeszcze
game.
jamming tower.
Something like Drifloon taking a big first knockout, or excuse me, just a big 2-prize knockout on Regidrago V-Star will not be an option. Brent's gonna have to just put as much damage into play as possible and see if he can close things out.
Yeah, but now, one saving grace for Rose here, which she doesn't necessarily notice, but the fact that with that play,
Tak, no jeszcze...
KO means that you cannot get that cure amount of the prize card. So Rose is going to have at least 2 turns
Ja
to
nadal
work with
gram,
to try
no
and
ja
pull this win here, and that's going to be good for her. I would really like to see, if possible, if she could like pick up this Gardevoir EX with a Professor Turo scenario. We saw it discarded, but I'm sure she can get it back.
I'm not actually as certain. There's no Palpad in this set.
Oh my god, I'm just assuming.
This list is not playing Palpad. I don't know if I'm certain here, friend.
No, I'm not certain. No, I'm opposite now.
I think the damage is staying in play, and let's remember, the Dark Energy is also in the prize card, so Monkey Dory cannot heal any of these Pokemon in play. Big question now for Brent.
Heavy ball.
How can he navigate through this? If he had Kyurem, I think this game would be a wrap. But the fact that there is no
Kyurem jest prizach.
makes things a little bit more dicey in terms of finishing it off. Don't count out Rose yet in this first game.
No, not at all. Now, this Pheasantipity might seem a little bit risky here because you could think of like a Phantom Dive double knockout play, but that wouldn't necessarily work that way because the Pheasantipity has 210 HP, so a Phantom Dive that bring it into the active would be 10 short of a full price knockout. So she can bench this if she wants to. I don't think there's any way for Brent to manipulate the damage to make that a full price turn. But it's going to be the refinement first. 2 cards drawn. Does find that Screamtail again.
Does find the Screamtail, but it's always a little bit risky to put that down just because of what happened earlier on. You put damage counters on it. Sure, you can deal some solid damage, but it's at the price of, the more damage counters you put on it, the easier it is to be knocked out on the bench. I mean, the biggest thing Rose has here, though, Brent did have to use his V-Star power last turn, so things like Iono are going to hit a lot harder from this point.
Dobra, już idę.
So here comes the Arvin now.
Dobrze, ale jak to by się...
left in the deck, but still going to look through regardless. Going to find Bravery Charm and wait. Oh, hold on. She's grabbing the Bravery Charm. Does she have another out to the jamming tower?
There is no out to the jamming tower. There is just the one stadium card.
Okay, so just getting to discard. Okay, I was going to say because I'm pretty sure we looked at the list extensively to make sure that wasn't the case. But just getting it as discard father. So Ultra Ball going to come in. What's she going to grab off of this? Is it going to be that that second Gardevoir EX just to really buff up the HP of this Curlier on the bench?
Has to evolve it up, but no matter what, one of these Gardevoir EX will be knocked out at the end of the turn if they stay in the active spot, pending that Brent has Giratina V-Star in his discard pile, which at this point I believe is most likely the case.
Yeah, and this Screamtail now, with no ability to buff up the HP, is doing a maximum of 160 damage, so can't KO anything for 2 prizes on Brent's bench, which is not a great position to be in, and can't even like combine it with something like a Monkey Dory to make it a KO next turn because that Dark Energy is prized.
Hey, this is a situation here where, honestly, I would have really liked to see even something like a Monkey Dory Confusion attack. It's something really awkward, but with how many resources Brent has, gone through at this point, it could be a sort of a Hail Mary play, because from this point, how do you stop your opponent from taking these last 4 prizes before you? You're 2-shotting this Regidrago V-Star, but if Brent can just take 2 prizes this turn and then follow it off with a Radiant Charizard in the following turn, that could be all that he needs to close this game out. And it looks like not even doing much here. Just going for the Phantom Dive, knocking out the Klefki and this active Gardevoir, and now putting the pressure on Rose to find a way to secure this game 1.
So an Ino for sure has to come down because, yeah, you have to prevent this play from coming in with the Radiant Charizard to close things out. So this Gardevoir has too much damage on it. Wait, actually, no. Radiant Charizard would be 10 short of a knockout right now because it only has 5 on it.
Well, we'll have to see exactly what attack is being used. At minimum, if this Gardevoir wants to retreat, you have to use Psychic Embrace twice. So no matter what, this Gardevoir will be in range.
Yeah, and as we already mentioned, there is no option for a Professor Turo. Wait,
is it there?
Wait, no, it got Ionoed. It didn't get discarded.
It did get Ionoed, so the Turo is actually here. Maybe that was a card that Rose wanted to find the previous turn. You see Boss's orders get put to the top of the hand. However, Brent has smartly saved this switching card, has kept it in the hand. The big thing now, though, for Rose is this Turo is not going to have a lot of use, since if you use Psychic Embrace onto a different Pokemon, Brent is at 1 prize card. If you use a lower HP Pokemon, even an attack like Teal Dance, even, some smaller attacks, the attack on Noctowl could again take a knockdown on some lower Pokemon. So it feels like how much value is something like the Professor Turo getting at this point? We'll have to see. There is a great 2 cards, though, off of that concealed cards. Counter catcher Iono. This may be the Hail Mary play for Rose. Bring up a one retreat Pokemon, get the Scream Tail down, use that Roaring Scream to take a knockout on this Regidrago, and hope there is not the cards necessary for Brent to attack with Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, this might be the best move here, just to like minimize the chances of even like what you said, one of those small attacks getting it done. Yeah, goes down the Scream Tail onto the bench. I mean, you've got to play the Ino here, right? There's no way. But actually, you're not going to go for the counter catcher, it looks like.
Interesting. I feel like you have to go for that counter catcher and give yourself a chance next turn. Even just bringing up something like the Pheasantipity, right? You remove all the energies out of play, and you force that switch from Brent. Instead, valuing that card maybe to close the game out on a future turn.
Possibly, yeah,
Brent,
I see it.
But by knocking out this Regidrago, Brent is going to have access to Muse Restart to fill the hand back up. The Pheasantipity EXs flip the script ability. It feels almost inevitable that just the Charizard and an energy card is way more doable than, you know, one of those energy switch or switch as well.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, it's not a great position for Rose to be in, right? But it's she's working the best of what she has. But I think you're right. I think that with the amount of cards that Brent can draw, even after this disruption, I think that he's going to be able to get there, and we'll be going to a game 2. But let's see how the last 2 turns play out. We don't want to assume anything just yet.
An interesting thing to note: the switch was in Brent's hand before the Iono, so it is on the bottom of the deck now. We are going to see the counter catcher afterwards. So. Wow, Drew back into the counter catcher, it seems. Of course, playing the 2 copies of counter catcher. So Rose, I think, making the smart play here, bringing up the Pheasantipity. But there is the restart, and there is the Pheasantipity's flip the script ability. Let's see. Draws into the Radiant Charizard, and now Brent is going to check the deck. See how many cards. He knows how many went to the bottom of the deck, so he's going to figure out how many cards he can potentially draw, either without shuffling the deck or trying to shuffle the deck, so that he can, you know, change the order of where that switch or fire energy work.
Yeah, because you need both, right? You need either an energy switch and a switch to either switch or switch out the retreat or switch out the Pheasantipity, and you need the fire energy. So actually going to go for the boss's orders for good measure as well, just to get another card out of the hand. You will be doing enough damage regardless. So restart, 3 cards. What are these 3 here? It is fire energy.
Yeah, the fire energy, that's piece number 1. And if Brent has both an energy switch and a switch in hand, can he get there?
Switch.
And he finds the switch, fire energy switch, combustion blast, closes out game 1. Brent Tonneson moving 1 game closer to top 4 at LAIC.
And wow, what an impressive display from Brent. Even with that really disadvantageous start with Rose starting with the Klefki, still managed to find a way to set up and pull it through, even without making use of Triforce, right? I mean, that was a really, really great display from Brent there.
Fought through all adversity, the prizes the Klefki start, but he had enough to close things out. Rose was really close there. You have to imagine maybe the Professor Turo was found a little bit earlier. That could have definitely played around with the math a little bit. But we really can't understate, you know, the effect of Jamming Tower staying in play, as well as Monkey Dory being offline, meant that this Phantom Dive was just able to apply so much chaos to Rose's bench during that game number 1.
Yeah, but let's go back and look over some of that chaos, just try and make sense of it all for ourselves and for you guys at home. The replay for this game 1, as we saw, yeah, Rose with a very, very strong stifling start with that Klefki's mischievous lock ability in the active. Eventually did switch into, you know, the Screen Tail to start get some attacks going. That enabled Brent to get the setup going on his own side, start doing some teal dances, and starting to be energy switch onto the Regidrago restart to get some attacks going in. And then from there, even with no cure available to him, with it in the prizes, and the canceling Cologne still in the prizes too, we're just able to close it out by finding that Radiant Charizard and that switching card in the fire energy.
It was so close there. If Rose, you know, if Brent misses that turn, I think Rose has almost got it, as long as she can get, you know, the Monkey Dory back online and knock out that Mew. But Brent able to close things out, even without the Kyurem. You see a smile on his face. You know he's close, and I think Rose also showing, I didn't have Dark Energy that game, so both players playing at a slight disadvantage. We'll see how things shape out if their prize cards allow them to execute their full strategies.
Yeah, and I imagine Rose will be going first again, which will be helpful, of course. If you're going first, not only do you get to get your Evolutions out first, but you have a chance to search out that Klefki from your deck and put it into the active spot as well. So really, really important to go first in this matchup, as we do see the opening hand start to be drawn. Looks like, oh, hold on a second. This hand isn't looking great for Rose so far. I can see it. Oh, that's a very dead hand from Rose.
We'll wait to count our chickens before they're hatched.
I guess so, but you know, I'm saying we can see the hand here, and it is not looking good for Rose here.
Gardevoir is notable for, you know, having a lot of, you know, hands that don't allow you to play the game very much. So let's see what happens here. Good luck to both our players. Let's get into this. What is the top deck?
It's a Professor Joe scenario. Again, look at that hand. It's just going to be a touch pass.
It's just going to be a touch pass. And hold on here, Freya. There is a world where Brent can win the game on this first turn. If he can get down a Teal Mask Ogerpon and another Teal Mask and use an energy switch to power up Myriad Leaf Shower, we could see Brent advance to top 4 through one turn. Either way, though, this is still a big advantage, and I'll be curious to see if Brent decides to play aggressive towards that turn 1 win condition, or if he sets up like normal, since he's still at an advantage.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, you can almost kind of do both, right? You're probably going to want to be aggressive anyway in terms of drawing through your deck with those Teal Mask Ogerpons to set yourself up with the Regidrago V-Stars attack. And those prize cards as well, looking at okay, very workable, so nothing really stopping him from being able to go ahead and take this first turn win here. But yeah, like you also said, even if you don't get it here, it's not really the end of the world.
So we'll see Brent play the Nest Ball and the Earthen Vessel. So Teal Mask Ogerpon does come down. Notably, the Jamming Tower in the deck. You've got things like Squawkabilly, so you can dig a little bit deeper if you'd like. Does now have grass energies thanks to that Earthen Vessel. Let's see if Brent's got what it takes. Either way, though, not what you want to see if you're Rose. You're down a game. You have the advantage of going first. Things went really well for you early in the game, and you were still not able to close it out. You need things to go like that again for you to have a chance. Not like this, Freya. Not like this.
No, literally, it's the polar opposite of what you want in any match, let alone the top 8 of an international championships. In comes the Teal Dance number 1, attaches one, draws 1 card. Oh, they're going to draw the card there. Let's see, that's another grass energy. It's a Pheasantipsy. There's
hold on. Has the energy switch in hand. Brent Tonneson is 1 grass energy away from advancing to top 4 since this Nest Ball can grab another Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Oh my goodness. 1 more grass energy will do it, because yeah, you can just energy switch to 1 for the second Teal Mask Ogerpon. You've not used your manual attachment for turn, and you can announce Myriad Leaf Shower and take the game and take this top 8 set.
This is big for Brent. You got to take every opportunity that presents itself. Teal Dance, number 2. So many outs here for Brent. So many cards that can win him the game. What does he find?
It's a Giratina V-Star.
Does have the energy switch. And this turn is not over, Freya. There's a professor's research. Here we go. Big 7 cards. All Brent needs is 1 grass energy. Can he find the grass energy?
Wait. It's another vessel! He's done it!
Earthen Vessel in the hand. Brent Tonneson can find the last grass energy, and he makes it to the top 4 of LAIC. Nothing Rose could do. It was all Brent. Game closed out in 1 turn. You hate to see it, but if you're Brent, you love to see it. Brent Tonneson, ladies and gentlemen, what a performance from him. He is now locked up for an automatic invite to Worlds. Not like that was going to be a challenge for him, but more importantly, 1 step closer to becoming a champion at LAIC.
Wow, huge congratulations to Brent. Yeah, like you said, not necessarily how we would have liked the game to end, but I mean, a bit of a highlight reel moment, let's be honest. The turn 1 knockout with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, the Myriad Leaf Shower on that poor little drift balloon, and I think it's safe to say that Rose's balloon has burst in terms of the chances and dreams of becoming an international champion.
Looks like she's laughing about it in nice spirit, which is hard when something like that happens to you on a big stage, but you've always got to commend, you know, being friendly, taking it in stride. Still, though, top 8 at an international championships, an excellent accomplishment for Rose. Congratulations to her.
Yeah, especially after being out of the game for so long, right? I mean, she must have taken like a really, really long break from that seniors win all the way back in 2015, but clearly showing that after so long out of the game, still has it, you know?
Absolutely. You see that Worlds 2015 deck box, so maybe, you know, embracing some of the glory from the younger years. But again, Brent Tonneson taking it with confidence, getting himself into the top 4 where he will be playing up against a, you know, solid opponent no matter how this top 8 bracket works. He could be up against Charizard, he could be up against Goldango, he could be up against a Terrapagos deck. There is a whole wide variety of Pokemon actions still to play, but that's step number 1. It's single elimination. These matches are always going to be intense. Great win for Brent.
So just had a fun little factoid through here from Chip. Apparently Rose used her national champion playmat for 2015 all weekend. This weekend. I mean, why wouldn't you, right?
Why wouldn't you? Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of players, you know, some players like to take 2 different approaches. You've got the approach of, you know, hanging up your playmat in a nice, you know, plaque or in a nice, you know, frame showing this is my big accomplishment, this is what I've done, put it on your wall, show for your family and friends to see. Other players play with their playmats. I mean, that's what it is, a playmat card. The biggest example of this, when Andre Skubal won Worlds, he has used his 2022 champion playmat at every event. I saw him with it out in the field this weekend and had to double take and be like, is that really the real thing? And it is.
What a flex, right? I think the mat I have, which is like the closest to that, so the very first set of UK European National Championships, like the first European TPCI streams in 2016, I have the Nationals mat from that year signed by all of the casters, so by myself, that we did those set of streams together. So that mat means a lot to me as well. I wish I had it here because I could show you guys, but yeah, that's like my personal.
I'm just gonna reach down right now and I'm gonna pull up a huge frame and it's gonna have everything on there. You know, I'll reach into my bag of tricks. Maybe tomorrow I'll come up with something. We'll see. Wow, but what a great match that was. Obviously, Phil Rose, that second game was not much of a game for what it's worth, but still a lot to unpack in that first game of Pokemon action.
Yeah, and I don't know what, I mean, for Brent, right, like you said, looking up his invite into the World Championships, I mean, yeah, that was already good enough, right? But you know he'll be hungry for that win regardless. He knew that he could probably get an invite to Worlds regardless of how he did this weekend. But now he's going to be looking for that Internationals win. And tell you what, your call, your prediction for whoever's going to take down this whole event, still very much live.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. That's how I'm feeling right now. You know, Brent's got it here, and he showcased a masterclass of why Regidrago is as powerful as it is. As we take a look at the replay from that set, this game one was really back and forth between both these players. Of course, you know, Rose started things out in stride. Of course, the Klefki start, Brent was not able to, you know, get aggressive, but the one turn I have to think about that maybe differed from how a lot of players would have played the matchup is Brent decided to hold on to the Prime Catcher that turn, wait another turn, accept he was going to be damaged a bit, and then from there, apply pressure every single turn.
Yeah, I think patience in games is something, it's a skill that's very hard to master in a Pokemon trading card game because you can't be too patient to the point where you're not doing anything, but sometimes just waiting that one turn can be the difference between overextending and ended up losing the game and pulling a defeat from the jaws of victory, or actually securing a win that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. So yeah, very smart from Brent there, as in the end, you know, Rose did try to mount a pretty good comeback there with the INO, but yeah, as you mentioned, with the Mew EX draw of the restart and the Festivities flip scripts, too many draws, too many cards to find, and was able to find that last combination of cards being with the Radiant Charizard and the Fire Energy and the switch to win.
And then this last game, right, your Rose, you think you're in a good spot, but it was just the Teal Mask Ogerpon stealing the win. Let's hear what Brent has to say after that dominating victory. It's going to be a good one for Brent. I'm interested to see who he shouts out, the thought about Regidrago. So, when we're ready, we're going to throw things down to an interview. Hear from Brent, hear what he has to say.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan and Freya. I am here with our semi-finalist Brent Tonneson. Let's hear it for him, folks.
Regidrago! W Kato to chyba tylko jedna osoba tam grała.
Just telling me you haven't dropped a game today.
Już
All
nie
the way
wiem.
to the top four. How are you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, I had to get kind of lucky to not drop a game.
A tymczasem w Polsce. W Polsce nikt tu kurwa nie gra. Chyba, że jesteś jebanym spocejce, to tak, ale w Polsce nie widziałam w ogóle dobrego gracza Regidrafona, tak? W Polsce nikt tu nie gra. Tylko Poland 100 lat za murzynami. Nie gra Regidrafon. Polska jest znana z banetek i z Snorlaxu.
Top 8s in there as well, a few top 16s. This is the farthest you've made it though. What does this top 4 mean to you at this point?
Kluski śląskie
It means a lot. I
kompo.
finally have a trophy at every single tournament.
Snorlax,
For some
Snorlax,
reason, the
Snorlax.
ICs was the last one that I needed. I even have a Players Cup trophy. I have all the trophies. But I, like,
To jest mem takie.
this one really does mean a lot to me. I did one
Snorlax, Snorlax, Snorlax. Jak Poland?
I did really want to do well in IC.
Holandia
and I
jest
hope that I
znana
can bring it home for Australia because
Snorlaxu.
Australia has never won an IC.
It could be the time, it certainly could be the time. You find yourself among just a few other players. The other top 8 matches are still playing out there in the field. Based on the other decks that have made top 8, you know, Regidrago is very popular in Top Cut. Is this kind of what you were expecting from the top end of this tournament after seeing what made it into Cut?
Well, I think I did explain yesterday, but the strategy has been for a lot of players is play Drago, more bolts come in, the Dragos still keep winning, and look, we saw how many bolts there were yesterday. The Dragos are on top today. But what it seems like, Drago is by far the best deck in the format. It's got the best results across the board. So I think it is the best deck. I'm not really surprised that it did that well.
there were some of the other decks like Terrapagos, I knew would be there top. So like I wasn't really surprised with anything. I guess things like Goldengo, I don't really expect to make. I think the deck is a bit underrated. It's not that bad.
Yeah, definitely it doesn't get the credit that I think it deserves. Let's talk really quick about this top 8 match. So, in this game, you know, you do come away with the victory in 2-0, but things were looking a little dicier at the start of game number 1. Your opponent has that clef key in the active spot. What's going through your mind?
Well, I actually did talk to Kaiwan before this because Kaiwan was actually considering playing this deck, and he was practicing this all night at Grenades. I was asleep, he was playing all night practicing the matchup, and I basically spoke to him about an hour ago, and I'm just like, please tell me how to play this matchup.
Kocham Snorlaxa, aż plusek była pluszaczka. A może na Magda wrócił do... No bo też on kiedyś grał w Snorlaxem.
And yeah, basically I was just playing really slowly there with the jamming tower. I wasn't really worried about the clef key because I was fine with the attachments. And I did go for the knockdown for the jamming tower. And getting the jamming tower early was really good.
Świta chyba tam, jakby na to nie patrzeć. Nasistą siedzi. Ciach, powiem tak.
The only thing that I did that would criticize for myself was my damage from one of the Dragapods, where both of us agreed that instead of putting 10 on the Klefki, 20 on the Curly, it should have been all 30 on the Guardi. Outside of that, I was pretty happy with how I played, and game 2, obviously, I just got really lucky, but sometimes that's Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, game 2, your opponent attach, pass. You hate to see it as a competitor in that situation, but obviously, on your side of the table, I don't think you minded seeing it too much. How do you, in those situations, differentiate between when it's worth it to really push for the win in that spot and push for a setup? Because it's not necessarily guaranteed. Obviously, your deck, I think most of the time would have a pretty high chance to get that turn 1 knockout, but when do you decide I have to go for it versus I should just get a Drago, get attachment on it, and we'll try to win next turn?
Well, in that position, I didn't use my energy attachment for turns, so even if I missed the grass and hit a fire with a Drago plus a Cleffa, I was already in a very winning position. So I wasn't that worried, and I could draw really badly though. However, the risk of me not hitting the Drago, not hitting the energy, or even the following turn not getting double energy switch and just getting a Drago attack was quite low. So I didn't really feel like there was much of a risk with what with the play I made. So I was pretty happy to just go all in with the play, which wasn't really that much of a commitment anyway. Only really losing the Nestfall and the energy switch.
Definitely, yeah, not too much of a risk. 1,800 players entered this tournament. You now find yourself in the final 4. What's it gonna take for you to get yourself into the finals and eventually hoist the trophy on Sunday?
Winning games. I think that's the simplest answer. Realistically, I just need to really make sure that I have a good understanding of the matchup. I'm a bit worried because I think Goldengo is on the other side of the bracket, and trust me, I have not tested that matchup. Like, you can trust me on that one. I have played it a bit. Like, I've played it in tournament, I think twice. I hit it Will and Grenades. I do have some ideas in the matchup, but I don't actually know the concrete lines. If I discuss with my group, I can probably come up with some good plan though. So I think I can probably navigate it quite well. I guess outside of that, I just really need to make sure that I just make some general good gameplay with Drago. If I fall too far behind, if I fall far behind early,
Top 4 mamy oczywiście Daniela, Magdę i Grosa Podesi. Mamy już tak z 2 Reci Drago i jednego Terapagosa. No to wiemy. No i Charizarda. Co ciekawe, Terapagos na Charizard, na Terapagos. Tak, no, tak, nie za bardzo wiem. Znaczy podejrzewam, że Magda też gra tym zasranym tasem, więc...
No, I mean, of course, there are deserving players, but Brent is somebody who just works so hard in the Pokemon TCG. His love and passion for the game, it really exudes out.
Ale tak, sąsiedzi z Czech.
He is somebody who takes the TCG very seriously.
Yeah, and as we mentioned yesterday, worth
Co w top
mentioning
8?
today,
No,
not just a
Predatory
genius level
są
player
na
of
razie
Pokemon,
w top
but a genius
4.
level player arranging
No
flight
i
at the
chyba
right
będzie
times
tak,
to make it as
że będą
affordable
2
as
mecze
possible
w top
to
4,
go to all of these events.
tak jak
So
zawsze.
he's not just doing it
No i finał będzie dopiero w day
he's planned
3.
it exactly right with the cheapest flights possible to arrange it from point to point to point to get to all the events and make it possible. So very, very smart on multiple levels.
Brent's been an involved and competitive player in the Pokemon TCG for many years. We've got a player profile to showcase some of his accomplishments and strengths within the Pokemon trading card game. He's mainly gravitated towards this Reggie Drago deck as of recent, but he's been playing Pokemon TCG for years and years. Of course, does have a regional championship under his belt, as well as some solid finishes. Did play notably in 2024 LAIC, the same Gardevoir list that had an incredibly good conversion rate, getting top 4, top 8, top 16, and top 32 at the NAIC.
Yeah, and so it was a finalist at Liverpool Regionals, losing to Inga Silva, who was the one who won that regional to there. So no slouch to lose to, given that how well he's done as well. The top 4 in perf, and yeah, finally after so long getting that regional notch with that win in Melbourne, and really
Właśnie
this
dodano
tournament
te
specifically
karty
piloting onto,
Y
onto this Reggie
w
Drago
live.
V-Star deck, and
Tak,
he is very confident
Redatory
in the deck
są
and all of his matchups.
mający właśnie czempionat Melbourne tego roku w Melbourne. W PERF top 4 Liverpool finalista. No i top 16 w Nowym Orleanie. Ciekawe, czy będzie kolejny invite dla Australii. Przypomniał, Oceania ma tylko 20 miejsc dla Mastersu.
Going on in the rest of the top 8 matches, we give you the not so much the details, but the scores on those. So Miloslav has actually won 2-0 against who was he up against again?
Ford, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jackson Ford. So that's a pretty favored matchup, right? You've got Jackson playing that Charizard EX deck up against Reggie Drago. Reggie Drago definitely favored, and it's no surprise to see that come
No i
out
tu mamy
on
oczywiście
top.
Podlenie. To jest błąd, bo on jest Czechem. Tak, Miosław Podlenie, ale on jest Czechem, więc tu jest błąd w sumie. Top 16 w Honolulu, San Paulo w 2020 LAIC, Lille top 32, no i Sztokholm top 16, no to jest błąd akurat, bo to jest Czech. Zresztą Milosław to nie brzmi amerykańsko, brzmi to bardziej czesko. Znaczy, będą się tak Milosław Posledni. Chyba będzie walka dwóch Reggie Kutafonów. No powiem tak, przyjemnie się to ogląda, jak borowanie zęba. A, zacięło się. Co, to będzie bitwa pomiędzy Reggie Kutafon kontra Reggie Kutafon? Austria kontra Czechy? Jabaj! Czesi! Czechy! Let's go, Czechy! To jest odlot. Czechy!
Now, for the other top 8 games right now, just give you an update. Looks like it with Ilya against
No, będą Czechy.
1-1 right now, so they are currently in game 3, absolute nail biter, and then finally it looks like Daniel is up 1-0 as well, so they're currently in game 2.
Yep, so that's the mirror match, Daniel versus Raz. So again, that is a confirmed Reggie Drago mirror that will be playing up against, I believe, we'll have to get confirmation on this, but I think Miloslav is going to be up against the winner of that on the or excuse me, on the upside of the bracket. Yeah, it's going to be the situation here. We've got, of course, the Golden Go EX up against the Terrapagos. That's what you said. Yeah, the 1-1. So still plenty of Pokemon action. It's going to be an awesome rest of the day. We're going to be able to showcase both top 4 matches. Kyle and Chip will be taking you through that. This is what our bracket looks like. So currently, Daniel up 1-0.
Podleśni i oczywiście Brennet Torison są w semifinałach. Ta Milosław Podleśni też się wygrał 2-0 na Jacksona Forda. No wiecie, Charizard ze Secret Boxem. To tak ostatnio o tym Reggie Kutasiarzowi idzie tak dobrze. LOL! Ja trzeba aktywować Snorlaxa! Pattern.
All the other Czech guys worked on this list together for the Reggie Drago, so that'll be a 60-card Reggie Drago mirror. That'll be interesting to see.
That will be interesting indeed. If you want to see it, if you're a Reggie Drago fan, I feel like there's 2 camps of people, right? You've got camp number 1.
I just had word in. Ilya has won. Golden Go is in the top 4 of the LAIC, beating Austin Ellis' Strapgo's Dust Noir.
We are going to have Goldango up against Brent Tonnisson's Reggie Drago deck to see who will be one of our 2 finalists. And of course, that is going to be a stream match you are not going to want to miss out on.
No, definitely not. We will be streaming both top 4 games. You don't have to pick one or the other. We will be streaming both of the semi-finals, so you get both top 4 game action here at the LAIC, just because we love you guys that much.
It's going to be a good day for action. I'm very excited to see who comes out on top. I've still got my prediction. You know, I'll give you a second run of the fray here. Now that we've seen, essentially, you know, we've got 2 players locked for top 4, and then the other 4 players are playing out their matches. What do we think?
You know what? I'm taking my claim. To go all the way in Ilya's hands to take the Latin American Championships. I'm with Ilya. We can make that hashtag. I'm with Ilya.
You know what? I can get behind a Goldango performance. It feels like if you're not in the US, you've got a good chance of doing well with Goldango. Goldango hasn't really had, you know, that strong cult following almost that it has in Europe, and, you know, people, of course, bringing that over to the Latin America International Championships. So we'll see if, you know, the Goldango hype is finally going to start building up, or if it will just stay where it's at. I definitely, regardless of if Ilya's journey ends here, this is probably the most respectable finish for Goldango of all time so far.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much before that, it's been the top 4 and the 2nd place, right, from Jelle van Kampen over the European regionals, but now it's an international top 4.
Zobaczymy.
Yeah, wow. And let's be real, Goldango probably only really gets better from here on. Searching Sparks isn't legal for this format, but we were, you know, playing it already. You have the new version of the list, but with that Energy Search Pro, of course, that lets you search for a whole rainbow of basic colored, basic energies from your deck, and for big knockouts, big deck binning. So I think Goldango is really only on the up from here.
Yeah, there's definitely pros and cons. Of course, with the Energy Search Pro, you get to get all of your energy immediately, and then once you discard them, Energy Retrieval and Superior Energy Retrieval are great cards to just constantly have insanely high damage output. However, the pros of playing a Prime Catcher sometimes are just more than the pros.
No ja wiem, bo ostatnio było tak, że jak grałem, to właśnie kolega się pytał, potem w tym finałowym, grasz z relaksem? Ja mówię tak, i skup. Ja to takie pytania na ligówkoro. Ile będzie skupów, jak zobaczą pulchnego misia.
I think that's going to be all from us two, at least for these stream matches. We're going to take a quick little break. We will get eat. We will get.
No, Lesi dostał się do top 4. No to Czechy będą. Ja to będzie jeżeli będzie tak z kilka Reggie Drago, no to nie, można się powiesić. To będą najbardziej toporne matchupy świata. A, Vini Fernandez, dobra, to tutaj kolejny. Tak, będzie najpierw top 4A i potem top 4B. No, w São Paulo to ciekawe, dużo jest tu eventów, jak Brazylia jest dosyć specyficzna. Na przykład no, jest tu duży problem z przestępczością. No, Giratina, Paweł Wojdak, debiutu. Szkoda, że zadźgali mi go. No naprawdę, jeszcze przed wydaniem Twilighta nie zapowiadało się na to. Giratina, ona była naprawdę mocna. No. Jak ja ogrywałem. Ja dostałem to 3. A, ja jeszcze był juniorek. W Oklahomie. No teraz on jest Masters. No tak od 16 się wchodzi do Mastersa, że on jest od...
And I actually ended up beating him in the top 4 today.
Fernandez absolutely in the driver's seat.
The most important thing is like to...
No, znaczy jest to, że do Mastersów wchodzi się już jak masz 16. Jak osiągniesz 16, no to już jest taki prawie dorosły wiek w sumie. Czy jeszcze nie, ale no też wchodzimy na taki powolny etap dorosłości. No to faktycznie, że jesteś masterem. Więc tak, mamy top 4. No niestety day 3 nie damy rady. No let's go, leć. No jeszcze dobrze, dam.
Well, I got into competitive because when my brother introduced me to the game, he started going to league, and the more and more we played, he kept on outplacing me. So I just decided, yo, I need to outplace him.
What a run it has been for Raymond these last couple seasons. Of course, a couple of top 8s with Fort Wayne and Hartford there.
My earliest memories was probably my first regionals and juniors. At the time, I didn't really have any expectations to do well. Luckily, I was able to finish second, and ever since then, I just got really, really into it. Probably one of my favorite moments was when I won my first regionals in seniors, and that was a huge breaking point for me, and it was an incredibly tough matchup. Everybody doubted me, but I was able to pull it off in the end. Something I've learned over the years is you're gonna have a really rough event. Sometimes it can be really disheartening, but once you get back up and keep on trying, you're gonna get the finish eventually if you keep on putting in the effort.
That's gonna be it.
Yes.
So we see the extension of the fist bump. Raymond Long is our champion here in Peoria.
The main reason I'm still competing right now is just the friends I've made. I definitely would not be playing if it weren't for any of them. And it's probably the most important thing. Obviously, I do care about placements a lot, but it's not my #1 goal. As long as I'm enjoying the game and having fun, I will continue playing.
We're back, Pokemon fans, here at LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Our trading card game international championships are beginning to come to a close, but that does not mean we are short for action and excitement.
Też kibicuję temu Terabagasowi, proszę, kurwa, zrobił strzałam, co najgorsze!
These are the most important matches of some of these games.
You are telling me, Chip. Yep, this is going to be incredible. We have two great competitors lined up here in the first game of both top 4s that we'll be featuring here at the Latin America International Championships. And there was a lot of money on the line, but they've already made a great accomplishment in getting to the top 4. It means that they've locked up that invite to the World Championships.
Yep, locking up that invite, locking up thousands of dollars, tons of championship points, and plenty of Pokemon TCG booster boxes as well. The prizes just continue to increase as players get further and further along in the tournament. There's all kinds of swag these players get as well. There's stamped promo cards that say top 8. There's a champion stamped promo card. There's play mats as well that they get, all sorts of things. But for many of these players, the thing that matters the most to them is the title, is the glory, is everything that comes with being an international champion.
Also, the travel stipends are very important to at least one of the players in the top 4.
Brent is like the king of the travel stipends. Yeah, he's definitely going to be excited. I think he'll be in a good spot.
regardless of what happens from here on out, to get the stipend for the next IC. But congratulations to both these players for making it thus far, and I'm excited to get into this next top 4 match because we're finally going to get to feature. You know, we've been talking about all the cash these players are winning. How about the coin Pokemon themselves, Golden Go, in our top 4? Could you have predicted that coming into the weekend?
I mean, most underrated deck. We're gonna have to find out later in the broadcast if that's to be true, but absolutely not, Chip. No way. We've discounted this deck time and time again, and sure enough, we've been proven wrong. It's just so good. The hit points, the damage output, is it enough to handle Regidrago on the other side? We're gonna find out.
We are definitely going to find out, and I do believe that we are getting ready down at the stage. Let's head to the table.
No dobra, let's go! Mamy Breneta Torisona ponownie w top 4 i mamy jeszcze Goldego! I Jana Kolowicza. Chyba widzę, że to jest Rosjanin. No i to jeszcze emerytowany, bo widzę, że na koncie ma, co ciekawe, National Champion w Rosji, w Jopokonie Regional Top 8, w Let's Pingu Top 32 i Coffin Batch Top 8, tak, i Lawko robi I co ciekawe, gra Goldego! Spodziewaliście się Goldego w top 4? Bo ja nie! No, więc jest ciekawie, czyli Australii. Gwiazda kontra właśnie.
Has continued to compete through the years, finds himself now in top 4, and he's got quite the opponent here, Brent Tonneson. While he may not have the international title to his name, he's got the regional championships title. He's got plenty of regionals top cuts. He's been one of the most successful players in the game, one of the most consistent players in the game.
Więc jest ciekawie, muszę przyznać, mamy Regidrago kontra Goldego. A przynajmniej jest jakiś toporny Mirror, bo najgorsze jest trafić na Mirror, który jest jednak toporny w grze.
It's wild to think about the accomplishments that we've seen over just the last 5 years from Brent and what to expect as we move forward.
I think our players are about to get set up with those opening hands.
Tak, i to jeszcze z Rosji najprawdopodobniej. No patrząc po imieniu, nazwisku tego pana, to raczej słowackie koleżenie, podobnie jak na Podlesji. Nie, nie wiem, czy to Rosjanin, czy Ukrainiec. Troszkę też powiedzieć, że to są gracze wspierają.
What's that play? It's going to be a fun one. I think it really is going to be about copying the Dragapult EX, making sure that you place that damage, 200 damage placed along with 6 damage counters. You place that on 2 Golden Go, and then you boss his orders. Try to knock out both of these Pokemon at the same time. 260 is the sweet spot when you work in that math.
We talked earlier about Golden Go, and you mentioned how that 260 hit points can be a really awkward number for a lot of decks to hit, but that does line up really, really nicely for Brent. We'll see if he can navigate himself to that position. Ilya has played several Regidrago up to this point in the tournament, played a pair of them, was able to defeat both of them, so I'm sure Ilya's got a great game plan. And that is the difference here for the Golden Go player, making it this far in the tournament. It's definitely on the back of the opponent not really knowing what to expect very often.
Yeah, it's so often you're going to find your opponents trying to make up a strategy as they go, and you're playing in a best of 3, so if you're surrendering that opening game that you have in 50 minutes best of 3, you're probably going to be on the back foot trying to figure out how to handle this. By the time you know the matchup, it might be a little too late.
No, po kolei jest tak, Predatory z Goldego walczą. No jest ciekawie. Zapijcie pasy, przygotujcie popcorn.
Players will lay out their prize cards. Brent will have the opportunity to take at least a mulligan. At least one was taken. I'm not sure exactly how many the count will be. Prize cards now going out. Let's see what happens here.
These are always so important.
Więc naprawdę jest interesujące. No dobra, widzę, że tu Superior się tam wtargnął, Palkia. No warto został Heavy, bo no, chyba nie najgorsze. Prize też co? Breneta też nie najgorzej.
Yeah, not too bad. That Cleffa, like there's a potential, could be an issue for Brent, but overall, A-okay.
Yep, sign me up for this one. It looks like we're going to have a great match between these two players. And we love to see that. 75 minutes, of course, as you move into this part of the tournament. So plenty of time to see a great best of 3 here.
Brent, of course, aiming to become the first ever Australian player to win an international champion. Ilya, I believe, would be the first Finnish player to win an international championship as well. There's the handshake. Here comes the card. Ilya is going to be going first. We're in to top 4 at LAIC. Kicking things off with that
mamy tu naszego Gimigula. Dobra, go ja mam takiego.
And Ilya's going to kick things off with that Buddy Poffin, aiming to search the deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less and adding them to the bench.
Sounds like a Gimme Ghoul party to me, starting with that Pokemon in the active spot. Always a nice thing to see. You're not expecting too much pressure over on Brent's side, of course. We say that, and then top 8, game 2, he just takes a turn 1 knockout for the win. So you have to look out for it, but I don't expect to see that here with the Hoot start.
Yeah, probably not going to be happening here on Brent's side, but Ilya is going to just take an opportunity here to get the board set up, taking an opportunity as well to check the prize cards. Got to point out as well, that Buddy Poffin, I do believe the international promo that our players get for competing.
Co ciekawe, widzę, że to jest Sprytop, ale on jest totalnie niepotrzebny. I Love Kornilow.
Yeah, I think we all recognize the art by now. If that's in your opening hand on turn 1, it's almost as sad as the Battle VIP Pass days. It's like, oh, well, my opponent's gonna play.
No nie, jest ciekawie, że jest Goldego. To bo ostatnio był Goldego w Dortmundzie, to jeszcze przez bańkę pełna, tutaj mamy nie mniej doświadczonego gracza ze wschodu.
You're thinking about your opponent and that Tri-Frost that can come from the Kyurem if you don't want to overbench, if you don't have an opportunity to
wątpliwością może być na przykład to, czy... O! A nie! No widzę, że tutaj cała rodzinka, no proszę, Goldego, no jest rodzinka Gimiguliasz. Miał 2 na ręce. No i pas.
On the next turn, potentially over to Brent. He's going to kick off his opening hand. What are you seeing, Kyle?
Well, the fact that there were 2 Mulligans may have helped out here. We see a few energies. Looks like 2 copies of those.
Goldego jest w stanie znokautować Regidrago, tylko no wymaga trochę więcej resursów.
Continue to expound on this. Maybe find that Teomask Pokemon or place that fire where it rightfully belongs on Regidrago.
Brent will go into the deck initially here with the Nest Ball. Takes a moment to check the prize cards, moving all the Pokemon to the front of the deck, all the energy cards to the back, making it much easier and much quicker, trying to be as efficient as possible. Get that knowledge.
No to ja wymaga, bo żeby zbić...
Whenever you're trying to combo together very specific turns, you're trying to work together all of the pieces, knowing what your 6 prize cards are is a huge advantage.
It's just like playing on the Pokemon trading card game live. It lines it up for you in that order, and maybe that's where Brent feels comfortable.
Off that Nest Ball, it will indeed be the Regidrago V, ready to set up for a V-Star on the next turn. One of those fire energy in the hand can certainly be attached. We'll have to see what else is available to Brent here. He is going second. It is his opening turn, but now he will be able to play a supporter card to try to further his setup as well.
Yeah, typically players are lining up that turn 1 Professor's Research to go further into the deck, find more resources, establish that bench, but we know how players love to hold on to resources too.
Ja się nie spodziewałem, że gram zagram za Forza. No to jest może być jedyny matchup, którego nie da.
I don't think there's much happening. Is there a supporter at all? There's the Squawkabilly EX.
That is basically a supporter.
All right, that will work indeed. That Squawk and Seize ability, you can only use it on your first turn, but that effect is really strong, discarding your hand and drawing 6 new cards. Off of the 6, Brent is able to find a Tealmask Ogerpon EX. Not too much else working though. No supporter card.
Let's go.
We will see the Teal Dance after that Pokemon is benched, attaching an energy card, drawing 1 card for turn. What was he able to hit?
Looks like another Regidrago there. There's 2 in the hand Regidrago V-Stars, so plenty to go next turn. But this one is starting to slow down It looks like you've done enough though at this point. You're threatening that Trifrost on the second turn. Your opponent realizes this and now needs to evolve as fast as possible.
We'll see what happens for Ilya over on this turn. Top deck up, and Iono does open up some potential possibilities. Or do you just go with the Cypher Maniac's code breaking here?
Cypher
Maniac. 2 cards on top of the deck, draw right into them with the coin bonus. Plenty of options. What would you like to see here from Ilya?
Right, when you're facing down a Pokemon like the Hoot Hoot on the other side, you don't need to do nearly as much damage as you'd expect. It's just 2 energies to discard and take a knockout. So if you use your Cypher Maniac's code breaking here and just go grab a couple more of your Goldingos, you're going to have an opportunity to just draw into an Earthen Vessel and take a knockout.
It is true. I have to wonder as well, though, for Ilya, is he worried about and thinking about not going on these odd prizes, right? Got to take 6 to win the game. If you knock out the singular Hoot Hoot, I guess one of the benefits could be, though, that it would make it more difficult for Brent to use Radiant Charizard, which is definitely a really strong option for Brent in this matchup.
Yeah, you could see a pass of the turn, but ultimately the most important piece of this is evolve these Gimmighoul as soon as possible. You can't allow your opponent to knock out honestly, even one of them, if you want to be in a good spot, you want to just evolve them all and keep drawing as many cards as you can.
We will see that first Goldingo EX. Of course, it is the matching secret illustration rare artwork. I would have expected nothing less at this point, and I think Ilya recognizes that, hey, 2 specific cards could be nice, but we need a little bit more to work with. Iono will be the supporter of choice. Both players placing their hands on the bottom of the deck and now drawing a card for each of their remaining prizes.
No dobra, mamy tutaj Goldingo, będzie kolejnego Goldingo, więc...
Looks like Radiant Greninja was found as well, maybe even that focus stop in hand.
Yeah, plenty of draw to be had here, and that also includes the active coin bonus. We aim to use that ability until after the supporter to maximize resources here. Now 8 full cards in the hand, and they're looking pretty good.
Is able to find an energy card, can use this concealed cards on Radiant Greninja to discard it, drawing 2 from the top of the deck. Let's see what else is able to be found. Looks like an Earthen Vessel and a Nest Ball. Not going to be seeing too much help from the Nest Ball here, but Earthen Vessel is not too bad to find at all.
We still have that evolution in hand, so that's one more additional card that can be drawn by way of coin bonus from the bench.
Just 1 single card now, coin bonus, drawing you 2 cards when Goldingo EX is in the active spot, but only 1 card when it's on the bench. There is another Goldingo EX. What a setup we are starting to see here. Another energy card able to be found. It does look like there's superior energy retrieval in hand, and I think we'll see Ilya try to maximize the value of that potential card, maybe with discarding with the Ultra Ball, but no, not before a Pokestop comes down.
Yeah, using this before, and now you see the Goldingo go to the discard pile. But, I mean, there's always that opportunity. You could find this Pokemon back by way of a Night Stretcher.
Yeah, there's a couple of those in the list. I don't think Ilya can complain too much here, though. I mean, 3 Goldingo EX on turn 2. That's really how you draw it up.
No, come on. We want to be drawing 5 cards a turn after we draw for our opening start. This has got to be the way we do this.
And I think we will probably see this Hoot Hoot go down. Does take the odd prize, which normally you want to avoid, but in this specific instance, it's really not too bad. It'll deny the Noctowl. It'll make it more difficult for Brent to use the Radiant Charizard. There is no Metal Energy currently in the hand, but it looks like there are quite a few ways to get it. No, it is just the superior energy retrieval.
Soul Earthen Vessel.
I actually think that is a letter of encouragement. It looks similar, but not quite.
Well, nothing's being knocked out just yet.
Yeah, another great way for this deck to just add more energy cards to the hand. We will indeed see this Ultra Ball being played. Grabbing a Pokemon out of the deck, it does discard an energy card, and I think this is Ilya just trying to maximize the potential of the superior here. Wants to get 4 back.
Sure. Go ahead and grab
Kurwa, nie, tak. A, teraz jest. To się składa. Co my tu mamy? No tak, Goldingo. Zrobił sobie brym. Kurde. Dobra.
4 energy cards
Zaraz.
from the discard pile will line up nicely for superior energy retrieval. Discarding 2 cards from the hand in order to bring back up to 4 cards, energy cards from that discard pile. 1 metal able to be found to power up the Make It Rain attack. And we are indeed going to see it rain right now. 2 energy discarded, KO of the Hoot Hoot. 1 prize to Ilya, kicking off this game.
Yeah, I don't think it gets much better than this, Chip. That is a fantastic start here. I suppose if you're taking down a V Pokemon, you'd be feeling really nice. But the denial of the Noctowl is something you really have to focus on here. Just all of these resources. Festivity trying to assist, and maybe that'll be some help to see the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, we do see the flip the script. Can only be used when your opponent has knocked out a Pokemon during their last turn, but the ability is super strong. You get to draw yourself 3 cards, and Brent is going to continue to draw cards through use of the Teal Dance on the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, attaching that energy, drawing 1 more card. Looks like an Ultra Ball has been able to be found. I do think there is a Regidrago V-Star in the hand. There were a couple last turn, but we do know that Ilya did play an Iono last turn. 1 more Teal Dance coming in now, drawing 1 more, seeing if he can find some other stuff to work with. Another Ultra Ball that could guarantee an attacker here.
And at this point, you have to be thinking about your prize map. You're trying to set up a way to clean this game up. But for your opponent, it was just a 1 prize Pokemon that you surrendered to Ilya in the start. So if you can chain together multiple Regidrago V-Star, maybe use this Giratina for a big knockout, that would be pretty helpful.
Brent's going to need to find a few more pieces here, I think. Needs to find energy switches, at least 1 in order to get an extra energy on this active Regidrago V. Can, of course, attach for turn. Earthen Vessel does get rid of the Giratina.
Dobra, no tutaj jest...
What does Brent go with? You have the option to try to spread some damage, like you mentioned, with the with the Dragapult EX, or do you just go for the knockout, take out this 2 prize Pokemon right away?
Yeah, it always depends on what amount of energies you're playing and what counts you're focused on. We've seen so many
let's go
here from Brent. It seems like you're going to be just fine if you just lose these energies to the Lost Zone right now.
Yeah, one of the things that the Dragapult play could get punished potentially by a Professor Turo scenario. That could shut down any of the prize mapping that Brent wanted to go for. So I think what he may do here is, after taking this knockout with the Lost Impact, we may see him try to utilize Radiant Charizard a couple of times in a row.
No, let's go. Dobra, jest. Jest dokełtowany Goldego.
Back to this Giratina V-Star, then incorporate that Radiant Charizard. Either way, you should be able to handle 3 Golden Go, but it's a lot of resources we're asking for, and Ilya is looking to make a big push here. Not only taking a knockout, but maybe thinking about that hand disruption.
And how about this? We do see the Letter of Encouragement from Ilya, a very rarely played card, but it makes too much sense in Golden Go EX decks. You can only use it when one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, but you get to search yourself out 3 energy cards and add them to the hand. Now, I assume Heavy Ball will be played for Ilya. Does not have any Pokemon basically in the prize cards, so will not be able to get that swap going, but gets the knowledge just in case he was unaware of just about everything going on in the prizes. Plenty of energy cards. Looks like we are going to see a concealed card lined up to draw 2.
Yeah, what a hand. Typically players would be looking at a hand of 6 energies, but this is exactly where Ilya would like to be. There's still 3 cards remaining to be drawn here by way of the double coin bonus and the Pokestop.
Let's go!
So this turn is nowhere close to done.
Dobra, tak.
Plenty of
Mamy
resources to
tutaj
be seen,
Goldego,
as mentioned, with
Jimmy mamy tu parę energii.
thinning out all those energies. Now you're going to draw into the good stuff.
Yeah, and it also opens you up to be able to Pokestop into some item cards. We've yet to see the Pokestop be used. Here comes coin bonus number 2.
Być może byłoby idealne. Ja robię brybry. Okej. O, kurde, zaraz!
Yeah, Boss's Orders is a way to take a knockout on a Pokemon that maybe you don't have to surrender as many energies to when you're taking a big knockout. So if you don't have the energies to combat against a Regidrago later on in the game, why not take out a Pokemon like that Squawkabilly?
We are going to see this Origin form Palkia V put into play, potentially hoping for the option of a Subspace Swell in the future. Higher HP Pokemon that can still deal really solid damage. It's not too bad of an option. Look at this hand of all energy cards here for Ilya. It looks like it will be a KO on this active Regidrago incoming.
Not much else to do. Considerations for the Pokestop, but we've seen this backfire for some players before. It looks like that might not even need to be necessary here. And this is a great thing about playing against these decks that feature these Pokemon V and V-Star is you're taking multiple prize knockouts here. You can surrender some of these water energies with your superior, and you're going to have plenty to finish a game.
Attachment for turn of the metal to the active needs to discard 6 energy cards from the hand in order to get to the 280 mark. It'll be 300 damage, but that's what you got to get to in multiples of 50, and there it is, 6 energies going down. Ilya does take the lead back, 3 prizes to 4, but Brent's board position is looking pretty decent here. Let's see how he can respond.
Right now, we've seen that he's already lost that Regidrago V-Star, but likely to see another one coming back into the active spot already in the hand now. And the Legacy Star, if you don't have the energy switches, you know you're going to have them pretty soon.
Yeah, it looks like we're over on Brent's side now. He was able to use the flip the script of the Pheasantipity EX in order to draw 3 cards. Now we're seeing him use that teal dance to draw a card. Let's see what he's got over there. What is he working with?
It's a massive hand over there. There's plenty going on. We see the fire energy in hand too, which is a card that typically can be more difficult to find. So I'm liking what we're seeing so far. Double energy switch. This might not even require Legacy Star.
May be able to set it up without that and be able to hold on to Legacy Star for a future turn. Nestfall now will search the deck for any basic Pokemon to put it onto the bench.
Yeah,
and he's going with another Regidrago V.
I love this. You don't need Legacy Star on the following turn, or on this turn, so why not set up to use it as a support Pokemon on the following turn? This will be your way to make sure that Radiant Charizard takes the closing 2 prize cards.
Golden Go EX being weak to fire is a massive deal here because the Radiant Charizard hits for 250. Golden Go EX with that 260 hit points, unable to withstand the heat. Radiant Charizard is going to be the option more than likely here for Brent to close this game out. Pair of energy switch, moving the energies up to the active Regidrago V-Star. And I think we're going to see yet another Lost Impact taking 2 more prizes.
The fire energy potentially going to the Lost Zone. These are the energies that you need for the Radiant Charizard, but with 3 copies, feels comfortable losing that right now.
He does have 3 copies, but he's got to make sure he can find them. I don't know what he wants to hang on to the grass energy for on the active Regidrago
Wcześny?
Star.
No dobra, no tutaj chyba znowu Brennet używa Giratiny, żeby znokautować.
A fire energy than the grass energy, so I guess that's what he's thinking through here. Ilya now with a little bit of a think, trying to figure out exactly what the best line is going to be. Does send up this Golden Go EX, and now the draw for turn.
No, flecika se użyje.
Opener that we've seen, it's been a little slower on this side for Ilya. Seen plenty of cards, but we haven't seen any advantage built on the board. It's just been Golden Go after Golden Go falling by the wayside.
Okej, no tak, tutaj Brennet znowu używam, no to on idzie 2-2.
Really wants to find that last copy of Iono in the deck. We saw the first one
Naładować kolejnego Regidrago.
2 copies in this list. I think operation number 1 right now
Serowy książ na pracę.
disrupt my opponent.
At least, what, 30 cards down at this point, and yet to see it.
Kegir.
You've used your coin bonus, and you're trying to draw a little further, but is it Radiant Greninja time? Just trying to draw into this
No
last
to mamy
piece.
chyba Jacka, Bady, Puffy, po... Co on tam patrzy, widzę.
I think it's at the top.
FA!
With the A spec as well.
Oh, that would have been a really good pair of cards to draw into off concealed cards. Ilya held off on using Radiant Greninja. That draw of Iono plus the Prime Catcher would have led to a 2 prize knockout while putting Brent down to just a couple cards. I do think though Ilya wants to make sure that he's knocking out this active
No
Pokemon.
cóż, co ja tu...
It's his only way to move this active.
Aha.
Yeah, I think he's
To
going to have
jest
to be taking the
ten
knockout
Morris.
of Golden Go. We're actually seeing this
Ten
Morris
tutaj...
Conviction be played as the supporter for
A,
turn.
Mortis Conviction, no to ciekawe. Oczywiście tutaj jest taki, jest Prime Catcher. No żadne zaskoczenie.
Ilya's hand is massive. He has so many options. He has so much to work with. He's going to continue through with this Pokestop.
No i co ciekawe tutaj...
Finds a counter catcher to go along with this.
think it's got to be a knockout on this active Regidrago, though.
Yeah, it really depends. If you expect your opponent to already have the Legacy Star, maybe you go after a Pokemon like Pheasantipity, but you haven't disrupted the hand. You know the resources are likely there already. How do you play around this? Your opponent's just looking for 2 more prize cards.
Ilya's looking for the answers. 3 more cards will be drawn from the deck with the Flip the Script. There's another Night Stretcher.
No, jeszcze więcej.
Golden Go be put back into play.
No właśnie, jeszcze więcej.
This active, but it will only be for 2 prize cards. It's just going to be a question of, does Brent have the pieces to close out the game on the next turn?
Może jakaś energia jest. No dobra, magnetony, czyli mi to zaraz Intercatchera.
Is there a way to get this Pokemon into the active spot and roll in?
A pair of Night Stretcher being played, each one able to put back either a Pokemon or an basic energy card from the discard pile into the hand. They will each grab an energy card, and we are going to see this one-hit KO. 6 energy cards discarded for the knockout.
Oh, I think we know
No,
where we're going here.
ja, no, widzę, że znowu jest tu knockout, ale czy Brennan da radę oczywiście? Tak w sumie? No, jest problem. O nie, Brennan Torison się poddał! Serowy książę O nie, no to tak.
Yep, that feels pretty nice. You get to attack into that weakness, and the immortal plus 260 of Golden Go continuing to fall.
A nie, no Brennan wygrał, czyli że on miał Charizarda rozłożonego. No nieźle. Dobra, no, aha, czyli Brennan wygrał. Aha, czyli Brennan Torison wygrał. No nieźle.
Tina enthusiasts moved over to the Regidrago deck. It's so great to see, and it's just nice to have that option.
You're trying
to incorporate all these different options so that you can handle all these different matchups. Sometimes 280 is just the way to go.
Let's get a recap of what
No kurde, no jak zaś Torison wygrał, no. Czyżby on... Znaczy wiecie, no, przeciwnikiem jego jest Goldengo. Oho, włosik, no.
You mentioned it early, the prize exchange here at the beginning is just unfortunate because your opponent doesn't have that many one prize Pokemon.
No nie panowie, jak głupi jest ten człowiek, challenge.
The Radiant Charizard, so if you're giving up one of those prize cards early, it means you're off on the exchange the rest of the game.
Yeah, there was really a lot of pressure there from Ilya to find one of Prime Catcher on that turn, and it's just so unfeasible for
no dobra, tutaj widać, że w łeb poszli, widać. Dobra, no kurwa, jak głupi jest ten człowiek, ale... Jak chyba można nie wiedzieć, że jak masz abilitkę, to... Hello.
Can't get too ahead of ourselves just yet, though. Ilya will have an opportunity to go first in this game, and Brent is far from guaranteed to be able to get a one prize Pokemon in the active spot. He's got plenty of outs, but it's not guaranteed. Ilya is going to be kicking things off.
No dobra, czyli Brennan wygrał, tak? Bo chyba miał Charizard i tam... Tak, Brennan Torison wygrał. No szkoda. Liczyłem na serowego księcia. Czy Brennan Torison dostanie invite'a? No, to jest pytanie, na które trzeba sobie odpowiedzieć. Wow, Heavy Ball, jeszcze Greninja i Fez! No to się... No to elo, do widzenia. Drago, kolą dla samego spalenia, Jono, może ręczka się poprawi.
I mean, you talk about the advantage that your opponent can have when you're surrendering that opening prize card, but this is basically the same thing when your opponent just has single gimme ghoul. They're probably not going to have a knockout here, but you need to give yourself a chance to have a single prize Pokemon in the active.
This goes back to what I was talking to Brent about in his interview. when is it worth it to go
Dobra,
for the
nest
donk,
ball.
for the turn 1 win, and when is it worth it to just play for your setup? He saw his hand. It wasn't strong enough. He didn't feel like the odds were quite there to get that turn 1 Ogre Pawn attack off. You know, he could have just attached and then gone for that Iono. But no, he wants to play it safe, gets that Regidrago down, and we're going to operate from here.
Right, and this time around it
No,
is
taka dochodowa, że dalej dostępne, lol. Znaczy wiecie, jakby Roni, kurwa, tam od razu, że chodzi o areny, no to raczej by do... A, tak to trzeba było reklamować tak gównianie. Milonia, no.
Not forget though, Ilya will have a brand new hand to work
No,
with.
Brennan
Was given that
Toyson.
Mercy Iono from Brent here potentially, so while it may at worst be one Golden Go in play, we still have to keep our eyes on exactly how this is going to work
Kurde
out.
bele.
And also, there is still a chance Brent could win this turn.
Yeah, I mean,
Kolejny
we're not
ogr.
terribly far away from it. There's the opportunity to play down this energy on the other Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, maybe find a third a Teal Mask Ogre Pawn,
na
double
przykład
energy
jakieś
switch.
źródło
There's still
skrypt.
bench space for a Squawkabilly if you're feeling frisky. You can go for the knockout if the cards line up.
It depends on what else is in the hand here. There is another energy
No
card that
dobra.
we can use with the Teal Dance. Drawing 1. What is the find? It's a Regidrago V-Star, and it is Squawkabilly. It looks like we are going to see the Squawkabilly.
What about Dragon Laser too? There's a chance you
Yeah.
could go for this with the fire energy now.
All he needs now is 2 energy
Double
switch.
E-switch, 6 cards to see.
I don't see it here, Kyle. 0 energy switch found. Looks like 1 was in the prize cards.
All right, does he practice what he preaches now? There is still the restart option. Do you
How
go
much
for
do we overextend for this
No
turn
i
1
co tu się
knockout?
dzieje?
I think we're gonna pump the brakes here a little bit.
Oh, you think this might be clever?
Yeah,
me too.
It would, I mean, he could technically go for it, but I think Brent, being the competitor that he is, recognizes that
Co
going for
tam
that,
się
if he
gotuje?
whiffs, which it's not super high odds he would hit, if he whiffs, he would put himself in a much, much worse position for it.
Co
They
tam
give
się
you more prize
gotuje, ja
money
się
for winning with
pytam.
swag, okay? if you win like this, you're gonna
Yeah.
be just fine.
You get a little bit more respect, though.
Okay, I think he's got enough. He's got 24 stipends.
It is indeed the Cleffa grabbed off of the nest ball. Mew can easily retreat into that to close out this turn, and we can see the grasping draw to fill the hand back up.
Oh, this is an embarrassment of riches. Can even go after
jest tu
another
Giratina.
Pokemon here. Finds the Giratina V-Star, can
Coś to
throw it
chłop
away
gotuje
with the Earthen
ewidentnie.
Vessel, and then
Czyżby
refresh the hand,
będzie atak z
holding
Ogerpona?
boss's orders of all cards to go with it.
Able to find a grass energy off of this Earthen Vessel, getting down that key Giratina V-Star into the discard pile. We saw it be such a big deal in the last game.
Nie da takich
Brent
kurw.
making sure he's got plenty of options opened up. One thing we definitely have to mention about his setup, though, there is only one Regidrago V in play.
Czy będzie gotowe
We've
w
seen this
postaci
before,
oczywiście
and
ataku
it's
z
a bit
Ogerpona?
of a weakness that potentially
No bo
pops
właśnie
up. The
tutaj
good
widzę,
news
no.
is you
Może też
really
się trochę
expect your
z
opponent to
giereczką.
have to attack through this Cleffa.
More than likely what we will see. Not before getting in the restart, however.
Ah,
Looks like
hello
not a
now.
purple card was drawn, so indeed it will be grasping draw. 4 more cards added to the hand. Research is not a bad one to see. Brent's sitting on a pretty nice hand moving forward. And let's see what that Iono yielded for Ilya.
Yep, a lot of work to be done. You cannot evolve these Pokemon if they weren't played on the opening turn, so it's just the single Golden Go opportunity. Plenty of Gimme Ghoul to be had, and Buddy Puffin doing just that.
Those Gimmighoul will hit the bench now. Looks like yet another Buddy Poffin. Actually, 2 more Buddy Poffin. And also the 4th Gimmighoul. So I don't really know what are we getting with these Buddy Poffins.
You know, you probably just throw those away with your Earthen Vessels and your Ultra Balls as you're moving along here, but this is not an ideal hand. I think there was a Pokestop in there as well, so you could continue to try to work your way towards that initial Golden Go, but you're not finding a supporter just yet.
You got to do a little bit more work here, and we also have to be a little bit worried about the potential threat of the Kyurem from Brent Tonneson. We talked about it a little bit in Game 1. This current board is very scared of a potential Kyurem play.
The whole match is scared of that. There's nothing else right here, and I'm not sure if we're going to see Ilya even bench more. It looks like the nest ball's found, but remember those prize cards, they're devastating. There is no Radiant Greninja, no Hisuian Heavy Ball, So this is going to be a much slower setup.
It will be the origin form, Palkia V, able to be found. This is a Pokemon that can attack even if these Gimmighoul do go down. But when you don't have that many benched Pokemon, Subspace Swell really starts to teeter off in how much damage it's able to do.
Yeah, I think that we can handle the Palkia V-Star deck when it only has a couple bench Pokemon and is trying to work its way through. Pokestop really needs to find some help, and that is owned for 3.
3 pretty rough discards there. The energy being down isn't too bad, but no, Golden Go EX. We're actually going to see the continuous coin toss.
Could you imagine?
Only needed 1 actually. Cleffa, weak to metal. Does not quite work out here though. It is the tails, and we're going to kick it back over to Brent. And I mean, what an opening, what an opportunity here.
Okay, that's ridiculous to see.
I would have been pretty hyped to see a continuous coin toss KO.
I mean, he's psychic, right? He looks metal.
Oh, he is a psychic type. The evolution, yes, you're right. Yeah, he is a psychic type. Uses the metal energy. You know what? It's okay. We will keep moving on.
I don't know if it's going to be relevant here, Chip. There's a devastating turn lined up. Pokestop, if it throws away or finds, my goodness.
2 Ultra Ball and the Iono going down. I don't think you mind getting rid of the Iono when those are the 2 cards you're able to find.
Yep. Immediately in the window, that Kyurem is going to be found, and that is a triple Gimmighoul knockout lined up. I don't know how you come back from this, but I'm excited to see Ilya try.
Ultra Ball will get rid of that Dragapult and finds that Kyurem. Kyurem discarded to the next Ultra Ball. And we are likely to see a Trifrost for 3 cards here.
And at this point, just continue to play your strategy. You're finding all of these different Pokemon to add into your discard pile. All the different attacks that you might need throughout a long game, but one is definitely looking like the best option. You've used very few resources as far as your energy switches to get to this point. You still have the Legacy Star, and
how about
even more? He's down to what? Sub 10 cards? It's turn 2.
This is looking really strong here for Brent. He's putting himself in a dominant position. Okay, we might be tied 6-6 on prize cards, but make no mistake, Brent Tonneson is leading the charge in this match. A few teal dances, adding a few more energy cards into play, drawing through the deck. Now, Cleffa with the free retreat, able to move into the Regidrago V-Star. And are we indeed going to see the Trifrost? I think it's coming.
It makes too much sense at this point, and it sure enough will line up beautifully here. You can remove 3 of these Gimmighoul from play, and it just completely limits what Ilya is able to do. Actually, look at this, slowing down, wants to go after the origin form Palkia, make sure that that 2-hit knockout would be lined up maybe by way of Dragapult.
I think this is Brent recognizing that the odd prize doesn't help him. Sure, he can get rid of the Gimmighoul, and yes, it would limit his opponent's draw slightly, but if you can just go for the 2-2-2, not put yourself in a situation where you're going to get Iono to 1 later in the game, as long as you can always take a 2-prize knockout turn after turn.
All of the punishes for a move like this are probably losing place anyways. Professor Turo's here means that you're not going to be getting this knockout. You need to throw down not only an energy per turn, but also 6 more energies to take this knockout.
Well, a good start here is that letter of encouragement, searching the deck for 3 energy cards since a Pokemon was KO'd during Brent's last turn. 1 metal found with 2 waters to follow along behind it. But we saw no Golden Go EX on the last turn. Are we going to be relying on Pokestop once again to find us an out?
I mean, it was 2 Buddy Poffin, and the top deck looks like Morty's Conviction.
I think it's a Turo scenario. Here goes the Pokestop, and it does find a Nest Ball, but does discard another Golden Go. This Nest Ball can at least find Pheasantipity, but no, was the Pheasantipity prized as well? It is prized. Yes, it is prized, and Ilya really has nothing to grab here.
Yep, the shaking of the head, you know this is just painful right now. Any opportunity to come back in this game is slowly being taken away.
I've got 1 win condition here, Kyle.
Fade out.
Continuous coin toss.
All right, you found the odds.
14 heads in a row, 1-hit KO, Regidrago V-Star. That might be the win condition here, and I'm not joking.
Honestly, we've seen crazier, but you gotta go for it at this point. How else do you stay in the prize contention race here?
I mean, it's got to be it. I mean, we're in a dire situation, top 4 of an international championships. Professor Turo is the only supporter in hand. You can reset this Origin Form Palkia V so that you don't lose to the Trifrost board wipe. Kyle, I think we're going for it.
Count it with us.
We're going to flip a coin. For each head's 20 damage is dead.
Żadnego damage'a.
Are you kidding me? Give us a few heads.
0.
All right, 0 damage dealt from the continuous coin toss.
damage.
Now back over to Brent Tonneson, and this is his game to lose at this point. As long as Brent doesn't make any mistakes here, doesn't receive any sort of penalties, doesn't have any sort of gameplay errors, he more than likely will be the winner of this game.
Finds the prime catcher to go along with all of these fantastic resources. And you're right here, Chip. You start to count to the deck. You see you've got 6
No to
cards
Rysonowi jak zwykle ręce się trzęsą. Kurde, dlaczego tym wszystkim graczom Rage Dragon musi się trząść ręce? Co to? To jakaś odpowiedzialność, kurde, na przykład 2 gracze Terapagosów. Są takie podsłuchy, a tutaj takie trochę to przypomina tego mema spoconego faceta, co klepie nad klawiaturą, po prostu, tak mam wrażenie. No dosłownie. Mam takie.
Yep, there's also an energy switch at the top of the prize card, so finding that resource might be a little difficult. These are all great cards for this exact moment.
Yes, all 4 cards. Brent would not mind having access to. It does look like he has the second copy of Super Rod in his hand currently, so he can still use this Legacy Star, discard his deck, use the Super Rod to rebuild the deck, and we are indeed going to see that be the choice here. 7 cards discard from the top. There's only 6 available. What do you think Brent is going to grab here? Looks like 1 energy switch for sure.
No, w sumie na cały deck.
That has to be the one answer that you're going with, and then maybe like, is there even an Iona that you want to grab? Well, boss's orders. You're going with the 2-turn clock here.
Looks like it is energy switch for sure. Just debating, wants to confirm before putting the cards to hand. Really thinking through it, you find yourself in this position and you just want to make sure you play as carefully as
Ja nie wiem, dlaczego gracze zawsze Rage Dragon...
Okej,
no oczywiście musimy użyć Roada, żebyśmy się nie wydekautowali do reszty.
Very cautious with. Make sure that you give yourself all of the resources that you need. You have a boss's orders, a prime catcher, an energy switch for this attack right now. It should all line up here, Chip.
Anielskiej.
Here is that energy switch, moving the grass energy from the benched Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX into the active, jamming tower to get rid of Ilya's Pokestop, the only thing Ilya had going for him, and it will be Giratina V-Star using the Lost Impact, Lost Zoning 2 energy from Brent's side of the field.
Tak, atak Giratina nie ma palki.
The active, more than enough to get rid of Origin Form Palkia V-Star.
Jak to jest w ogóle w top 8?
Grass energy we're taking off the prizes for Brent.
Terapagosa
This is a
może.
play you can be comfortable with when you know your exact
Wierzę nowym
prize
deckiem
cards there.
fajnym.
Energy switch, super rod,
Bo ja mam
double
wrażenie,
press.
że
You're
kuźwa
going to
oglądam
find that final resource you need to
mistrzostwa
attack with the
spocenia.
Regidrago V-Star.
And there's a draw for turn that
No
isn't
kurde, to
ultra ball. We
wygląda
can
jak taki
finally
zestresowany
see
informatyk,
a Golden Go
który
EX
troszeczkę...
hit the field this game.
Każdy gracz Rage Dragon muszą się
Kyle,
trząść te ręce.
If Ilya takes the knockout this turn, I don't think Brent can win on the next turn.
It requires help.
No dobra, w końcu jest
You
Golden
don't
Go.
have
No
the resources to
nareszcie.
attack with the Radiant Charizard just
Energy
yet
switch still in
because
the
your opponent
prizes.
didn't draw enough prizes themselves.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to power up that Radiant Charizard since Ilya will have only taken 2 prizes.
Dosłownie muszą się trząść te prizy.
We are
Ręce.
going to see the evolution. We can see a coin bonus to draw 2.
It's what Morty's conviction right here into superior.
Mamy
It
coś
has to
w
be
końcu,
big.
jakiś silnik
There's a draw. It isn't Iono.
Na
That's
pewno
not bad
będzie
either.
That's pretty good.
That's
z
not
ręki.
We've seen
too
crazier.
bad.
Iono chyba.
Send Brent's hand to the bottom of the deck. He'll get to draw 2. Ilya will be able to draw up to 6 now.
Tak, właśnie to będzie.
But then you have to ask the question, where do you go from there?
A ja no
There's
poszło
even a metal
oczywiście.
energy on the Golden Goat. I mean, we should have expected this, but yeah, that's it. This is so difficult. Ilya just grasping at straws, has the 6 cards now. Can you
let's
find some help?
go.
Maybe this big knockout, you can at least stall. You've got a counter catcher.
Got a counter catcher. There is a Pokestop in hand, so that can look for some superior energy retrievals. Does look like there's an
let's
Earthen Vessel as
go.
well,
No
so you've
tutaj
got
już
the
się
potential
Goldego
of 6
dopiero
energy
teraz
cards
zaczyna
right there.
rozkręcać.
Looks like we will see Earthen Vessel be played, discarding
No
the buddy
Teresa
buddy
nie
off,
ma co
searching the deck
naładować, a
for
sam Radiant
basic energy cards, flying up a middle and a water. I think it may come down to if, for this knockout at least, Ilya is able to find a superior off of this Pokestop.
Yep, plenty of
Ja
chances
trzeba pamiętać, że
here.
tutaj
Just those
50 za
top 3
każdą energię,
cards.
co oznacza,
You
że
haven't
no
had to
jakby
use
na to
too
nie
many
patrzeć.
resources, so maybe this will be the opportunity where you get a little bit lucky. We haven't seen much of that.
Yeah, things have definitely not gone in Ilya's favor in this game too, but the fact that we're back in a reasonable board state after things have gone so wrong thus far just proves Ilya's resilience, willingness to find a
No, żeby
potential out
rozwalić
here.
potrzebuje 5-6 energii, jest
Discard the top
Pokestop.
3 cards of the deck. Any
Lecimy.
item cards are able to be added to the hand.
Dobra, jest retrieval i to
There
2
are 2 superior
nawet
energy
retrievale, co
retrievals found.
ciekawe.
Unfortunately, losing that other copy of Iono, that might have been a
Mamy
really nice
nosze.
way to slow down your opponent. Again, that's the last copy
Żeby
that we'll
można było
see, but
wybiegać przez
I
tego
think you're going to take what you can
Goldego
get here.
więcej.
A knockout at this point of the game is huge.
We will indeed take what we can get.
Chip, I don't
Tak,
know
mamy
if there's
dwa
enough energies in the discard
retrievale.
pile.
I mean, yeah, we've not been
No
getting
i
through the
tutaj
deck very
chodzi już
efficiently.
kolejny serowy
That is a good
książę.
point.
O
Are there
Jezus,
any
czy to
I think
bucha?
there's 2, so this Golden Go's really trying to find Earthen Vessel.
Oh my
I się
goodness,
zawitał.
no energy cards effectively in the discard pile.
Finds another superior.
Aha, mamy
One
aż
of the best
3
cards in your deck, but
retrievale.
not for this situation. No energy cards. I just assumed
Yeah,
there
right?
were energies in the discard pile.
We're this far along in the game. This is not real.
That is the difference maker of the Radiant Greninja being prized, not having that consistent draw power, but also not having access to getting those energies into the discard where they're more easily able to be
Właśnie te
found.
praje są
Well, that's why
okropne.
you play the Hisuian
Znaczy,
Heavy Ball.
ma
And that's why you play
superiora,
the
żeby
Festivity.
wyjąć
That's why you play
kolejne
all of
3
these resources,
przynajmniej,
but they're
więc
all in the prize cards
może
right
nie
here.
będzie aż tak
Ilya
źle.
is gonna have to go for this counter catcher
chyba.
stalling play. This honestly may work. Does Brent have one energy switch left? We know one is prized. He's used a few thus
I mean, you still
far.
have your ability.
Pas?
He has the ability. Yeah, okay, so
No
grass energy
dobrze.
ability attach and then attach return to the bench. He did
No,
The issue is it's a
draw those prize cards that had the grass energy, right?
it's just there's a fire energy in hand though. You don't have the energies for the Apex Dragon.
He's gonna go for the teal dance. The only thing Brent needs to win the game here is a
That's
grass
research.
energy, and Professor's research may be able to guarantee it. How many cards are available in the deck?
Looks like about 9, and he's got a great
Aha,
opportunity here to
Jolo
do just that. We'll see, it's
lecimy.
8 cards. This is the
Jezu,
last
znowu
one.
te
Vessel and
trzęsące
the
się
Grass
ręce.
Energy
Dobra,
both
jest
found, and that is
strajkacze.
enough here to close things out and move Brent Tonneson into the finals here at
A ja
Latin
tak
America
grinę
International
Ratiny,
Championships.
Brennet, Tori są w
Using
finale.
Apex Dragon to copy the Lost Impact. 280
Kurde,
damage.
najgorsze
Brent
prize,
takes
jakie
his
może
final
być,
2
jak wiecie,
prizes
jako
and
Goldego.
6
A, no i tego Goldego zaszedł daleko. Jeżeli będzie bitwa Reggie Drago, to ja już umieram, tak? Gdzie to będzie najbardziej toporny, najbardziej smutny matchup świata. Będzie bitwa z poceńców dosłownie, jak tak dalej pójdzie. A ja mam wrażenie, że wiecie, no... Niektórzy gracze taki tupteku, Reggie Drago czy nie, to są takie stereotypowe sposoby.
Into the finals of this tournament. We definitely have to give congratulations as well to Ilya for getting to this point with the deck that he chose to play for this tournament. I mean, what a tournament run.
I think a lot of players, when asked the question, would you rather make it to top 4 with your slightly rogue deck as opposed to making it to the finals with one of these decks, they'd like to take that chance. They want to be the player known as Mr. Golden Go, and Ilya's doing a great job with that.
Congratulations on the run, but it is
Tak,
Brent
Brennet
Tonneson
w
punching
finale.
his ticket into this final match. Just one game away from becoming the Latin American International Champion. And I got to tell you something, Kyle. We have one
No, Brennan
guarantee,
Torison
and
jest w
that is going to
finale.
be Reggie Drago mirror in the finals of this tournament, because the other side of the bracket is a Reggie Drago mirror.
Yeah, I hope you like Reggie Drago because we put a Reggie Drago in your Reggie Drago.
Oops, I have a Reggie Drago in my Reggie Drago. Oh my goodness. We get to this point, and this next match on top 4 as well is going to be very exciting because we've got two friends that have made it to this point. They traveled to this event together. We'll get more into it shortly, but they're actually playing the same 60, a 60-card mirror match in top 4.
Yep, and what is your reward for destroying your friend in the top 4? You have to take down one of the best Reggie Drago players in the world, now Brent Tonneson.
What a tournament it has been thus far, but I don't think it should be much of a surprise that Reggie Drago is the deck that has done so well. So many great players tend to lean towards the deck in general. It just has solid matchups all across the board. Let's get into the replay of that last game, recap exactly how it went down. And unfortunately, it was the Golden Go. I think so many of us would love to have seen Golden Go make an appearance in the finals. But Ilya definitely did his best to put on a show for us.
Yeah, we talk about all the different matchups that we know Reggie Drago to be favored or have a great chance in. I guess we should add Golden Go to the list here with a masterclass from Brent Tonneson using the Giratina. Lost impact. It's still around, ladies and gents, and it deals 280 just as well as it did before.
The threat of the Radiant Charizard was always there. It was what Brent was able to use at the end of this game to close things out. But he just jumped so far ahead. A pair of lost impacts. Down to just 2 prize cards. Ilya was left looking for an answer. Did not find the Iono on that last turn, which I think would have been the big opportunity.
And we see right here prayer emojis up in chat because Ilya is hoping to stick around for one more game and does just that. Finds a pretty solid setup, but it is dismantled by the Triforce of Akira.
Yeah, man, it's really smart, I think, there from Brent to go for just the 2 prizes. He didn't want to put himself in an awkward spot, getting Iona to 3 or to 1, so really heads-up play from one of the best players in the game. Eventually, he just had all the pieces in order to lock it up, punch his ticket to the finals. Brent Tonneson will be representing Australia in this finals.
It takes all the cards in the deck, but he got the job done. We're so excited for the Wet Goose. Let's see what he has to say about that big victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your first TCG Masters finalist, Brent Tonneson! Got the crowd out here, got some support, and actually, it's the first time an Australian has made the finals and an international champion. How do you feel representing Australia here in LAIC?
It feels great. We don't have our own IC currently, but we can take it home somewhere else, I guess.
If you think about it, right, it's the same tournament, just a different location, right?
Yeah, it's basically the same sport. The Brazilians, Australians, they're about the same thing.
So Reggie Drago, it's a deck that you and a lot of your countrymen have been playing throughout the, of course, Shroud of Fable format and then also into Stellar Crown. Talk to me a little bit about the thought process and sort of why you guys have stayed so consistent with this deck instead of, you know, changing around like some other players have.
Well, I do think it's the best deck in format. Its matchup spread it's pretty even. You know, there's some slightly unfavorables, some favorables, but it's also really rewarding if you get really good at the deck. So a lot of us, we're just gonna play the deck, get extremely good at it, and we're just gonna keep throwing it at every tournament. Hopefully something goes well. We saw James won at Lille. Now I'm in the finals of the IC, even going on top 8 at Lille as well. So
bitwa Reggie Drago, można zdychać.
I believe Raz, who I'm
Ale
staying
to
with,
chyba najdumniejsze finały pod słońcem, coś czuję.
Okay, but I knew that he made top 8. So we got a lot of deep runs with Reggie Drago, just a lot of us learning the deck, getting really good at it.
And the deck at this point is sort of, you know, shifted to be around the same 55-ish cards, but where your list maybe differs a little bit is the recent inclusion of Noctowl. Talk to me through it. Has it been the MVP for you this weekend? Has it pulled its weight being that 1/1 line in your deck?
Yeah, so going into Lille, I was Noctowl's biggest hater. I didn't really like it. I was like trying to convince someone else, I don't need this card's not that good. And yeah, I decided to just trust Kaiwen. Kaiwen's like, it's good, it's really good, trust me. I played it this weekend. It's been pretty good. I've used it a lot. First 2 rounds, I used it 5 times. So it has really carried its weight this weekend.
Definitely a very flexible card, finding different pieces. And this is it for you. This has been the big run at ICs. Of course, you've been a competitor in and out of Pokemon for years and years. But the IC stage, right? This is the next thing on your checklist. As somebody you know who travels so much for Pokemon, truly embodies the game. Like, this is what you do. How does it feel to know that the work is truly paying off? Of course, you had great accomplishments last season in terms of points, but in terms of regional finishes, now international finishes, this is big for you, man. Tell me what's going through your head.
Yeah, so I've never won a tournament outside of my own region. Like, I've played now some foreign regionals. I got second at Liverpool last year, and my deepest run outside of that was top 8 at ICs before. But now it feels really great to, really get reaffirmed. It's like I can go really deep in these tournaments. And yeah, I'm just really happy that I managed to get a really strong run this tournament.
Yeah, and I'm sure that strong run is not all on you, but also your testing group, right? A lot of people who helped you get to this point. Give some shout outs, man. I'm sure there were a lot of people who helped you get here.
Well, first off, I'd like to shout out my group, mostly the Australians, the ones I'm rooming with as well, Raz as well. I'd like to shout out all my friends, my family. My family's been extremely supportive, and yeah, I think everyone else knows who they are when I sound them out, but mostly friends, family, and specifically my testing group.
Well, you've got a big match tomorrow. Congratulations, Brent. Let's give it up one more time for your first finalist, Brent Tonneson. Well, you go prepare for that finals match. It's gonna be the biggest match of your life so far, so no pressure, right? Just study a little bit, get ready. Casters, we're gonna throw things back to you.
Yeah.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan. Great to hear from our first Masters finalist, Brent Tonneson. You can see what this means to him.
Yeah, he's been working so tirelessly to get to this finals, to get to win a potential big championship. He said it himself. He's been playing all over the world and has yet to win outside of his region. You'd think that it would have happened by now, but it's just that difficult to win on this massive stage.
And this is just evidence of the hard work that he's been putting into the game, the time, the dedication. I don't know that there's any Pokemon player more dedicated than Brent, seeing how many events that he travels to all across the world. And to be honest, I think his testing group may just be the best testing group in the world right now.
Honestly, yeah, they put in so much work, and they're also so talented, so smart when it comes to every single card in their deck that they choose. There's no copying of lists. This is just a collective of talented minds that understand what it takes to win a championship.
Well, if you've been enjoying our broadcast this weekend, we want to make sure you're aware that this is not the only broadcast that we do. So many events get covered on all these various Pokemon channels. So if you want to stay up to date, make sure you're checking out Pokemon.com/broadcasts. That's where all the information is about the times that these events are happening, where they are in the world, whether it be in Europe, Latin America, the US, North America. You can find all the information you need at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Yep, you can catch a little more action here with me and Chip as we
Kurde,
continue
Polska, to przynajmniej było ciekawe, był Snorlax,
It's truly been an absolute honor to be doing this with you here, buddy, and we're excited to bring even more action as our tournament commences. We're not done just yet. Top 4B will be coming up pretty shortly, too.
That's right. We get to stream the other side of the bracket, our other top 4 match. We will be sending one more player tonight into our Championship Sunday match tomorrow. For those of you out in the audience as well and everyone at home, we want to make sure you're aware of the Brazil Instagram for the Pokemon Company. Make sure you're checking it out, Instagram.com/Pokemon Brazil. Be sure to follow over there so you can see all the action, all the updates from the events happening down here in Latin America and Brazil.
Yeah, it's been a great time here in Brazil, and we've seen a lot of players working their way towards that finals. Of course, in Championship Sunday, we'll not only be featuring the Masters Division, but the juniors and seniors as well. We will have Brazilian representation there.
That's right.
I'm sure that the crowd will be going crazy.
Yes, there's a Brazilian player in juniors finals. There is a Brazilian player in seniors finals, and we can give some updates on those things as well, because the seniors finals especially, I am extremely excited for. One of the best players out of the United States in the seniors division, Justin Templar, representing the United States. He's going to be up against Gabriel Fernandez, perhaps the best player in the seniors division this year.
Script writers nailed it for this one. I can't wait for that. It's going to be unreal. We just have so much talent in the younger divisions, and they're going to be an absolute force in the Masters. You just know it.
Gabriel, of course, 3-time international champion at this point, I believe. World champion back in 2023. He's looking to win his second in a row Latin American international championships in the seniors division. I mean, what an incredible story. I can't wait to see what he's going to do next year.
Yeah, and that's what we continue to say, and he just continues to impress us.
It feels like there's always one crazy kid from Brazil that just dominates, right?
Yeah.
It was Gustavo Wada for so many years, right? Whenever he was younger, and then Pedro Pertusi back a couple of ICs ago, and then this year it's been that Giovanni Sasso kid that's been tearing it up. He even played Clark to this tournament
Right.
day two.
I mean, we have to give it up to Vinny as well, and then now to Gabriel. It's like, who's it going to be? Every year they've just got some young gun who's going to terrorize us for the next 10 years.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, in those names,
Ale dobra.
Gustavo Wada continuing to be a mainstay in the game. Pedro Pertusi lost the winning inning this tournament. We saw him on stream. You know, he was another making another deep run, trying to make another effort against the top guy. I mean, these players just continue to find success. What a great region here in Brazil. How many great competitive players come out.
Yeah, and so much innovation as well to
Yes,
the decks as
yes.
we've seen with Pedro. We didn't even know what to call the deck. Is it Terapagos, Dusknor, Charizard? It's all of those things, and he just continues to do it to the beat of his own drum.
So Kyle, I cannot wait to see what's going to happen here in our next top 4 match. We're going to get it all set up for everyone. In the meantime, we will be taking a quick break. You're not going to want to miss it, though. Don't go anywhere. We will return shortly.
No.
Trainers, let's start the international championships.
Here comes the cannonball. We can hear the crowd.
Dobra, będzie za chwilę kolejne top 4, tym razem formatu B, czyli już ostatni turniej. Też będzie potem zapowiedzi, co tam będziemy mieli, bo jeżeli będziemy liczne redzi ptasiarzy, to będzie umieralne. Idzie się tam zabić oto. Będzie to najnudniejszy finał, jaki będzie przyszło oglądać. Zresztą jak jest jakiś inny deck, to on jest dużo fajniejszy. Jest taki... Jakoś fajniej się ogląda, bo też finały juniorów będą wyglądały przy tym normalnie. A nie? Jak mamy kuźwa jedno i to samo, no to zostałaś...
Oh, there it is. Luigi has the Serena. Let's see if he plays it. Does indeed play it. Brings up the
Finały
VMAX,
juniora.
and Luigi will be the Latin America International Champion for the Juniors division.
It's a double heads. That means Yuichi wakes up. Snorlax can take out the other Snorlax, and Yuichi will win the Latin America International Championships.
We have two incredible players
No
lined
to
up here.
Rekle
Of
versus
course,
Lucas
three-time
Calzao.
international champion and trying to accomplish the unthinkable here with the 4th win.
I see the quick pull that he also did top deck. Lugia gets discarded. Charizard will get fully powered up here, and there's no way this Lugia can survive here. And there's the game.
Enough. Toward Reklev, he has finally taken over the globe, and he
Ja
is
go
the
zagram
Latin American
pięknie.
International Champion.
Feels absolutely unreal to win LAIC. That was the missing piece. Now I have this champion trophy from each continent that I can bring home and feel extremely proud and happy about. I'm absolutely speechless.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido, então estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Winning internationals feels awesome. Me sinto muito bem, muito realizado.
No.
Era o meu sonho ganhar um internacional e agora estou à procura de ganhar um mundial.
I've never been to Japan before. I'm
Kurde,
really
no.
looking forward to
Ja tak nie widać reklama.
Especially winning it in my home
Zostawiam,
country.
no.
E seria incrível, né? Você ter um conhecimento mundial, você se provar como jogador, seria sem palavras.
into Iron Trance.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that view. He found
No, ale będzie to 4. Czy będzie to jakieś ciekawe, czy będzie zaś nudno? Jak w dupie murzyna.
We're back, Pokemon fans. Top 4 ready to be played. One more player must be sent to Championship Sunday. You're already ready at the stage. Our players are rearing up. I'm sure our crowd is as well. And I hope that those of you watching along at home are excited to see who will be punching their ticket into this final match here at LAIC.
Of course, we're expecting those big smiles from these competitors as they both traveled alongside each other to get to this point, playing the exact same 60 cards. What a great feeling. I know it's got to be bittersweet that only one of them can make it to the finals, but I mean, this is what Pokemon's all about, Chip.
Same 60 companions traveling to this event together. And what a run Daniel has been on. Just a couple weekends ago, he got top 4 at the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Yeah, that's a ride you want to continue to stay on here. Looks like he's doing just that now in his way to potentially the finals here, but he has to work his way through Miloslav on the other side with some great results coming off the back of the top 16 there at the 2024 World Championships, and some other great results there. Also has been to this stage the top 32 at LAIC in 2023.
Yeah, Daniel as well had a top 16 at the World Championships this past season, but it was in the seniors division. He is a first-year Masters Division player, and he finds himself just a few months into this still young season with already 2
No
top
dobra,
fours
tu
on
mamy
under his
oczywiście
belt.
Daniel Magdę versus
I
Podleniesiego.
guess you get to improve on that. It seems unreal that you have that opportunity so early in your Masters Division career, but
Tak.
sure enough,
No
here
to
we
tutaj nie
are.
dość, że pewnie
Have
takie
the
same
same
deki.
sleeves, Chip.
Same sleeves, same home country. I wonder if they sat next to each other on the plane. I'd have to imagine so, and they find themselves here now on the biggest stage. It's all smiles up front, but inside, I'm sure these players
No
are...
dobra, let's go. Mamy Podleniesiego versus Daniela Magdę. Mamy naszych Czechów, rodaków dosłownie. Naszych czeskich przyjaciół. Widzę, że Milosław sprajzował aż 4 energii trawiaste! Jest grubo! Zaś Daniel sprajzował Ogerpony i to chyba jest Meryl match jeszcze! No już lepiej no bo obu są niezaciekawe prajzy. Milosław sprajzował 4 trawiaste, a Magda sprajzował 2 Ogerpony! 4 trawiaste, ojoj! To chyba jednak będzie pojedynek nudy. Będzie chyba najmniejszy international ever.
I'm sure you've been in this situation before, where in a tournament you've worked on a list with a friend, you end up playing each
No,
other
co
at
ciekawe,
some point
warto
along
zaznaczyć,
the
że
way.
tutaj rodak
You know
walczy
each
z
other's
rodakiem.
60 so well. Your
Cił
friends
o
you've
miejsce w
tested and
finale,
worked together for
więc
so
tak,
long.
Czechy.
You know, what is the feeling these players are feeling in this moment?
Right, I mean, there's a sense of pride that comes
No i
with
tak.
this
No
opportunity
oboje
that you
niestety
have. You
grają
want to
Redzi
prove to yourself
kutasami.
and maybe even to your friend that
No co za
even though we
zaskoczenie.
both made the same decision, I might be the better pilot this time.
Tak, Podlesi mający sobie te 4 sprajzowane trawiaste, no i Magda. Więc dobrze, że jeden przynajmniej jest na aktywie, bo to byłaby bolesna tragedia. No, po kolei, no, zapowiada się tu taka kaszana, że jak też, no, czyli będzie tak nudny finał, że ja pierdolę, będzie nuda na babuda.
What Cleffa needs to do in these spots. Sometimes it is just the perfect bailout button finds you that exact refill that you need for your hand in order to end up with that big turn to attack. But you can also bank
historii
that one
TCG
retreat
to
cost,
już
maybe
jest
give
pewne.
that zero retreat cost.
Największa monotonność, jeżeli w top 4 są te 3 Drago, no to można się ich zabić.
obviously the same 16,
Kurwa.
but they are both including cards here
No
that
nie,
are not
we
the most
Gdańsku to był
standard
ten...
in the Reggie Drago list. We talked about the Hisuian Gudra V-Star a little bit. There's also that Haxorus in this deck list.
Yeah.
How could those two cards
No
play
da-
into this mirror match?
Yeah, it gives you that
Jakiego
extended
hejsu
reach that you
zawsze-
have when you're trying to reach some of those
No.
optimal math points, 230
No to jest,
damage,
dobrze,
but
no to jest,
it's
może
not
tak
exactly
przerzućcie
what
se
you're
na
looking
Raging
for.
Ball,
It
te
seems
Raging
like
Bolty
this is
są
already pretty
fajniejsze.
optimized by way of that Giratina V-Star, and it could be fairly similar to what we saw in our top 4A match.
No umówmy się.
Yeah, potentially between the Haxorus
Tak, no
and
jakieś tam
Giratina
energie
V-Star,
są.
maybe the decision of what's
Jest,
better,
nie
lost
ma
zoning
tragedii.
energies from play or discarding the top 3 cards of
Ale
your deck
tutaj
if you're
pas.
KOing a Teal Mask or something
Ale
like
to
that.
zaznaczyć,
See
że
how this
tak.
prize
Magda
match
ma
is
już na
working out
koncie
for each of these
oczywiście
players. Miloslav with the grass energy
finał.
attachment to the Reggie Drago V. That's all he's got.
No,
We're back over to
finalista
Daniel
oczywiście w
Magda now.
czempionach.
Kicking things off, has that Teal Mask Ogrepon EX
Wow,
in the
boss
active spot.
order.
Bench of the Reggie Drago. Walks
Co
forward
boss?
with a pass.
We talked about it with the
Nie,
prize
no,
cards
fajnie
there,
to mają.
Chip. This is exactly the kind
Jezus,
of turn you'd
to chyba tak-
expect when you see all
Tak,
of those
mówiłem, że to będzie
resources just sitting there, multiple
mniejsza
research,
totka.
multiple
Nikt
tier
mi nie
Teal Mask,
wierzył.
and the squawkability.
No,
Sure enough, your
miałaś
opponent's
3
got it all.
researche.
Miloslav taunting Daniel a little bit. 3 research going down.
Co
Drawing
tam się
7 new
pierdoliło,
cards.
czuję?
And does get rid of that Giratina V-Star, so there is an
Podleśny
attacking option in the
ma
discard pile already.
sprezowane 4
Miloslav will
energie.
still need a little bit of help if he
No
wants to
dobra,
get
jest
to an
Reggie
attack.
Drago,
The Reggie Drago V-Star is a good start.
No,
Well, we
niestety
know
to
about
jest
the
taki
4
mistake.
grass energies that are in the prize cards, but there's
Momentami
no
mam
way to
wrażenie,
even
że
search
to jest
out an
bitwa
energy in this
spoceńców.
hand. It was
No i
6
oczywiście
Pokemon and a
Klefa.
switch.
Filling the board,
No.
and then now Cleffa's grasping draw will fill the hand
Jest
up to
trawias,
7
jest
cards.
trochę
Plenty of
trawiasek,
energy
ale tak
cards
jak
found
mówię,
now.
no 4 trawiaste
Breath
to
of
jest
fresh
już
air for
feature,
Daniel.
powiem tak.
He needs 8 breaths of
No,
fresh air.
tymczasem
He's
Magna
got
na
bosses
tym.
orders he passed. Finds the earthen vessel now.
That can
which
give you a card.
Nie,
sometimes
czyli
that's
warto
all it
zaznaczyć,
takes
że
to
też
get that one
tutaj
additional
dosłownie
energy,
można
that
powiedzieć o
one
mirror
draw from
meczu,
the
bo
Teal Mask
obaj
Ogrepon.
Czechowie grają dokładnie tą
That
samą
supporter
listą.
gonna get the counts now, and they're not
Z
good.
tego co ja
Not
patrzałam, bo
great as far as the supporters go. But if Daniel
tak,
has
oni
like
grają
the
zapewne jeszcze tą samą
Not
decklistą,
Dracula, excuse me,
więc
the
to
Reggie
jeszcze
Drago
większy
V-Star,
mirror
if you can
match.
find it on Teal Dance. I think he's actually got a Prime Catcher in his hand.
Christ.
This Earthen Vessel discards the Haxorus. It's a little bit of a
Żygam
stretch,
już
but
tym
depending on what else he has made up,
Żygam
there
już
is a
tym
world where he
deckiem,
could
no.
find a 2-prize KO here.
Yeah, it still has to bank on that final Teal Mask Ogrepon
tak
in
z
order to get the
ciekawości,
final
no tak.
energy on the board, though. So you're asking a lot of your deck at this point in
Podobno
time,
na
and it
przykład
hasn't
grał
been too faithful to you.
Miosa
You see how it's working for your
właśnie.
opponent.
Yeah, I mean, step one is
Nie, to
finding
nie
something
ten
off
sam.
of this Teal Dance
Jeszcze po
to
stronie
work
Magdy
with.
jest
It's gotta be a
oczywiście
miracle
gacza.
one card. Professor's
Mamy
research
Gigo.
wouldn't be too bad, that is for sure. Let's see what
Jezus, to
what's
będzie
able
takie
to be
topi.
found here. There are 2 research
Jezus.
prized, only 2
To
left in the
będzie tak
deck.
toporne.
Can he find a miracle from just a single card draw?
Certainly looking for some help, and it's
którego chyba
tricky to
wolelibyście.
find a big hand.
Card.
Mamy
Another
Wesela,
vessel
chyba raczej
thinning.
będziemy
Is it
Sypulta
winning?
pozbywali się. No
In
tak,
general,
blokowaną
yes.
Draga
In this
Pulta.
game, probably
Tak
not.
jak
We are going to see 2
mówię, no
energies
w
being
przeciwieństwie
found.
tutaj
One can
Magna
be
ma inny
attached
problem,
for
no tutaj mamy
turn. He has
innego
that prime
typa,
catcher.
co
Do we have to see
sprajzował
a
się
stalling
energię, a
play?
drugi typ
Prime
no
catcher
sprajzował
bring up
się Rogerpony.
Reggie Drago V.
No i jest
Miloslav
już
burns
ta
the
bitwa
switch,
z
forcing
żółwi i
opponent to
kogoś,
use their
to się
V-Star power.
I
rozkula
don't even know
jak
if you
najlepiej.
like that. It would probably involve retreating first because you don't want to lose your Reggie
Lepiej
Drago
więc,
V on the
no
back.
to mamy Reggie. Chyba
Tough
zrobię atak
situation.
z
Daniel's going to have to
ręki.
try to find a way to navigate out of it.
Big shake of the head, has no idea how to work out of this spot.
Oh,
It is the
prime.
prime catcher. Are we just gonna look at some cards here, Chip? This
Celestial Roar.
no. Okay, good.
Switch back into this Teal Mask Ogrepon and the pass. Miloslav with the draw for turn. It is another grass energy. We're
You
going to
know,
see some more cards drawn here.
I did not think we'd be uttering those words without any Earthen Vessel played, but that is the 3rd Grass Energy. Actually, all 4 now can be seen. You might not even know the prize cards are that bad.
And I think Miloslav has the attack lined up. He
No to
has an
jest
energy
no
switch in hand,
kurde,
has a
to
basic
tak
fire
pas.
energy.
And he
No
can
naprawdę
use
mamy tu
his
bitwę żółwi, no
Star
tutaj
Power Legacy Star in
myśleli
order to get
zaś...
the switch back from the discard
Cztery.
pile.
No, to bardziej, że
So
to jest
often
ten
when
problem.
you're using Legacy Star, you want it to
Jezus,
be
ja
in
też mam takiego
combination
starego
with
switch.
some of those energy switches you've already
Mamy tu
used, so you
Curema.
can bring those back. If you're using 5 energy
Jest
switch
ten
in a game,
Reggie Drago,
it's pretty likely
kuźwa,
that
to
you're
jest ta
dominating.
sama
You gotta find the
czeska
balance
lista,
here as
to jest...
Miloslav.
Cóż
You
jest
want
jeszcze
to be
większą
aggressive, you want to start to put on the
komedią.
pressure,
Dobra,
but you
mamy
don't wanna burn
atak
too many
z
resources.
ręki. Chyba mamy Energy Switcha.
Oh, there it is. Thankfully, already has one of those energy switch, so using Legacy Star now has to feel pretty optimal.
Chyba robimy Fausta.
We'll do that, discarding the top 7 cards of the deck, sending them down, able to put 2 cards now from the discard pile back into the hand. Looks like 1 energy switch was discarded. We may just see 2 energy switch being found here. Doesn't even have to use that actual switch since he was able to do this, and is actually going to be able to grab the boss's orders here in order to target down Daniel's Reggie Drago V.
Did we get a look at the rest of the discard pile? Is there a way to copy a Haxorus? I don't think so just yet, but you'd have to think that'd be an optimal attack in a spot like this. You don't have to lose the energies to take this knockout.
No tak, jakby
There's a way
Raging
to
Bolt
get
prizował.
the Haxorus down here. He has to get the boss if he wants to go after the Reggie Drago. He has to get the energy switch to power up one of his attackers. So I don't think there's going to be a way to get the Haxorus. Miloslav, with 4 energy cards being prized, has to think twice about this move. He will go for it. He's going to commit to the Lost Impact, will lose 2 energy cards. And he should know that he's got a decent shot to take a couple energy cards here.
No,
Based on the way it's lined up, he should just be taking 2 grass energy.
To pokaż dysk,
This is
pokaż.
a awkward spot without a doubt.
Ale kurde, to się tak
I mean, look at the
źle
rest of the hand.
ogląda.
It's just
Tak,
Pokemon
i
you
od
want in
magii
the discard
Ratiny,
pile.
tak.
None of those resources
Pokazuje
there.
ci.
3 research are down, and you're drawing into a ton of grass energies. Yes, you can use the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn and to continue to draw back up, but this might be a little slower
Jest
than
po
you
prostu
expect.
taka
You
bitwa
can't complain though,
żółwi
your opponent's got a
dosłownie.
Teal Mask.
Miloslav here debating which
tak
2 prize
że
cards to
tego się
take.
nie da
I actually think he took
oglądać
from the top. He did
dosłownie.
indeed. Funny enough, he
Nie
picked from the top,
jasnej
he picked from the bottom.
anielki.
It's all the same here, buddy.
But it is indeed 2 grass energy being found. Now it's back over to Daniel. We need a miracle here. Draw for turn is the superior energy retrieval. 1 card can be drawn with the Teal Dance. It's a fire energy. You can go down swinging with the Myriad Leaf Shower, but Miloslav has the grass energy, has the Lost Impact, gets the game 1 win.
Wiecie,
here
o,
on top.
czyli Magda już skupnął,
Not
więc
even
Miloslav
9
zdobywam.
minutes into this opening game here, and we see that quick victory from Miloslav. It has to be a little bittersweet. You
Jak ja
didn't
mówię,
really
to
have
będzie
to do
chyba
much,
najnudniejszy
but
finał
thankfully,
ever.
on
To
your
jest
side, you
najgorsze.
found all of the energies. It didn't seem likely, Chip, but all 4 grass
Będzie
energies were
topór
thrown down.
nad toporami,
Like
tak
3.
swoją
Earthen
drogą.
Vessel played at all that game, is that right?
Yeah, we did not see it. We saw plenty on the other side for Daniel. He didn't want them.
Yeah, that was not the card Daniel was looking for, and Miloslav was able to find his energy cards without that card.
Tak, no tak.
See, both
No bo w
players
sumie
still all
sprajzować,
smiles here.
no
There's
chyba jak się
great
okazuje dużo
opportunity
gorzej
here for
jest
Daniel
sprajzować
to
2
still
ogerpony
make a
niż
great
4
match out of
energie.
this just yet.
Yeah, and I think this is recognition from Daniel of the moment here. He is a young player, but he's an experienced player. He's been on some of these big stages. He's had some great tournament finishes. He knows that he didn't do anything wrong. All he can do is shake it off and move on to game number 2. Forget that game 1 ever happened and try to focus on what you can control. Let's look at what happened in that game 1. As uneventful as it may have been, this was
Jezus,
game 1. and
najnudniejszy finał ever.
Shout out to production for finding a replay. We've been looking forward to
No stola się ogląda ciekawiej, bo przynajmniej kuźwa.
And both our
Czujesz
players
już spod
tried to
słucha.
give us a great showing, and there was just not much
Tylko
to
dla
be
mnie
had. Chip.
gracze Reggie Drago są czasem jak kuźwa ci programiści z mema, te programista z mema, co tam
There was
się
just not
poci.
much attacking going on. Miloslav did finally launch an attack off with the Lost Impact. Took the first 2 prizes. Daniel's just got to shake it off. We're heading to another.
We don't even get to watch the
Przynajmniej
leaf shower.
kurde w Gdańsku, to było ciekawie, a
did
tutaj
attack
to
that
będzie
game,
jakieś
come on.
He
nuda.
put damage on him. That's the moral victories here.
Players setting up now. Game number 2. Daniel will have the opportunity to choose first or second here. Have to imagine first will be the choice. Getting the first evolution, getting the first energy attachment, getting the first attack.
all such vital things in this mirror match.
Yeah, Daniel takes a look at his
Kurwa, no dlaczego w LAIC są tak beznadziejne te finały?
And sure enough, it was like what 4 dragon Pokemon and a professor's research. It's like, can I at least have that hand next time? That would have been working just dandy.
I think things would have been a little bit better for Daniel if his prize cards had been his opening hand.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to completely change your fate here in the TCG. And maybe we'll see that happen here for Daniel now. He's given his opponent some additional cards. It's never the way you want to start things off.
A little note from backstage as well. Regardless of who moves on to the finals, this finish will propel both
To nie pomaga fakt, że najprawdopodobniej ci goście, jedno, że są z tego samego kraju, to jeszcze pewnie grają tą samą dekiczkę, bo przecież łobu jest jak sojusz.
They could do it again.
To chyba ty bardziej, Nero.
What deck are we playing, brother?
Lining up for the future here, and that is one of the great things about performing well at these tournaments. You earn stipends to compete at future international championships. That's how Brent Tonneson has done it for so many years. And now Daniel Magda and Miloslav Posledny are able to do just that as well.
And over here for Miloslav, just continues to do what he's been
No, w
doing.
juniorach, seniorach pewnie będzie ciekawiej, a tutaj kurwa będzie nudno. Jak w dupę Marysięciej, tak?
Reggie Drago free cards, and that's number 3 now.
That is 3 mulligans for Daniel. Miloslav will
Kurde,
get
co tu się
3
stało? Co
additional
nagle
cards to the
przestało
hand.
działać?
Not only is it the last thing you want to do in the matchup, it's the last thing you want to do when
Kurde,
you're
jeszcze
down the
żeby było
game.
zabawniej, ci ludzie grają dokładnie tym samym.
We've almost mulliganed more than we played turns.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, there's been more shuffling during this setup for game number 2 from Daniel than there was in all of game number 1.
Jakoś w Polsce nikt nie chce tym grać. Już byli ludzie, którzy tym grali, chyba zrezygnowali. Była nawet jedna, która zrezygnowała z tego.
Here we are, Miloslav with one more shuffle for his friend, testing partner.
You know,
if we can find 7 cards that contain a basic.
It was just a cut.
Że przynajmniej oglądnego, no.
I'm sorry, those weren't working.
Zerowe książę.
Full shuffle.
Szkoda, że się zlikował.
Daniel says I'm gonna cut your shuffle.
W końcu będzie.
7 cards being found.
Proszę, no już dajcie, no na litość
The head
boską.
bob from
Czy w
Daniel.
końcu
Is there a
będzie?
basic?
Dobra,
There
jest,
indeed.
jest.
Get this game underway. 3 additional cards for Miloslav. Prize cards already being placed out once again.
What the fuck? Dla odmiany to Miloslav sprajzował 2 ogarnody, LOL!
That's
Co
something you can
tu
work
się
with. And
odwaliło?
Yep, something you can take later on in the game. Prize
No
money
kurwa, dla
is
odmiany
not the best,
Miloslav
but
sprajzował
something
te
somewhere
ogarpony.
along the way. Daniel does get the starter of that Swap EX, and did he pass or did he choose to go second?
No nie, no, co to za grał boczeczny?
Interesting, yeah, Miloslav is going first. That is a bit of a surprise, I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know if I've seen that, and it's interesting to note, but
Jesus Christ!
We see a huge hand here for Miloslav, and it hasn't culminated into much just yet.
To
Thankfully,
przynajmniej
there's the Ultra Ball,
znało
and
oczywiście.
getting some of those Dragon
Jak
Pokemon
to
into the discard
można
pile. It's unusual to see 2
zabić się z
non-Vs
nudą
thrown in the
dosłownie.
discard pile like that.
Yeah, but still 2 Dragon Pokemon that you can copy
Dragon
with Apex Dragon. That
i
Haxorus
torty
being
był
one
też.
that we could see pop
A
up. I
plewki
don't
na
think
start
we'll be
też
seeing a
były.
Trifrost
Jeszcze
this
boksa nie
game.
było.
I mean, there is the world where people go for
The double?
yeah,
The double triple?
The double Trifrost. A little difficult to do in this matchup where
Ale
most
jak
of your opponent's bench
powiedzmy,
Pokemon
żeby
are going to be Tilmask, Ogrepon,
było,
which
no
have
też
the Terra
balans było.
attributes, so I
Longbow
think it's
był.
unlikely we will
I
be
gardę
seeing
byłem,
that.
o, mam bingo.
But still a great setup here
Mam
for
bingo!
Miloslav using this Ultra Ball, finding out the
Ja to 2 razy
Squawkability
gardę
EX. Looks
byłem.
like we're going to see a Squawk and Seize.
Yep, sometimes
Ale
you
Ligi
catch
nie
an
było,
opponent
Ligi nie było
slacking,
w
they throw
ogóle.
down Squawkabilly, Mew, and Pheasantipity, and then it's like,
Jezu,
oh,
no
yeah,
jest
we'll
to
just go
co?
for that.
Damiany to ten Bodlesi sprajzował se 2 ogarpony.
So even with all those extra
Czujecie
mulligans, it does
już
still have to be the Squawk
nudę?
and Seize, but
Dobrze, że
too bad. It
ten
might be what Miloslav
Ten
is
Reggie
fine
Drago
doing,
rotuje, bo to już się nie da
first in this
oglądać.
game. Yeah, I'm still
Już
trying
się
to wrap my head
zżygać
around that
chce.
decision there from Daniel. Because I don't know that he's got a way to really efficiently attack
jeszcze ten
turn
gibel.
1. Sure, you could
Słodki gibel.
power up a
Co ja
big
bym gibla
myriad
bym chciała?
leaf shower from a
I tak
Tilmask
bez
Ogrepon EX,
Panko
but
popowym
it
Charizardem,
doesn't
co
seem like a
wtedy
winning
gdzie
strategy. I don't know.
I wonder if Miloslav would do the same here in a game 3, but we'll just
Kurde,
have to
chyba
find
grałem
out
sobie
when we potentially
towarzysko,
get
ja nie
there.
wierzę,
This is
że
the
oni tak
benefit
grają.
of playing this style with the superior energy retrieval. When you're throwing away energies like this on the opening turn with
Nie,
Squawkabilly, you're not feeling endangered, but
jeszcze zdyskardował 3, prawiaste z weselem.
So many energy cards found this early. We see even an earthen vessel discarded that was not even played.
Kurde, Czech, no po prostu to
I don't want to draw
przyjaciel.
any more energy.
Ech,
Finds 3
piękna
more
ręka.
energy.
That is certainly less than ideal. Not much else here left to do for Miloslav. Could bench the
Patrząc na to, Podlesny jest jednak doświadczonym graczem, skoro ma już te skleja.
I mean,
there are 2 energy on this Reggie Drago V. It is the only one in play.
oh, you're thinking about the leaf shower potential.
We'd need a lot of energy cards, and it would be at risk of being responded to by Miloslav's own Teal Mask Ogre Pawnee X. But is this the reason why Daniel chose to go second?
I mean, if you're prepared for this, then that is very impressive, because I don't think you expect to see your opponent with multiple energies in the active spot like this.
To jest
It does
zabawa.
end up that
Przynajmniej
way.
gramy w
We're seeing
towarzystwie,
plenty of
nie tylko
energies
na
thrown
miejscu.
to the front.
All smiles from both of these players, recognizing
Kurde,
the
nasi
situation,
sąsiedzi
but
grają,
also
więc
recognizing
potem w
the
finale
importance of the
spodziewajcie się
game
któregoś z
here,
naszych
friendship,
sąsiadów
things that have gotten them
za
to
czeskiej
this point.
granicy.
Search of the deck with the earthen vessel from Daniel does find out 2 grass energy. Gonna take a moment to check the rest of the prize cards, figure out what he does not have access to.
Więc let's go!
Energy switch. These are all important things to know.
Right. You take note of all of these cards so that you have an understanding, especially when you start to draw through these pieces. The game moves quickly. When the knockouts start, they don't stop. So you have to be prepared to know every resource that'll be available,
Dobra,
especially when
Ultra
you're
Ball
throwing
i mamy
cards
już
like this.
odblokowaną Giratina oraz
If
Draga
Daniel
Pulta.
wanted to reach for a knockout this turn,
Ale
it would
wiecie,
mean
już
finding
przeleć
an Ogre
niezły
Pawn
bek,
with
też swoją drogą jest...
5 energy cards.
I don't like that.
You can do it. You need all 4 Ogre Pawn.
Mirror Reggie Kutasu, to jest piękno po prostu swego rodzaju. Ech, TCG.
Maybe what we're gonna see here actually
Ty idę
is the
że
turn 1
Snorlaxy?
motivate from Daniel.
Albo
Is that what he's thinking?
You gotta appeal to the troops, Chip. You know, sometimes
let's
they're lacking motivation,
go.
especially after a lackluster performance in game number 1. Squawkabilly will lead you to victory.
Wezmę obadek.
Need another Pokemon down to help out.
Yeah, let's see.
Zabawa się dopiero zacznie, jak
It is not much.
Nice Netball.
I don't
Is that
Ja
it?
sobie tutaj
like this
kurwa
Ball on
podpalam tego
Yeah, we do still have
mikrofonu.
Squawk and Seas, of
Pytanie,
course,
co
worth
będzie tak
remembering.
jutro.
We're gonna see a teal dance. There's a Reggie
No
Drago
chyba
V
junior
also in the
i
hand.
senior to
Looks
chyba
like
raczej
we'll be
bardziej
now.
ciekawie, a tutaj tak
Next ball to be
nudno.
played, searching for
Jak
one
flaki
more
zalejem.
basic Pokemon to put down, another
Jak
Reggie
będzie
Drago
Reggie
V.
Drago na Reggie Drago, to jeszcze można się
Yeah, I didn't
pozabijać.
see the other
Chociaż
Dragon
tak,
Ball,
to i Soja to jeszcze się jakoś różni, a u nich to się w ogóle nie różni. Kuźwa oboje mają Haxoriusy. Bam. No jest łop na jedną energię.
Full refresh here, along with not even playing your supporter for the turn.
And it is going to be just an attachment to this Reggie Drago V. Daniel perhaps looking for a way to move
A
the
Snorlax
Squawk
to
into the
zabić,
bench.
robić
If he can't
briefy.
do that, maybe attaching to it. At this point, maybe he's just hoping to draw into the switch plus Cleffa. I don't know, man. I got a lot of questions.
Prime catcher, there's a few ways to use your resources. None of them seem optimal at this point. Attachment to the active, probably where I would have leaned to.
6 cards found off the Squawk and Seas. There's Earthen Vessel, Reggie Drago, V-Star. There is
Okay.
that switch.
What do we know? Just find the switch on the top 6.
I don't know if I see an out to Cleffa, though. We can find one more card here with
Yo,
the Teal Dance.
boss.
Another Grass Energy. There is the switch indeed into another Ogre Pawn. Something that's a little bit more difficult for Miloslav to KO.
No i co tu się dzieje? O, jest Ayano!
We have not even seen a support fight just yet, so it will be Iono. There is still an opportunity to
Łeło
get
na
to
pewno
Cleffa
nie
here.
That is the
będzie.
one thing Miloslav did not want
Co
to see
tego
on the
udało
other
się
side.
zrobić?
There was an opportunity for a huge turn to Reggie Drago V-Star attacking, and instead now has to bank on finding it here from the next 6 cards.
He does find Cleffa here. With this Ultra Ball, he can thin the hand down, also get the Cleffa out of the deck, retreat
No.
into it, grasping draw,
Ale
refill the
nudno.
hand, and of
Ja
course
się
Miloslav
teraz
to find a way
pakuję,
to
bo to
gust
tak
the
nudno
Pokemon.
będzie to wygląda. Ciekawsze jest, jak ja pakuję swoje
Considerations there with that
gnatki.
Ultra Ball, and sure enough, will do just that, featuring the same art now, and you have to love it. The opportunity to sneak in the single prize Pokemon, also a free retreater in a game like this, always a welcome sign.
Very nice to have a pivot available. So many of these energy acceleration style of decks really appreciate just having that additional mobility to work with. Miloslav going to give the deck a shuffle. We will more than likely see the retreat of the Ogrepon into Cleffa. And Grasping Draw will be the move, drawing 4 cards from the top of the deck.
Well, if there were ever a turn to show your opponent, don't let me go first, it is right here, right now. Miloslav taking a look at all those resources. There is a Regidrago V-Star in the hands, even post-Iono.
Let's take a look here at what Miloslav is working with. It looks like Ultra Ball lined up. Iono is the potential support, or what's your dream scenario here as Miloslav? What would be the best thing to do on this turn?
I'd like to have a prime catcher or boss's orders in a spot like this. Put some pressure on my opponent on a relevant Pokemon. Knocking out this Cleffa doesn't really do too much. There's a world where you even take a simple knockout on a Pokemon like the Squawkabilly and set up some damage, or if you can remove that Regidrago with the Grass Energy, but that takes a lot more resources. You do have Haxorus this time, though.
He does have Haxorus, so really I guess all he would need is the energy card.
Naprawdę polecę zaparzyć sobie herbatkę, bo to naprawdę będzie nudno.
Widać,
że też zawodnicy są tutaj obczajeni na gralinie na pewnie rurę szczególności jak...
As well, so it could come down to a Legacy Star dig, but so often these players really want to value hanging on to Legacy Star until later in the game. This is going to get the energy though. It's going to be the Giratina discarded with this Earthen Vessel.
Yep, an opportunity to see with the double Grass Energy. You need one of those on the active Pokemon in order to line up that Apex Dragon. But drawing with the Teal Mask Ogrepon will be beneficial as well. Maybe that one card will help make this decision a little more clearer, because I can't tell if you want to use Legacy Star or Iono right here. Neither feels great.
Another thing for Miloslav, he probably wants to establish another Regidrago V.
Yeah, you need to continue to maintain threats here. And if you're presenting Regidrago V-Stars over and over again, that leads to the Radiant Charizards down the line.
Chyba tak po czasku to nie gadają, więc tak podejrzewam, że gadka szmatka wchodzi.
Professor's research.
That's pretty good.
No chyba nie chcemy dyskardować tutaj.
Not too bad.
You don't miss out on. I mean, your opponent did just use Cleffa, so Iono could be a way to disrupt there, but I like seeing an additional card.
We're going to see the evolution of Regidrago V-Star in the active spot, attached for turn. It looks like Iono is going to be the play.
Yeah, values having that additional Regidrago V-Star for later on in the game. It is a 3/3 line, but every time you don't discard one of those and eventually walk in with that Haxorus, you certainly like that.
Do we see an out to another Regidrago V here in the hand currently for Miloslav?
I believe that was a nest ball.
Nie zrobimy.
Silly cards. He's like, oh no.
Czy warto robić łeło w momencie, kiedy mamy zaledwie...
Pressure him into using his Legacy Star right now.
He's shaking his head, thinking about it.
It's not the time you want to use it, but
absolutely not.
You got to get another Regidrago down.
I mean, this is all to attack into a Cleffa as well.
That is something that Miloslav is probably considering how worth it is it. Maybe debating going down a different line. He's got his own Cleffa in his stockpile. Night Stretcher can bring that back, and I think he drew into his switch.
Well, both players finding that switch at the optimal time just to slow down. Miloslav needed that. And it looks like this Regidrago V-Star is safe for now.
Okay, this is a nice opening here for Daniel. After a disastrous game one, after your opponent whiffing an attack here in game number 2, this is exactly what you need.
It's not safe for now. It's boss's orders. It's already there. The Giratina V-Star is in the discard pile as well.
Daniel had everything he needed off of that Iono. Miloslav gave him the perfect combination of cards.
To wiecie, tak jak mówię. Nasze, żeby było zabawnie, no to właśnie to jest ta sama lista. Tak bardzo zdarzyło, że Magda bierze zawsze z góry.
Miloslav does not have a Regidrago V.
This is not a deck that features Thornton. This is not an opportunity right now to find a relevant attacker. I don't even know if you could knock out that Klepa if you needed
Znaczy
to
miał
this turn.
Kurema, ale
There's
no,
nothing
nie
here
za-
for Miloslav.
nie
This is a full reset.
opłacalny.
You've used the Iono already. You're slowing down in terms of ways to disrupt your opponent who hasn't
Czy
used
co
their
będzie
V-Star.
Czy będzie ładował Rezi Drago pod Westłocka? To byłby szalony pomysł. A jak? My kochamy szalone pomysły. Tak. No będę mistrz naładować Rezi Drago z kołkiem.
Typically at this point in the game, you want more options.
We're not seeing those resources right now starting to line up. Reggie Drago V that can be played on the bench. You might want to do that in combination with another one. If this card is also Boss's ordered away, which is very likely, given that your opponent has Legacy Star, it's going to be in trouble.
Could go for Boss's
to
order
jest
to try to
exactly
buy
the
a
same
turn, but
list.
Daniel has
Znajdź
not
trzy
used Legacy
różnice,
Star. We know
tak?
Switch is already in the discard pile, so he can always bring it
To
back.
jeszcze nie pomaga, fakt.
Really tough position here. Miloslav will find the Mew EX off of the
Dokładnie
nest ball.
z samą dekistą
Genome
dosłownie.
hacking.
Copy your opponent's Apex Dragon. It does work.
There's a wombo
tym
combo
bardziej to
lined
też
up,
nie ma
and that is also
szkód, jak
a
mamy
way
jeszcze
to take the
gości,
target away
którzy
from this
grają
Reggie
kurwa
Drago.
tym
He's still on the
samym,
bench.
tymi samymi kartami jeszcze w tej samej
That is a
konfiguracji.
possibility here.
Kurde,
Attaches the
dyskard
Mew EX.
boss orderu,
Double
to
energy
jest
switch.
smutna
This
żaba
is what we're
MP3.
going for. Energy switch 1 has already been used in restart to draw one single card. What is the find? It's a Dragapult. You don't mind discarding that. Here is the research. Needs an energy card. There it is. Needs an energy switch. Does he find it?
Last chance, did not see that, but there's still hope. You have
Tak,
the team
jeszcze na
mask
dodatek,
Pokemon
oboje
draws,
nie
the
grają
early
w
vessels
Fezów.
are right there,
Odeczek
and
ci
you are
nie
so
służy.
slim right now, sub
Tartaletkę.
10 cards in the deck.
No oczywiście, no tutaj właśnie te Regi Drago będą takie podobne, bo akurat u Toristona grany jest Fez. Zamiast o tym, że u nich to tak jak mówię, tutaj jest bardziej mniejszy
I
wachlarz.
don't think
Zresztą
we've seen either.
ci Czesi mają do sprajzowanych gierek. O, ale Podlesie się poddaje i Daniel Magda wygrywa, jest 1-1.
Daniel
Chyba
with
nie
some
wierzyliście, że będzie to
masterful
jeszcze
play that time
trwało.
around, showing off exactly what his deck is capable of. Miloslav not able to find the resources there.
Ciasi.
A bit of the tide
Kurczę,
turning now, and
kurde, ale to
maybe
jest tak
our
naprzemienne te
new
prizy.
master is feeling a bit of relief.
Daniel miał sprajzowanego Gorgonu, teraz Miloslav.
Strategy. What I'm interested to see now is what is Miloslav going to choose to do?
Right? Is he just going to say, yeah, I still want to go first? I don't know why you did that.
I mean, I have to think that the main reason to go second is so you can use Klepa. You can have a higher chance to put that one prize on the active spot. It is pretty difficult for your opponent to have the combo of Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher plus getting the optimal Dragon Pokemon, but I mean, it's a possibility.
Tak, no właśnie w finale mamy
Let's take a look at the
naszych
replay.
sąsiadów z zachodniej granicy.
Game number 2. It was Daniel choosing to let his opponent Miloslav
Z tego mówię, no tutaj jest takie naprzemienne.
Switching of the history books for us
Memem
here
już się
now.
stało oczywiście
The
to,
big
że się sprajdzie
decision
Google
that
albo
ends up
Haxu.
paying off. Wave goodbye to the lone Reggie Drago V-Star on your opponent's side of the board. But Miloslav identifies a really niche way to come back in this game, attempted to bring us that Mew for the genome hacking. It was not the case though.
Man, that would have been really cool to see the Mew.
Jest tak, chyba jest 1-1, więc będzie 3.
It almost all
Ale
came together.
że fani mieli, mają zajebisty mimo
Drago
wszystko.
V-Star. We're
It's
gonna
like-
copy your copy.
It's like that question
Zobaczymy,
of what
kto
happens
tym
when you
razem
genome
wygra.
hacking a genome hacking. Like, where does the loop break?
Well, you gotta ask a judge. We've got plenty of them.
We do indeed. Judge has been doing a great job all throughout the weekend. Our stream
No.
judges, our floor judges, head judges
Nie wiem,
alike.
warto zaznaczyć, Magna mający na koncie
Thus
oczywiście
far, things have been run extremely
finał w
smoothly.
seniorach i oczywiście top 4 w Gdańsku.
Pokemon action to be played here. We're going into game 3 of top 4. This is the deciding game for both of these players. Will they go home or will they move on to the finals?
No easy buckets this time around. We don't see the mulligans. Both players putting those prize cards to the glass.
Więc let's go.
We'll find out a lot about our players right here. It's going to be a gritty
Kurde,
game
no
3
widać,
with the
że
best card of the
chłopaki
act for both of them.
Czechom dopisują. No to mamy start z tego samego miejsca, czyli każdy zaczął z Klefy, a ciekawe jakie prize. Tym razem Magda zaczyna
He
pierwszy.
doesn't believe in the
Kurde, bo
strategy.
wiecie, tak
and I don't
dziwnie się
either.
mówi, jak masz
Miloslav wants
nazwisko.
that opportunity.
Kurde, imię żeńskie w
Miloslav
nazwisku,
doesn't believe
więc no.
It is there for him.
He does believe.
I still don't know if
Tak,
I like
teraz
it,
te
Chip.
prizy są nieco bardziej normalne od Magdy, to mamy oczywiście jednego Gerpona, nie dwa. Erta 2 są Nesball, Superior, Research i Reggie Drago w stary jednej sztuki, więc no nie najgorsze prizy.
Have to be playing against
takie do
plenty
przeżycia.
of Reggie Drago in order to get to this position. And
Znaczy znowu...
I mean, we see now there's a pretty solid setup here, and you give yourself that opportunity maybe to be the first player to have a good boss orders.
Raczej nie będą to identyczne deki. No to czeska myśl technologiczna, jeśli chodzi o Reggie Drago, to jest genialna po prostu.
The Reggie Drago V grabbed from the deck. We do have another Ultra Ball now being played.
It's eyeing up some more help here.
Gilded.
This is an aggressive
Yes,
setup.
squawk.
If you go for
Squawk
the
and
squawkability,
sit.
throwing away all of these resources in
Squawk and
order to set up for a big knockout. This is the strategy that we're used to seeing. The player that goes first gets aggressive, lines
No
up
to
that
mamy
2-2
Reggie
knockout,
Drago, mamy
puts so much
oczywiście
pressure
Squawka.
on in the mirror match.
No cóż, każdemu się zdarza. A, w ogóle tak, Czech na Czecha, tak.
Trying to just get through the deck, hoping to find more dragon Pokemon to put into the discard pile. Of course, still can attach an energy card for turn.
Będziemy mieli najnudniejszy finał. Jeszcze każę całą rzeczą, że Junior, Senior ma ciekawie. Tylko nie Masters! W Mastersach zawsze musi być nudno. Dobra, Temple of Simon. Oj, tutaj atak z ręki i skłok na pustą rękę.
Attachment to the Reggie Drago sets up nicely for the future. We do see the find of the Giratina V-Star, another Reggie Drago V.
Czyli mamy też
Vessel,
Nesball.
Giratina.
No mamy jeszcze odblokowaną Giratinę, no jak jeszcze zrobił Arter Wesela, to faktycznie odblokowujemy oczywiście atak Giratiny. Giratina wróć! Tylko jako solo deck. Wiecie, potrzebujemy, chociaż z tego co widzę już Giratina powoli tam wraca. To nie taka dobra jak kiedyś.
Attack next turn, and that might be what these players have determined for this matchup. It's a little bit of a game of chicken. You know, who is going to take that first knockout? Hiding behind your Cleffa, forcing your opponent to find a gust.
No i Tildens. No się tak widać, że skręcił chłop.
Using your resources and finding the boss's orders in order to take the big knockout is tough. We haven't actually gotten a look at the prize cards yet. Either I don't believe that'd be a nice way to have a better understanding of where these players are at.
Aha, no u Podleśniego tym razem nie ma sprajzowanej Gudry, ale za to Ultra Ball z Dragapultem i Haxoriusem. Za to mamy jedną ognistą, Temple of Simon, Reggie Drago, Boss Order, jeden ten też również w miarę normalne prizy, czyli jednak będzie to jakaś w miarę wyrównana walka. Czy słodki jest ten Gibbons na tym stole?
Something to consider when trying to target down some of these relevant attackers, the V Pokemon that you need to take prize cards on. I think both players would be pretty content if they got a look at those.
Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards from the hand. It will be a pair of Dragon-type Pokemon hitting the discard pile. Both the Haxorus and the Dragapult, great options. We're now able to search out any other Pokemon, adding it to the hand. We can see a Reggie Drago V at some point. We could see the Teal Mask over Pony X, try to accelerate some energy cards. Even a Squawkabilly could get into the mix.
No tak, co my tu szukamy? No mamy Gudrę, więc tym razem Gudra jest. Wow, tym razem Gudra nie jest w prizach.
Plenty of resources. It might be a true mirror match here,
Nesball po
We're seeing
skłoka, tak?
everything.
And it is going to be a Nesball to find that Squawkabilly EX. I think that is a pretty telling choice there from Miloslav. Off the Ultra Ball, he could get any Dragon Pokemon to discard here with the Squawk and Seize. He has 2 in the discard already with the Haxorus and that Dragapult, and he chose to go get that Hisuian Gudra V-Star.
Yeah, as opposed to going for that aggressive strategy with the Giratina, maybe this is the line. If you're the first player to lock in on rolling iron there in that spot. You can slow down your opponent, force them to have to use bosses and prime catchers, maybe not optimally, and then by losing those resources, you're feeling pretty strong.
There's the discard of the hand with Squawk and Siege.
Wiecie, bitwa spoceńców, gdzie telepający się, trzęsący się jest bitwa spoceńców. Gasprin Draw. Tam chłopcy. No, widzę Tidens, Iona.
Not bad at all. You have that additional
Remik, robiący brr.
the TLMS Ogre Pawn and maybe find some help here. It's pretty wild that you haven't seen any more energies than this, especially given that the prize cards aren't that bad. You have plenty of ways to find energy cards.
I think we are going to see a situation here where the players' boards mirror one another. They both have the Cleffa, they both have 2 Regidrago V, they both have Squawk ability. Miloslav only has 1 TLMS Ogre Pawn, but there is a second in his hand.
Yeah, this isn't exactly the chess setup that you may have. We see the Regidrago in the middle there as opposed to the teal mass hanging out as the rooks.
It is going to be a true mirror match at this point. Both of these players going wide, filling up their benches. And one of the reasons they're doing that as well, interesting thing to note about their list, differing from so many of the other lists we've seen of Regidrago V-Star, there is no Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, choosing to forego that says I'm not going to be losing prize cards in spots like this. I'm going to get off to my own great advantage here, and sure enough,
No dobra, no tutaj jest taki
with that Iono to see more resources, definitely eyeing up energy cards in a spot like this.
Yeah, looking for Iono.
Iono po
Looking
6.
for some energy cards here off that Iono, I should say, and is able to find at least a grass energy. Miloslav did choose to guarantee the attachment to the Regidrago V, which I do like a lot. And now Teal Dance will draw one more. There's that superior energy retrieval.
Yep, just a little bit out of order there. You'd love to see that Earthen Vessel first off, but thankfully does see that energy switch. Feels comfortable moving that over to the other Regidrago V.
And as evident by Miloslav's hand, I did misspeak earlier. It is not one single superior energy retrieval for these players. They are each playing 2 superior energy retrieval for the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, it's a call that we don't see very often anymore. It was in the initial iteration that we saw of this list that really was focused on throwing energies around, kind of like Raging Bolt used to do. And it's going back to tried and true.
In order to burn a card, draw more with the Grasping Draw. Miloslav will retreat the Cleffa, switch directly back into it. And now it will be Grasping Draw, finding 3 cards from the top. Let's see what Daniel has to work with.
Pulta,
That Iono, he will probably have more options than he had.
I have to think that this ends with a pretty strong turn. There's multiple energy switch in the hand. You see the Earthen Vessel, fire and grass energy to go along with this. You're adding into those dragon Pokemon into the discard pile as well. Only piece I haven't seen yet is the Regidrago V-Star.
Is there a Haxorus already in the discard pile from turn 1?
I don't believe that we were that fortunate, but
or a Giratina V-Star maybe, yeah.
I know Miloslav got off to a really great start with all of the dragon Pokemon. Daniel's trying to catch up.
There's the Teal Dance drawing a card. Another energy switch. There is the Regidrago V-Star. If Daniel can find a boss's orders or prime catcher here, he's probably got the pieces that he needs. It is going to involve him using his legacy
Ty, on ma
star
ileś
V-Star
tam
power.
energy switchy? Zaraz, on ma
Actually
ile?
going to-
Ty, on ma 3 energy, czy Magda ma 3 energy switche?
energy on it. That way he can
Czyżby
keep one
postawienie
preserve.
Regidrago
Other
w
one
przeciągu
makes a lot of sense.
kilku
Really debating
chwil
here. I
to
mean, the
działało?
only question at this point is, are you using your legacy star?
I think the debate is this the turn to go for everything? You have triple energy switch right now, so you can set up both of your Regidrago V right now. Does not feel comfortable pulling the trigger, wants to draw some cards.
This is an opening now for Miloslav. Has an opportunity in order to take the first meaningful KO. It really is becoming a game of chicken. Neither of these players wants to take that first knockout on the Cleffa. They want to be the one who's gusting to KO a 2-prize Pokemon.
Daniel identified it very well and he was rewarded for that. Finds Ultra Ball with the Haxorus and another Pokemon and an Earthen Vessel. So all of the Dragon Pokemon will be available so long as there is an Iono. And I think the hand for Miloslav was triple Professor's Research.
Yeah, I do not see a boss's orders. I don't see a Regidrago V-Star. I do, however, see that Prime Catcher.
Pink card.
That Prime Catcher can be used to target down either the Regidrago V-Star or the Regidrago V with the 2 energy cards on it.
And so wisely, you saw the energy switch over to the Regidrago V instead of the V-Star, making sure that your opponent has to make a little bit more of a decision now instead of giving away all of those resources at once.
Yeah, that makes too much sense. Super heads-up play there from Daniel, knowing that it is possible for Miloslav to pop off here. And he's going to need a little bit of help off of an incoming research, but he is going to have the Prime Catcher. Is he going to pull the trigger? That is the only question. Can't wait forever, Kyle.
I know, and we've been thinking about it. You see the resources here in hand. You use this research. You might not see energy cards for the rest of the game unless you have to use your Legacy Star to search them back. It doesn't feel great.
There's going to be an Earthen Vessel to find 1 Grass Energy, maybe 1 more Teal Dance to guarantee another card draw before the research. See what else you have access to before you commit too much further. There's the Fire Energy in hand as well that can get the attachment for turn. All Miloslav really is missing is the Regidrago V-Star and the Energy Switch. Just 2 cards needed to get off that first attack. Here's the card from the Teal Dance. It's another Grass Energy.
Another energy.
That's one of the worst cards I feel like Miloslav could have drawn here.
Especially holding on to that superior energy retrieval that you're likely going to lose this turn with the Professor's Research. Chip, do you play that pink card?
He's got. I can't see any other.
We don't have any more time.
We gotta go for it. We gotta bring it up one of these Pokemon on Daniel's side. And something to note. Remember, Miloslav chose to get rid of the Hisuian Gudra V-Star early in the game. He did not get rid of Giratina V-Star. So with this Prime Catcher, he cannot go after Regidrago V-Star on Daniel's side of the board.
Yeah, do you protect yourself by using the Rolling Iron, or do you maybe go for a play with that Haxorus and deal 230 damage to this Pokemon? Wants to play it very safe and brings up this Pokemon with a 1 retreat cost, and here goes so many precious resources.
There's the energy switch being found. Is there a Regidrago V-Star? I do believe we see an Ultra Ball that can get the attacking option ready to go. Night Stretcher found as well. That can be a way to get some
jak na razie mało czasu zostało.
Both Superior Energy Retrieval have hit the discard pile, and we are going to see that evolution. Regidrago V into Regidrago V-Star, with just 1 energy switch away from seeing an attack.
Yep, this all worked out here. A lot of resources fell by the wayside, but still was able to hold on to the Legacy Star, which is the key piece here.
Wyjść z psami trzeba.
Look at the discard pile.
Dobra.
Would not expect to see a Legacy Star at this point. Yeah, this is feeling like such a high-level game, to be honest, Kyle. This is what you love to see at these international championships. These players fully aware of each other's list. They worked on this deck together, I'm sure. They came up with the 60. They know well what each player is able to go for. Now, what attack are we going to see from Miloslav? It is indeed going to be that
No dobra,
rolling
taktycznie
iron.
tą
200
gudrą, żeby
damage,
zmniejszyć
and then during
oczywiście
your opponent's next turn,
obrażenia.
this Pokemon takes
No
80
dobra,
less
jest
damage
ciekawe.
from attacks, protecting this Regidrago V-Star from
Tym razem ta gudra jest, kurde, w
Great
końcu.
to see that you get to save this Pokemon from potentially being knocked out on the other side. We've seen so often it just turns into a trading war with the Giratina V-Star over and over again using Lost Impact. Now this Pokemon likely to stick around for future turns, and I think Daniel's going to take a page out of that book.
Daniel playing an Ultra Ball, discarding a couple of Pokemon, searching the deck for another Pokemon, adding it to the hand. It is indeed that Hisuian Gudra V-Star. We will see Earthen Vessel, discard that Pokemon. Like you said, matching Miloslav's strategy. It's interesting, you know, we talked about it before game 1.
It's such a back and forth game. You have to think about all of the resources that have been used so far. When it turns into this kind of game, you're retreating over and you're trying to preserve those energy cards.
Okay.
You have to think Miloslav has lost so many of those that it'll be difficult to make the most use out of what you have left.
Daniel does have Prime Catcher in the hand, so he can get around this damaging attack. We're going to see one more Teal Dance.
No to będzie ciekawe.
Another card. switch. We're gonna see 2 of them being played. We're gonna move these energies around on the board. Daniel thinking through what he wants to do here.
You can match with your own Regidrago V-Star, use Rolling Iron, deal 80 damage into your opponent.
He's got the Prime Catcher. We could see him go for a very similar play to what his opponent has chosen to do. We are going to see just that. Going into the Cleffa with the free retreat for now. There is just no way we are seeing a grasping draw at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough cards at this point, and these 7 should be able to help out as well. Another Regidrago V-Star found. Plenty of ways to continue to attack, and this is the turn.
Flipping that V-Star marker, Legacy Star, 7 cards discarded from the top, and then Daniel can add any 2 cards from the entirety of his discard pile into his hand. What are the key pieces here? Daniel is going to be looking to recover.
Well, you love Prime Catcher, but discarding 2 copies of Boss's Orders may be a little telling there. You have to take one of those back if you want to target down the right Pokemon in a matchup where you're just rolling iron back and forth.
So Daniel's setup, another,
oh my gosh, he double Prime Catchered.
2 Prime Catchers bringing up this Regidrago V-Star, and lost impact from Daniel out of nowhere will KO Miloslav's only powered up attacker. Now Miloslav is going to be looking for the answer.
The fabric of reality, it's breaking in front of our eyes. He's used the 1-of copy twice now, and it takes a huge knockout at this spot. This is a 3-card hand for Miloslav to find an answer. He does have a little bit of help there with the research, I believe, but what else can he make happen?
This is insane, Kyle. The plays we are seeing from these players, so strategic, so methodical, so well thought out. And now how can Miloslav respond? He's not used his Legacy Star.
Chip, he's used everything except
he's used
Legacy
everything
Star.
else.
What do you pick from these 2 cards that you have? You need 7 of them in order to make this happen, in order to take down this Regidrago V-Star along with the next one. You need so much help.
This 60-card mirror becoming a true battle of attrition. Each player asking more of their opponent turn after turn. Can you deal with the situation I am preparing myself for? So many different levels going into this matchup. These friends, these competitors, these testing partners working together, knowing each other's list exactly, has found us in this incredibly interesting spot. And Miloslav just doesn't have much. There's that Night Stretcher that can bring back the Regidrago V-Star, but he's already down 2 Superior Energy Retrievals. He's going to be limited in ways to bring back energy cards.
Right, I feel like that might have to be one of the cards that you find with your Legacy Star at this point, which feels terrible. That's not why you play 2 copies of this card. You play it so that if you discard one, you'll still be fine.
Here is the Night Stretcher. Any energy card, basic energy card, or any Pokemon added from the discard pile into the hand. Miloslav did prize a fire this game. Is that fire still prized? That could be one of the main things that he is missing here. And that's what he's having to think through. Is that second fire energy still in the prizes?
Yep, highly values that here and needs to find an additional Regidrago V-Star. Maybe taking a bit of a risk here and trying to find that answer by way of an Iono.
Looks like we're having a bit of a discussion here at the
Tak,
table.
przepraszam, bo ciągle tak.
Talking about energy attachment for turn perhaps, but I don't believe that's the case.
No cóż, jak da się, no, Daniel Magda wziął 2 prizy.
Yeah, no energy has been attached
Kurde, ale
just
mówię,
yet.
że to będzie tak toporny ten finał, bo jeżeli już
Maybe hoping to have not played the
ten
Night
top
Stretcher.
cut, ten top 4 wygląda źle.
Will be attaching the fire energy, and it is an Iono.
Aha,
Yep, looking for some help here. Has 6 cards to see.
As.
And for Daniel going down to just 4.
Nie, Iono.
There's an energy switch. There's an Ultra Ball. That is a Regidrago V-Star.
Is finding the answer
No właśnie, no to jest... Bo jeżeli tak wyglądają na top 4, ten drugim topkacie, to strach pomyśleć, jak wyglądałby kuźwa finał. Jezus, to jest jakaś bitwa ślimaków, powiem tak. Ile czasu minęło.
Miloslav searching the deck currently with the Ultra Ball, taking stock of exactly how many resources he has left available. More than enough time remaining in this top 4 match. And that's not a factor. He's going to take his time in this moment to ensure that he does not make a mistake, that he can find a path back into this game.
No dobra, chyba że Milosław leci po 4 prizy, let's go. No dobra, mamy to i użyjemy atak Giratina. To trochę mało pasuje. Może być. No ma mają cięcie. No tak, oczywiście podliczamy, czy warto użyć stara, no to a 3 na dyskard. No tak będzie wyglądać, każdy już jak Giratina. Może wyjmiał energię.
This is such a wild game, such a crazy situation here. And it's seeming like the player who chose to go second is not going to be able to pull off the strategy fully.
Chip, this is a tough spot because you can't slow down in this case. You have to attack this turn. You have to put on some pressure. Your opponent showed you boss's orders. It's back in the deck. At least it was put back at the bottom by way of the Iono.
Here we go.
Here it is.
The Legacy Star discarding 7 cards from the deck. One more.
Giratina jest.
The Giratina V-Star being discarded. I don't know if he's able to even attack with it. He may have to go for Rolling Iron. He may have to set
Ale
up
też
some
pytanie,
plays
czy
in the
warto,
future
czy
with
będziemy mieli
Drag
później
Vault
czym
or something
atakować.
like that. Some spreading of
Catcher.
damage. One card
Coś
being
tam
brought back
jeszcze
for sure
chcę.
seems to be that Prime Catcher.
A, tu są 2 karty, Jezu.
Legacy Star looks like there's only 2 cards
A
remaining
to
in the
będzie
deck.
naprawdę bardzo ciekawy finał. Sarkazm, bo tak naprawdę będziemy nudni. Ale nudy będą, no nudy.
Prime Catcher is number 1. Energy Switch
Ale
maybe
będzie
number 2.
nudno,
Also
powiedzcie.
getting to a point here, Kyle. Miloslav could lose to an Iono.
Yes, that is very likely the case. There's 6 total cards that we will see right now with the 2 cards in deck, 2 in hand, and 2 found from the Legacy Star. I don't know if Daniel
Dejcie to będziemy zasypiali po prostu.
Miloslav will probably play some of these cards.
He'll probably take some prizes.
So he'll have less cards to draw off Iono, but I mean, you gotta manage your resources super carefully in this type of situation.
Takie set, powiem. Tak, to jest jeszcze superior. Prime Catcher był. Ogre-Pona. Superior.
Superior energy retrieval being played, bringing up to 4 basic energy cards from the discard pile back into the hand. 4 grass energy cards.
Czy będziemy atakować Giratiną?
And with this softening of the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, likely
Milosław
Iron once more. This has to
Znaczy na pewno
mean
pewnie
that your
dobije
Regidrago
tego
is safe this
Ogre-Pona.
turn.
Kyle, he used Rolling Iron. Oh, he has 3 cards left in deck. 3 cards left in deck. We thought
Tak,
it was only
oczywiście
2.
3 karty.
I thought it was
Aha,
about
200
to
i tak,
It was about to
chyba
happen,
dobije
but
tego
Miloslav
Ogre-Pona.
has 7 cards remaining
Idziemy naprawdę
exactly.
w 3.
Iono would lead to him drawing all but 1 card left.
Okej, czyli tak, 10 i chyba... Nie, atakuj gry zużyty, czyżby ma Milosław szedł po 6 prizów? Przyjaciel chyba byłby to...
Any other matchup against Regidrago, you'd expect your opponent to have super rock to refill in a spot like this. They've decided to go the other way. They're using superior energy retrieval. That's not going to be an option. If you count and see that those resources aren't there, the one of Night Stretcher already used, you cannot add cards back in.
Daniel's going to start off with a Teal Dance, drawing 1 card, attaching an energy card to the active Teal Mask Ogre Pawn EX. There is the Dragapult EX found in this position. Does not look like he has an Iono.
Jeszcze 20 minut.
And Miloslav is setting up for a 6 prize turn next turn, Kyle. He used Rolling Iron. He knows this Regidrago V-Star is safe.
No to wygląda na takie pójście na 6 prizów.
If he can
No, tego
gust
pytania, czy ma
Squawkabilly
powodowane.
EX, he can deal more than enough damage to knock that out with Dragapult, and then spread 10 damage
Czy
apiece
też
to each of
poleci
the Teal
Gudrą?
Mask Ogrepawn EX.
Gberką polecimy, tak? No właśnie, Gudra, która redukuje obrażenia do 8-10. Coś czuję, że chyba pójdziemy w Gudrą.
If he's playing to this line, you have to think there is a
Mamy jeszcze
chance that
Iono.
he's got it available. Daniel has his own boss's orders in hand. That might be one of the ways he needs to try to slow things down, but he knows his opponent just put 4 grass energy back in his hand. There's only Pokemon with 1 retreat on the
ciekawe
bench,
będzie,
so
czy an Iono włącza.
he does indeed have an Iono, and it is going to be the attack.
ciekawe, idziemy.
Does Miloslav have the boss's orders to close out the game and take a
Gudrą
6
idziemy.
prize turn?
Co
Teal Dance
oznacza,
number
że
1
tak.
doesn't find it. Teal Dance number 2 and boss's
Boss
orders is the
order!
grab, brings up the Squawkabilly EX.
Skłukaj Dragapult, udało mu się zrobić 6, ale Milosław Podlessie wchodzi do finału. No to będzie Regidrago kontra Regidrago i znowu Daniel Magda skończy pewnie 3. lub 4. No to finał będzie jeszcze toporniejszy. Tak, dokopał się do bossa z deku, robiąc knockout na 6 prize'ach. Tak, Milosław Podlessi, nasz rodak z Czech, przechodzi do finału walcząc z Austriakiem Bredetem Torisonem. Więc będzie naprawdę...